Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. I really hope you're all having a fantastic day. Today, we're diving into a brand new story, a fanfic called Demon Slayer, I Am a Demon. It's pretty wild, and I think you're going to love it. Let's get into it.
Chapter 1, Kaneo Tsuyuri. When the last ray of sunlight faded and the day departed, night descended at that very moment. It is said that whenever midnight arrives, terrifying demons appear to devour people. Therefore, very few choose to go out late at night. Every household keeps their doors and windows tightly shut, and the bustle of daytime has long since returned to silence. On such a night, however, a slender and petite girl stepped outside instead. She had beautiful pink eyes, though her gaze seemed somewhat vacant. Her light green clothes clung closely to her thin body, making her appear even more frail. When the gentle moonlight fell upon the girl's delicate face, it highlighted the pale complexion of someone clearly malnourished. Under the pitch-black night sky, ordinary people would find it difficult to see the road ahead. In such darkness it would be almost impossible to walk. Yet the little girl's eyes seemed special, able to keenly capture everything before her. With the dim yet soft moonlight she could see the path clearly, avoid muddy puddles and walk along the town streets, her pink eyes searching in all directions. Whenever night fell and her stomach growled with hunger, she would sneak out while her parents weren't paying attention, searching outside for anything edible, perhaps leftovers from a restaurant, scraps or some abandoned rice balls. What others might consider garbage was, to her, a delicious meal enough to fill her stomach. Girls her age would normally live in warm rooms under their parents' care, enjoying tasty food and gentle love. But none of that existed for her. Her parents did not take care of her, they would beat and scold her and her older sister without reason. No, now they no longer beat her sister without reason, because her sister had already been beaten to death. Now she was the only child left alive in the family. Today her father had spent the whole day gambling at the casino before returning home, bringing back no food. There was nothing to eat at home. Her stomach was painfully hungry, so she sneaked out while her father slept to search for food. Passing by the entrance of a restaurant, the girl hurried to a nearby trash pile to rummage through it. This was the place most likely to have food. Her luck seemed good today. She quickly found a rice ball wrapped in lotus leaf. It made her very happy and she clutched it tightly in her small hands. She gently took a bite. Grain after grain of rice filled her mouth. The taste of food brought a trace of bliss to her pale little face. After taking another bite, she noticed a long shadow stretched across the ground. This made her look up. On the eaves of the restaurant roof sat a man dressed in simple robes, quietly gazing at the moon. Uncle, it's that strange uncle again. Recently, every time she came out at night to look for food, she would see him. He appeared every night, sitting high on the eaves for a long time. Sometimes, even after she had searched the town for quite a while and returned, he would still be there. Though they had seen each other many times, they had never spoken. At first, going out alone at night in such silence had frightened her. Especially the first time she saw him, she had nearly thought he was one of the demons from the legends. But after seeing him several times, she wasn't so afraid anymore. In fact, she even felt a strange sense of safety. Out looking for food again today? The man's voice came from the rooftop. Ah. Why yes. The sudden voice made her stutter in reply. This was the first time the strange uncle had spoken to her after all this time. My name is Soma. What's your name? Soma looked at the girl and asked softly. He had noticed that the girl before him looked very much like Kaneo Tsuyuri. He was not originally from this world. In another world he had merely been an ordinary employee at a small company, living an ordinary life. In his spare time he liked watching anime and films. He had never imagined that he would end up in a world like this, the world of Demon Slayer. When he had first transmigrated to this world he had been quite excited, imagining how he might make a name for himself here. However, before he could even begin, he encountered Muzan Kibutsuji, the first demon who had lived for over 1,000 years, the absolute ruler of demons. Then he was turned into a demon by Muzan, one of the demons under Muzan's control, a wicked creature that fed on humans. This left him deeply distressed, even despairing. Since becoming a demon and losing the ability to see sunlight, he had stayed here every night. It was during those nights that he often encountered the girl searching for food. At first, he didn't pay much attention to the little girl rummaging for food. It wasn't until he saw her face that he suddenly realized how much she resembled Kaneo Tsuyuri. When he first noticed the resemblance, he became very cautious. After all, Kaneo Tsuyuri was a swordswoman of the Demon Slayer Corps. If the Corps discovered a demon like him, they would not hesitate to use a Nichiren blade to sever his head. Though he had become a demon, a pitiful being unable to walk in sunlight and forced to feed on what had once been his own kind, he did not want to die. But after observing her carefully, he realized she wasn't what he had imagined. She wasn't a demon slayer at all, just a poor girl who snuck out every night to search trash piles for something to eat. I don't have a name, the girl replied softly. How can a person not have a name? Soma shook his head. The girl pressed her lips together and remained silent. Then what does your family call you? My sister used to call me Kohatsu. So you have a sister? Soma showed a hint of curiosity. He had always seen the girl alone and hadn't expected her to have a sister. It seemed she merely resembled Kaneo Tsuyuri and wasn't actually the same person from the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, he had never heard that Kaneo had an older sister. She's no longer here, the girl said quietly, lips still pressed together. Soma fell silent for a moment, feeling both speechless and awkward, but the little girl didn't seem particularly bothered anymore, or perhaps there was no use in being bothered. She simply continued to nibble at the rice ball she had just found. Feeling awkward about his previous question, Soma changed the subject. I see you come out every night looking for food. Don't your parents cook for you? My father spent the whole day gambling at the casino. He came back without bringing any food. You can't live on just this. It's not nutritious. Having something to eat is already very good, the girl answered softly. How about this? If you come out at night again, I'll bring you some food. You really need some nutrition. You're far too thin right now. The little girl looked up at him, her eyes suddenly bright. Then she lowered her head again and in a tender, childish voice asked, Uncle, why are you being so kind to me? Chapter 2, Bottom Line. Uncle, why are you being so kind to me? The childish voice coming from the girl made Soma pause slightly. He had only said he would bring her some food. In truth, he simply felt that it was too pitiful for such a skinny little girl, all skin and bones, to have to rummage through trash just to fill her stomach. It was merely compassion in his heart. Could that really be considered being especially kind to her? It's just some food, Soma replied casually. For him, it was something he could obtain with little effort. The girl looked up at him, somewhat puzzled. Food was truly precious. When your stomach was empty, the feeling of hunger was very hard to endure. At that moment, Soma also looked at the little girl. Her clothes were tattered, her cheeks pale from malnutrition, even slightly sunken. Yet even so, there was a certain liveliness about her that could not be concealed. She was looking up at him now, her eyes bright. When their gazes met, it felt as though in that instant he could see her past. Vague images seemed to surface in his mind. A poor family, parents who beat and scolded at the slightest provocation, never enough to eat, never warm enough to wear. These were the hardships the little girl was currently enduring. To him it was merely a bit of food. To her it was something incomparably precious. Wait here for a moment, he said gently to the girl. She tilted her head, looking at him in confusion. Without saying more, Soma lightly pushed off the ground. Like a bird, he leapt onto the roof. In a few swift movements, he vanished from the girl's sight. Not long after, Soma returned. The girl had obediently waited where she was. Here, he said, holding out a chicken drumstick in his hand. The girl froze, especially at the aroma drifting from the drumstick. Her throat moved involuntarily. For me? She asked, as if unable to believe it. Yes. Soma nodded and placed the drumstick into her hands. Feeling the warmth of it in her palm and smelling its rich fragrance, she finally believed that the uncle was truly giving it to her. The warmth spreading from the drumstick made her feel as though she were dreaming. From childhood until now, she had never eaten a drumstick before. Go on, eat, Soma urged softly. The girl picked up the drumstick and stuck out her tongue, gently licking it like a kitten lapping water. Soma reached out and lightly patted her head. Her hair, yellowish from malnutrition and unkempt from lack of care, was messy and dry. From now on, come here every night. I'll bring you something good to eat. The girl looked up at him with her pinkish-purple eyes. To her, the drumstick seemed like something extremely precious. She was reluctant to eat it, only finishing it under Soma's watchful urging. After she was done, Soma told her to head back home. Under the pitch-black night sky, the little girl walked back step by step. Compared to when she had come, she seemed much lighter, as if she had regained some of the vitality a girl her age should have. Standing under the moonlight, Soma watched her figure disappear from sight. Only then did he lift his head to look at the full moon in the sky, his hand unconsciously pressed against his abdomen. At that moment, an intense hunger surged through his body. It felt as though countless acidic currents were churning in his stomach, urging him to quickly find food to fill it. But for him, his food was completely different from the girl's. If her food was rice balls and chicken drumsticks, then his food was the girl herself, or rather humans, his former kind. For Soma, who had once been human, this was clearly unacceptable. Even if he had become a demon, how could he bring himself to commit the act of feeding on those who were once his own kind? But that was the nature of demons. They possessed an extraordinary craving for human flesh and blood. If they went too long without consuming it to ease that craving, the desire would accumulate over time, and that instinctive urge would grow stronger and stronger. Feeling that today his body's longing for flesh was even deeper than yesterday, Soma's expression turned extremely grim. He didn't even know how much longer he could endure. But no matter what, the bottom line he had as a former human was something he would never cross. Phew, he took a deep breath, suppressing the craving for flesh within him, and shifted his focus to his mind. There, in his consciousness, was something like a character status panel from a video game. As his gaze settled on it, the words became clear in his mind. Name, Soma race, demon lifespan, infinite abilities, immortality pseudo, rapid regeneration, enhanced physique weaknesses, sunlight, wisteria. Nichiren blade status, hungry, cursed by Muzan Kibutsuji, blood demon art, none physique, 3.1, a. Normal adult human equals 1 agility, 3.2, a normal adult human equals 1 strength, 3.1, a normal adult human equals 1 mental strength, 1.2, a normal adult human equals 1. The information appearing in his mind was simple and clear, allowing him to understand his condition in detail. As a demon, his physique, agility, and strength were all more than 3 times that of a normal human. Even with rigorous training, an ordinary human might improve their physical abilities, but surpassing 3 times the norm was almost impossible. Generally speaking, exceeding 3 times one's natural limits meant breaking through the constraints of the human body. It could be said that, as a demon, he was already a powerful existence beyond human physical limits, aside from mental strength. Ordinary humans had almost no resistance against demons. That was why demons no longer regarded humans as their own kind, but rather as food. Of course, the reason demons devoured humans was not merely due to the disparity in strength. More importantly, it was the instinctive need for and flesh and blood. Moreover, consuming humans could promote a demon's evolution, making them even stronger. Becoming a demon meant not only gaining power but also achieving near immortality. And immortality was one of the most coveted things in the world. If there was a single flaw, it was the fear of sunlight, being forever forced to hide in darkness, and the inability to control the instincts of being a demon. For Soma, the hardest part to endure was precisely that uncontrollable instinct, the irrepressible craving to devour flesh. If he continued to refrain from consuming it, the hunger and desire would surge through him like a rising tide. Perhaps, if he lowered his bottom line just a little, he would no longer have to suffer like this. But to Soma, if he abandoned that bottom line, wouldn't he completely lose his own humanity? At that point, would he still be himself? Chapter 3, We Are Already Demons. For Soma, he ultimately could not abandon the bottom line he once held as a human. So for him now, every single day meant enduring constant hunger, forcibly suppressing the urge to devour flesh at every moment. Though he had become a demon, that did not mean he had lost his human principles, nor would he ever eat people, nor become a monster who completely lost control and surrendered to bloodlust. Sitting alone beneath the eaves, he looked up at the full moon in the sky. Only when the moon gradually sank did Soma finally stand up. He could no longer remain here. Because the sun was about to rise. As the sun climbed and its rays spread across the land, no matter how powerful a demon might be, it could only hide in darkness like a sewer rat. Even the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, could not avoid this, let alone an ordinary demon like him. Without hesitation, he leapt down from the eaves and lightly made his way toward the direction away from the town. Not far from the town lay a forest. Under the hazy night, Soma moved swiftly through the trees. After several minutes, a dark cave appeared ahead. By then the sun had risen and the first ray of sunlight pierced through the distant horizon, falling upon the world. Soma looked up at the light that dispelled the darkness, then stepped into the cave without hesitation. Sunlight filtered through the forest canopy, driving away all shadows. But within the depths of the cave the light could not reach. The cave was damp and pitch black. Soma walked silently into the darkness. But halfway in he stopped, staring quietly at the ground beneath his feet. The floor was carpeted with thick layers of white bones, of the elderly, of children, of men and women. Skulls and skeletal remains lay scattered along both sides of the cave path like discarded packaging tossed aside after a meal. Although he had seen this many times, Soma still found it hard to get used to. Even though he had become a demon, deep down he still saw himself as human. Seeing his own kind slaughtered as food stirred an indescribable anger within him. Phew! He took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of emotion, and continued forward. The clear sound of chewing reached his ears. Soma looked ahead. A figure with its back to him was crouched down, eating something. Sensing movement, the crouching figure turned its head. Its face was hideous and twisted, with crimson blood staining the corners of its mouth. In its hand, it held a human thigh bone. Dark red blood dripped from it onto the damp ground, dyeing it an even deeper shade. Clearly it was a demon. Want some? The demon raised the thigh bone in its hand, its scarlet eyes fixed on Soma. Soma's face darkened. Though he had become a demon, he would never become a mindless monster stripped of all humanity. Still enduring it. The demon stood up and approached him, dragging the thigh bone along. We're no longer human. We're different from those weak creatures now. Are you really still going to treat those fragile things as your own kind? Soma merely stared at it coldly, saying nothing. You remind me of how I was at the beginning. Back then I was disgusted by this kind of food too. But the first time I couldn't hold back and took a bite, I finally understood just how delicious it is. Can you imagine tender, juicy flesh bursting in your mouth? That sweet blood flowing down your throat? It's an experience even more wonderful than ascending to heaven. You just haven't tried it yet. Once you do, you'll know what true delicacy is. I guarantee it, just one bite and you'll be addicted. The bluish-purple-skinned demon stuck out his tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with intoxicated delight. Soma walked to the side and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes without speaking. Yet the scent of blood coming from the thigh bone in the demon's hand made every cell in his body tremble, urging him to devour it. If he just swallowed it, he would not only taste unparalleled deliciousness, his body would also grow stronger and more complete. This is just ordinary flesh. If it were rare blood, it would taste even better. The demon spoke in a low voice, longing in his eyes. Up to now, I haven't encountered a single rare blood human. I've heard that eating just one is equivalent to devouring dozens of ordinary people. After saying so much and seeing that Soma remained unmoved, the demon grew irritated. What exactly are you holding on to? Do you still think you're one of those weak humans? Feel your own craving. The more you resist, the stronger the hunger for flesh will become with each passing day. No matter how strong someone's will was as a human, once they become a demon, they can't suppress this desire. Do you know the 12 Kizuki? Do you know Lord Kokoshibo? Do you know Lord Akaza? Do you know how strong their willpower was when they were human? And yet what happened in the end? Wasn't the outcome the same? At that moment Soma, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them. He looked at the hideous demon before him, at that sinister face illuminated in the darkness. After a long pause, he spoke calmly. So your father, your mother, your daughter, are they also the delicacies you're talking about? Over the past few days, Soma had come to understand some of this demon's past. Just like all demons who were once human, this one had once had a happy family, a lovely child, a virtuous wife, kind parents. But when he became a demon, everything had been destro. Yed by the scent of blood. He had personally torn it all apart. Shut up. The demon roared almost hysterically, hurling the thigh bone to the ground. He glared at Soma viciously. The memories of being human, memories he had gradually tried to forget after becoming a demon, surged back at Soma's words. An indescribable pain spread through his entire being, as if his heart were being stabbed by countless needles. The things he thought he had completely forgotten were still buried deep inside. Once mentioned, they were like wounds torn open again, painful beyond endurance. After a long while, the demon finally calmed down from his rage. With blood-red eyes fixed on Soma, he said, "We're demons now. Even if we were human before, we're demons now. We're no longer those weak creatures we once were. We are noble demons. As demons, we won't die, won't age, won't get sick. From now on, we won't lose anything ever again. We're incredibly powerful. We can do whatever we want. So why do you still cling to your past identity? Chapter 4, Sunlight. We're already demons. Why are you still so obsessed with your past identity? The words burst from the demon's mouth in an almost furious roar. Soma did not respond. He remained seated cross-legged, eyes slightly closed. It wasn't that he was clinging stubbornly to his former identity, nor was it that he truly couldn't accept becoming a demon. After all, as a demon, one possessed an almost endless lifespan, something countless people could only dream of. Moreover, after becoming a demon, one's strength surpassed the limits of the human body. Even the weakest demon was, to humans, someone who had broken through physical limits. Even the flaw of being unable to walk in sunlight didn't seem like such a great price to pay. What Soma truly could not accept was the uncontrollable instinct to devour flesh. He could feel that the more he resisted, the stronger the craving became. Over time, that desire would intensify further and further. Though he could still endure it with sheer willpower for now, one day his will would inevitably be crushed beneath that ever-growing hunger. Once his will collapsed, he would become a monster who could no longer suppress the urge to consume flesh, a creature stripped of all humanity. That was the real reason he clung to his former identity. Seeing Soma's silence, the demon seemed to see his own past self, struggling desperately to hold on after first becoming a demon. But in the end, as the instinctive craving for flesh deepened, that resistance had been like a small dam trying to block a raging flood. Under repeated impacts, it had eventually collapsed completely. Did I end this world? No demon could escape that instinct. Not even the first demon, the progenitor Muzan Kibutsuji, could free himself from it. There was no demon in this world who did not devour humans. One day you'll become just like me. Thinking this and looking at Soma stubbornly enduring before him, the demon let out a mocking laugh. He picked up the thigh bone from the ground and resumed gnawing at it. Tender, juicy flesh burst in his mouth. Once you tasted it even once, you would understand how delicious it was. You would inevitably become addicted. If Lord Muzan hadn't imposed restrictions on each demon, he would hunt countless prey every single day. Aside from Lord Muzan's limitations, there were also those detestable demon slayers. They constantly pursued them. Once targeted, a demon could hardly know peace. Those hunters, though merely weak humans, could temporarily attain physical abilities comparable to demons through breathing techniques. They also wielded Nichiren blades capable of truly killing demons. Of course, what made them especially troublesome was their ruthless methods. They preferred to locate demons during the daytime and then find ways to expose them to sunlight. The thought of sunlight, the demon instinctively felt a trace of disgust and fear. As he devoured flesh, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Soma. He could sense the unparalleled craving in Soma's body for the flesh he was eating. Though Soma was forcibly suppressing his demonic instinct, that instinct would only grow stronger day by day. You won't last much longer. The demon swallowed a large chunk of flesh and looked at Soma. Let's see, can you hold out one more day? 2 days? Or 3? Ha! Soma suddenly opened his eyes. Bloodshot and cold, they locked onto the demon opposite him, yet soon enough his gaze instinctively shifted to the thigh bone in the demon's hand. Gulp! Gulp! His throat moved involuntarily. The scent of food made every cell in his body quiver, urging him to devour the alluring flesh just like the demon before him. Under the pressure of that instinct, his willpower seemed to be gradually yielding, whispering to him, "Just one bite. Just one bite is enough." Feeling the body's primal craving, feeling his will falter under its assault, Soma's face turned extremely grim. He clenched his fists tightly. If this continued, he would eventually become like the demon before him, a monster who could no longer suppress the urge to consume flesh, stripped of all humanity. Such an outcome was absolutely unacceptable to him. But what could he change? No matter how firm his resolve, how could human will truly resist the instinct of a demon? For thousands of years, not a single demon had been able to overcome this impulse. If there was one exception, it was Nezuko, who had also become a demon. Even Nezuko's ability to overcome that instinct came not only from her own determination, but also from the help of the water Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki, and it wasn't just Urokadaki's help. The anime had subtly hinted at another detail. that Nezuko had once consumed the blue spider lily, a flower capable of remedying a demon's fatal flaw. It was the very thing Muzan Kibutsuji had pursued for 1,000 years without success, something that could make him, who was infinitely close to perfection, truly flawless. It was likely because Nezuko had ingested the blue spider lily that she was different. In 1,000 years she was the first exception, the first demon who did not devour humans. Soma, however, had never consumed the blue spider lily. No matter how hard he tried to endure, the demonic instinct and craving for flesh pressed harder upon him with each passing day. He could faintly sense that he might not be able to hold out much longer. What chi? Ing Soma swallow repeatedly, the demon curled his lips in mockery. See? I told you you won't last. Soma abruptly stood up. A smile spread across the demon's face. See? In the end we're the same. Stop treating those weak creatures as our own kind. As he spoke, the demon lifted the thigh bone in his hand, but Soma did not look at it. Nor did he take a single step toward the demon. Instead, he turned and walked toward the cave's exit. The demon froze, puzzled and curious. Curious about what Soma intended to do. He followed behind him. Soon, the two of them drew closer and closer to the cave entrance. The nearer they got, the more a sense of dread rose within the demon. An indescribable palpitating fear filled his entire being. Almost instinctively, he stopped in his tracks, staring ahead with both disgust and apprehension. At the mouth of the cave, sunlight poured down. Darkness dissolved beneath it, and faint warmth could be felt within those rays. It was the warmth of sunlight they could once bask in as humans. But now, to a demon, that warm sunlight was the most terrifying thing in the world. Chapter 5: The Blue Spider Lily. Looking at the warm sunlight pouring in from the cave entrance, the demon seemed to be staring at the most terrifying thing in the world. Almost instinctively, he retreated step by step until he was deeper inside the cave. Only after confirming that not even a trace of that sunlight would touch him did he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. It was only then that he realized Soma had not stopped walking. He was still heading toward the cave entrance, almost close enough to touch the warm sunlight streaming in. If you're touched by sunlight, you'll die. The demon's voice trembled with fear. Soma paused slightly. He could feel the instinctive terror rising from within his body. An inexplicable pounding filled his heart, a sensation like standing face to face with death. For humans, sunlight was the most ordinary thing in the world. But for Soma now, as a demon, it felt like the most horrifying force imaginable. Just as a demon's craving for human flesh was carved deep into its instincts, so too was the fear of sunlight. In fact, as he drew closer to the light, the craving for flesh that had constantly plagued him vanished at that very moment. What remained was only fear of the sunlight before him. His body screamed at him over and over again to retreat, to stay away from that warm glow. Soma stood still, gazing at the sunlight spilling into the cave. What had once been commonplace for him as a human was now something forever out of reach. He could feel boundless fear filling his heart. Yet at this moment, a faint smile of relief appeared on his face, because the relentless craving for flesh that had haunted him every waking second was gone. He knew the desire had not truly disappeared. It had merely been suppressed by something stronger, the instinctive terror of sunlight. It was the fear of death itself. To Soma, death was terrifying as well. But at least now he had gained a moment of respite. The unyielding tension of constantly fighting his craving had loosened slightly, like a violin string stretched to its breaking point finally being allowed to slacken. He could feel every cell in his body trembling in fear of the sunlight. His body screamed at him to retreat into the depths of the cave's darkness. Even so, he slowly stepped closer to where the light poured in, inch by inch. Though his instincts resisted desperately, he still extended his hand, slowly, steadily, toward the sunlight. "Madman, you're insane!" The demon behind him cried out in shock, staring at Soma as if he were the true monster. As his fingers neared the warm light, the fear of death almost completely overwhelmed him. Yet, trembling, he finally stretched his fingers into the sunlight. Under its rays, his fingers began to dissolve like snow beneath a blazing sun, gradually, little by little, vanishing from the world. Soma stood there quietly, watching his fingers disappear bit by bit. Only then did he withdraw his hand and step back into the cave's darkness. Not until he was completely enveloped in shadow again did the instinctive trembling of his body begin to subside. "You've lost your mind. Aren't you afraid of dying?" The demon beside him stared at Soma as if he were looking at a monster. To bathe in sunlight was something no demon would even dare imagine. Not even the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, dared expose himself to the sun. Soma ignored the demon and lowered his head to examine the fingers that had been dissolved by the sunlight. Under normal circumstances, such an injury would have healed almost instantly, new flesh regenerating quickly. But now, although there was still a faint sensation of regeneration, the healing speed was dozens of times slower than before. It seems sunlight doesn't just destroy a demon's body, it also greatly slows the recovery of any area it touches, Soma murmured to himself as he observed his hand. You really are insane. You put your fingers in sunlight just to test that? You've completely lost it. Even being cut by the demon slayer core's Nichiren blades isn't as terrifying as facing direct sunlight. The demon looked at him as if he were a freak. It had seen many demons before, but never one as reckless as this. Demons could not exist under sunlight, this was common knowledge among them, an instinct etched into their very being. No demon dared attempt such a thing. Even Muzan Kibutsuji himself did not dare stand beneath the sun. This world, no demon could bathe in sunlight. We are creatures of darkness. No demon can survive under the sun, the demon said quietly. No demon can survive under the sun? Soma muttered. That's right. Don't entertain such delusions. This is our flaw as demons. The demon's voice carried a trace of unwillingness. After all, when they were human, basking in sunlight had been the most ordinary thing. Yet after becoming demons it was forever out of reach. Soma simply stared at his injured fingers in silence. The demons of this world, they were like rats in a sewer, forever hiding in darkness. Even Muzan Kibutsuji, the progenitor of demons, could not overcome this flaw. But if Soma remembered correctly, Nezuko, who later became a demon, eventually overcame this weakness. She became the first demon able to walk in sunlight, and the reason she overcame that flaw was she had consumed the blue spider lily. The blue spider lily, Soma repeated the name silently in his heart. This was the object Muzan had sought for over 1,000 years without success. Soma felt that he must obtain it. Whether it was the uncontrollable craving for human flesh or the fact that demons could only skulk in darkness like sewer rats, both were things he could not accept. From what he remembered, Muzan had failed to find the blue spider lily for centuries because it only bloomed during the daytime. How could demons, unable to walk in sunlight and forced to hide in darkness, ever search for a flower that bloomed only under the sun? But for Soma, knowing this information meant it wasn't impossible. If he remembered correctly, the blue spider lily grew near the place where Tanjiro Kamado once lived. Chapter 6, Kaijiro Rengoku. According to Soma's knowledge of Demon Slayer, if he remembered correctly, near where Tanjiro Kamado lived, the blue spider lily could be found. Because Nezuko had eaten the blue spider lily as a child, she became different from other demons even after turning, eventually becoming the first demon capable of walking in sunlight, something even Muzan Kibutsuji could not achieve. The reason Nezuko could do all this was the blue spider lily. For Soma, now a demon himself, finding and consuming the blue spider lily could compensate for his flaws. If that were achieved, he would no longer have to endure the relentless cravings for human flesh every single day. After all, as a demon, the instinct to crave flesh grew stronger with each passing day. That unending desire repeatedly struck at his limits, a torment far too unbearable to endure. Only by consuming the blue spider lily could he truly free himself from such suffering. Not only that, it would also break Muzan Kibutsuji's control over him, potentially making him the most perfect being in this world. But to find the blue spider lily, he first had to locate Tanjiro's residence. Soma was not familiar with the area. From his memories, Tanjiro's family lived deep in the mountains, a family that had been producing charcoal for generations. Other than that, the only reference point was that they were a certain distance from Sajiri Mountain, where the former water Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki, lived in seclusion. As for the exact coordinates, his memory was hazy. Thinking about this, Soma furrowed his brow. The demon beside him had been observing Soma all along. It had no idea that Soma was thinking about how to find the blue spider lily. After all, the blue spider lily was something Muzan had sought for centuries without success. Over the years, Muzan had commanded other demons to search for it, but most believed such a flower did not even exist. Otherwise, after 1,000 years of searching, Muzan would have left some trace of it. Previously, the demon had looked down on Soma. After all, he was just an ordinary demon, average strength and unwilling to consume human flesh. For a demon who refused to consume flesh, power would be difficult to improve. Most demons grew stronger by feeding on humans. The more they consumed, the stronger they became, pushing their limits. An ordinary demon with little chance of growth was almost contemptible to those who revered strength. But today, seeing Soma dare to touch sunlight, a force capable of destroying demons, the sheer madness astonished it. Recalling a recent discovery, it hesitated a moment before speaking. Recently, I found traces of Demon Slayer core activity nearby. Interested in hunting them together? Before, it had considered Soma useless for hunting. After all, a demon who didn't feed on humans was too timid and might even drag it down in battle. But seeing Soma's reckless courage in touching sunlight, it realized that if Soma could channel this madness into fighting the Demon Slayers, their combined strength would easily overwhelm them. Soma, who had been lost in thoughts of the blue spider lily, snapped back to attention at those words. The Demon Slayer Corps existed to exterminate demons and protect humans, the mortal enemies of all demons. Though physically weak compared to demons, they practiced the breathing techniques which temporarily granted them strength comparable to demons. Combined with their specialized demon-slaying skills, Nichiren blades capable of killing demons, teamwork and fearless courage, they had slain many demons. Yet just as demon slayers hunted demons to demons, the demon slayers were also prey. So what do you think? Want to team up to hunt? With you working with me, I guarantee we can wipe out this small squad of demon slayers completely. At this, the demon licked its lips with its tongue, eyes full of greed. The flesh of these Demon Slayer Corps members is well-trained, more nutritious, and even more delicious. I'm not interested, Soma shook his head. He had no desire to deal with these fearless, death-defying humans. Even if you don't attack them, they will attack us. Do you want to be struck down by a Nichiren blade? The demon growled angrily. Remember, your identity is a demon. Soma simply glanced at it and quietly sat cross-legged on the ground. After having touched the sunlight earlier, the demon's instinctive fear of sunlight suppressed his craving for flesh. The hunger he felt now was faint, allowing his tightly wound mind a brief moment of relief. At this moment, all he wanted was to rest. The demon didn't want to give up and tried to persuade him for a long while, but seeing Soma unmoved, it could only give up reluctantly. When the day comes that a demon slayer chops your head off with a Nichiren blade, don't regret it, the demon said coldly. Seeing Soma not even open his eyes, it turned and left. In a wide-open clearing, the breeze blew, making a black Haori fluttered at a young swordsman wielding a Nichiren blade trained in the clearing. His breathing flowed like fire, and the sharp blade glimmered coldly under the sunlight. After an unknown amount of time, the boy stopped, sheathed his sword, and panted slightly. Not bad. A warm, bright voice like sunlight itself came from behind. The boy turned and, seeing the newcomer, looked pleasantly surprised. Embarrassed by the praise, he scratched his head. Compared to Lord Kaijiro, I still have a long way to go. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with admiration for the newcomer. The man had yellow hair, thick black eyebrow, and piercing eyes. He wore the brown Demon Slayer Corps uniform, over which was a Haori with flame patterns at the edges. This was the flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku. Rengoku stepped forward and patted the boy's shoulder heavily. Furukawa Hiroshi, you're already very capable. I know that up to now you've already slain 3 demons. Hearing this, the boy straightened his chest, looking at Rengoku with reverence. I hope that one day I can, like Lord Kaijiro, personally slay one of the 12 Kizuki. You will, Rengoku said, encouraging him as he patted his shoulder. Though the boy was still weak and far from being able to face a 12 Kizuki, Rengoku had high hopes for him. Seeming to think of something, Rengoku smiled and asked, By the way, I heard you'll be undertaking a new mission soon? Yes. We recently discovered traces of demons in a small town. Our squad will investigate, Hiroshi replied. Then I wish you fortune in battle and a victorious return, Rengoku said, patting his shoulder. Thank you, Hiroshi nodded. At that moment, a few Demon Slayer swordsmen were already waiting nearby, and Hiroshi had to take his leave. Rengoku stood watching Hiroshi's departing figure. Seeing these young sprouts of the Corps growing strong as a senior, he felt truly gratified. Suddenly, Hiroshi turned his head. Lord Kaijiro, when we return from slaying the demons, I'll treat you to a meal, salt-grilled sea bream and sweet potato rice. After saying this, he followed his companions away. Rengoku paused slightly, surprised that the boy knew his favorite foods, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Chapter 7, Meeting Again. The sun set and night fell. As darkness spread, the demons that had been hiding all day began to appear. Soma stepped out of the cave where he had spent the entire day. He looked up and saw a full moon hanging high in the pitch-black sky. For demons, daytime was forbidden, while night was a time for indulgence. Many demons hunted during this hour. Soma walked into the town. The daytime hustle and bustle had long since faded. Doors were tightly shut in every home. Only Soma, a lone demon, wandered the streets, which felt empty and desolate. Passing by an inn, he silently slipped inside and stole a roasted chicken the innkeeper had prepared for tomorrow's business. The chicken was still warm, its color appetizing. He tore off a piece and put it in his mouth. For humans it would be delicious, but to Soma it felt like chewing wax, barely better than eating dirt. Suppressing the feeling, he swallowed the meat. Even as he did, his stomach seemed to protest, and the scent of true food, a smell that tantalized a demon, wafted through the air. Shaking his head to suppress the craving for human flesh, he soon arrived at a house in the town. With a light step, he was already on the rooftop. Sitting there, holding the roasted chicken, he silently watched the full moon, struggling inwardly to suppress his hunger for flesh. Time passed slowly. At some point, the wind picked up, carrying a cold chill across Soma's body. In the sky, clouds had covered the moon, plunging the dim night into complete darkness. Tick, tick. Rain began to fall without him noticing. Droplets hit Soma's head and shoulders, sliding down to his face. The icy water streaked across his cheeks. He wiped the rain from his face and realized that he was soaked from head to toe. Yet, Soma had no intention of leaving. As always, he remained seated on the rooftop, his gaze fixed on the empty street through the downpour. The girl he had met last night, he had promised her that if she came by at night, he would bring food to help her keep her strength. It might have been a momentary act of pity yesterday, but he didn't intend to break his word. However, judging by tonight's situation, the girl likely would not come. Tick, tick. Rain hit the ground, splashing muddy water. The skinny girl, carrying her bag, hugged herself and quietly stepped out of her house. The freezing rain soaked her, running down her neck and chilling her to the bone. She could feel her body's warmth slowly draining away. At that moment, she longed to immediately return to her worn, leaky hut. It was broken and inadequate, but at least it provided some shelter from wind and rain. Yet, for some reason, she thought of the strange man from yesterday, remembered what he had said, and her steps quickened. Soon, the skinny girl reached the spot where she had met the man yesterday. The street was empty. Only the rain falling in sheets filled her vision. Her delicate, purple-tinted eyes looked down slightly. At such a late hour, in such cold weather, with such heavy rain, who would come out? Yet, for some reason, a small spark of anticipation swelled within her. She unconsciously lifted her head, and through the rain she saw the strange man sitting alone on the rooftop. His clothes were soaked and water dripped from his wet hair. The girl's eyes widened at that moment. She hadn't expected him to actually show up, even in such heavy rain. Waiting here for her. It was the first time anyone had ever waited for her. The first time anyone had truly cared about her. Even though her clothes were soaked and her body chilled, her heart felt warm. In the darkness and cold of her life, when the world seemed dead and silent, she suddenly felt a long-lost warmth and a sense of life. You came. Soma jumped down from the rooftop and stood tall before the girl. She looked up, staring blankly at the man in front of her. Her lips were slightly pressed together, her fingers unconsciously clenched. I didn't expect you to come. Soma smiled at her. With this heavy rain and so late at night, he hadn't expected her to come just because of a small promise he had made, and his promise had been to bring only a little food. The girl pressed her lips together, saying nothing. She simply stood there like a small, timid, frail cat. Rain soaked her hair and clothes, chilling her to the bone, and she shivered involuntarily. Let's go under the eaves. You shouldn't stay in the rain any longer. Soma stepped forward and took her hand. It was very cold, like holding a block of ice. Under the eaves, the rain no longer fell on them. His tall body shielded her from the wind. The girl stayed quietly, feeling the world suddenly become warm and safe. I told you last time if you came at night, I'd bring you something to eat. Under the eaves, Som.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Reached into his clothes and took out the roasted chicken wrapped in lotus leaves, still slightly steaming. The girl looked at the chicken, then at the man drenched from head to toe. He was completely soaked in such heavy rain on such a cold night, but the chicken had been carefully protected. And that carefully protected chicken was for her a feeling she couldn't quite describe spread through her chest, warm, like hot water pouring over a cold ice layer. She realized for the first time in a long while that the world wasn't entirely cold. There was another kind of warmth opposite to the chill. Eat. Soma patted her head gently, a hint of compassion in his voice. Such a small girl, back in his world she should have lived carefree under her parents' protection, but her situation clearly wasn't good. The chicken was delicious and hot. At his encouragement, the girl took small bites, savoring each one. At that moment, Soma realized he was hungry too. Uncle, you eat too. The girl offered him what she thought was the best chicken leg. I'm not hungry. He shook his head. The girl looked puzzled. He seemed hungry, she knew that feeling of hunger well, but why would he say he wasn't? Is it because you don't like to eat these? Then what do you like to eat? The girl lifted her eyes to look at him. Soma hesitated. When he had been human, there were many foods he had enjoyed, but now those foods were like chewing wax to him. As a demon, there was only one thing truly delicious, but that was a line he could not cross. Shaking his head, he patted her on the head again without answering what he liked to eat. Instead, he asked, "Do you know where Mount Sajiri is?" Chapter 8, Inquiry. Do you know where Mount Sajiri is? Soma asked the girl. The girl furrowed her small brows, thinking for a moment, then shook her head. Then do you know if there's a family living deep in the mountains nearby, who have sold charcoal for generations and have the surname Kimetsu? The girl furrowed her brows again, thinking carefully for quite a while, but ultimately still shook her head. After all, she was just a little girl and clearly didn't know much about the outside world. Although Soma had somewhat expected this result, he still felt a little disappointed. Are these things very important to you, uncle? The girl looked up at him. Yes. Soma nodded. He needed to go to Kimetsu Tanjiro's residence and find the legendary blue spider lily. Only by consuming that blue spider lily could he overcome the flaws of being a demon. For now his willpower could still suppress the craving for human flesh. But as the demon instinct to consume human flesh grew stronger, how much longer could his will last? After all, to this day, no demon had ever overcome the craving for human flesh. Even Tamayo, who had broken free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control, still needed to periodically drink human blood. When I go back, I'll make sure to find out about these places for you. If I learn anything, I'll tell you right away. The girl clenched her tiny fists, her face serious. Then I'll be looking forward to your good news. Soma smiled, not paying it much mind. He didn't plan to rely on the little girl for information, he would get it from other sources. Once the girl finished the chicken leg and the rain stopped, Soma carried her and, guided by her, took her back home. At night, try to go out as little as possible. Standing in front of the somewhat dilapidated house, Soma spoke gently to the girl. Demons always appeared at night, and with darkness covering everything, the risk of danger was high. But I still want to see you at night. The girl's small hand tightly clutched the edge of his coat, her eyes misty. From now on, if we meet at night, it will just be in front of your house. Soma smiled, patting her head, and softly said, "Go home now." The girl was reluctant. Compared to her so-called home, she wanted to stay near this man. But she was well behaved. Though unwilling, she turned and walked home, glancing back every few steps. He watched the girl close the door and noticed the small gap left unlatched. Through it, her pretty purple eyes were peeking out at him. He waved to her, then retreated, gradually disappearing into the darkness. Leaving the little girl behind, Soma moved swiftly through the town. The town at night was empty. All houses had their doors and windows tightly shut, but he could clearly sense movements behind some of them. As a demon, his senses exceeded those of ordinary humans. His hearing and vision were far sharper than when he was human. He lightly scaled a wall and appeared in front of a man drinking in a courtyard. "Who are you?" The man's face was full of fear. He instinctively stood up, clutching the bench he had just been sitting on, his eyes wary. Any person would feel uneasy if someone suddenly appeared in their home late at night. "I just want to ask you a few questions." Soma looked at the man with a friendly smile. I don't want to hear anything from you. Leave my house immediately or I'll call for help. The authorities will be here soon. The man raised the bench, his face full of anger. What a nuisance. Looks like being polite won't work. Soma shook his head at the man's reaction. In a flash, before the man could react, Soma had already appeared in front of him. The man instinctively raised the bench, but before he could strike, he realized the bench hand had already been grabbed. His face instantly filled with panic. Soma punched him, knocking the man to the ground. The man curled up in pain, and when he looked at Soma, his eyes were filled with sheer fear. Now, I think we can speak properly. Soma smiled at the terrified man. The man could already feel the strength of Soma. At this moment, fear consumed him completely. After all, it was late at night, no one else was around, and if Soma had murderous intent, he would likely die. Why you? What do you want to ask? The man trembled as he spoke. Do you know if there's a place nearby called Mount Sajiri? And no, I don't. The man shook his head, puzzled. Why would someone break into his house in the middle of the night just to ask about a location? Then do you know if anyone nearby sells charcoal? The Okada family in town sells charcoal. And besides them? Do you know of any family living deep in the mountains with the surname Kamadu? And no, I haven't heard of such a family. The man thought for a moment and shook his head again. Soma felt a little disappointed. It seemed the Kamadu family wasn't nearby. From what he knew, the Kamadu family's charcoal, especially Kamadu Tanjiro's, was of good quality. In the anime, Tanjiro would bring charcoal to town to sell, and many people bought it, making the family somewhat well known. The man knew several charcoal-selling families but had never heard of the Kamadu family, which clearly meant they weren't nearby. Without getting the answers he sought, Soma lightly vaulted back over the wall and vanished. The man sat there, stunned, watching him go. Soma hadn't stolen anything or harmed him, he had merely asked questions that all felt inexplicably strange. Breaking into someone's house in the dead of night just for that? Soma didn't care about the man's thoughts. Even though he hadn't learned the locations of Mount Sajiri or the Kamadu family, he planned to move on to the next place to inquire further. He didn't know this area well, but he had learned there was a somewhat larger town nearby. Merchants and travelers passed through frequently, and anyone familiar with the surroundings should be able to provide the information he needed. Traveling at night was undoubtedly difficult for ordinary people, but for a demon at night it was perfectly normal. Moreover, as a demon, his strength far exceeded that of humans, and he barely felt fatigue. What might take an ordinary person 2 days to travel, Soma could cover in almost half a night. Soon he arrived at a nearby town. Unlike the small villages where every door was barred and the night was silent, the town was much more vibrant. Some shops remained open throughout the night, and certain districts were even livelier after dark than they were during the day. Soma reached the town gates after traveling most of the night. As he approached the gates, his steps faltered slightly. He sensed sounds of a fight ahead, that he moved forward quietly and soon saw the combatants clearly. One was wearing the standard Demon Slayer Corps uniform, with a prominent Destroy character on the back, clearly a Demon Slayer swordsman. The other was a man dressed in samurai attire. At first, Soma assumed the Demon Slayer was hunting a demon, but he quickly realized the samurai-dressed man wasn't a demon. This surprised him. After all Demon Slayer swordsmen train in the breathing techniques. With these techniques, they can temporarily possess physical abilities comparable to demons. For an ordinary person, even a trained samurai, it would be nearly impossible to stand against a Demon Slayer swordsman. Chapter 9, Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. The Demon Slayer Corps, tasked with protecting humanity and exterminating demons, naturally has swordsmen whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Soma initially thought that ordinary people, even well-trained martial artists, could hardly contend with swordsmen skilled in the breathing techniques. Yet he didn't expect there to be someone capable of trading blows with a Demon Slayer swordsman, even repeatedly putting them in extremely dangerous situations. The duel between the Demon Slayer and the samurai ended quickly. Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, truly impressive. The swordsman, wearing the standard Demon Slayer uniform, sheathed his sword, looking at the samurai with admiration. The samurai, panting heavily, spoke with a hint of emotion. I never expected to have a chance to spar with a member of the legendary Demon Slayer Corps. He looked at the swordsman with curiosity. Do demons really exist in this world? Though tales of demons had circulated, he had never actually encountered one. Officially, the existence of demons had never been confirmed, so he had always been skeptical that if he hadn't seen the Demon Slayer Corps firsthand, he might have dismissed everything as legend. The legend went that whenever the sun set, demons would appear. At that time, the Demon Slayer Corps would appear to slay the demons and protect humanity. One day, all demons in this world will be exterminated. The Demon Slayer swordsman replied solemnly. So it's true, demons really exist and the legends are real. The samurai murmured, impressed, his gaze full of admiration for the swordsman. Hidden in the shadows, Soma was slightly surprised when he heard the term Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. If he remembered correctly, that style originated from Rurouni Kenshin. Its most representative figure was Himura Kenshin. Since being transformed into a demon by Kibutsuji Muzan, Soma had always felt as though he existed within the world of Demon Slayer and believed that only the Demon Slayer Corps could confront demons head-on. Yet upon reflection, in the anime, the Demon Slayer Corps is essentially an officially acknowledged organization, not formally sanctioned, he recalled in the Demon Slayer Mugen Train arc that Tanjiro was restricted from bringing a Nichiren sword onto the train due to the edict against swords. Similarly, in Rurouni Kenshin, there was also a concept of the edict against swords. So it wasn't too surprising that Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu appeared here. By this point, the two had finished speaking. The Demon Slayer swordsman turned and left, and the samurai practicing Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu headed toward the town gate. Suppressing his curiosity, Soma quietly followed. The samurai didn't notice Soma trailing him and soon reached a building entrance, entering without hesitation. Soma didn't follow inside. He stopped and looked at the inscription above the doorway. Hiko Dojo. From the lettering, it was clearly a martial arts training dojo. In his memories, Akaza of the 12 Kizuki had also studied at a dojo, the Soryu Dojo, before becoming a demon. Standing outside, Soma could already hear shouts and the clash of swords coming from within. Clearly, even late at night, people were still practicing swordsmanship and martial arts. Soma didn't enter the Hiko Dojo directly. Instead, he turned toward a more populated area of the town. Though he was now a demon, his appearance was no different from a human's, so blending in with the crowd would not immediately reveal him as a demon. In fact, many demons hide in bustling cities, and some have even become famous courtesans. Compared to a small village where doors are tightly shut at night and streets are quiet with few shops open, this town remained brightly lit even at night. Soma didn't to break into homes just to ask questions, unlike in the small village. After casually asking two passers-by, Soma learned the details about the so-called Hiko Dojo. As he had expected, the Hiko Dojo was indeed a place for martial arts training. The dojo master was extremely powerful, and the style taught there was Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, Soma muttered to himself. In his memory, it was a very powerful sword style. If he could learn it, it would be beneficial for himself. He confirmed that the Hiko Dojo taught swordsmanship to outsiders, but anyone who wanted to learn had to undergo an assessment. Clearly, it wasn't simply a matter of showing up to study. With this in mind, Soma returned to the entrance of the Hiko Dojo. After a brief hesitation, he walked inside. Just as he stepped through the doorway, a student who had finished training came out and, upon seeing Soma, looked at him with slight confusion. "Who are you?" The newcomer's eyes reflected curiosity. Most people practicing in the dojo were already familiar with each other, and Soma was clearly unknown to them. Moreover, arriving at night was unusual. "I want to learn Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu." Soma stopped and spoke. The student was momentarily stunned, clearly surprised. Typically, people came to study swordsmanship during the day, when the master and senior students were available to teach and guide them. Nighttime was usually reserved for self-practice. Although it seemed strange, he hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll take you to see my senior. He's in charge of instruction." But not everyone is allowed into the Hiko Dojo. "Thank you." Soma smiled. "No problem." The student led the way. However, just after exchanging a glance with Soma, he felt a pang of unease at the hint of crimson in Soma's eyes. Soon, Soma was brought to a room. The student knocked and the door opened. A tall, burly man stepped out. "Senior, someone has come wishing to learn our swordsmanship," the student asked the man. The man looked puzzled. Why come at night instead of during the day? It was unusual. Soma stared at the man and paused. This was the same samurai he had seen earlier sparring with the Demon Slayer swordsman without losing ground. the man saw Soma as well. "You're the one who wants to train in our dojo?" "Yes. I've heard the Hiko dojo's swordsmanship is formidable and I want to learn." "What's your name? Where are you from?" the man asked. "I am Soma from..." Soma hesitated slightly about how to answer regarding his hometown. The man noticed Soma's hesitation. Coming at night was already suspicious, but now his unclear background raised even more caution. Despite this, confident in his own strength, the man didn't worry too much. Yet he had no intention of accepting someone with such an unknown origin. Simply rejecting him outright would be rude. Instead, he planned to give Soma an assessment and then use some excuse to deem him unqualified. Chapter 10: Transparent World. The man didn't continue questioning him. After all, he had already intended to refuse entry. Asking more questions would be pointless. He led Soma directly to an open area in the dojo, where some stone weights, swords, and other weapons were scattered haphazardly. "For anyone who wants to enter our dojo, they must pass an assessment first," the man said as he walked ahead, then pointed to a stone weight on the ground. "If you can lift this 50-kilogram stone weight with one hand, you pass the assessment. Remember, it's lifting with one hand, not just raising it." After saying this, the man turned to look at Soma, already expecting him to realize it was impossible and walk away. After all, the average adult man could only lift about 15 kilograms with one hand, and a 50-kilogram weight was more than 3 times what an ordinary adult could manage with one hand. Even for a trained warrior, lifting it single-handedly would be extremely difficult. This was essentially a veiled way of refusing him. Soma looked at the stone weight. Lifting 50 kilograms with one hand would be nearly impossible for a normal person. Clearly, this was meant to be a test, and he wasn't surprised. It was normal for someone to be wary of an unknown visitor arriving in the middle of the night. However, what is impossible for a human is easy for a demon, so Soma didn't say anything and simply stepped forward. Seeing him approach, the man shook his head, thinking Soma still hadn't given up and wanted to try anyway. He thought it would be impossible to lift 50 kilograms with one hand. And when Soma inevitably failed, he would leave gracefully. Soma reached the stone weight, extended his hand and slowly lifted it. For a normal person, even a well-trained martial artist, lifting a 50-kilogram stone weight with one hand would likely cause their face to turn red from the effort. But for Soma, now a demon, it felt surprisingly light, almost effortless. Yet to avoid appearing too unusual, he pretended to struggle slightly. The man, who had already planned to leave assuming Soma would fail, froze when he saw Soma actually lift the 50-kilogram weight with one hand. "So, does this count as completing it?" Soma asked, holding the weight high above his head. You trained before?" The man took a moment to regain his composure. Normally, without special training, no one could achieve this. "I just have a bit more strength," Soma replied, shaking his head, then slowly lowered the stone weight. The man checked the weight carefully, still in disbelief that it truly weighed 50 kilograms. He looked back at Soma. Soma didn't have a particularly muscular build, so it was hard to believe he could lift the 50-kilogram weight with one hand. Yet he had done it, leaving the man momentarily unsure how to react. After all, he hadn't intended to let Soma enter the Hiko dojo. Soma's background was unclear, and he had arrived at night. Who knew what his true intentions were? That was why he had deliberately set a difficult test. He expected Soma to fail and give up, but Soma had actually passed, leaving him in an awkward position. He had already said that anyone who could accomplish the task would pass the assessment. "Have I passed the assessment?" Soma asked. Soma looked up at the man. The man was momentarily speechless, then finally nodded. "Come tomorrow, and you can start learning at Hiko dojo. However, bring the tuition fee with you. Only official dojo disciples study. For free, in fact, the dojo even gives them a small stipend each month. But anyone else coming to learn swordsmanship must pay. Is nighttime okay? I have too many things to handle during the day," Soma asked, adding, "I'll also bring the payment tomorrow night." "At night?" The man looked at Soma in disbelief. In all his years, this was the first time he had met such a strange person. "There aren't many teaching sessions at night." The man shook his head. "Only he and a few senior students give lessons at Hiko dojo. The master appears very rarely, and everyone else uses the night to rest. I can pay extra." Seeing the man hesitate, Soma offered this suggestion. "That works." Hearing that Soma was willing to pay more, the man immediately agreed. After all, running Hiko Dojo requires a large sum annually, much of which comes from tuition fees paid by students. Can I start learning now? Soma couldn't help asking. He was very curious about the so-called Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. The man hesitated, but after thinking for a moment he nodded. All right. Tonight I'll teach you some basics of swordsmanship. He led Soma inside. You can call me Arakawa Akihiro. Before teaching you, let me explain about Hiko Dojo. The core of our dojo is the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. This style is a sword drawing technique so fast that your actions are almost invisible. Its essence is speed, ruthlessness, and precision. Once executed, it reaches the practitioner's limit, ensuring an absolutely accurate strike. The enemy cannot block or dodge. To learn the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, the most important thing is to improve 3 types of speed: the speed of your sword, the speed of your movement, and the speed at which you predict your opponent's actions. When these 3 reach their peak, you can defeat your enemy in a single minimal movement. Listening to Arakawa Akihiro's explanation, Soma couldn't help but think of the Demon Slayer core and their breathing techniques, which, when mastered to a certain level, allow a user to reach the transparent world. Even among the Hashira who could rival the 12 Kizuki, only a few could reach this level. The transparent world, also called the perceptive world, is a realm unlocked at the pinnacle of breathing technique mastery. In this world, everything appears slower. One can observe an opponent's body in extreme detail, even bones, muscles, and the flow of blood, to accurately predict movements and locate weaknesses. In such a state, one's predictive ability and dodging speed are greatly enhanced, allowing the user to identify weaknesses and strike lethally in an instant. Clearly, the transparent world of the Demon Slayer core shares many similarities with the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. In fact, it could be said that when the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu reaches its highest level, it is comparable in power to the transparent world of the breathing techniques. Chapter 11, Nichiren Sword. Arakawa Akihiro had roughly explained what the Hiko Dojo taught, giving Soma a deeper understanding of the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. There was no doubt, this Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu was exactly the same style from Rurouni Kenshin, and it was by no means weaker than the Demon Slayer core's breathing techniques. The difference, however, was that the Demon Slayer core's breathing techniques were designed to fight demons, whereas the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu was aimed at combat against humans. Since Soma had come late at night, Arakawa Akihiro stopped teaching after about half an hour. Soma knew the man needed rest, so he took his leave. Before leaving, though, he asked Arakawa Akihiro to demonstrate the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu for him. Arakawa Akihiro hesitated for a moment but agreed. Back in the open training field, Arakawa Akihiro faced Soma and a straw training dummy placed on the ground. At that moment, Arakawa Akihiro pressed his hand to the hilt of his sword, slightly bent his body forward, and his expression became extremely serious. His eyes narrowed slightly, though Soma wasn't directly in front of him. He could vaguely sense a sharpness, almost as if it were aimed straight at him. In an instant, Arakawa Akihiro took a step forward. He drew his sword. The move was the standard opening of the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, also the essence of the style. The quick draw / in the dim night, the blade's gleam flashed in an instant, cutting through the air so quickly that it was almost impossible to see, and the strike was completed in a single motion. When Arakawa Akihiro sheathed his sword, Soma realized the straw dummy had been cleanly split in two. Having offered this brief glimpse of the style's power, Arakawa turned and walked back toward his quarters without a word. The night was far spent and he needed his sleep. Once Arakawa was gone, Soma walked over to the severed dummy. The cut was smooth and perfectly level. He replayed that single strike in his mind over and over. As a demon, his physical capabilities, strength, vision, and reflexes were vastly superior to any human's. He was an existence that had already shattered the limits of the human body. Yet he had barely been able to track Arakawa's strike. He could sense that Arakawa Akihiro's physical strength exceeded that of an ordinary human, but not to the point of breaking human limits. Yet in that instant the speed of the strike was too fast for him to follow. With his own far superior demonic body, Soma believed he could replicate that speed, but that would rely on his demonic strength. Arakawa Akihiro, however, had achieved it with only a frail human body. One relies on physical power, the other surpasses it. The two were incomparable. If a human body alone could wield the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu with such power, Soma wondered what kind of force it would achieve in the hands of a demon like him, with his immense strength. Thinking of this, he felt a thrill rising in his chest. After leaving Hiko Dojo, Soma approached several traveling merchants in the town. These itinerant traders were well informed and knew a lot of regional details. Although Mount Sajiri wasn't particularly famous, he finally obtained its exact location from one merchant. Not only that, he also learned the locations of Mount Fujikasen and Mount Nadagumo. Mount Fujikasen was the final selection ground where the Demon Slayer Corps tested prospective swordsmen. Only those who survived its trials could become official slayers. As for Mount Nadagumo, it w. as the territory of Rue, the lower rank 5 of the 12 Kizuki. According to the merchants, Mount Nadagumo was very dangerous at night, and several travelers had gone missing while passing through. This so-called missing was clearly the result of encountering demons. Apparently, Rue, the lower rank 5, had not yet been eliminated. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many travelers going missing in Mount Nadagumo. This gave Soma a clearer understanding of the current stage of the story he was in. The only regret was that he hadn't learned anything about Kamado Tanjiro from the merchants. After all, who would pay attention to a family selling charcoal deep in the mountains? Although it was slightly disappointing not to have Tanjiro's address, knowing the location of Mount Sajiri meant that finding Tanjiro's residence wouldn't be difficult. He just needed to search around Mount Sagiri. It shouldn't take too much time. However, during the search, he needed to be extremely cautious. After all, Sakanji Urokadaki, the water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, was also secluded on Mount Sajiri. If Urokadaki discovered that Soma was a demon, he would likely end up with his neck severed. After gathering information from the merchants, Soma looked up at the sky. It was already late, and his body instinctively sent warnings, a natural fear of sunlight. Clearly, his demonic instincts were reminding him that he needed to find shelter away from the sun before sunrise. Soma quickly returned as a demon. His body was strong and tireless. Traveling long distances was no problem. As the sun slowly rose, piercing the darkness and illuminating the land. All creatures that thrived in darkness went into hiding. Soma returned to his cave as the sunlight appeared. The cave was damp and dark. Soma moved forward silently, passing over the white bones scattered like a carpet on the ground, remaining quiet. As a former human, seeing his own kind treated this way was unsettling, but now as a demon these bones were just food, much like the chicken or duck he once ate as a human. For a demon, consuming this flesh was necessary and even enhanced their own body, yet despite knowing this he still couldn't fully accept it. It still felt uncomfortable. Just as he closed his eyes and prepared to continue forward, his steps halted. Among the bones lying like a carpet, there was now one that still had traces of fresh blood. But it wasn't the blood that caught his attention, it was the torn clothing nearby and a sword. Though the clothes were torn, he could still make out that it was the standard uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, and that sword was a Demon Slayer's specialized weapon, known as the color-changing sword, also called the Nichiren sword. Chapter 12 Prey. The Nichiren sword is the specialized weapon of the Demon Slayer Corps swordsman, also called the color-changing sword. Forged from sunlight-absorbing scarlet iron sand and scarlet ore, it possesses a unique ability to suppress a demon's regenerative powers, making it the only weapon capable of harming demons. It is a sword meant solely for slaying demons. Looking at the sword, Soma's body instinctively felt a wave of repulsion. Yet he stepped forward and gently took it in his hand. The blade was engraved with 4 kanji, Destroyer of Demons. Its coloration was vivid, featuring a flame-like pattern along the length of the steel, while the hilt guard was forged in the shape of a flickering blaze. From Soma's understanding of Nichiren swords, the blade's color varies depending on the wielder's technique. For instance, a sword with flame patterns and a flame-shaped guard usually belongs to a demon slayer who has mastered the flame-breathing style. Gripping the hilt tightly, he could feel the heat radiating into his palm, accompanied by his body's natural aversion to the sword. Clearly, it contained power meant to exterminate demons. Although he felt repulsion, Soma held the sword firmly. In doing so, the sword's effect slightly suppressed his demon instincts, the desire for human flesh that constantly gnawed at him. In truth, because he had never consumed human flesh, his craving grew stronger with each passing day. For weeks he had forcibly suppressed the urge with sheer willpower, but the bloodlust within him grew day by day, causing immense mental strain. He had to remain constantly vigilant, and during the daytime he even allowed parts of his body to be exposed to sunlight, injuring himself in a nearly self-destructive way to suppress the craving. Feeling the hunger subside slightly while holding this weapon his body naturally hated, he let out a small sigh of relief. These days he had feared that, before finding the blue spider lily, his will would be overpowered by the bloodlust, forcing him to cross a line he could never forgive himself. 4. Soma stood in place, holding the Nichiren sword, staring at the torn Demon Slayer Corps uniform and a set of fresh bones still containing blood. Clearly, this had been a demon slayer. Yet the very swordsman meant to hunt demons had become the prey, ultimately reduced to bare bones. He lingered, staring at the skeleton for a long moment, before gripping the sword and venturing deeper into the cave. Soon he arrived at a small stone chamber inside the cave. The cramped room reeked of blood. A demon sat there, its terrifying face showing signs of fatigue, yet its crimson eyes shone with excitement. Across its chest was a massive wound, exposing a beating heart. Its arms and thighs also bore several deep wounds down to the bone. Apparently, the demon had recently been in an intense battle. Even with a blade piercing its chest, the demon paid no mind to the injuries. What would have been fatal to a human was inconsequential to the demon at this moment. He could see the flesh around the wounds writhing, almost visibly regenerating before his eyes. Such regenerative ability, such immortality, demonstrated the sheer power and terror of demons. Even if an arm were severed or the heart ruptured, a little time would be enough for rapid recovery. Except for a decapitation by a Nichiren sword, they were nearly unkillable. You really should have agreed to hunt with me yesterday. If you had, you could have tasted that delicious flesh too. The blood and flesh of a Demon Slayer Corps swordsman is nothing like that of ordinary humans. Now I can feel my blood boiling. I can feel myself growing stronger. Seeing Soma enter, the demon lifted its crimson eyes, filled with excitement and agitation, tinged with a mocking curiosity, as if it wanted to see Soma regret coming. However, the demon saw nothing in Soma that satisfied its expectation. This left it deeply annoyed, and fragments of memories from when it had once been human abruptly surfaced in its mind, causing a sudden, inexplicable discomfort and sorrow. Though it possessed a powerful body and had become more perfect than ever, an unfillable emptiness remained inside, an indescribable sadness that made the demon painfully claw at its hair. Soma, watching the demon in this state, but was already accustomed to it. Demons, even in their perfected forms, have incredible regenerative abilities, immense strength, and nearly immortal bodies. They seem to be moving toward perfection, yet flaws always remain. Beyond fearing sunlight and being unable to resist the urge to consume flesh, they suffer various psychological issues. This is true not only for ordinary demons but even for the 12 Kizuki. Most of these mental issues are tied to memories from when they were human. Ha ha ha, no longer the weak creature I once was. Yet, those pitiful memories still occasionally surface, the demon said, wiping away tears that appeared without reason. Suddenly it laughed loudly, rising to its full height. After consuming that Demon Slayer Corps swordsman's flesh, I feel stronger. Perhaps in the next blood battle for rank, I could even become a new member of the 12 Kizuki. If I can just receive more blood from that man, I will become truly perfect. As it spoke, the demon's face showed longing, as if imagining that moment had already arrived. It seemed intoxicated by the thought. After a long while, the demon snapped out of this state, fixing its gaze on Soma again. The last time I invited you to hunt with me, you refused. This time I'll give you another chance. Cooperate with me and I'll share some of the Demon Slayer Corps swordsman's flesh with you. Trust me, the effects of their flesh are incredible. Your strength will increase, and once you experience it, I'm not interested. Soma shook his head, looking at the demon, whose expression darkened slightly. Hesitating for a moment, he spoke firmly, "You'd better restrain yourself. Once the Demon Slayer Corps targets you, given their swordsman's fearless style, it won't take long before your neck is severed by a Nichiren sword." Hearing Soma's words, the demon recalled the swordsman it had killed yesterday. Even after being impaled through the abdomen by its claw, writhing in pain, the swordsman had still launched a frenzied attack, ramming its head and biting wildly. Thinking of that unrelenting frenzy, the demon felt a chill of respect, but soon it sneered at Soma. "If we don't deal with them, do you think they'll spare us?" Soma fell silent for a moment. Abandon the remnants of your human identity, the demon continued coldly. Forget everything from the past. Remember, you are already a demon. Even if you never crave humans, they won't listen to your explanation. If you don't become stronger, if you don't join the 12 Kizuki, the Demon Slayer Corps will hunt us down. If your strength remains stagnant, no matter how you run, you'll remain prey. And compared to me, you might be the first to have your neck severed by their swords. Laughing loudly, the demon added, once I consume enough flesh, and my strength reaches the level of the 12 Kizuki, even the Demon Slayer Corps' pillars will become nothing more than my prey. Chapter 13, Memories from When One Was Human. Only by consuming flesh can we continue to grow stronger. The way you are now reminds me of myself when I first became a demon. Back then I had the same persistence you do. But I eventually realized how laughable that so-called persistence is in the face of true hunger. Once you devour flesh, once you feel the pleasure of your cells rejoicing, feel yourself growing stronger, feel yourself steadily moving toward perfection, you'll finally understand. The demon stared at Soma, its eyes glowing crimson. Come hunt with me. Let's grow stronger together, maybe even become new members of the 12 Kizuki. Soma did not respond directly. Instead, he asked quietly, do you still remember your memories from when you were human? The demon froze. Unconsciously, fragments of its former human life flickered through its mind. But when it tried to grasp them again, those memories seemed to grow increasingly blurred. Without realizing it, the memories of being human had gradually faded from its mind, leaving only faint traces of certain happy moments from its past life. Even those, however, were slipping away. When it looked back now, a vague fear rose within it. It seemed unable to face the weak human it once was. Do you still remember who you used to be? Soma looked at the demon before him. Or are you even still yourself now? The demon clutched its head in pain as if trying to recall something, trying to grasp something, but it could grasp nothing that it didn't even want to remember anymore. It didn't want to face its former human self. All it wanted was to keep feeding, to keep growing stronger. Yet even as it walked the path of increasing power, there were fleeting moments when it felt an emptiness inside, like something precious had been lost. But no matter how carefully it examined itself, it couldn't find what was missing. Still, that hollow feeling lingered in its heart. What good does remembering do? Can we change anything? After a long silence, the demon recovered from its dazed state. Do you really think your current persistence will matter? Ha! The demon suddenly laughed. No demon is special. Not even the powerful 12 Kizuki can change that. As we grow stronger, we inevitably lose something. Haven't you felt the beauty of becoming stronger? A powerful body, unparalleled regenerative ability, nearly endless life. Soma remained silent. For hundreds of years, aside from Nezuko, who became a special case after turning into a demon, no other demon had ever been special. That if nothing changed, under the demon instinct of constant hunger, he would become like the others. But he still had a way. Even as a demon, I will live according to my own will, Soma said calmly. The demon stared at him with its crimson eyes. This time it said not. Hing Morin quietly returned to sit on the ground. Soma also said nothing further. Instead, he began searching the cave for money. The white bones scattered throughout the cave belonged to people who had once been attacked and killed by demons. Demons were interested only in flesh, not in money, so quite a bit had been left behind. It took him only a short while to gather a considerable amount. This money would be enough to pay the tuition at the Hiko Dojo. As the sun gradually set, households shut their doors and windows tightly. In the small town recently rumored to be haunted, almost no one would choose to step outside on such a pitch-black night. Yet at this moment a thin, frail girl carefully pushed open the door. Outside it was completely dark. The surroundings were empty and silent, with only the wind passing through, carrying a faint howling sound like the cry of ghosts. Such an environment was undoubtedly eerie. Even adults would feel their hair stand on end, let alone a little girl. But the girl seemed not to mind. In her beautiful pinkish-purple eyes there was even a trace of anticipation. She quietly crouched in the corner by the doorway, hugging her knees, until a man's figure leapt down from beneath the eaves. The girl, who had been waiting silently, immediately stood up and hurried toward him. That moment, her pinkish-purple eyes seemed to sparkle. When she reached him, she said nothing, only gazed at him quietly. Soma reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Then he crouched slightly, picked her up, and with a light tap of his foot against the ground, his body soared upward, landing on the rooftop. Another step and his figure rose and fell lightly beneath the eaves as he moved. The girl stayed quietly in his arms, her pinkish-purple eyes flickering slightly. It seemed to be the first time she had ever been carried like this, moving so quickly across rooftops, and she found it fascinating. Soon, Soma brought her to a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. It appeared that no one had lived there for a long time. Leading her into one of the worn-down rooms, a bonfire was burning inside. The crackling sound of wood snapping in the flames could be clearly heard. Over the fire hung a small pot, steam rising steadily as the flames burned beneath it. The fragrance of rice mixed with the aroma of chicken filled the air. Soma brought the girl to sit beside the fire to warm herself. Then he picked up a small bowl and a ladle, scooping a serving from the pot. The scent of rice and chicken drifted up with the rising steam, brushing against the girl's long eyelashes and flowing into her nose. "Eat," Soma said. The girl lifted her eyes. The steam made her long lashes glisten with moisture as she looked at him. Then she lowered her head and softly murmured, before holding the bowl and eating in small bites. The warm chicken porridge entered her mouth, spreading across her taste buds like spring rain nourishing a long parched field. It was delicious. And warm. Before she realized it, she had finished the small bowl. Even after it was empty, she stuck out her tongue and gently licked the bottom of the bowl. "There's still plenty," the man's gentle voice came from beside her. Soon the empty bowl was filled to the brim once more. Although she wanted very much to begin eating right away, the girl did not. Instead, she looked at Soma and held out the bowl with both hands. "Uncle, you eat too." Looking at the bowl filled with chicken porridge she was offering him, Soma shook his head. "I don't eat. But Uncle is clearly very hungry." The girl continued holding the bowl with both hands. "If you're hungry for too long, you'll die. Big sister and big brother were hungry for too long, and then they died." A girl accustomed to enduring hunger could recognize that feeling of deep starvation. She didn't want Uncle to end up like her sister and brother, starving to death. Chapter 14, Mount Sagiri. The girl held the bowl out to the man with both hands, her pinkish-purple eyes full of expectation. She knew what hunger felt like. It was painful, unbearable. She could tell that Uncle was truly very hungry right now. Only by eating, by filling the stomach with food, could that painful feeling go away. "I'm not hungry." Soma shook his head and refused. The girl couldn't understand. He clearly felt hungry, yet he wouldn't eat. There was clearly such good food, yet he wouldn't eat it. This food was really delicious, truly delicious. After eating, the whole body would feel warm. But if one went without food for too long, the body would grow weak, lifeless, and then eat quickly. Soma added another piece of dry wood to the bonfire, watching the flames leap higher as it caught fire. The girl didn't understand why Uncle insisted on enduring hunger, but she was obedient. She lifted the small bowl and continued eating in small bites. When she had nearly finished, Soma stood up. "It's time to take you back." Although she wanted to stay by the side of this gentle uncle a little longer, she was sensible and did not cling to him. He picked her up and quickly left the dilapidated courtyard, carrying her back home. Only after watching her enter through the door did Soma turn around, his figure silently disappearing into the darkness. Hiko Dojo. Soma met Arakawa Akihiro again. After paying the tuition, Arakawa became much warmer in attitude and began formally teaching the swordsmanship of the dojo. Of course, before sword training could begin, the foundation had to be built, maintaining a healthy body, strengthening the grip, stabilizing one's stance, and so on. Originally, Arakawa hadn't paid Soma much attention. He simply regarded him as another ordinary admirer of the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, planning to teach him a few basic fundamentals, enough to keep him occupied for a long time. There were many such students every year at SO. At first, Arakawa only intended to teach Soma a few very simple sword forms and then send him off to practice on his own. But before long, Soma returned, claiming he had already mastered them. This surprised Arakawa. He even suspected Soma was lying, yet when he examined Soma's execution of the forms, Arakawa fell silent. Soma had truly grasped them completely. When he first began teaching Soma, it had been obvious that he was a complete beginner. He didn't even know how to hold a sword properly or maintain the correct stance, yet in such a show. Time, he had mastered the simplest forms. Arakawa briefly wondered whether Soma had some prior training, but recalling how utterly clueless he had seemed at first, he knew that was impossible. After decades immersed in swordsmanship, Arakawa could easily tell whether someone had trained before, which meant Soma had genuinely mastered those basic forms in a very short time. Arakawa remembered that when he first learned them, it had taken him a full 3 days just to grasp the basics, and that had been considered quite good talent. From this, one could imagine just how extraordinary Soma's talent must be. In truth, Soma might have some aptitude for swordsmanship, but he was not quite the monstrous genius Arakawa imagined him to be. The reason Soma was able to master the forms so quickly was mainly due to a demon's powerful physical abilities. Sword movements that appeared fast enough to ordinary people seemed as slow as a snail to him. So when Arakawa Akihiro demonstrated during instruction, his movements appeared in Soma's eyes almost like slow motion, frame by frame. This made learning exceptionally easy for him. Sensing Soma's talent, Arakawa grew serious. He no longer intended to simply teach a few ordinary techniques and send him away. In fact, at first he hadn't planned to teach the dojo's core art, the Hiten Mitsurujiryu, since it was the most important sword style of the Hiko dojo and was only passed down to true disciples. But now, after witnessing Soma's talent, Arakawa changed his mind. With Arakawa teaching earnestly, Soma naturally studied with equal seriousness. He had never truly undergone formal swordsmanship training before. He had only been an ignorant beginner. Now he worked hard to absorb all the knowledge he could. Although he possessed a demon's nearly immortal body, immense strength, and extraordinary regenerative abilities, so that even ordinary swords could not kill him, he did not look down on swordsmanship because of it. True swordsmanship could even break through the ceiling of this world. Yorichi Tsujikuni had once been able to unleash 1,500 effective slashes within a single second, an existence before whom even the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, had fled in terror. After about an hour of training under Arakawa, Soma took his leave. Humans, unlike demons who thrived at night, regarded nighttime primarily as a time for rest. After leaving the Hiko dojo, Soma did not remain in town. Determining his direction, he exited through the town gates. Once he was some distance away and certain no one was around, he immediately sprinted at full speed toward his destination. With every step, explosive force shook the ground. His figure vanished from where he stood and in a flash reappeared more than 10 meters away, running swiftly through the night without fatigue. A distance that would take ordinary humans a day or two to cover took Soma only about 1 or 2 hours. Based on the information he had gathered from merchants the previous day, after maintaining his tireless pace for nearly 2 hours, he finally saw a tall mountain range in the distance. The mountains were thick with lush trees, and in some places a hazy mist drifted between them. The entire range lay in darkness, except for 2 faint lights glowing midway up the mountain. This should be Mount Sajiri. Still far from the mountain, Soma stopped and murmured softly as he looked ahead. This was the secluded dwelling of the Demon Slayer Corps' water Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki, who also served as a cultivator, training new members for the Corps d'Asa Hashira. His strength was tremendous. If discovered, Soma would likely lose his head without any ability to resist. Moreover, Urokadaki possessed an extremely keen sense of smell. If Soma carelessly left even the slightest trace of his scent, he would easily be detected. Therefore, Soma merely observed the mountain range from afar and had no intention of approaching. Next, I'll use Mount Sajiri as the center point and search the surrounding area. Hopefully, I can soon find the residence of Tanjiro Kamadu. Soma spoke softly, a trace of anticipation hidden in his eyes. Chapter 15, Demon Slayer Squad. A full moon hung high in the sky as Soma walked through the pitch-black night. Before long, he arrived at a small town near Mount Sagiri. At night, the town was nearly deserted. Every household had its doors tightly shut. Trying to find someone to ask for information was extremely difficult. As a demon who moved through the darkness, he could only knock on doors late at night, but for the families inside that was undoubtedly terrifying. The male head of the household stood protectively in front of his wife and child, gripping a hoe tightly in both hands, staring warily at Soma, who had entered the room. What exactly do you want? I just need to ask for some information. Tell me and I'll leave. You break into someone's home in the middle of the night just to ask a few questions? Who are you trying to fool? Get out right now or else. The man tightened his grip on the hoe, glaring at Soma. I only need some information. Once you answer, I'll go. Seeing the man's vigilance and the terrified expressions of his wife and child behind him, Soma sighed softly. He understood, anyone would be wary, even attack immediately if a stranger slipped into their home in the dead of night. In fact, the man had attacked the moment he discovered him. Unfortunately, Soma had knocked him down with a single punch, and only then did the man realize the vast difference in their strength and dare not strike again. Soma paid no attention to whether the man believed him. Instead, he asked calmly, "Are there any families nearby who sell charcoal?" The man continued gripping the hoe tightly, staring at Soma without speaking. Clearly, he did not believe that someone who broke in at night was merely asking about charcoal sellers. He suspected Soma was trying to lower his guard before doing something worse. However, the little daughter behind him was still young. She naively believed that the stranger was truly just asking for information and answered softly, "The Machida family at the very east end of town sells charcoal, and Uncle Kimura's family does too." "Oh? Think carefully. Are there any charcoal sellers nearby with the surname Kamadu?" Soma's voice grew gentler. The man still held his hoe tightly but did not stop his daughter from answering. Though he did not trust Soma, there was always the slight chance. "No." The little girl thought for a moment and shook her head. "Think again." Soma frowned slightly, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. "And no." The girl shook her head again and looked toward her father. Perhaps he would know. The man clearly did not trust Soma. If he truly wanted such simple information, why not ask during the day? Breaking in at night meant ill intent. "There's no one around here who sells charcoal with the surname Kamadu," the man said firmly, gripping his hoe. "If you try to harm my family, I'll fight you to the death. Even if I die, I'll..." "None?" Soma sighed softly. Looking at the man, clearly afraid yet still summoning courage to protect his wife and child, he showed a hint of apology. "Sorry for disturbing you so late." With that, he turned and left. He left. After Soma's figure completely disappeared, the man still found it hard to believe. Had the intruder truly come only to ask for information? And incidents like this began occurring repeatedly, spreading outward from Mount Sagiri as the center. Most towns in the area had small populations. Such strange occurrences quickly became a topic of discussion. People were baffled. Why was this peculiar man breaking into homes in the middle of the night to search for someone? He could clearly ask during the day. Why insist on entering houses at night? What kind of bizarre habit was that? After running through 5 consecutive towns, Soma finally stopped and looked up at the sky. The high-hanging full moon was gradually sinking, and a sense of unease began rising within him. "The sun is about to rise," he murmured softly. A demon's instincts were extremely sensitive to such things. At this point, he was already far from his original dwelling. It was too late to return. He needed to find a place nearby to hide from the coming sunlight. For a demon, this was a matter of life and death. After searching for a while, he found a basement in an abandoned courtyard in one of the towns. Without hesitation, he slipped inside. Before long, dawn broke. Morning light filtered through the mist and spread across the earth. The blackness of night faded away as sunlight filled every corner. Soma concealed himself deep within the basement's darkness, silently watching the world outside bathed in light. In front of a household marked with wisteria crests, a young man with a Nicaran sword hanging at his waist appeared at the entrance. His youthful face carried a cold, unapproachable expression. In his sharp eyes, beneath the fatigue, lingered a deep sorrow that he wore a tight black uniform, and on the back of it was the character, Destroyer. "Come in and rest. Your companions are inside." An elderly woman stepped out and ushered the young man inside. The young man's name was Furukawa Hiroshi, a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps who practiced flame breathing. Not long ago, after accepting a demon-slaying mission, he had bid farewell to the Flame Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku. His squad had since begun searching the surrounding area, hoping to find traces of a demon. For Demon Slayer Corps, the ideal time to kill demons was during the day. If a demon could be exposed to sunlight, even the powerful 12 Kizuki would be reduced to ashes. However, after centuries of conflict, demons had learned to hide themselves thoroughly during daylight hours. Now, finding a concealed demon during the day was nearly impossible. Even if discovered, they would be hidden deep within mountain caves or underground tunnels, places sunlight could never reach. At this point, demon slaying essentially only happened at night. Furukawa Hiroshi entered the room. Several other men dressed in the same tight black uniforms stood up, their faces faintly shadowed with grief. Still no sign of Murayama? Furukawa looked at his companions, a trace of hope hidden in his eyes. Murayama had been part of their squad. A few days ago, while searching for signs of a demon nearby, he had disappeared. There had been no news since. The others all shook their heads. Seeing this, Furukawa unconsciously clenched his fists. Everyone knew what it meant to go missing while tracking a demon. Though they had understood from the moment they became demon slayers that they might one day die on this path, when it actually happened, the sorrow was still overwhelming. Where was Murayama last investigating? Suppressing his grief, Furukawa questioned his companions. The likely loss of a comrade had not crushed him, it only strengthened his resolve to slay demons. Taro Town, one companion replied through gritted teeth. Head to Taro Town immediately and search. The demon must be hiding nearby. Furukawa pressed a hand against the hilt of his sword. His eyes were fierce, boundless anger gathering within him, and the only way to extinguish that anger was to sever the demon's neck with his Nichiren sword. Chapter 16: The Girl Who Was Sold. Taro Town. A girl with beautiful pink eyes struggled to carry a full bucket of water with both hands toward her home. Her frail, skinny body swayed unsteadily as she shuffled forward step by step. Soon arriving at the entrance of a dilapidated house, a man in tattered clothes, reeking of alcohol, stood at the doorway. He was speaking eagerly to a well-dressed man beside him. When he saw the girl carrying the water, he quickly turned to the richly dressed man and said ingratiatingly, "Lord Ichiro, this is my daughter. What do you think? How much can she fetch?" "Too thin." Akiyama Ichiro shook his head as he looked at the girl. "Lord Ichiro, don't be fooled by how skinny she is. She's easy to keep alive, doesn't eat much. I can feed her once every few days and she's still fine. And look, she's obedient and well-behaved. No matter how you treat her, even if you beat her, she won't dare resist." Akiyama Ichiro said nothing at first, merely examining the girl closely. Her eyes appeared somewhat hollow and stiff, yet those pinkish-purple pupils shone like stars. Though her cheeks were pale from malnutrition, her features were well-shaped. With proper care, she would undoubtedly grow into an exceptionally beautiful woman. Akiyama Ichiro was very confident in his judgment. Goods of such quality, whether kept for himself or sold later, would bring enormous profit. He had heard that the man once had 11 children, 10 of whom had been beaten or starved to death, leaving only this girl alive. If the other children had been of similar quality, who knew how much he could have earned by buying them all? Thinking this, Akiyama Ichiro couldn't help but sigh at the man's stupidity and cruelty. After all, they were his own children. What kind of parents could be so heartless? Then again, if the man hadn't been so utterly devoid of conscience, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to purchase such fine merchandise. "I'll raise the price a little." The frail girl carried the bucket inside with difficulty. She had heard the conversation between her father and the other man. She knew her father was going to sell her, yet there was no emotion on her face. Her gaze remained empty and numb. If another child overheard being sold by their parents, they would likely cry and wail in grief. But she felt no sadness at all. For her, emotions like sadness had drifted far, far away. Since birth, she had never received any kindness. How she had survived until now, she herself didn't quite know. At first, she used to cry and fuss, but every time she cried, she was met with her father's fists and kicks. Crying only brought beatings. Gradually, she stopped crying. Sometimes, when she experienced small moments of happiness, like finally getting to eat a rice ball and smiling, she would be beaten by her parents if they were in a bad mood. So gradually, she stopped smiling too. Joy, sorrow, bitterness, and sweetness were buried deep inside her heart with every blow she endured. As the older siblings who once cared for her were beaten to death one by one, she felt less and less of anything at all. She slowly forgot how to express her emotions. Bit by bit, she stopped expecting anything from tomorrow. After the price was settled and Akiyama Ichiro paid the money, he said to the alcohol-reeking man, "I have matters to attend to today. I'll come back in a couple of days to take her. Keep her here and feed her in the meantime." "Yes, Lord Ichiro." The alcohol-reeking man happily accepted the money from selling his daughter to tea that moment. The girl, who had been struggling to carry the bucket and had felt no sadness even upon hearing she was being sold, rarely lifted her head. Her pinkish-purple eyes flickered violently for a brief instant. But the moment she saw her drunken father, she shrank back in fear and lowered her head again. It wasn't because being sold by her father stirred any particular emotion. It was simply because, upon realizing she would have to leave this home, something suddenly rose within her heart. Not because there was anything in this house worth caring about, but because once she left, she would never again see that gentle uncle who visited at night. She didn't want to leave home. she still wanted to see that uncle every night. It was the first time she had ever encountered true warmth. The first time she had ever been treated with genuine gentleness, but all of that was gradually slipping away, her small fists unconsciously clenched, yet there was nothing she could do. No matter how warm something felt, it would eventually be lost, leaving only endless cold to greet her. The light in her pinkish-purple eyes gradually faded. Those once faintly bright eyes turned numb and stiff, like a puppet without emotions. Neither the parents who sold their child nor Akiyama or Ichiro, who purchased a slave, cared about the girl's feelings. After carrying the bucket inside, she did not continue working as she normally would. In the past, whenever her father was home, she had to work without pause. Otherwise, she would inevitably be met with fists and kicks, but this time she merely walked blankly to the doorway and curled up in a corner near the entrance. The alcohol-soaked man instinctively raised his fist when he saw his daughter slacking off. But just as he was about to strike, he remembered he had already sold her. If she were injured, it would be difficult to explain to the buyer. In the end, he lowered his fist and snorted coldly. "Don't run around. If I find out you wandered off, I'll beat you to death." The girl remained curled up in the corner as if she hadn't heard him at all. The drunken man didn't care. Having just made a decent sum from selling his daughter, he planned to head to the gambling house for a round. He felt his luck was surely good today. He was certain he would win big. The girl quietly stayed in the corner, lifting her head to look at the sky. Her beautiful pinkish-purple eyes were completely devoid of color, her whole being like a soulless marionette. But as the sun gradually sank below the horizon, a faint glimmer slowly returned to her lifeless eyes. Clear, firm footsteps approached from the distance. "Little girl, have you recently seen anyone dressed like us?" A passing man in tight black clothing stopped and crouched down in front of her, asking gently. The girl's eyes remained blank, without any trace of expression, seeing how thin and pitiful she looked, as though she hadn't eaten a full meal in a long time. Furukawa Hiroshi sighed softly and took some loose change from his pocket, placing it in her hand. When the girl showed no reaction, Furukawa Hiroshi still reminded her kindly. "When the sun sets, remember to go inside. After dark, it can be dangerous outside." With that, he shook his head and left. The girl remained quietly curled in the corner. As the sky grew darker and darker, a faint light gradually rose in her hollow eyes. For her, nighttime did not feel dangerous at all. Chapter 17. Unable to feel sadness. The sun set in the west, twilight, the hour of demons. Every household had its doors tightly shut. In such dark nights, almost no one dared to go out, especially with the recent rumors of man-eating demons spreading through the area. The night breeze was slightly cool. The girl, dressed in thin clothing and curled up by the doorway, unconsciously lifted her head. At some unknown moment, a waning moon had risen, casting a soft glow over the dark night. A faint glimmer lit up the girl's hollow pinkish-purple eyes. Deep within her pupils there seemed to be a trace of anticipation. Taro Town at night was eerily quiet. There was almost no one on the streets. The little girl stood up and rose on her tiptoes, gazing into the distance. Time passed second by second. The road remained empty and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed, until at the end of the street beneath faint moonlight, a dark figure slowly emerged. That moment, color burst back into the girl's vacant eyes. She nearly broke into a run as she hurried toward the silhouette. Soon a travel-worn figure came into view. "Sorry, I'm a bit late." Seeing the expectation filling the girl's eyes, Soma smiled. He crouched down and gently picked her up. In the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared from where they stood. In a remote and desolate courtyard, Soma carried the girl into the house. "Wait here for a moment." He set her down gently and spoke in a warm tone. Then he retrieved the grain, cooking utensils and bowls he had hidden earlier. Taking out a flint stone, he lit a fire. Soon the campfire was burning steadily. He added rice and water to a small pot and placed it over the flames to cook. "I'll cook some rice first, then stir-fry a dish for you." He turned back to the girl, who stood quietly to one side, and spoke before continuing to busy himself. Over the past few days he had come to understand her temperament. She was a somewhat slow, very quiet and obedient child. The girl stood quietly, her pinkish-purple eyes sparkling as she watched the man moving about. Soma picked up a knife and swiftly chopped the ingredients. He took another small pot, poured in oil and set it over the fire to heat. When the oil reached about 70% heat, he added the prepared ingredients. Sizzle, oil crackled and splattered as the aroma instantly spread through the air. The girl remained still, watching the man holding a small pot in one hand and a ladle in the other. The campfire burned, flames swaying gently. Beneath the warm red glow was the man's busy figure. Aside from that, the entire quiet and desolate courtyard was peaceful. The only sounds were the clinking of pot and ladle and the crackling pop-pop of burning firewood. It felt like sitting by a small river on a summer night, everything calm and still, with fireflies flickering softly and gentle moonlight washing over one's body. The faint sound of flowing water brushing against pebbles seemed to echo in the ears. The thin, almost skeletal girl quietly watched the scene. Her beautiful pinkish-purple eyes shimmered as they followed the busy man. "Don't worry, it'll be ready soon." His voice drifted over like a soft breeze, brushing against her cheeks and touching her long eyelashes. Unknowingly, they seemed to gather a mist, as if dampened by the night air. Soon the dish was finished. "Once the rice is done steaming, we can eat." As Soma placed the stir-fried dish onto a small plate, he turned back and said to the girl with a cheerful smile, "Almost ready." The girl looked up at him, her lips parting slightly. She wanted to say something, but though her mouth opened, no words came out. Over the years, she seemed to have gradually lost the ability to express her emotions. Whether it was words of thanks or praise, she no longer knew how to convey them. Soma was already used to her dazed expression and didn't mind. Instead, he turned back to check on the pot of rice cooking over the fire. Truthfully, he somewhat regretted saying back then that he would come every night to bring her food. At the time, he had spoken out of pity. Besides, he had nothing much to do at night, and bringing some food for the little girl had been merely a small, convenient gesture. But now his nights were busy. To prepare food for her, he had to travel back and forth between several places. Even though with a demon's body he didn't feel fatigue, it still consumed a great deal of time. Yet whenever he considered stopping, he would think of the girl's frail frame, her bright eyes, and the faint sense of reliance she showed toward him. In the end, he would hurry back to town to prepare something for her to eat. "Forget it. I'll just treat it as running a few extra errands and spending a bit more time." He thought to himself. At that moment, the rice was nearly done. He lifted the lid, picked up a small bowl, and scooped out a heaping portion. "Go ahead and eat." He led the girl to a broken little table inside the house, placed the bowl of rice in front of her, and then brought over the cooked dish. The girl was very obedient, taking small bites of rice. "Don't just eat rice. Have more of the vegetables too." Soma picked up some food with his chopsticks and placed it into her bowl. The girl lowered her head, her small face almost buried in the bowl as she ate bite by bite. The steam from the rice brushed against her long eyelashes, forming a hazy mist. After so long, the emotions hidden deep in her heart, feelings she had long been unable to sense, seemed to crack open slightly. A feeling called sadness quietly lingered in her chest. In 2 days she would be sold. She would never see the gentle man in front of her again. The days of seeing Uncle every night, of staying by his side, those days would never come again. "What's wrong?" Noticing that the girl had her head lowered and seemed emotionally off, Soma asked curiously. "Tomorrow. Uncle doesn't need to bring food for me anymore." The girl sniffed softly, her head lowered, and spoke in a small voice. Hearing this, Soma couldn't help but feel a trace of joy. His heart relaxed considerably. Bringing her food every night really did take up a lot of his time. "Is it because you'll have food from now on?" He couldn't help but reveal a relieved expression. The girl shook her head. "Then why?" Soma asked casually. "Tomorrow my father is going to sell me to someone else. I'll probably be taken somewhere far away. I might never see Uncle again." The girl continued eating her rice in small bites, her voice light and soft. Soma froze slightly and looked at her. The girl still kept her head down, eating bite after bite. Being sold by her parents, such a cruel thing, such a sorrowful thing, yet she spoke of it so calmly, as though even being sold would not make her feel sadness. Chapter 18. Will I also have a name? Being sold by her parents, such a cruel act, would be unbearable for any child, wouldn't it? Yet the girl spoke of this reality in a calm voice, seemingly feeling no sadness at all about being sold by her parents. Soma could not understand. He couldn't grasp the reason, and his gaze naturally fell on the girl. Perhaps, he thought, she was merely pretending to be indifferent, putting on a calm front, deliberately acting as though she wasn't upset. But the truth seemed to be that the girl really had no emotional reaction to the cruelty of being sold by her parents. It was hard to imagine what could have happened, what experiences could have shaped her into this way. Soma didn't know how to comfort the girl before him. He simply reached out and gently stroked her head. At that moment the girl slightly squinted her eyes, a rare expression of enjoyment appearing on her face, like a small dog hoping for comfort from its owner. "Can you tell me about your past?" Soma hesitated before speaking. He didn't know much about her history, only that she was a hungry, pitiable girl sometimes forced to scavenge at night to find something to eat. Although uncovering her past might reopen old wounds, he truly wanted to understand what had caused her to become the way she was. The girl, obedient as ever, began recounting her past. Her story came out haltingly, mentioning which days she was beaten and what she endured. By the time she finished, Soma had a rough understanding of her past. She was born into a very poor family, the 8th of 11 siblings, often abused by her parents. If she cried, or if her parents were in a bad mood, her father would kick her, and when her mother was around, she would drag the girl by her ears and press her head into a water tub. Several of her siblings had died directly under her father's violence, and she had survived only by living in constant fear and clinging to life. Every day had been filled with hunger, sorrow, emptiness, and pain. But one day, after hearing the sound of a rope snapping in her mind, those feelings, sorrow, pain, emptiness, began gradually fading, little by little. After listening, Soma fell silent. He couldn't believe there could be such cold-blooded, cruel parents in the world at the same time. Her past made him look at her with some doubt. He had long felt a strange familiarity with the girl's pretty pink-purple eyes. She reminded him strongly of a female swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps. At the time, he had suspected that she might be Kaneo Tsuyuri. He had even asked her name back then, only to learn that she didn't have one. Being the 8th child in her family, she had been called Kohatsu. Plus, her frail appearance was very different from the grown-up beauty Kaneo Tsuyuri would later become, so he had only thought she was a girl with pink-purple eyes like Kaneo, not Kaneo herself. But now, hearing the girl recount her past, Soma carefully recalled what he knew from the background information in Demon Slayer. Before Kaneo Tsuyuri was taken in by Kane Kocho as a Tsuguko, she had a very tragic past. Her painful childhood had shaped her into a silent, reserved girl, unable to express her feelings. Even later, when facing the death of her adoptive sister Kane Kocho, she felt deep sadness but could not cry. Her early experiences also left her without a strong sense of self or independent judgment. She was not good at thinking for herself, and even when faced with decisions, she only remembered Kane Kocho's method of flipping a coin to decide. Eventually, she met Tanjiro Kamado. Under Tanjiro's guidance, she gradually began to listen to her own inner voice and started acting according to her own will. Unconsciously, Soma's gaze returned to the girl. The frail girl, thin as skin and bone, had, after a few days of nightly feeding, gained a bit of color in her face. "Look up. Let me see your face," Soma said softly, looking at her. Though she didn't understand why he wanted to look at her, she obediently did so, her pretty pink-purple eyes meeting his gaze. Her small face, usually gray and dull from neglect, now carried a hint of healthy color thanks to the recent nourishment. Her features were still very delicate, hinting at a refined appearance in the future. If only her cheeks had a bit more flesh, he imagined for a moment and could already picture her delicate beauty. Clearly, she was a natural beauty destined to become truly beautiful as she grew. With her current facial contours and those same pink-purple eyes, Soma's vision of her future gradually merged with that of Kaneo Tsuyuri. If nothing unexpected happened, this girl before him would one day become Kaneo Tsuyuri, a future Demon Slayer Corps warrior. "Keep eating." Seeing her still trying to keep her head up obediently, Soma lightly tapped her head. The girl obediently lowered her head and ate the rice in small bites. Soma sat nearby by the fire, watching the flickering flames, lost in thought. If he did not intervene, this girl would indeed become Kaneo Tsuyuri, walking the path of a demon slayer. And he, this demon before her, might one day become her target. This was meant to be the girl's future. He turned to look at her, and at that moment she raised her head. Her pink-purple eyes shone with a crystalline light. The only time those once vacant, emotionless eyes ever glimmered was when they looked at him. "If I were a demon, would you be afraid of me?" Suddenly, he asked. If she knew his true identity, would she still rely on him like this? "What's a demon?" The girl looked confused, puzzled. "Why would I be afraid of Uncle?" Soma couldn't help but chuckle softly. Clearly, the girl understood nothing. He smiled, rose from the fire and walked over to her. He reached out, gently placing his hand on her head, stroking it softly. "Shall I give you a name?" The girl closed her eyes slightly, feeling the warmth of his rough hand on her head, and hearing his voice she instinctively opened her eyes. "Will I also have a name?" "Yes." Soma gently continued to stroke her head. "From now on you'll be called Kaneo Tsuyuri." "Kaneo Tsuyuri," the girl murmured softly, as if committing this name to her heart forever. Chapter 19, Saying Goodbye to the Past. Kaneo Tsuyuri. The girl repeated the name softly. In her long silent parched heart, a rare flicker of joy stirred. This sudden, unfamiliar emotion left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Soma had been watching her closely. Seeing her react so strongly to just a simple name brought a twinge of sadness to his heart. At the same time he could not understand how anyone could be so cruel to their own child. The urge to kill a complete stranger for no reason. It was said demons were terrifying, but some human hearts were even more merciless than demons. "Kaneo, eat properly." He spoke gently to the girl whose long-suppressed joy had just begun to rise. Her pretty pink-purple eyes blinked, and only after a moment did she realize that this Kaneo referred to her. Obediently, she lowered her head again and ate her food. Yet in her numb heart, it was as if a long dry pool had suddenly sprouted a spring. The cool water from that spring slowly seeped into her parched inner self. She ate in small bites, occasionally stealing glances at the man. Soma had returned to sit by the fire. The gentle moonlight streamed through the window, falling across his figure. The flames of the fire flickered, casting light on half of his visible face. The girl held her small bowl with both hands, a deep sense of satisfaction swelling within her. How wonderful it would be if she could stay by his side like this every day. But the thought that in a few days her father would sell her, that she would no longer see her uncle at night, that she would no longer be able to stay by his side, filled her heart with sudden panic. She felt as if the very air had been taken from her lungs. She had once known fear and anxiety, and before she had endured them silently. Gradually she had stopped feeling them at all. But now, as the emotions resurfaced, she felt almost unable to bear them. Without a word, she stepped forward and came to the man by the fire, reaching out her small hand and gripping his sleeve tightly. Soma looked down at the girl clutching his sleeve and gently tapped her head. "If I asked you to stay by my side from now on, would you want to?" Kaneo Tsuyuri froze. Her eyes suddenly reddened, her frail little body trembling, her small hands gripping tightly. "Just staying with me might be very dangerous. And well, the truth is, I'm not exactly what you think I am. When you grow up and understand what I really am, you might feel fear, you might be scared. After all, he was a demon." The girl still had no concept of what a demon was or how terrifying it could be to stay near one. Demons were all man-eaters. Many, after turning into demons, had loved ones who had not given up on them, but in the end those loved ones became their food. He paused, thinking of the future Kaneo Tsuyuri. "If you don't stay by my side, perhaps in the future you'll meet a kind older sister who will take good care of you. You'll also meet someone you like. In the right circumstances, your heart will bloom." Though she now seemed like a wilted flower, as Kane Kocho had once said, Kaneo would eventually blossom when the right moment came. Someday, meeting someone she liked would change her, but Kaneo Tsuyuri didn't seem to hear or care about all that. Her small hands just clutched his sleeve tightly, and her pink-purple eyes stared unblinkingly at him. For the current Kaneo Tsuyuri, Soma seemed even more important than she had imagined. "Since you've chosen this, I'll help you say goodbye to your past." Soma spoke, watching the girl's reaction. Kaneo didn't fully understand what he meant, and Soma didn't explain. He simply stood, gently picking her up in his arms. The girl was thin and light, and to Soma, a demon, holding her felt as effortless as cradling a wisp of cotton. He carried Kaneo back to her home. Bang! A loud crash echoed from inside. "Where's that little brat running off to? If I catch you, I'll skin you alive." A man's angry voice roared from within the house. At that moment, Kaneo shivered in Soma's arms, her eyes betraying obvious fear. For most children, home is a warm harbor, but for Kaneo Tsuyuri, home was something terrifying. Feeling her fear, Soma reached out and gently stroked her head, speaking softly. "It's all right." Though she instinctively still felt afraid, the warmth of his large hand on her head made her fear recede. Even if her father whipped her later, she felt she could endure it. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, they saw a man in tattered clothes, his hair disheveled. At the sight of him, Kaneo's body visibly trembled. This was likely her father. "Who are you? What are you doing holding my daughter? Put her down now." The man turned toward the door, seeing Soma holding his daughter, his face flushed with anger. Soma ignored him, instead gently stroking Kaneo's head, lowering his voice. "What if I were to kill your father? What would you think of that?" Though the words were cruel, for Kaneo Tsuyuri, they didn't seem as terrifying as one might imagine. Even though it was her own father, she didn't resist much. "What did you say? What was that about?" The man didn't catch Soma's first words clearly. The demon's voice was soft, and seeing that Soma refused to put the girl down, he stepped forward, ready to snatch his daughter back. After all, she had already been sold, and if she disappeared, how could he explain it to the buyer? He paid no mind to the man who had returned with his daughter in his arms. "You!" The man suddenly froze, a sharp pain in his abdomen forcing him to look down. A blade, glowing like fire, had pierced his belly. Crimson blood dripped down along the edge of the knife, pooling on the floor. His eyes widened as he looked up at Soma, holding his daughter just inches away, unable to comprehend why. "I said, I'm going to kill you, so what do you think of that?" Soma smiled gently at the man. But in the man's eyes, that gentle smile was the face of the world's most terrifying demon. Chapter 20, Things One Cannot Ask For. Soma withdrew his Nichiren sword from the man's body and sheathed it. Blood spurted as if without cost, and the man clutched his wound with both hands, trying in vain to stop the flow. Feeling his life slipping away, his desperate will to survive made him look at Soma once more, but all he saw was cold indifference. So he turned his desperate hope toward his daughter. Save me," the man begged his daughter. Kaneo Tsuyuri had already been set down by Soma. She stood quietly, watching the man kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest, and said nothing. Her beautiful pink-purple eyes betrayed no emotion as she observed the man called father, slowly losing his life. Just as she had shown no sadness when learning she had been sold by her parents, the death of her parents stirred no ripple in her heart. During the girl's harsh past, any affection she might have had for her father had long since been extinguished through countless beatings and pains. Crying meant being kicked and stomped by her father, ears pulled under water by her mother, and failing to anticipate her father's fists often led to hitting vital spots. Many siblings had died directly from such abuse. She didn't know how she had survived. She only knew that when her father's fists swung toward her, she tried to see the trajectory and absorb the blows with the parts of her body that could bear it. Avoiding was impossible, dodging only invited heavier strikes. Holding back tears and enduring the pain she had barely scraped by until now, enduring hunger, pain, emptiness, and loneliness, until one day the sound of a rope snapping in her mind came, and gradually, the feelings of pain, sadness, joy, and happiness began to fade away. The girl tilted her head, watching the man she called father collapse to the ground, face full of despair. Seeing him look at her with those pleading eyes, she felt a strange familiarity. Her sister, when beaten to death by the father, had looked at him in the same way, and in the cold, dark night, her gaze slowly dimmed and her body lost warmth. Kaneo watched quietly as her father's life slipped away, then tilted her head to look at Soma. Compared to the emptiness in her eyes when looking at her father, there was a faint spark in her gaze toward Soma. Soma reached out and gently placed his hand on her head, unconsciously. The girl lifted her small head to nuzzle the large hand. That stroked her. "I killed your father," Soma said calmly to Kaneo Tsuyuri. For any child, this would be an unbearably cruel statement. Any child hearing it would surely be horrified. But Kaneo merely tilted her head and looked at him, her eyes still sparkling. Soma quietly held her gaze. In her eyes he saw no sadness, no trace of hatred. Even with her father dead, she felt no sorrow and bore no grudge against the one who killed him. Looking at this girl who seemed to understand nothing, who quietly tilted her head to look at him, a wave of pity involuntarily rose in Soma's heart. He smiled softly. "This is for the best." Speaking, he turned and closed the front door, then lifted the man's corpse and threw it into the woodshed. Kaneo Tsuyuri quietly followed behind Soma, watching as her uncle tossed her father's body like a dead dog into the woodshed. After throwing the body in and locking the door, Soma turned to look at the girl trailing behind him. Seeing her grayish, dirty little face in filthy clothes, he reached out and took Kaneo's small hand, leading her into the house. He searched through the cabinets, hoping to find some clothes for her to change into. But there was nothing. "You wait here a moment. I'll be back shortly," he said to the girl. Kaneo blinked and reluctantly released her tight grip on his large hand. Soma smiled, patted her head and stepped out the door, quickly disappearing into the night. Kaneo quietly curled up in a corner of the room, hugging her knees, staring silently outside. Before long, Soma returned, carrying several sets of girls' clothing he had stolen from various houses in the town. Upon entering, Soma kept looking back over his shoulder. Sneaking into homes at night to steal a child's clothes felt awkward. Even though it was impossible for him to be caught, he still felt a sense of guilt. The moment Kaneo saw Soma, she scrambled out of her corner and ran to him, wrapping her arms around him. "I'll heat some water for you, then you can change into these clothes." Looking down at the girl clinging to him, so dependent, he gently rubbed her head. Kaneo was an obedient girl, not mischievous or troublesome like some spoiled children. He went to the kitchen and lit the firewood. Once the water in a large pot was hot, Soma scooped it into a wooden basin and added some cold water. Testing with his hand, he found the temperature just right and carried the basin back into the room. Kaneo obediently followed behind him. "After your bath, you can change into these clothes." He pointed to the clean clothes by the bedside and said to Kaneo. The girl tilted her head, blinking blankly as if she didn't quite understand. Seeing her reaction, Soma paused. "You've never taken a bath before?" he said softly. Kaneo quietly looked at him, still not seeming to understand. Soma felt a little incredulous, but then he thought of Kaneo's cold-blooded parents, and it no longer seemed so surprising that he remembered scenes from the anime. When the Kocho sisters rescued Kaneo from the human traffickers, Shinobu Kocho helped her bathe. When water poured over Kaneo's head, she remained frozen, not even closing her eyes as the water hit them. Clearly, Kaneo had no concept of something as simple as bathing. It was strange, even a little amusing, but for Kaneo it was perfectly normal. Not everyone grows up with attentive, caring parents. Some children learn basic things like bathing from an early age, while for others, such things are luxuries they can never hope to have. Chapter 21: Washing Away the Dust. Although he had become a demon, the memories of his human life had not disappeared. If time passed without any other changes, Soma would eventually, like other demons, gradually forget his human memories, until he existed entirely as a demon. This was the fate of nearly all those turned into demons by Muzan Kibutsuji. No matter how attached they were to their human past, eventually it would fade. But at least for the current Soma, he still retained his self-awareness and continued to regard himself as human internally. The education he had received also carried distinctions between men and women, leaving him somewhat considerate. Now, however, the situation was different. Kaneo Tsuyuri could not bathe alone, and he could not summon a woman to help. Moreover, Kaneo was still just a child, so there was no need to overthink it. "I'll help you." Looking at Kaneo still standing there blankly, Soma spoke helplessly. Kaneo just tilted her head and looked up at him. Kaneo's clothes were already tattered and filthy, with stains that had almost hardened into mud. Yet even as Soma removed them to throw them away, she clung to them with reluctance. Soma could understand this. After all, it was Kaneo's only piece of clothing. Though thin, worn, and stained, it at least offered some warmth on cold nights, even if it was minimal. Once the filthy clothes were removed, her tiny, frail body was revealed. Her skin was wrapped in grime, and her body was covered in scars, some fresh and still bleeding, some old. Her body was nearly a tapestry of It was almost unimaginable. This moment, Soma even felt some regret for having killed her father so easily. He thought perhaps the man should have endured more suffering before meeting his end. "You've truly suffered so much," he sighed softly, looking at her. Kaneo raised her head, her beautiful pink-purple eyes showing some confusion. She did not fully understand what suffered meant. Her life had always been like this, and she assumed the world was naturally so. Soma said nothing further. He picked up a towel and began washing Kaneo's body, applying gentle pressure over her scars. The old healed scars didn't hurt when touched, but the fresh, bloody ones still sent tiny stabs of pain even under the lightest touch. Kaneo instinctively shrank slightly at these spots. "Does it hurt?" Soma asked with concern. She immediately shook her head. There was no real pain. Although touching the fresh wounds caused a pinprick sensation, she had long been accustomed to it. Instead, the towel's gentle touch, the softness. She realized that she had never been treated so tenderly. It was like being used to shivering in harsh winter snow, and suddenly feeling the warmth of the sun for the first time. At first, she didn't immediately recognize the warmth. She felt slightly unaccustomed, but instinctively she craved it. The towel, damp with hot water, gradually washed away the dirt from Kaneo's body. "Close your eyes." Warm water poured over her head, soaking her tangled, slightly matted hair. Kaneo obediently closed her eyes, letting the water run from the crown of her head, down her forehead and onto her long lashes. Soma had never helped anyone bathe before and was rather clumsy, but even so for Kaneo Tsuyuri this was a level of gentleness she had never experienced. After the bath, the basin of water had turned pitch black, showing just how much dirt had been on her body. Once cleaned and dressed in fresh clothes, her dusty little face was revealed, almost like two completely different people. The girl now resembled a precious gem freed from layers of grime, radiating the natural glow of her own beauty. Kaneo stood somewhat awkwardly, suddenly stripped clean, no longer covered in filth, wearing clothes she had never before had the chance to wear, warm and clean. Her tangled hair no longer fell over her eyes. All of this felt unfamiliar to her, yet she inexplicably felt a sense of liking, a spark of joy. Liking, joy, these unfamiliar emotions suddenly surging in her heart, left Kaneo standing there somewhat bewildered, like a stunned, gawking goose. Soma watched the girl, now seemingly transformed. Her delicate body was still petite, and the scars and frail frame that had previously been visible were now hidden beneath the clean clothing. Her slender figure, soft waist, and straight legs, now washed clean, hinted simply at the potential of a beautiful young woman. For a brief moment Soma felt as if Kaneo Tsuyuri had stepped out from the anime screen into the real world. But quickly he reminded himself, this was the current Kaneo, not the fully grown, graceful, and quietly confident girl she would become in the future. Right now she still radiated youthfulness and a naive, stunned innocence. "You really are quite pretty," Soma couldn't help but praise. Hearing this, Kaneo tilted her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing her so blankly attentive, Soma laughed softly. He reached out his hand and the little girl ran to his arms as naturally as a fledgling returning to its nest. Gently stroking Kaneo's head, he said warmly, "Let's leave this place." Kaneo seemed to have no particular thoughts of her own, simply tilting her head to look at him. He smiled and playfully brushed her nose. Her beautiful pink-purple eyes blinked. Soma took her hand and walked out of the room, the gentle moonlight falling over them. Passing the woodshed, he paused briefly. Kaneo tilted her head to look at him, curious why he had stopped. Soma glanced toward the woodshed, where her father's corpse had been discarded, the life he had personally ended, the only remaining blood relative of Kaneo. For any child, losing a father in such a way would be cruel. Kaneo did not yet understand the significance, though perhaps she would in the future. Still, Soma could not help but smile. Such a father, he thought, held no reason for any child to linger on, and certainly nothing for Kaneo to care about. "Kaneo, once we leave we will never come back." Soma looked down at the girl, who tilted her head toward him. Kaneo obediently nodded. Soma took her hand and led her away. All the while, Kaneo never once glanced at the woodshed holding the corpse of her dead father. Chapter 22, Encounter with the Demon Slayer Core. Having only taken a few steps while holding Kaneo Tsuyuri's hand, Soma stopped. The pace was simply too slow. Even though Kaneo was trying her best to keep up, a human body could never match a demon's. Moreover, Kaneo was still a frail little girl, and the distance to the town was still far. Covering such a distance would be extremely difficult for a young child. "I'll carry you." Soma patted Kaneo's head and bent down. "Get on." Kaneo hesitated slightly but climbed onto Soma's back. "Wrap your hands around my neck." Soma's low voice guided her. Kaneo obediently stretched out her hands, wrapping them around his neck. She felt the warmth and broadness of his back. Under the moonlight, Kaneo's eyes sparkled. In the sealed-off world of her heart, she had once envied children with fathers who cared for them, fathers who would carry their children like this. Her closed-off heart had once longed for that feeling, a longing she had envied in others. But now what she had once longed for, what she had once envied, she no longer needed to envy. The girl gently pressed her head against Soma's neck, closing her eyes and quietly savoring the moment. Feeling this sensation, Soma paid little attention to Kaneo. Running swiftly, he needed to reach the town quickly. After all, he still had to go to the Hikudo dojo to learn the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, and afterward continue searching for the Kamado family's residence. However, just as they left Taro town, Soma stopped. Ahead came the sounds of violent fighting and furious roars. Among them, one voice was extremely familiar. It belonged to the demon that had been hiding with him in the underground cave to avoid sunlight a few days ago. And anyone capable of battling a demon must be a demon slayer of the Demon Slayer Corps, tasked with exterminating demons and protecting humans. Soma wasn't surprised that the demon he knew had been found by the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, it had just hunted a demon slayer. For the Corps, already harboring hatred for demons and feeling the loss of a comrade, this was enough to drive the slayers into a frenzy. Moreover, the demon was careless, unable to suppress its instinctive thirst for blood and flesh, and often went hunting, making it easy for the Demon Slayer Corps to track it down. From the sounds of the battle, the familiar demon's voice was filled with fear and panic. It was clearly at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, Soma turned and ran, carrying Kaneo on his back. He had no intention of intervening. The torch hissed as it burned, flickering and reflecting cold light off the Nichiren sword. Hiroshi Furukawa wielded the blade, coordinating attacks with his comrades against the demon eye and the firelight. Two lifeless bodies lay on the ground, blood dripping from them, staining the earth red. Hunting demons was like this. Some swordsmen would inevitably die along the way. Death could inspire fear, but for Hiroshi Furukawa, who had long accepted the risk of dying on the path of hunting demons, it was no longer terrifying. Seeing comrades fall before him brought sorrow, but more than that, it fueled his rage and murderous intent toward the demon before him. These cruel demons, these monsters who recklessly destroy the happiness of others, these demons who feed on humans, these grotesque abominations, they all deserve to die. They should be exposed to sunlight and burned alive. Demons, you all deserve to die. Hiroshi Furukawa gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. Flame-breathing, first form, unknowing fire. In an instant, Hiroshi Furukawa leapt forward. His Nichiren sword radiated scorching heat, moving explosively and closing in on the demon in the blink of an eye. Roar! The demon bellowed, instinctively resisting. But Hiroshi's comrades attacked in perfect coordination, instantly restricting the demon's movements. Whoosh! The Nichiren sword slashed toward the demon's neck. The demon only managed to jerk its head down slightly at the last second. The blade, radiating searing flames, cut across the demon's left ear, then sliced past the right ear. Red and white fluids dripped along the back of the blade as the upper half of the demon's skull, above both ears, was almost cleanly severed. But even with half its head sliced off, the demon didn't die. It even caught the severed half of its skull with its hands and retreated at astonishing speed. The white brain matter scattered as it ran, creating a grisly and terrifying scene. For Hiroshi Furukawa and the other demon slayer swordsmen, this scene did not instill fear. They understood that unless the Nichiren sword severed the demon's neck completely, it could not be killed. Without pause, they pressed the attack again, increasing their intensity. One slayer swung his blade, severing the demon's right arm before he could reattach his skull. Another nearly hacked through the demon's right leg bone. Hiroshi didn't hesitate either, flashing forward with his blade raised high. Faced with the fearless, relentless assault of the demon slayers, their flawless coordination and their merciless lethality, the wounded demon finally felt the cold hand of death upon him. If this continues, I'm going to die. The threat of death nearly drove the demon to despair. Just as it resigned itself to dying under the Nichiren sword of these demon slayers, it suddenly sensed the familiar scent of a fellow demon approaching. It was that demon Soma, the one who was still resisting the urge to devour humans. Instantly, the hopeless despair in its heart turned to hope. Its overwhelming desire to survive caused it to explode with energy, forcing the demon slayers back despite its injuries. At that moment, the demon felt exhilaration. If this familiar ally joined it, it was confident it could annihilate the small squad of demon slayers before it knew that in one-on-one combat, none of the demon slayers could match it. Coupled with its strong body, extreme regenerative ability and near immortality, it could easily crush these hunters. If not for their fearless determination and coordinated teamwork, it wouldn't be in such a dire situation. But if someone helped share the burden, the outcome could be different. However, the demon's joy was short-lived. The familiar presence it had sensed was rapidly moving away. Damn it! The words, almost a growl, came from its mouth. Facing Hiroshi Furukawa and the other demon slayers pressing their relentless assault, the demon cursed inwardly but had no choice but to turn and flee. Chapter 23. The mission is not over. Branches from the forest whipped across the demon's face, stinging sharply. The demon, its face twisted into a greenish-purple snarl, ran desperately. Blood seeped continuously from its injuries as it exerted itself. Huff, huff, huff. Gasping for breath, the demon felt its exhaustion growing heavier with each step. Normally, demons do not feel fatigue, but that is only when uninjured. When the body is wounded, energy is prioritized for healing the injuries. For a demon, wounds aren't usually a problem. Even if its arm is cut off or its heart pierced, it can heal quickly. But if the blade causing the injury is a Nichiren sword forged from sunlight-absorbing materials like scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet crimson, or, the situation changes. A Nichiren sword has the special ability to limit a demon's regeneration, making wounds heal extremely slowly. For a demon unaccustomed to fatigue, the sudden sensation of exhaustion is terrifying, triggering panic. This is the feeling of approaching death. Run. I have to run. The thought surged through its mind, but deeper inside was a sense of frustration. It had sensed Soma nearby. If they had fought together, perhaps things wouldn't be so dire. They could even have counterattacked these demon slayers. Yet Soma, sensing the situation, had left without hesitation, treating it neither as a comrade nor as a fellow being. How foolish. Do you really think these slayers will spare you just because they killed me? How pathetic. Whoosh, a blade appeared from behind. The fleeing demon screamed, rolling to the ground. A demon slaw. Yer had thrown their Nichiren sword without hesitation, striking the demon's running thigh. The demon lost balance and fell instantly. Hiroshi Furukawa didn't waste the advantage his teammate created. With swift, decisive movements, his blade flickered like flowing water. Now. Flame-breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. Hiroshi Furukawa gripped his Nichiren sword with both hands, sprinted forward and leapt, unleashing a powerful slash. The speed of his strike surged explosively, and the blazing blade cut toward the demon's neck. The demon sensed the danger and tried to evade, but it was too late. The sharp blade was already at its neck. The demon only felt its neck lighten suddenly, as if it had been lifted into the air, but immediately it saw its own familiar body, the neck without a head spraying blood like a fountain. Ah, it's my head that was cut off. The head fell to the ground with a dull thud. Hiroshi Furukawa landed from his leap at the same time, one hand on his blade, half kneeling, gasping heavily. His comrades arrived as well, witnessing the demon's execution and unconsciously. Smiling. One demon slayer looked at the severed head that Hiroshi Furukawa had cut off. Seeing the grotesque face and remembering their fallen comrades, the swordsman stepped forward and angrily stomped on the head repeatedly, teeth gritted. Demons, these cursed creatures have no place in this world. Hiroshi Furukawa and the others were all panting heavily and made no attempt to stop this venting of rage. Although the head was severed, the demon's strong vitality meant it didn't die immediately. Its eyes could still move, ears still hear, and nose still breathe. But the demon slayers present paid little attention. No matter how strong a demon's life force, once its neck is severed by a Nichiren sword, death is inevitable. They watched the demon's head slowly dissipate under their feet as the demon's body vanished. A foul stench began to linger in the air. These damn demons, even in death they stink like this. The swordsman, with the demon's severed head under his foot, kicked it away in disgust. The head rolled among the grass as it gradually dissipated, exuding a foul stench. The demon's life force was fading away bit by bit as its life slipped away. The memories of being human, once slowly lost, began to return. Before becoming a demon, it had a beautiful family, a gentle wife, an obedient child. But when it turned into a demon, all that happiness was destroyed under the taste of blood. Its loving wife had held him tightly, watching as him devoured her flesh, crying and pleading for it to spare their child. Just take her, she begged. These memories, once fading under the curse of becoming a demon, now resurfaced in the mind. Agony. Infinite agony. Sorrow, bottomless grief, all of it arose with death in the demon's heart. Tears mixed with blood silently fell from its eyes. Those moments of happiness, those joys once belonging to it, were all destroyed by the transformation into a demon. The sorrow spread outward with the demon's death, but the demon slayers present could not sense it. They only smelled the foul stench left behind. If Tanjiro Kamado were here, perhaps he could perceive the grief lingering in the air, feel the sadness. But ordinary people could not. They could only detect the unpleasant stench of a dying demon. The mission is finally over. One swordsman, panting heavily, began tending to his wounds. His face carried both sorrow for the comrades who had died and relief that he had survived. "Captain, I heard after the mission ends you're taking Lord Kayajiro for a meal." A swordsman with a limp approached Hiroshi Furukawa, eyes shining with anticipation. That was the Flame Hashira, a figure admired by all the demon slayers. Hiroshi Furukawa nodded, the tension in his face easing slightly into a faint smile. Can we come along too? The limping swordsman pleaded earnestly. The others looked over with eager faces as well. After all, it was Kyojuro Rengoku, the Hashira who had slain the flute demon of the 12 Kizuki. No problem. Hiroshi Furukawa replied without hesitation. But will Lord Kyojuro mind? He only agreed to go with you alone. The limping swordsman looked a little concerned. Don't worry. He'll be happy that I'm taking you all along. Hiroshi Furukawa shook his head. In his heart, Kyojuro Rengoku was like a caring older brother, always smiling, passionate, guiding and supporting his juniors. There was no need to worry. Hearing this, everyone relaxed and smiled. Only Hiroshi Furukawa remained pensive, his gaze lowered as he observed his surroundings carefully. Captain, what are you looking at? The limping swordsman asked with a smile. When we get back, we should go to the pleasure district for drinks. I heard a new courtesan just arrived, and she's supposed to be beautiful. Hiroshi Furukawa suddenly crouched down, touching the ground with his hand and inspecting a footprint. He then lifted his head slightly, eyes narrowed. Captain, what is it? The limping swordsman frowned at Hiroshi Furukawa's serious expression. I'm afraid, this mission isn't over just yet. Hiroshi Furukawa's hand rested on the hilt of his Nichiren sword. His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing the night. Chapter 24, Footprints. I'm afraid, this mission isn't over just yet. Hiroshi Furukawa crouched down, carefully examining the traces left on the ground. Even during the hunt, he had sensed something unusual. Even after slaying the demon, he remained cautious, paying close attention to his surroundings, and now he had finally found a clue. Several swordsmen approached as well, focusing on the ground. In particular, the footprints left behind caught their attention, their expressions tightening. Could it be? Footprints themselves weren't unusual, but these were different. Ordinary humans leave faint marks on the ground, almost negligible. Demons, however, are not the same. With physical abilities far beyond humans, a demon's footprints appear normal when walking casually. But once they start running, especially at high speed, the marks they leave on the ground become pronounced. This is because demons are incredibly strong. When they step, the force they exert on the ground is far greater than a human's. With each step, especially when lifting a foot, they subconsciously press down harder, leaving deep, distinctive prints unlike kniving a human would make. For the Demon Slayer Corps, trained to protect humanity and eradicate demons, every swordsman is taught by the cultivator about demon habits, weaknesses, and how to track them. Part of this training includes identifying demon footprints, and now right in front of them fresh, unmistakable demon footprints appeared. No wonder that demon ran in this direction, it must have been seeking help from another of its kind. One swordsman spoke coldly. But, how could there be another demon? The swordsman with a limp from his injuries looked incredulous. According to the reconnaissance from the Kikuchi, this mission area should only have contained a single demon. Moreover, most demons are solitary. Except in very rare cases, they rarely gather in groups. Demons are extremely territorial and seldom allow another demon into their hunting grounds. On top of that, with the existence of blood battles for rank, any demon aspiring to become part of the 12 Kizuki instinctively views other demons as rivals, increasing mutual hostility. Even when demons do form groups, it's usually because a powerful demon dominates weaker ones. Thus, under normal circumstances, a territory would only host a single demon. At least, over all these years, except when Hashira lead campaigns against the 12 Kizuki, where multiple demons might be confronted simultaneously, ordinary demons rarely gather. Maybe it wandered here from somewhere else, one swordsman guessed. Humph. Who cares why there's another one? Since it showed its face, we'll just kill it too. Another swordsman gripped his Nichiren sword, eyes burning with murderous intent. The others nodded, turning their gaze to Hiroshi Furukawa. Captain, what do you say? Should we pursue it and cut off its head? The limping swordsman tightened his grip on his sword, eyes fierce as he looked to Hiroshi Furukawa. All of them hated demons. To become a demon slayer, most had personal vendettas. Some had their happiness destroyed directly or indirectly by demons. Naturally, hearing there's another demon meant they wouldn't let it escape. Hiroshi Furukawa also wanted to slay the demon. Yet, when he glanced at the tired faces of his comrades, he shook his head. No. We rest and reorganize first. Captain, one swordsman couldn't hide his frustration. His hatred for demons ran deep, and hearing there was still another demon, he couldn't bear to let it go. All he wanted was to chase it down and cut its neck with his Nichiren sword. Hiroshi Furukawa walked over and patted him on the shoulder. I know how much you hate demons. I feel the same. I also want to pursue this demon immediately. But we must remain rational. That's the only way we hunt demons instead of becoming prey ourselves. We've just slain one demon. Our bodies are nearly exhausted. At this pace, if we fight again in our current state, how long can we last? A demon is different. Their stamina is infinite. If the fight drags on even slightly, we, having lost our strength, will be the ones in danger. Hearing Hiroshi Furukawa, the swordsmen felt some reluctance, but they knew he was right. They had not yet mastered the total concentration, constant technique, and could not maintain their breathing state indefinitely. Most of them could only hold their breathing technique for anywhere from a few minutes to half an hour before they could no longer sustain it. Once that happened, their physical strength would be no different from an ordinary person's, and an ordinary person could not defeat a demon. Furthermore, being forced out of the breathing state temporarily leaves them extremely weak, worse than normal humans. First we rest. Once we've recovered, we'll track this demon again. Hiroshi Furukawa looked at everyone, clenching his fist. This demon won't escape. Once we've rested, we'll deliver the killing blow. Right. We follow the captain's lead. Let this bastard live a few more days. The swordsman nodded and echoed his words with resolve. Seeing this, Hiroshi Furukawa nodded as well. He allowed the team to rest while summoning the Kikuchi responsible for this area. The Kikuchi are the logistical backbone of the Demon Slayer Corps, handling non-combat support tasks. They are responsible for battlefield assistance, intelligence transmission, equipment maintenance, covert surveillance, and post-battle cleanup. Sirs. Two Kikuchi approached Hiroshi Furukawa, bowing slightly. Nearby lodgings have been prepared with food and clean water. Medics from the Butterfly Mansion are here to treat everyone. Sir, do you have any other instructions? When the sun rises and the world is bathed in light, send your people to track the source of these footprints. Be extremely cautious. If you find its hiding place during the day, notify us immediately. Understood. The Kikuchi nodded immediately and stepped back. Once they withdrew, Hiroshi Furukawa gazed at the footprints on the ground. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of his Nichiren sword as he murmured, "Run while you can, demon. Scurry away in fear. I will find you, and then with my own hands I will sever your head. It won't be long now." He lifted his head, staring at the full moon in the dark night. After all, I still have to treat Lord Kaijiro to a meal. I can't afford to waste too much time. A faint smile appeared on his lips, as if he imagined Lord Kaijiro, gentle like an elder brother, giving him a thumbs up and loudly praising him. Chapter 25, The Butterfly Hairpin. Running at full speed, his feet struck the ground and pushed off forcefully. With each heavy thud against the earth, his figure shot farther ahead. In the silent night, only the sound of footsteps echoed, along with the trees rapidly retreating on either side as he ran. Soma kept glancing back. Though he hadn't sensed anyone pursuing him, he didn't dare slow down for even a moment. He had never expected to run into the Demon Slayer Corps. He had been completely unprepared, that he knew very well. If he were discovered by them, what awaited him would be Nichiren's sword raised without hesitation and the end of his life. Even though he had become a demon, Soma had no intention of dying. As for explaining to the demon slayers that he was different from other demons, that he had never eaten a human, and asking them to spare him. Such a naive thought had never crossed his mind. To demon slayers who bore D.P. hatred toward demons, explanations meant nothing. They would simply raise their Nichiren swords and cut off his head without hesitation. Even if he met a demon slayer willing to listen, they would never believe him. No one would believe that a demon didn't eat humans. Moreover, he would never entrust his life to someone else's mercy. That would be utterly foolish. The only one he could rely on was himself. Only by holding his own life in his hands could he feel at ease. He didn't know how long he had run. Ahead, the darkness began to thin. In the distance, he could see continuous light stretching outward. Unknowingly, he had reached the city. Unlike the silent wilderness and small towns, the city at night was still lively and bustling. Soma stopped and looked back cautiously. There were no signs of demon slayers tracking him. "Did they not notice me?" he murmured that it was very possible. The moment he heard the demon, who had once hidden with him in the cave, engage in battle, he had turned and fled without hesitation. He had never encountered the demon slayers face to face. The chances they had noticed him were slim. "No, I can't think like that." The thought had barely surfaced before he forcefully suppressed it. His life was at stake, there was no room for carelessness that he could not afford to rely on luck. "If they did notice me, they'll eventually track me down. Where should I hide?" He pondered, then turned his gaze toward the brightly lit city ahead, a bustling city where people hurried back and forth. A demon slipping into the crowd would create barely a ripple. Hiding in a large city was, in fact, an excellent choice, that he knew that many demons concealed themselves within prosperous cities. The livelier the place, the easier it was to remain unnoticed. If he remembered correctly, Jotaro and Daki of the upper ranks had hidden in a city's entertainment district, a place that never slept. Moreover, the Hiko dojo was located in this very city. It would also be convenient for him to learn the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. While thinking, he continued scanning his surroundings. Only after confirming no demon slayers were approaching did he finally relax slightly. That moment, he remembered he was still carrying someone on his back and hurriedly turned around. Kaneo Tsuyuri's small face had turned pale. Clearly, her frail body was not accustomed to the speed of his sprint. After all, when a demon ran at full speed, it was as fast as a galloping horse. The journey must have been extremely bumpy for her. He quickly set her down and gently patted her back. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. Kaneo shook her head, her face still pale. Even so, he stayed where he was for a while until some color returned to her face. Then he straightened their clothes and said softly, "Let's go." After a moment, the girl nodded. Soma took Kaneo Tsuyuri's hand and walked toward the city, deliberately slowing his pace to accommodate her. They soon entered the city. Even at night, the city was bustling. Shops along the roadside hung lanterns that illuminated the surroundings brightly. The entrance to the entertainment district, elegantly dressed geisha held white fans that covered half their faces, revealing the other half with shy expressions. When customers entered, laughter rang out as they wrapped their arms around the geisha's slender waists and stepped inside together. On both sides of the road, vendors had set up stalls, loudly calling out to passing customers. For Kaneo, who only ever went out at night to scavenge for scraps and otherwise stayed home, this was her first time entering a city. It was her first glimpse of true prosperity in her small village. The streets at night were desolate and nearly devoid of people. Here it was livelier than her village even during the day, livelier by countless times. She saw all kinds of strange things she had never seen before. So many unfamiliar foods. The girl's eyes widened, as if trying to imprint everything firmly into her memory. As Soma walked, he kept observing the surroundings cautiously, ensuring no one was following them. Only after confirming they were safe did he turn his attention to Kaneo. Seeing her wide-eyed expression, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Passing a street stall, Soma stopped and softly said to her, "Wait here for a moment." Left alone amid the lively surroundings, Kaneo suddenly felt an emptiness in her heart. A wave of unease and panic spread inside her, but she didn't have to wait long. Before long, Soma returned. "I bought you a hairpin." It was a blue hairpin with a butterfly pattern. Smiling, Soma gently clipped the butterfly hairpin into Kaneo's hair. "You're becoming more beautiful by the minute. You look more like yourself now." With the butterfly hairpin in place, she looked as though she had stepped straight out of an anime. Kaneo blankly raised her hand and touched her head, feeling the butterfly hairpin. Her beautiful pink-purple eyes blinked softly. It was her first time wearing something like this. Though the hairpin felt cool to the touch, it seemed to carry a warmth. Soma looked her up and down briefly, then took her hand and continued walking forward. He noticed that her grip on his hand had tightened slightly. He lowered his head to look at her. At that exact moment, she lifted her head as well. Her lovely pink-purple eyes shone brightly as she gazed at him, almost sparkling. He paused for a moment, then shook his head and continued walking. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Hiko dojo. Soma led Kaneo inside. As they passed the dojo's spacious training ground, a man holding a sword stood there quietly. He wore a red kimono. His brownish-red hair was tied into a ponytail. He was somewhat short, with a gentle, almost delicate appearance. Combined with his slightly cute face, he looked more like a girl, and yet, for some inexplicable reason, there was an extremely dangerous aura about him that made the hairs on Soma's body stand on end. Soma couldn't help but stop in his tracks and look toward him. Chapter 26, Himura Kenshin. The training grounds. Soma stopped and looked up at the man standing quietly with a sword in hand. The man had brownish-red hair and stood there with his eyes closed. As if sensing something, the brown-haired man suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, a sharp, chilling aura radiated outward, causing Soma to unconsciously take a step back. Even with just one glance, the pressure in those eyes made it hard for Soma to breathe. The brown-haired man looked at Soma, gave a faint nod, then closed his eyes again. Holding his sword, he resumed standing silently, as if immersed in his own world, no longer paying attention to anything around him. Soma glanced at him once more before leading Kaneo Tsuyuri toward a nearby room beside the training grounds. At the door, he knocked. Soon, footsteps sounded from inside. The door opened and Akihiro Arakawa came out, yawning. Seeing Soma, he said helplessly, "It's so late, I thought you weren't coming tonight." "Sorry for the disturbance," Soma replied. "It's nothing. After all, you did pay quite a bit extra." Akihiro Arakawa waved it off, but his gaze fell on the little girl beside Soma. He looked puzzled. "And this is?" "She's a friend's child. I'm looking after her for a few days. I can't really leave her alone, so I brought her with me," Soma explained. Akihiro Arakawa didn't think much of it. "By the way, when I came in just now, I saw a man. He looked very strong." "Who is he?" Hearing this, Akihiro Arakawa immediately knew who he meant. A respectful expression appeared on his face. "That's our senior brother, Himura Kenshin. He's Master's most outstanding disciple and the most likely in the Hiko dojo to defeat Master and inherit the title of Badasai. Aside from Master himself, he's the strongest person here." Himura Kenshin, Soma couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he had felt such danger from him. This was a character from Rurouni Kenshin, a protagonist like Tanjiro in Demon Slayer. "Alright, I'll continue explaining the techniques of Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu," Akihiro Arakawa said. "Okay." Soma straightened his posture and nodded seriously. Time passed quickly. Soma studied Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu diligently under Akihiro Arakawa's instruction. With the threat of the Demon Slayer core looming over him, he was eager to master this sword style, designed specifically for killing, to strengthen himself. After about an hour, Akihiro Arakawa stopped teaching. "It's too late. Let's end here for today." "All right." Soma nodded and beckoned to Kaneo. The well-behaved girl, who had been sitting quietly in the corner of the room, immediately trotted over to his side. "We'll be going now," he said in farewell to Akihiro Arakawa. Akihiro Arakawa nodded, hesitated for a moment, then added, "How about coming during the day next time? There'd be more time and you'd have more energy." "Sorry. I have too many things to handle during the day. Only at night can I spare some time," Soma replied apologetically. "I see. All right then." Akihiro Arakawa nodded helplessly. He had no intention of prying into others' private matters. Though he felt a bit dissatisfied considering the generous payment, he reluctantly accepted it. Of course, aside from the generous payment, there was another important reason. Soma learned extremely quickly. He wasn't the dull, wooden-headed type that would give a teacher a headache. Holding Kaneo Tsuyuri's hand, Soma left Akihiro Arakawa's quarters. As they passed the wide training grounds, he slowed slightly. The man named Himura Kenshin still stood there with his eyes closed, quietly and motionless. The surroundings were silent, broken only by the faint sound of his breathing. Soma gave him a slight nod before leading Kaneo out of the Hiko dojo. In the city, at an inn, red lanterns hanging at the entrance dispelled the darkness of the night, casting a warm crimson glow across the ground. Beneath that soft red light, a woman in a kimono was dozing behind the front counter. Soma entered the inn, holding Kaneo's hand at a tea this hour. No guests were checking in, so aside from the resting proprietress, the lobby was empty. Soma approached the counter and lightly tapped his fingers on it. Startled awake, the innkeeper blinked groggily at the two figures before her. Clearly surprised that anyone had arrived so late. "Looking for a room?" "Yes." Soma nodded. "One room. I'll be staying here long-term and I'd like something of better quality." "No problem." The innkeeper glanced at Soma and Kaneo, an adult and a child. They didn't look like dangerous people. Though still sleepy, she forced herself up and led them to view the room. Since Soma had mentioned long-term lodging and requested a better room, she naturally chose the inn's finest, a small detached house located near the courtyard. Soma examined it. The room was clean, with bedding and washing supplies neatly arranged. There was also a large storage wardrobe. "This one will do," he spoke, taking out a substantial amount of money. "I'm somewhat particular about cleanliness and don't like being disturbed. So there's no need for anyone to enter my room. Without my permission, no one is allowed inside. As for meals, during the daytime I'll have Kaneo come out to collect them. When you see her, just hand the food to her." Though the innkeeper found his requests a little strange, she didn't think too much about it. Guests from all over pass through every year, each with their own quirks. Besides, he was paying well. "All right." She nodded and handed him the room key. Soma accepted it, led Kaneo inside, closed the door, and slid the bolt into place. Once inside, he moved the bed aside, took out his Nichiren sword, and began digging silently. Digging was laborious work for most, but for a tireless demon with immense strength it was simple. As for the excavated soil, he stored it inside the large wardrobe. Fortunately, it was spacious enough to hold a considerable amount, saving him the trouble of disposing of it elsewhere. In half an hour, a simple but deep pit had been dug. He found a cover to place over it, pushed the bed back on top, cleaned the remaining dirt from the floor, and only after confirming everything looked normal did he lift his head to glance outside. Unknowingly, the sun was about to rise again. For demons, whenever the sun emerges, they must hide like rats in the sewers, retreating into the dark corners of the world. Chapter 27. What is Uncle's food? A ray of morning light pierced through the clouds and slipped through the window into the room. Before the sunlight could fully fill the space, Soma had already crawled beneath the bed and hidden inside the pit he had dug. Following her uncle's earlier instructions, Kaneo Tsuyuri climbed onto the bed. The bed. Ding was clean and white, soft to the touch, faintly carrying the fresh scent of soapberry. For Kaneo, who at home could only sleep on prickly straw, lying on such a soft bed felt unreal. She found it hard to suddenly adapt to everything, and a strange sense of unease welled up inside her. But when she thought of her uncle still being nearby, she felt inexplicably reassured. Drowsiness soon overcame her. Her eyelids grew heavier, and before she knew it, she had drifted into sleep. Not far outside the city, several members of the Kikuchi had begun tracking the demon's trail before sunrise. Now, following those traces, they had arrived here. At this point, the demon's footprints completely disappeared. "They're gone." After searching carefully for quite some time and confirming that the tracks ended here, it was clear that the demon had likely stopped running at full speed upon reaching this spot. Without the heavy force of rapid footsteps, the marks left behind would be no different from those of an ordinary person, making further tracking impossible. Unable to continue, the Kikuchi immediately sent word back. Soon, Hiroshi Furukawa arrived. Standing at the spot where the footprints vanished, he listened to the Kikuchi's report and lifted his gaze toward the city ahead. It was a bustling large town. Though dawn had just broken, many people were already gathered at the gates, travelers coming and going. So it hid in the city. This will be troublesome. Hiroshi Furukawa frowned. The town was too lively. If a demon disguised itself as a human and slipped inside, it would be like a drop of water falling into a river, drawing no attention at all. "Can we find out who entered the city last night?" he asked the Kikuchi beside him. "That would be extremely difficult. Too many people enter the city every day. There's no way to check them all," the Kikuchi replied, shaking his head. Although the Demon Slayer Corps had its own intelligence network, such investigations would require official authority and vast manpower, something even the government would struggle with, let alone the Corps, which wasn't officially recognized. "Captain, what should we do then?" One of the swordsmen accompanying Hiroshi Furukawa asked irritably. Furukawa's brow remained furrowed, but he said firmly, "Those cruel demons can't completely conceal their traces. They're not human and they cannot stand the light. We'll find a way to uncover them." "Damn filthy demons," the swordsman cursed. "Why can't they just obediently let us cut off their heads with our Nichiren swords?" Hiroshi Furukawa looked toward the bustling city and continued instructing the Kikuchi, "You'll have to trouble yourselves further. Send more people to investigate throughout the city, especially the sewers, basements, and any places that sunlight cannot reach during the day." "No problem." The Kikuchi nodded. "And starting today, closely monitor any reports of missing persons. If anyone goes missing, thoroughly search all dark areas in the vicinity that sunlight cannot reach. Hiroshi Furukawa rested his hand on the hilt of his Nichiren sword. These man-eating demons cannot resist their craving for flesh and blood. Sooner or later they'll reveal themselves. Understood. The Kikuchi quickly withdrew. Hiroshi Furukawa turned to his companions. From here on we'll remain in this city until we slay this demon. No problem, Captain. One of the swordsmen answered immediately and the others nodded as well. Everyone continue resting. Conserve your strength in case we discover the demon tonight. When the sun hung high in the center of the sky and the daylight was at its strongest, Kaneo Tsuyuri, who had slept for half the day, slowly woke up. What greeted her eyes was a clean room. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, filling the space with a gentle glow. She couldn't help but stretch out her hand. She could feel the warmth within it. In the past, she would have loved this warm sunlight. But now she felt a faint sense of dislike toward it. Sunlight was something her uncle disliked, so much so that he had to hide underground because of it. Kaneo leaned over the edge of the bed and peered underneath. Beneath the wooden cover, her uncle lay in the darkness against the cold ground. She felt a strong urge to go down there and stay by his side. It might be cold and damp down there, far from the soft blankets and warmth of the bed, but that was where her uncle was. "Are you awake?" A gentle voice drifted from beneath the boards. Kaneo nodded, immediately jumping off the bed. She crawled under it and lay beside the wooden board that covered the pit. "Are you hungry? If you are, go outside and get some food from the innkeeper." "I'm not hungry," Kaneo replied softly. Grumble. No sooner had she spoken than her stomach let out a small growl. "You say you aren't hungry, yet your stomach says otherwise." Lying on the cold floor of the pit, Soma couldn't help but laugh. "Go out and get something to eat. Remember to lock the door behind you." "Okay." Kaneo was obedient. Though she still wanted to stay and keep him company, she crawled out from under the bed and headed outside. Following her uncle's instructions, she closed the door behind her and went to the inn's front counter. Having been informed in advance, the landlady knew she had come to collect food and smiled kindly. "Hold on a moment, little girl. I'll bring it out from the kitchen for you." When she returned, she handed Kaneo a tray filled with food and asked curiously, "Why doesn't your guardian come to fetch it himself?" Kaneo lifted her eyes slightly but said nothing. She simply turned and carried the tray back to the room, closing the door behind her. The landlady rubbed her nose awkwardly, then returned to the counter. After shutting the door, Kaneo immediately carried the tray under the bed. The aroma of the food made her throat involuntarily swallow, but she didn't start eating. "Go ahead and eat," Soma said gently from beneath the wooden board, sensing her hesitation. "Uncle should eat too, okay?" Though she very much wanted to eat, Kaneo didn't touch the food. "I won't eat," Soma replied. "But Uncle hasn't eaten at all. Won't you feel uncomfortable?" Kaneo bit her lip lightly. "My food isn't this. Eating that would be useless for me." In the pitch-black pit, Soma shook his head again. "Then what is Uncle's food?" This wasn't the first time Kaneo had asked this question, but inside the dark pit, Soma remained silent. Chapter 28, Listening to the Voice of One's Heart. What was his food? As a demon, how could he not know, especially now when his body's instinctive craving for flesh constantly conveyed its needs to him, clearly and unmistakably telling him what his food was. But as someone who had once been human, even though he had now become a demon, he still couldn't accept it. So, he had no way to answer Kaneo Tsuyuri's question. Thus, lying in the pitch-black pit beneath the wooden cover, he could only remain silent. "Eat," he finally said after a long while. Kaneo was very sensitive to the atmosphere around her. She sensed that her question had made her uncle unhappy, so she didn't dare to ask further. Obediently, she began eating in small bites. The food on the tray was plentiful. For Kaneo, who once could only dream of having her fill, it was a supreme delicacy, yet now it didn't taste quite as good. Her body clearly still liked the food, but in her heart, she suddenly didn't. The strange feeling puzzled her. She couldn't understand why she felt this way. She only thought that since Uncle never ate, he must be very hungry. She finished all the food in small bites, even licking the tray clean. Then she set the empty tray aside and curled up in the corner beneath the bed. The room fell silent once more. While the room was quiet, outside was lively. Curled beneath the bed, Kaneo lifted her head slightly. She could hear children laughing, accompanied by chaotic footsteps, children nearby playing happily. Her violet eyes blinked unconsciously, but she quickly lowered her head again, sitting quietly. Soma lay silently in the dark pit as well, his fists slightly clenched. The demon's instinctive craving for flesh assaulted his heart once more. Especially with the faint scent of food occasionally drifting from nearby, the desire grew even stronger. He silently gritted his teeth, silently endured, silently held fast to his own bottom line. Time passed unnoticed. Before long, the sun set and darkness descended upon the land. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Soma felt his body become active and invigorated. This was the instinctive joy of a demon. When sunlight vanished and night arrived, he pushed aside the wooden board covering the pit and poked his head out. He saw Kaneo sitting there, hugging her knees and curled up. At the sound of movement, she lifted her pretty pink-purple eyes to look at him. They sparkled brightly. "You haven't been sitting under the bed this whole time, have you?" Soma muttered softly. Seeing her about to move closer, he gestured forward with his chin. "Crawl out first." Her big eyes widened as she watched her uncle crawl out. Excited, she quickly followed, as if they were playing a game to see who could get out faster. In a flash, she scrambled out from under the bed, then bent down outside, poking her head back under it. Her large eyes seemed to say, "I'm faster than you." She's just like any other kid, Soma thought to himself. But then he paused slightly, suddenly realizing that Kaneo wasn't very old at all. She really was just a child. Perhaps because of her childhood experiences, the girl had always seemed a little dull and rarely spoke. In Soma's impression, Kaneo Tsuyuri had always been somewhat wooden, lacking the lively energy typical of children. Her age.so when she suddenly displayed such childlike behavior, it felt rather abrupt, almost out of character for her. But in truth, this was how Kaneo was meant to be. "You crawled out pretty fast." Soma climbed out from under the bed and praised her with a smile. Kaneo looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. But having just crawled out from beneath the bed, her hair was messy and speckled with dust. Soma reached out gently to brush the dust off her. Then he found a towel in the room, dipped it in water from a wooden basin, and returned to her side, carefully wiping her small face. The warm towel glided across her cheeks. Watching her uncle's gentle expression, the girl's eyes widened. "Close your eyes." Soma lightly tapped Kaneo's head. The towel was about to wipe across her eyes, yet she still didn't know to close them. The girl obediently shut her eyes. She could clearly feel the towel passing over the corners, damp and warm. After washing her face, Soma put the towel back into the basin. When he turned around, he noticed that Kaneo was still keeping her eyes closed. "Kaneo, come here." He beckoned to her. Following the sound of his voice, Kaneo trotted toward him, only to bump straight into his chest. Caught off guard, Soma was momentarily surprised. Seeing that her eyes were still closed, he understood. "You can open your eyes now." The girl immediately opened them. Soma reached out and lightly pinched her small nose. "When I told you to close your eyes, I didn't mean you had to keep them closed the whole time. Once I finished washing your face, you could open them." Kaneo looked at him, her pretty pink-purple eyes blinking. She seemed to understand a little, yet perhaps not entirely. Seeing her like this, Soma couldn't help but think of the Kaneo from the anime in the future. After being saved by Kane Kocho, because of her traumatic childhood, Kaneo would often act like a wooden doll. If no one told her to eat, she wouldn't lift her chopsticks, even if her stomach growled with hunger. Without someone giving her instructions, she wouldn't make any decisions at all. Not even something as simple as deciding to eat. So Kane had given her a coin, teaching her to toss it to make decisions for herself. Yet even then, there had been a time when the coin landed in such a way that Kaneo held her breath while waiting for it to fall, nearly suffocating because she didn't know what to do. In the future, you need to learn to listen to the voice in your own heart, understand? He patted Kaneo's head gently. She blinked at him. "I mean the voice inside you." Soma lowered his voice and placed his hand lightly against her abdomen. "It's your own feelings, like when you feel hungry, you go eat. For example, just now when I wiped your face with the towel, when you felt it was about to touch your eyes and you felt like you should close them, then you should close them. And when you feel it's time to open them, then open them. You don't need to wait for me to decide everything for you." Chapter 29 Plea. "Se teach me well, listen to the voice of your own heart." Kaneo Tsuyuri murmured the words, trying to understand what her uncle meant. But her mind, long unused to thinking for itself, didn't know how to begin processing such ideas. "Take it slowly. There's no rush." Seeing her expression, Soma spoke gently. After all, the cruel experiences of her childhood had long since sealed off her heart. Expecting Kaneo to instantly return to the bright, lively self that a girl her age should have was clearly unrealistic. Let's head out for now. You can think about it little by little. Holding Kaneo's hand, Soma walked out of the inn. This time he walked slowly. Whenever they encountered something interesting, he would deliberately stop. However, most things that would make other children burst into laughter left Kaneo calm and expressionless. It seemed her emotions were difficult to stir by external events. Try to feel it. Soma murmured softly beside her. Kaneo tilted her head and looked at him. Soma smiled but did not explain further. Some things couldn't simply be understood through explanation alone. Before long, they arrived at the Hiko dojo. Once again, he met Akihiro Arakawa and continued learning Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu under his guidance. While Soma trained, Kaneo stayed nearby obediently, quietly watching her uncle practice. Time slipped by unnoticed during their lessons. After 2 hours, Akihiro Arakawa corrected Soma's grip and stance once more before speaking in a low voice. For now, you more or less understand everything. I've taught you. But understanding and truly mastering it are two different things. What do you mean? Soma frowned. It means your mind knows what to do. But when it comes to actual combat, you may not know how to act. For example, you might know which technique to use to block a thrusting attack, but if your opponent suddenly changes the angle midway, you'll panic. Soma nodded. So how do I truly master it? True mastery can't be taught through explanation alone. The most important thing is real combat. Akihiro Arakawa spoke seriously. Only through actual sparring can you truly grasp it. With that, he stood up and picked up a wooden sword from the weapon rack. Now, treat me as your opponent. We'll spar. All right. Soma nodded and picked up a wooden sword as well. Begin. Akihiro Arakawa stood in place and spoke calmly. Okay. Almost instantly, Soma rushed forward with his sword raised. Akihiro Arakawa's expression flickered in surprise. Over the past few days, he had already noticed that Soma's physical abilities were extraordinary, so he had remained cautious. Even so, Soma's speed still shocked him. An ordinary person simply couldn't move that fast. Though startled, Akihiro Arakawa reacted immediately. His wooden sword flashed out in an instant. Even though Soma had initiated the attack and struck first, Arakawa's blade arrived faster, blocking the strike almost effortlessly. Soma frowned. When his strike was stopped, he immediately changed direction and attacked again. As Akihiro Arakawa stepped back, he defended with his blade, always managing to block Soma's attacks at the very first moment. At the same time, he counterattacked instantly, and each counter left Soma scrambling. After several consecutive attacks were blocked, frustration began to rise within Soma. His strikes grew increasingly hurried and impatient. At that moment, Akihiro Arakawa suddenly moved again. After blocking yet another of Soma's attacks, the man, who had been retreating under the pressure of Soma's offense, suddenly stamped hard on the ground. A dull thud echoed as he lunged forward, his wooden sword flashing out in a decisive swing. The wooden blade nearly split the air, producing a sharp whistling sound. By the time Soma came back to his senses and hastily retreated, the tip of the wooden sword had already reached his chest. You're dead. Akihiro Arakawa spoke calmly. Soma froze slightly, lowering his head to look at the blade that had stopped just inches from his chest. Clearly, if it had moved forward even a little more, it would have struck him squarely. For most people, once a blade pierced the heart, it would mean near certain death. So fast, Soma lowered his wooden sword. Impressive. I lost. Arakawa also withdrew his wooden blade and looked at him. I didn't expect you to admit it so quickly. He had taught many students and sparred with many people before. Most were unwilling to accept defeat, always believing they had been careless or that they still had another chance. A loss is a loss. Soma shook his head. It was a fact, there was nothing to argue about. Even though he was a demon and wouldn't die if his heart were pierced by a standard blade that only applied to a real battle, not a spar, and while he hadn't used his full strength, there was no denying that the final strike had caught him completely off guard. Let's go again. Soma gripped the wooden sword again and looked at Arakawa. Next time, he was certain he would be able to respond, but Arakawa shook his head. It's already too late. Besides, I'm no longer suitable to continue teaching you. Soma frowned in confusion. I can tell that when you attacked just now you were holding back. I can sense that your physical ability is extremely strong. If you fought at full strength, your speed would be even faster. I might not be able to block it. Arakawa looked at Soma and sighed softly. I truly don't know how you train such a powerful body. Soma fell silent. As a demon, his physical abilities far surpassed human limits. Although he had tried to conceal it, when he made a move, an expert could still see through it. So you really can't continue teaching me? Soma couldn't help asking. He felt there was still much left to learn. Arakawa hesitated. Soma's physical strength was too overwhelming, almost inhuman. Before, he had been able to suppress him through superior swordsmanship alone. But as Soma continued learning and closed the gap in technique, Arakawa would no longer be able to dominate him. In fact, he might not even be his opponent. Once a teacher is no longer superior to the student, the lessons lose their meaning. What worked for the teacher might not fit the student's burgeoning style. I still feel like I can learn more, Soma said again. After a moment's hesitation, Arakawa replied, How about this? I'll introduce you to my senior brother. His strength is more than sufficient. With his swordsmanship, even if you go all out with your physical ability, he could handle it with ease. All right. Soma nodded. Arakawa stepped out, and soon returned with a man who had brownish-red hair. This is my senior brother, Himura Kenshin. Arakawa introduced him to Soma. Soma smiled in greeting. Hello. Himura Kenshin wore a gentle smile on his face. We met briefly yesterday. Soma smiled as well. I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 30, the panel after introducing Himura Kenshin. Akihiro Arakawa went to rest, while Soma and Himura Kenshin headed to the training ground. Himura Kenshin drew a wooden sword from the weapon rack and looked at Soma. Arakawa just told me about your situation. So let's begin. Clearly, for Himura Kenshin, the best way to spar was through actual combat. Soma felt no fear. If anything, he was a little excited. He walked to the weapon rack, drew a wooden sword, and stood opposite Himura Kenshin. Without a moment's hesitation, Soma lunged. Gripping the wooden hilt, he swung the blade toward Kenshin in a fierce arc. Faced with this strike, Kenshin simply took a light step back, letting the wood whistle past him harmlessly. As his first strike missed, Soma prepared to follow up, but a sudden roar of wind filled his ears. Before he knew it, Kenshin had countered. The tip of Kenshin's wooden blade was already resting centimeters from Soma's brow. Soma froze, his expression turning grim. Kenshin retracted his sword. What is called the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu is fundamentally an explosive sword style. When you strike, you must gather the power of your whole body, unleashing it in one continuous motion. You clearly haven't done that. He looked at Soma. Your speed is clearly greater than this. Once you strike, you must exert your maximum speed. As a demon with his body's physical potential, Soma's speed could far exceed what he had just shown. If he had unleashed full force when he attacked Arakawa earlier, Arakawa would have found it nearly impossible to block. It was precisely this realization that made Arakawa feel unfit to continue teaching him. But Kenshin before him was different, far stronger. Even if Soma went all out, Kenshin could resist. All right. Soma nodded and struck again, this time without holding back. As a demon, his physical abilities had long surpassed human limits. The speed he now unleashed was unimaginable for ordinary people. As the sword cut through the air, the motion produced sonic booms from its velocity. Kenshin squinted his eyes, immediately holding his sword to counter. Unlike Soma, whose speed relied purely on physical ability, Kenshin's strike briefly gathered the full strength of his body. This made his attack faster, more precise, and far more ruthless, qualities Soma did not yet possess. In an instant, the two blades clashed in the air. Crack. Almost immediately, the wooden swords could not withstand the impact and shattered into countless fragments. At the same moment, Kenshin's hand, still gripping the hilt, slid forward, and the tip nearly touched Soma's chest. The force of the sword against his chest made Soma's expression sour. I lost again, Soma sighed. You are already quite formidable. Huff huff. Himura Kenshin panted lightly, looking at Soma standing there with steady breathing, and a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. Such incredible physical ability. Kenshin's own body had been weak from childhood, giving him a soft, delicate appearance. That was why Master Hiko changed his name from Shinta to Kenshin. Even after years of training, his frailty remained a weak point, especially with the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, an explosive sword style capable of immense power in a short burst. The strength could not be sustained. Once the burst ended, he would enter a period of weakness, highlighting that vulnerability even further. Again. Soma closed his eyes, carefully recalling Kenshin's previous strike. After a long moment, he opened his eyes and looked at him. Huff! Himura Kenshin exhaled and replied, "All right, but let me catch my breath first." "Okay." Soma nodded. Once Kenshin had recovered slightly, the two resumed sparring, continuously exchanging attacks. Because wooden swords were too easily destroyed, they eventually switched to iron swords. The clashing of steel rang out sparks in all directions. Through the repeated collisions, Soma's understanding of the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu deepened, and Kenshin seemed to notice this, subtly guiding him during the sparring. Each time Soma was defeated again, he watched the seemingly fragile Kenshin produce immense energy in a short burst, predicting almost instinctively where Soma would strike next. In a hazy, half-conscious moment, it felt as if he suddenly understood something, or rather, not just understood, but truly, he had mastered something. So this was the so-called Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. Huff. Kenshin stepped back slightly, watching Soma close his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his face. After an unknown amount of time, Soma slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of light shining in them. "Congratulations." Kenshin smiled at Soma. "Thank you." Soma nodded slightly, pleased, but his attention was drawn to the game-like character panel in his mind. Name: Soma race, demon lifespan, infinite abilities, immortality pseudo, rapid regeneration, enhanced physique weaknesses, sunlight, wisteria, Nichiren sword status, hungry, cursed, by Muzan Kibutsuji, blood demon art, nun swordsmanship, Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu constitution, 3.1. Normal adult, 1 agility, 3.2 normal adult, 1 strength, 3.1 normal adult, 1 mental strength, 1.5 normal adult, 1 at this moment, the previously unchanging character panel in his mind finally showed some updates. Swordsmanship had appeared, reflecting his mastery of Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, and his mental strength had risen from 1.2 to 1.5. Soma was puzzled. The appearance of swordsmanship made sense, but why had only mental strength increased? Why had physique, agility, or strength not changed at all? Could it be, mastering Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu increases mental strength? He murmured, though he still felt something was off. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. But he did notice that with the mental strength increase, his mind felt clearer, and even the craving for flesh seemed to diminish. Or perhaps it wasn't that the desire for flesh had awakened, but that his control over that desire had strengthened, giving him better mastery of himself. Feeling this, he finally breathed a small sigh of relief. Over time, he could feel the urge for flesh growing stronger, especially here in this bustling town, surrounded by all sorts of tempting food. It was like a mouse falling into a rice jar. His bloodthirsty instincts surged, and he feared losing control at any moment. Now at least he could feel a slight relief. Chapter 31, Kindred Soma remained standing where he was, studying the character panel in his mind. But no matter how closely he examined it, he couldn't discover anything new. It seemed to be nothing more than a status screen that recorded his current condition. Aside from allowing him to clearly understand his own state, it served no other purpose. Though he felt somewhat unwilling to accept that, Soma could only withdraw his focus in resignation. Himura Kenshin, assuming Soma was simply immersed in the joy of his swordsmanship breakthrough, didn't disturb him. He waited until Soma snapped out of it before smiling. "Congratulations on your breakthrough. How about we share a drink to celebrate?" Soma was slightly surprised by Kenshin's warmth, but he nodded. The town was bustling. Even at night, many small taverns remained open. Kenshin brought Soma and Kaneo Tsuyuri to a somewhat quiet tavern. Shortly after they sat down, someone served sake and small dishes. Soma specifically ordered a bowl of meat porridge for Kaneo and placed 2 small side dishes in front of her. Seeing how attentively Soma cared for the child, Kenshin smiled and picked up the sake flask, pouring a cup for Soma and one for himself. "Congratulations on mastering the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu." Kenshin's face was full of sincere joy, clearly genuinely happy for Soma. "Thank you as well." Soma raised his cup. During their sparring, Kenshin had sincerely guided him, and he was truly grateful. "Even without me, it wouldn't have taken long for you to master it yourself." Kenshin took a sip of sake. Soma smiled and drank as well. But when the sake entered his stomach, it had no taste whatsoever. Clearly, as a demon, he could no longer enjoy fine alcohol like a human. After a few cups, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed and lively. I wonder, Soma-kun, what is your view on the current state of the world? After another drink, Kenshin suddenly asked. Soma shook his head. He didn't understand much about this place or its current political state. What he knew most was the plot of Demon Slayer, and even then he wasn't particularly clear about the broader era it was set in. Wars are raging everywhere now. Every day, innocent people die beneath blades. Countless families are displaced. There are even rumors of demons appearing. Kenshin clearly harbored dissatisfaction with the state of the world. Soma merely smiled faintly and continued drinking, quietly listening. He wasn't particularly concerned with what Kenshin was describing. For him, the priority was to find where Tanjiro Kamado lived and locate the legendary blue spider lily. Only then could he overcome the weaknesses of being a demon and free himself from Kibutsuji Muzan's control. Now that my swordsmanship has reached a certain level, I wish to leave the mountains and put an end to this chaotic era, so that the killing may stop. This is the time to use Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu to save the people. Soma lifted his gaze toward Kenshin, then lowered it again, taking another sip of sake. You already have your own answer, don't you? My master does not agree. Kenshin gave a bitter smile. He says that one person alone cannot change the era. A sword is a weapon of murder, and swordsmanship is the art of killing. Once the blade is drawn, it only leads to endless slaughter. Soma picked up a small morsel of food with his chopsticks and placed it in Kaneo's bowl. She was busy focusing on her porridge, as he listened silently. However, I do not agree with my master's view. Soma glanced at Kenshin. His swordsmanship was extraordinary, so formidable that even with a demon's physical prowess, Soma found it difficult to withstand him. There was no doubt Kenshin was extremely powerful. Now that he carried a sharp blade, he felt he was different. He believed that with his own ability, he could change everything. He held the purest dreams, yet also the most arrogant ones. But he was still human, and humans grow tired. They get injured. They feel hunger and thirst. After another cup of sake, Himura Kenshin looked up at Soma. I want to invite you to join me to change all of this together. Soma fell silent. Your physical ability is the strongest I've ever seen. Even my master may not surpass you in that regard. Though your swordsmanship still needs refinement, if we work together, no difficulty would be insurmountable. I'd like to invite you to Kyoto. Together we could. Before Kenshin could finish, Soma shook his head. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't agree. Kenshin froze, clearly not expecting such a direct refusal. His gaze dimmed slightly. Do you also agree with my master? An individual's power is ultimately limited. No matter how great one's swordsmanship is, perhaps you can defeat 10 people, 100 people, but can you defeat 1,000? 10,000? With one person's strength, it's difficult to stand against the tide of an era. To truly change something, you would have to join a faction. But once you join one, you will inevitably be used by those in power. And then what awaits may be endless slaughter in the name of justice. Once you throw yourself into it, Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu will only cause you to kill countless people. Soma drank another cup as he spoke. The alcohol flowed down his throat into his body, tasteless and bland. Kenshin fell silent. Indeed, as Soma had said, he planned to go to Kyoto and join a faction. And perhaps the future would unfold exactly as Soma predicted. Then should I do nothing at all? Kenshin looked at Soma, then at the little girl beside them who was quietly eating her porridge in small bites. Sensing his gaze, Kaneo Tsuyuri looked up at him briefly before lowering her head again, focusing on her bowl. Kenshin lowered his head, took another drink, and said firmly, "Someone has to do it." Soma smiled and raised his cup toward him. Kenshin, still weighed down by emotion, gave a bitter smile and raised his own cup, drinking deeply. However, Kenshin's tolerance for alcohol did not seem very strong. After a few more cups, he was already drunk. Soma asked the tavern staff to help carry the heavily intoxicated Kenshin back, then took Kaneo's hand and began walking toward their small inn. As they walked, Soma suddenly sensed something and raised his eyes at the end of the bustling street. Near a wonton stall, several men sat scanning their surroundings. Though they were not wearing the standard Demon Slayer Corps uniform, there was no doubt they were swordsmen of the Corps. Beside them lay long objects wrapped in cloth, emitting an aura he found extremely repulsive, the unmistakable presence of Nichiren swords, weapons used to slay demons. Sensing the demon slayer swordsman, Soma lowered his head and merged into the crowd with Kaneo. After avoiding them, they soon approached the small inn. But as they passed a slightly secluded alley near the inn, Soma suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Not far away, a burly man stood leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Staring at him coldly, from the man's body Soma sensed a very familiar aura, the scent of his own kind. Chapter 32, Drawing the Blade. The man leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. He wore a sleeveless brownish shirt that exposed his extremely muscular arms. The front portion of his hair, from the forehead to the top of his head, had been carefully shaved, forming the distinctive Chomage-style hairstyle. At this moment, his crimson eyes stared at Soma, full of hostility. "Don't you know this area is my hunting ground? Have you no sense of etiquette?" The man stood up and slowly walked toward Soma. "Do you know how much trouble your arrival has caused me?" Over the past few days, the demon slayer swordsman had been searching the city, making it difficult for him to hunt, constantly fearing those hyenas would catch his scent. After all, once you're targeted by those demon slayer swordsmen, it's like getting stuck with chewing gum, you just can't shake them off. And the source of all this trouble was the country bumpkin demon in front of him, who didn't understand etiquette and had drawn those hyenas here. These rural demons were crude and reckless. Their hunting methods were rough, usually breaking into houses at night, causing huge commotions that quickly attracted the demon slayer corps' attention. The demons in the city, on the other hand, were different. They had their own methods. Their targets were the homeless or children trafficked into the city, prey who could disappear without drawing attention. He had always thrived in this town, like a fish in water. But now, because this outsider demon had drawn the demon slayers here, his life had become difficult. "I'll leave in a couple of days," Soma said calmly, his head slightly lowered. Demons usually lived alone. Each had a strong sense of territory and their own hunting grounds. Clearly, he had trespassed into this demon's domain. "Ha!" the man sneered. "You think just leaving is enough? Do you know I've gone hungry these past few days because of you?" Because of the demon slayer's search, he hadn't dared to hunt. Soma said nothing, simply standing there quietly. The man's face filled with anger. He wanted to beat Soma up, but he feared making noise that would attract the demon slayers. As for killing him, he hadn't even considered it, not because he didn't want to, but because demons' immortality made it extremely difficult for them to kill one another. Of course, extremely difficult didn't mean impossible. One method was to consume the other. By devouring a fellow demon, one could kill them and simultaneously grow more powerful. But cannibalizing another demon was forbidden. Any demon who dared to do so would be personally executed by that lord. No demon dared disobey that lord's orders. Any who had tried had essentially vanished from this world. Even if killing wasn't feasible, tormenting another demon was easy. Their immortality and powerful vitality only made such torture more painful and twisted, so the demon wasn't worried that Soma would refuse. He could sense Soma's aura was very weak, the kind of weak aura only demons who had never eaten human flesh possessed. A weak demon like that might not even be killed outright by some demon slayer swordsman, but instead captured and taken to Mount Fujikasane to serve as a target for trainee trials. The demon strode forward arrogantly until he stood right in front of Soma, staring at him. "Get out of my territory today." But halfway through his sentence, his gaze suddenly fell on Kaneo Tsuyuri beside Soma. Looking at the girl's delicate body, the demon unconsciously licked his lips. What a sweet piece of food. In an instant, the demon's eyes filled with greed. Because of the demon slayer's tight surveillance and searches in the city over the past few days, he hadn't been able to hunt properly. His stomach had long been growling with hunger. Sensing the demon's gaze, Soma reached out and pulled Kaneo Tsuyuri behind him. He raised his head and calmly looked at the demon now standing before him. Seeing the food hide behind Soma, the demon reluctantly withdrew his gaze and looked at him instead. "Is this the prey you caught today? Looks like a rather docile one." Normally, food would struggle desperately after being captured. Though such resistance meant little to demons, prey as submissive as this was rare. "How about this? Since you trespassed into my territory, use your prey as compensation." The demon's throat moved involuntarily. He was so hungry he could hardly wait to enjoy his meal. Almost the moment he finished speaking, he reached out toward Kaneo behind Soma, paying no attention to Soma still standing in front of him. In truth, he didn't think much of Soma at all. Among demons who followed the law of the strong preying upon the weak, it was normal for weaker demons to submit to stronger ones, and he was the stronger demon. But almost immediately, anger flashed across his face. His hand reaching for the prey had been blocked by Soma. A weak demon dared to defy him. He nearly exploded in rage, wanting to pounce and torture this brat in front of him. But he restrained himself, worried that any commotion might attract the demon slayers. If those hyenas set their sights on him, it would be troublesome. So he forced down his anger. Fine. I'll give you one leg later. That's my final act of mercy. Clearly, he believed Soma was being bold only because he couldn't bear to give up his food. Some demons, when driven by hunger, simply couldn't see the situation clearly. All they could see was their craving for flesh. Soma said nothing. His other hand slowly moved to his waist, where a long object wrapped in cloth was secured, clearly some kind of blade. This was nothing unusual. With the sword abolishment edict in place, even demon slayer swordsmen did not openly display their Nichiren swords. They too wrapped them in cloth or concealed them in other ways. The demon noticed Soma's small movement and guessed it was a weapon, but he didn't care much. Unlike humans, where even the strongest person might be killed by a child if careless, such a scenario was almost non-existent among demons. A demon's immortality made it extremely difficult for one demon to kill another. Even if Soma drew a weapon and launched a surprise attack, at most he could injure him, not kill him. Doing so wouldn't solve anything. It would only enrage him further and invite even more brutal retaliation. So the demon wasn't worried that Soma had the nerve to try. And at that moment, under the demon's confident gaze, Soma's hand gripped the hilt at his waist. Shing! A blade faintly radiating a scorching aura slid out from its cloth wrapping. A flash of fiery light reflected in the demon's crimson pupils. In that instant, everything turned into something incomprehensible and terrifying. Chapter 33, Kane Kocho Shing. From the moment the hilt was drawn to the instant the blade slashed out, only a split second passed. The demon saw only a flash of scorching light along the blade, felt the unmistakable aura of sunlight radiating from it, the very thing demons feared most. Nichiren sword? The demon's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. He had known that what Soma carried at his waist might be a sword or a blade, but he hadn't cared. Even if Soma had used it to sneak attack and sever his head, it wouldn't have killed him. Blades were lethal weapons against frail humans, but to demons they were of little consequence. Never had he imagined that this blade would be a Nichiren sword, a blade capable of killing demons. No demon was unfamiliar with Nichiren swords. They were the weapons used by the Demon Slayer Corps, the tools that ended demons' lives. But how could such a weapon be in a demon's possession? Nichiren swords carried within them the essence that could slay demons, imbued with the hated aura of sunlight. Any demon instinctively loathed them, instinctively avoided them. The demon couldn't fathom it, but now, feeling the aura emanating from the steel, he tried to dodge, and found he was far too late. Soma's strike was too fast. Too precise. It was so fast the demon saw only a streak of red light before he felt the bone in his neck being sheared through by a searing edge. Then the entire world began to spin. In the secluded alleyway, a head sporting a traditional chamage flew into the air. The body standing on the ground, now headless, erupted into a geyser of crimson blood from the stump of its neck. Thud! The head hit the ground and rolled several times. Even as it came to rest, its eyes remained wide open, staring at Soma in disbelief. It could not believe he would be killed over something as trivial as a piece of food. Nor could he believe he would die so easily. Crimson blood pooled on the ground, looking cold beneath the moonlight. Soma calmly sheathed the Nichiren sword and wrapped it once more in cloth. This demon had been careless, or rather overly confident in the resilience of a demon's body. After all, demons were not as fragile as humans. A human, no matter how strong, could be killed by a child with a blade if struck in a vital spot. Among demons, such a thing was almost unheard of, and it was precisely that carelessness and confidence that doomed him. By the time he realized Soma had drawn a Nichiren sword capable of killing demons, it was already too late. As Soma finished wrapping the sword, the severed head began to disintegrate. In those wide, staring eyes one could still see deep regret, but regret changed nothing. As the head and body slowly dissolved into nothingness, a foul stench spread through the air, along with something else. A trace of sorrow. Ordinary people couldn't sense that sorrow. Demon Slayer swordsmen who severed demons' necks with Nichiren swords wouldn't notice it, or even if they did, they wouldn't care about the grief of a dying demon. But Soma, being a demon himself, could sense it. He smelled the sorrow of this demon. Within that sorrow was pain, regret, despair. This sorrow was not grief over the end of his life. It was the pain and sadness that surfaced at the moment of death, when he finally remembered the memories of when he had once been human. Perhaps this demon, too, once had happiness of his own. Happiness he personally destroyed, until he became something so twisted he could no longer recognize himself. But no matter how deep the pain, it could only dissolve into endless despair, and then into nothingness. Standing beside Soma, Kaneo Tsuyuri tilted her head as she watched him stare at the demon. Her pink-violet eyes followed the demon's head as it gradually disintegrated. She saw the tears that fell from its eyes. "It looks like he was crying," she said softly. Sensing the sorrow lingering in the air, Soma replied in a low voice, "He has every reason to." With that, he took Kaneo's hand and quickly left the alley. "It smells awful." "Why does it smell so bad?" "Hurry, let's get out of here." "Did someone dump waste nearby?" Passers-by covered their noses and hurried away, grumbling in complaint. Before long, the disturbance drew the attention of certain individuals. Furukawa Hiroshi arrived at the alley with several companions. "It's the stench left behind when one of those damned demons dies," one swordsman said, his face full of disgust. "Even in death they reek. They shouldn't exist in this world. They should all be left to burn in the sun." "But why did a demon die here? Did someone from our side act?" another swordsman asked in confusion. Furukawa Hiroshi crouched down to carefully inspect the spot where the demon had perished. "It hasn't been long. The scent in the air is still strong." He then looked up. "Are there any other teams nearby besides us?" The swordsmen shook their heads. They weren't sure. Communication between corps members was handled strictly by Kasugai crows to prevent the headquarters location from being compromised. Many years ago, a demon had once followed the trail of a demon slayer and located the headquarters, launching a surprise attack. Though the corps was not annihilated in that battle, the backbone of their forces, those who practiced sun breathing, were all killed. As a result, sun breathing lost its lineage. To this day, there were no swordsmen in the corps who practiced it anymore, and among all breathing styles, sun breathing had been the greatest threat to demons. Knowing they couldn't easily determine the movements of other teams, Furukawa Hiroshi turned to the Kikuchi who had accompanied them. "Have any other squads contacted you recently?" Typically, when demon slayers arrived in a region, local Kikuchi would assist them. Revealing the whereabouts of other swordsmen was normally forbidden within the corps, but the Kikuchi understood that the situation was unusual. After hesitating briefly, he nodded. "Recently, only Miss Kane and Miss Shinobu have been in contact." "The flower Hashira, Kane Kocho?" one swordsman exclaimed softly. Female swordsmen were rare in the Demon Slayer Corps, and those who rose to the rank of Hashira were rarer still. Among them was the flower Hashira, Kane Kocho. Chapter 34. If Uncle were to eat me as food, I would be happy. Could it have been the flower Hashira who did this? Furukawa Hiroshi murmured softly as he examined the traces left at the scene. "I'd say it must have been the flower Hashira. After all, ordinary people can't kill those damned demons," one swordsman beside him said with a quiet laugh. "To kill a demon, you need a specially crafted Nichiren sword from our corps. No one outside the Demon Slayer Corps possesses one," another swordsman added. Everyone felt that this demon-slaying mission was essentially over. There had been one more demon than expected. They had prepared for a fierce battle, yet things had ended far more easily than anticipated. Although Furukawa Hiroshi also believed the demon was likely slain by the passing flower Hashira, he hesitated for a moment before placing his fingers to his lips and whistling. Not long after, a Kasugai crow flapped down from the sky. Furukawa Hiroshi took out paper and brush, wrote a letter describing the situation, and placed it inside the small metal tube tied to the crow's leg. The Kasugai crow flapped its wings and flew away, carrying the message into the distance. "We'll wait here for a few more days. I've sent an inquiry to headquarters. We'll wait for the reply," Furukawa Hiroshi said to his companions as he watched the crow disappear. "Captain, isn't that a bit unnecessary?" one swordsman said with a wry smile. "The demon's already dead. The mission's finished," another complained. "Captain, you're just too cautious," a third said helplessly. Furukawa Hiroshi rested his hand on the hilt of his Nichiren sword and looked at them. When dealing with demons, there's no such thing as being too cautious. As he spoke, he glanced toward the lively crowd in the distance. If we grow careless and let a demon escape, how many people might it devour as food? How many families' happiness would be destroyed? That can never be allowed. The other swordsman felt a chill at his words. Furukawa Hiroshi himself felt he might have gone a bit too far. Deep down, he also believed the demon had likely been cut down by the passing flower Hashira. Yet, unbidden, he recalled how a teammate had been killed by a demon a few days earlier, and his Nichiren sword had gone missing. It still hadn't been recovered. The Kikuchi had searched extensively nearby but found nothing if that Nichiren sword had been picked up by a demon. Was it not possible that? But the thought made Furukawa Hiroshi shake his head. He felt he was overthinking. How could a demon wield a Nichiren sword? Nichiren swords contain the essence of sunlight, the very thing demons feared and loathed. Over the years, countless swordsmen had been killed by demons, yet never had a demon taken up a Nichiren sword. Small inn, second floor. Soma stood by the window, opening it just a crack. Through the narrow gap, he watched Furukawa Hiroshi and the group of demon slayer swordsmen in the distance. They had investigated the site where he killed the demon for quite some time. There even seemed to be some debate among them, and they had summoned a Kasugai crow to send a message. For a moment his heart tightened, he thought they might have discovered his trail. However, after sending off the crow, the swordsman returned and made no attempt to search the surrounding area. Soma let out a quiet breath of relief that he had no desire to confront the demon slayer swordsman right now. Fortunately, it seemed he had narrowly avoided trouble. The Nichiren sword he used to kill the demon had likely misled them. That he closed the window to end the darkened room. What met his eyes were a pair of bright pink-violet eyes shining at him in the night. Kaneo stood quietly at his side the entire time, silently watching him. Did today scare you? Soma reached out and gently rubbed Kaneo's little head. Kaneo tilted her head and blinked, looking slightly puzzled. It's good that it didn't. Seeing her expression, Soma couldn't help but smile. Kaneo, whose heart was tightly closed off, was not easily stirred to joy by interesting things in the outside world, nor was she easily frightened by the horrifying sight of a demon's brutal death. That he picked her up, went downstairs from the second floor and returned to their room. The room was pitch black. Soma lit the oil lamp inside, and the darkness was driven away by its warm glow. That he set Kaneo down. Though she had been placed on the floor, she didn't walk away. She stayed obediently by his side. Go get some rest. He patted her head and pointed to the bed nearby. Kaneo obediently walked to the bed and lay down on the soft bedding. However, she turned slightly onto her side, her pink-violet eyes quietly watching him. Go to sleep, he said again. Kaneo obediently closed her eyes. Soma turned back and sat at the table, silently staring at the flickering oil lamp. The wavering flame reflected in his crimson eyes. Uncle! A soft voice came from behind him. Soma turned his head. The girl lay on the bed still with her eyes closed, her fingers interlaced and rest. Gently on her lower abdomen. Uncle, why did that person say I was your food? Her eyes remained closed, but there was a hint of curiosity in her tone. Soma didn't know how to answer that. It was a question that was destined to be difficult. I can tell Uncle is very hungry, Kaneo said softly. If I could be eaten by Uncle as food, I would be very happy. Soma did not look at her again. Instead, he stared at the oil lamp on the table and said calmly, My food will never be you. His tone was calm and firm. If one day he truly could not restrain the desire to devour flesh and blood, then there would be no reason for him to continue living. Unbidden, he thought of the demon he had just slain. A creature that must constantly feed. A creature that gradually forgets who it once was, until the moment of death, when it suddenly realizes what it has done since becoming a demon. He could still feel the pain and sorrow that demon experienced when memories of its human past resurfaced in its final instant. If one cannot remain true to oneself, then life is a fate worse than death. I really hope Uncle won't go hungry, Kaneo said softly, her voice tinged with a trace of sadness. Being hungry feels very uncomfortable. I don't want Uncle to feel that way. Soma turned his head to look at the girl lying on the bed, still obediently keeping her eyes closed. The crimson in his gaze softened slightly. It won't be long before I no longer have to endure this hunger. He smiled gently. Once he found where Tanjiro Kamadu lived and located the legendary blue spider lily, he would be able to make up for the flaw of becoming a demon. That's wonderful then, the girl sounded happy, her voice full of longing. I hope that day comes very soon. Chapter 35, Scooping Up a Handful of Sunlight. The oil lamp burned steadily, its orange-red flame flickering softly. Soma sat quietly at the table, gazing at the flame as he silently endured the rising craving in his heart for flesh and blood. He could feel that hunger growing stronger bit by bit, slowly eroding his will. If it continued like this, one day that craving would eventually overwhelm his resolve. And then he would become like most demons in this world. Such was the fate of becoming a demon. Even someone as powerful as the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, could not escape it. Precisely because of this, no matter how strong-willed a person once was, after becoming a demon, they would ultimately fall into despair, degenerating into a monster they themselves could no longer recognize. Fortunately, his heart was not yet in despair. There was still hope within him. He still possessed the will to resist. The lamp flame continued to flicker, yet it no longer seemed as bright as before. It wasn't that the flame had dimmed, rather the sun was about to rise. The surrounding darkness was fading, making the lamplight less noticeable as it did every day. The sun was preparing to rise in the east once more, casting its light upon every corner of the earth. Soma blew out the oil lamp and turned toward the window. Faintly, dawn was already beginning to pierce through the clouds. At that moment, a surge of panic rose in his heart, the instinctive fear demons felt toward sunlight. Lowering his gaze slightly, he stood up, walked to the bed, bent down, and began crawling underneath it. As he moved toward the darkness beneath the bed, a sudden wave of anger and humiliation welled up inside him. He possessed a body of immense strength. He had near immortality. Yet when the sun rose, he could only hide in the shadows like a rat in a gutter, like some loathsome insect. Suppressing the humiliation in his heart, he crawled toward the wooden board beneath the bed and prepared to lift it to enter the underground pit. But just as he was about to climb inside, he paused and turned his head. At some point, Kaneo had gotten out of bed and crawled under as well. She had already made her way to his side. Why did you come down here? Soma looked at the girl and spoke gently. Uncle, are you going into the underground pit? Kaneo looked at the open cover, revealing the dugout hollow beneath. He nodded. Then can I go with Uncle? The girl lifted her eyes to look at him. Those beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Soma couldn't help but smile helplessly. It's damp and cold down there. It's not a good place to stay. Kaneo tilted her head slightly, looking confused. If it was so unpleasant down there, why did he have to go inside? Outside was clearly comfortable. Uncle could sleep on the soft bed just like Kaneo, waiting for the warmth of sunlight to fall upon him. Seeing her puzzled expression, Soma didn't quite know how to explain it. Should he tell her that he was a demon, and that when the sun came out he could only hide in darkness? When the sun rises, I can only hide here, he said instead, reaching out to lightly tap her little nose. Go back up. Rest properly on the bed. If you get hungry, go to the innkeeper and ask for food. With that, Soma dropped into the underground pit and prepared to close the wooden cover above him. Uncle. Kaneo's large eyes watched him. Soma turned back, looking at her questioningly. Kaneo still wants to stay with Uncle, the girl said softly. Didn't I say? The underground pit is damp. It's not good to stay there, he explained again. Unlike demons who thrive in darkness as if fish in water, humans are different. Humans are drawn to the light. Moreover, Kaneo's body wasn't strong. Staying in a cold, damp pit could easily make her ill. But Uncle is in there too, Kaneo said softly, her mood dimming. It wouldn't be good for Uncle either. If Kaneo stays with you, maybe it would be a little better. Hearing that, Soma looked at her, his gaze softening. Uncle can't stand in the sunlight. Yet seeing the girl's disappointment, he couldn't bear to let her remain upset. So he smiled and said, even though Uncle can't step into the sunlight, Kaneo can. You can stand in the sun and feel its warmth for me. For you, Uncle? Kaneo's eyes brightened slightly. So, I just have to stand in the sunlight? You also need to feel its warmth. Feel the warmth of the sunlight on your body. If Kaneo can feel it, then Uncle can feel it too. Really? The girl sounded delighted. Go on. Soma smiled as he watched Kaneo Tsuyuri walk to the window. At that moment, the gentle rays of dawn streamed in through the window. The girl stretched out her hands and lightly cupped the sunlight. Uncle, when the sunlight shines on me, it feels a little warm. Kaneo closed her eyes, carefully sensing the warmth on her skin. She tried her best to feel it, so that Uncle could feel it too, just like she did. As she felt it, she described it to him. After finishing, she sounded excited. Uncle, did you feel it? I did. It feels very warm. His gentle voice came from beneath the floor. That's wonderful. Kaneo was very happy. She turned instinctively toward him. The wooden board had already been closed, she could no longer see him. But she knew Uncle was there in the darkness beneath it, surely feeling the warmth of the sunlight through her. If Uncle could feel the warmth of sunlight on his body through her, then it would surely drive away much of the cold and dampness. He would feel much more comfortable. Uncle, I'll make sure to feel it properly for you. Kaneo clenched her small fists slightly. Being able to help Uncle is really wonderful. In the dark underground pit, Soma listened to the girl's innocent words and couldn't help but smile faintly. She was still just a child. A simple lie was enough to fool her. How could he possibly feel the sunlight through her? It was impossible that he could never feel the warmth of the sun on his skin through Kaneo. And yet, though he could not share the sunlight itself, the girl's sincerity made his heart feel warm. He gently lifted the wooden board just a crack and looked at Kaneo standing in the sunlight. She immediately noticed the small gap opening and sensed that Uncle was watching her. So she gave a pure, sweet smile. With both hands she gathered the sunlight that fell into her palms and held it toward him, as if she could scoop up a handful of warm sunlight and offer it to him. He pressed his lips together and smiled silently. Then he closed the final sliver of the wooden board. The instinctive fear and unease that rose within him at the coming of the sun seemed, at that moment, to gradually settle and fade away. Chapter 36, Shinobu Kocho. A clear stream flowed along the winding mountain slope, making a crisp, pleasant sound. A tall young woman crouched down by the water, scooping up a handful of it to wash her face. Beside her stood another girl who looked very similar to her. However, compared to the tall woman's slender height, this girl was somewhat petite. Both had pinkish-purple eyes and wore the standard uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps. The taller woman, however, also wore a colorful butterfly-patterned haori, one reserved only for the Hashira of the Corps. Her long hair fell to her waist, and at both ends she wore emerald-green butterfly hairpins edged in pink. The smaller girl wore her hair short, styled in a Taisho-era curled fashion. The two had very different temperaments. The taller one appeared gentle, always carrying a soft smile. The smaller one, by contrast, seemed serious and composed, rarely smiling. Simply standing there, she felt as sharp as an unsheathed blade. They were the flower Hashira, Kane Kocho, and her younger sister, Shinobu Kocho. Sister, you let that demon die far too easily yesterday. For creatures like them, death shouldn't come so simply. Their flesh should be sliced away piece by piece, so they can truly experience pain. Shinobu spoke softly from the side as she watched her sister wash her face in the stream. If recalling the image of demons wailing in agony, Shinobu seemed to grow excited. A faint flush even appeared on her delicate cheeks. Kane glanced at her younger sister and lowered her head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Those demons were once human too. After becoming demons, they are pitiful and in pain. Sister. The younger girl snapped her head up, her eyes flashing with irritation. They're no longer human. They've become demons. Sister, you're far too gentle, even toward demons. Kane looked at her without arguing. Instead, she gently took her sister's hand. The anger in Shinobu seemed to soften slightly under Kane's warmth, though she still turned her head away with puffed cheeks, clearly displeased. She knew there was no changing her sister's nature. Kane tenderly pulled her sister into an embrace. She didn't mind Shinobu's fierce words. If anything, they only made her heart ache more. Girls of Shinobu's age should have been living carefree lives under their parents' loving care. Yet Shinobu, driven by hatred for demons, had stepped onto the dangerous path of demon hunting. If she hadn't taken this path, then in a few more years she would be of marriageable age. Perhaps she would meet someone she loved, marry, have children of her own, and live to old age with wrinkles lining her face. Instead, she now walked the edge of life and death each day, never knowing whether she would die on the next hunt. If only my sister would stop hunting demons. If only she could let go of the past, pretend none of it ever happened, and live the life of an ordinary person. Kane murmured softly, already beginning to regret allowing her sister to walk this road of no return. Shinobu abruptly pulled away from Kane's embrace. Sister, don't say such things again. I could never return to an ordinary life. As she spoke, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes reddening. That night, a demon stole our happiness. I watched father and mother be killed before my eyes. How could I possibly pretend that never happened? How could I do that? How could I live like an ordinary person, pretend to forget everything, deceive myself, and begin some new life, the so-called happy life you wish for me? I simply can't do that. And even if I could, how would that be any different from being dead? Hearing her sister's words, Kane's eyes filled with pain. She could only hold Shinobu tightly, just like that night when a demon broke into their home. She had clung to her trembling sister in the same way that if only back when the demon invaded their house she had possessed the strength she had now, perhaps things would not have turned out the same. In the future, please don't say things like that again, Shinobu insisted, her eyes reddened. I don't want to hear it. I only want to kill every demon I see, one by one, until every demon in this world has been wiped out. The girl clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were resolute, her voice filled with hatred for demons. Kane parted her lips, intending to say something more, but suddenly she looked up. A Kasugai crow came flapping toward them. Kane raised her hand and the crow gently landed on her wrist. She removed the small metal cylinder tied to its leg and took out the letter inside to read it. Did something happen, sister? Did they discover news about upper rank 3? Shinobu's eyes shone with excitement. For days now she and her sister had been tracking information about upper rank 3 of the 12 Kizuki. If they could kill one of the 12 Kizuki, especially upper rank 3, it would deal a tremendous blow to demon kind. Kane shook her head, confusion flickering across her face. It concerns a town we passed through not long ago. They're asking whether we happened to slay a demon while passing through. Why would they ask that? We didn't find any demons in that town, Shinobu muttered. They had only stayed there briefly and encountered none. If they had found one, that would have been better. She would have personally severed its head with her Nichiren sword, and perhaps tested her latest poison before delivering the final blow. Recently, based on demons' aversion to wisteria, she had extracted certain special components from wisteria flowers. She believed those components might possess the ability to kill demons. She had been waiting for a demon to test it on. It seems a small squad tracked a demon into the town, only to discover that one had already been slain, Kane explained. Could it have been another squad passing by who killed it? Shinobu suggested casually. Kane shook her head again. Aside from us, no other swordsmen were carrying out missions nearby. As a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kane had access to more detailed intelligence. Then who killed the demon? Now Shinobu was intrigued. Ordinary people can't kill demons. Even powerful samurai from the old era would struggle against one without a Nichiren sword, let alone slay it. As she spoke, a faint smile finally appeared on her usually serious face. It couldn't possibly be that a demon used a Nichiren sword to kill it, could it? The thought amused her. Given demons' instinctive hatred and fear of Nichiren swords, they would avoid them at all costs. In all these years she had never heard of a demon wielding one. It's impossible for a demon to use a Nichiren sword. Those monsters who hide in the darkness would never dare to touch a weapon infused with the power of sunlight. Shinobu's tone was firm and certain. Chapter 37 The Search. The Kasugai crow fluttered down, and Furukawa Hiroshi removed a letter from its leg. After reading it, his face filled with shock and confusion. Caption: Was that demon killed by Lady Flower Hashira while she was passing through? One of the swordsmen asked casually, not noticing the change in his leader's expression. No. Furukawa Hiroshi shook his head. It wasn't Lady Flower Hashira? Then which swordsman passed by and killed it? Someone exclaimed in surprise, clearly puzzled. Lady Flower Hashira replied that she did not slay any demon here. And recently, no other demon slayer swordsmen have passed through this area. During this period, the only squad carrying out demon-slaying missions nearby was ours. Furukawa Hiroshi frowned deeply as he spoke. He himself couldn't make sense of it. The other swordsmen were equally incredulous. One even stepped forward and reread the letter in his hand several times. If the information hadn't been delivered directly by the Kasugai crow, they might have suspected it was false. Could it be that some ordinary person found a Nichiren sword and killed the demon? One swordsman muttered, looking utterly unconvinced. For ordinary people to face a demon, victory was almost impossible. Moreover, aside from the Demon Slayer Corps, outsiders had virtually no chance of obtaining a Nichiren sword. Even within the Corps, unless under special circumstances, each swordsman was issued only one blade, exclusively their own. If a swordsman died, their Nichiren sword would be retrieved as a symbol of their will and spirit. It rarely ever left the Corps. Could we have made a mistake last night? Another swordsman rubbed his nose. Maybe that foul stench wasn't left behind by a demon's death. Impossible. Before he could finish, another swordsman firmly rejected the idea. There's no way we could mistake the stench of a demon that's died. If that demon wasn't killed by Lady Flower Hashira, and no other swordsman passed through here, then how did it die? One swordsman voiced the question on everyone's mind. There can't be some other way to kill a demon, can there? They exchanged glances and all shook their heads. Over the years, the Demon Slayer Corps had searched tirelessly for alternative methods to destroy demons, but without success. Aside from exposing a demon to sunlight, the only proven method was severing its neck with a Nichiren sword. Of course, they had recently heard that Shinobu Kocho, the younger sister of the flower Hashira, had extracted a toxin from wisteria flowers that was harmful to demons. There was a possibility it could kill them. The matter had even drawn the attention of the master of the court. If she truly succeeded in developing a poison capable of killing demons, it would add a new method of extermination. Such an achievement alone might qualify her to become a new Hashira. Listening to the discussion, Furukawa Hiroshi's expression grew serious. No matter what, we need to get to the bottom of this. Over the next few days, I'll have to ask everyone to work a little harder. If we can truly discover another way to kill demons, the swordsman's eyes lit up with excitement. If a new method of execution really existed, hope for purging all demons from this world would be within reach. The sun would not remain set forever, and naturally it would not rise forever either. When daylight passes, night inevitably falls, and that is when demons become active. Soma pushed aside the wooden board and climbed out of the underground hole where he had stayed all day. When Kaneo saw her uncle emerge, she trotted over in quick little steps, looked up at him and revealed a sweet, innocent smile. Soma gently rubbed the girl's small head, then took her hand and led her to the second floor. Reaching the window, he carefully pushed it open. The second floor wasn't high, but it provided a view of the surrounding area. It was nighttime now. Though this was a bustling town and many places were still lit, most areas lay in darkness. Under such darkness, ordinary people could hardly see much, but for a demon active in the night, the dark posed no obstacle to his sight. His gaze immediately fell upon the area near the alley where he had killed the demon the previous night. After only a few glances, his expression tightened. He noticed several unfamiliar individuals quietly surveying the surroundings in that alley. Some of them bore the emblem of wisteria flowers. The wisteria crest was connected to the Ubuyashiki family, and the master of the Demon Slayer Corps had always come from that lineage. Clearly, these people were affiliated with the Corps. Continuing his observation, he spotted a man seated at a small stall, holding a long object wrapped in cloth against his chest, as if constantly scanning his surroundings. From the shape of the wrapped item, it was most likely a Nichiren sword. Without a doubt, the man was a Demon Slayer swordsman. Seeing this, Soma frowned. Logically, after discovering the demon's corpse yesterday, the Demon Slayers might have relaxed their vigilance, or even withdrawn. But from what he could see, the search throughout the town had grown even tighter. He even spotted a man bearing the wisteria emblem speaking to a Daishin of the town magistrate's office. Soon after, several Daishin began moving out in different directions. Though Soma had been hiding by day and moving by night these past days, he had learned some basic knowledge about this place. The Jamachi magistrate's office was responsible for maintaining public order in the town, essentially what he understood as a police station, and Daishin was the title for its lowest-ranking officers. It was clear that the Demon Slayer Corps had already begun coordinating with the local authorities. Although the Corps was not officially recognized by the government, it was tacitly permitted to exist. And cooperation was not uncommon. For example, before joining the Corps, Jyomi Himejima had fought a demon to protect children, but was later mistaken for a murderer and imprisoned. Just before his execution, the Corps' master, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, personally intervened and contacted officials to secure his release. If the Demon Slayer Corps stepped in, they certainly had the ability to request official cooperation in investigating a town. Of course, in major cities like Kyoto or Edo, that would be far more difficult due to the potential public impact. The authorities did not wish the general populace to learn of demons' existence. At this moment, Soma could already see several Dashin going door to door questioning residents, asking about unusual occurrences, recent arrivals to the city, or any missing persons nearby. Seeing all this, Soma felt a tightening in his chest. He knew that if he continued to stay here, the probability of being discovered would only increase. The Demon Slayer Corps was proving to be far more troublesome than he had imagined. Chapter 38. Flowers may resemble each other, but people are different. Soma withdrew his gaze and closed the window, then led Kaneo downstairs from the second floor. "Is there anything you need to pack?" he asked, looking back at Kaneo following him. Kaneo shook her head. The girl had owned nothing to begin with, so naturally there was nothing to pack. "Then in a little while we'll leave this place." Soma spoke softly before walking over to the mirror in the room. He picked up the comb resting there and beckoned to Kaneo. Kaneo immediately came obediently to stand before him. Her beautiful pinkish-purple eyes were filled with dependence. For no reason at all, a heavy feeling settled in his chest. Before, when he had been alone, nothing mattered, he had no one to worry about. But now he had concerns. Suddenly he found himself worrying. If he were to die, how would this dazed, withdrawn girl survive on her own? However, he soon chuckled to himself. If he were dead, he wouldn't feel a thing. The very concept of worry would cease to exist. If he were gone, there would be no point in fussing over such things. "Uncle is going to comb your hair," he said, patting the head he hadn't tended to all day. Kaneo was a very obedient and well-behaved girl. She quietly turned around. Soma lifted the comb and began gently tidying her hair. Compared to when they had first met, when it had been dirty and tangled into clumps, her hair was now much cleaner. Though some strands were still yellowish from malnutrition, most of it was black and smoothed. If she continued to eat properly and regain her health, her hair would surely grow long, thick, and glossy black in the future. As he tended to her hair, Soma spoke casually. "If we run into danger, don't worry about Uncle." Kaneo blinked, not fully understanding. "If one day Uncle isn't by your side, remember to take good care of yourself. Don't always be so absent-minded. Other people won't deliberately look after you. You have to learn to listen to your own heart." He didn't know whether she understood or not. He simply continued speaking quietly. When he finished and pinned the butterfly hair clip he had bought earlier into her hair, he realized that at some point she had grabbed onto the corner of his clothes. Clutching it tightly, he stared for a moment, slightly stunned, then lightly tapped her head. "You're holding so tight you've wrinkled my clothes. Let go." Kaneo, always obedient to his words, released her grip almost immediately. But her eyes remained fixed on him as though he might disappear in the next second, as though he might abandon her. Sensing her dependence, Soma fell silent for a moment. Then he tapped her lightly on the head again. "Don't look at me like that. It makes my chest feel all tight." Kaneo immediately lowered her head. Soma found a thick coat in the room and draped it over her shoulders so she wouldn't feel cold traveling at night. He also put gloves on her small hands. After looking her over from top to bottom, he finally nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he pack his own things. First was the Nichiren sword. He carefully wrapped it in cloth, then put on a coat-like outer garment and concealed the sword inside so it wouldn't be obvious he was carrying a weapon. However, when the Nichiren sword rested close against his chest, near his heart, he felt a wave of panic and shortness of breath. Slyly, when he faintly sensed the warmth radiating from the blade, an intense unease rose within him. As if, in the next moment, he might be plunged into a terror of death, he slowly closed his eyes, suppressing the discomfort rising in his chest and enduring the nausea that made him want to vomit. As a weapon forged specifically to kill demons, the Nichiren sword was clearly unsuited for a demon to carry. In fact, keeping it close for a long time would gradually weaken a demon's body. This was likely the reason no demon had ever wielded a Nichiren sword. But for Soma, he needed this weapon. Not because it was exceptionally sharp or superior, but because it was capable of killing demons. He was wary of the Demon Slayer Corps, but he was equally cautious of other demons. After finishing his preparations and confirming nothing had been overlooked, he prepared to leave. For a demon like him, this place was no longer safe. He had to leave the city as soon as possible. Holding Kaneo's hand, he stepped out of the inn and immediately saw a Dashin accompanied by a man bearing the wisteria crest entering the building to conduct inquiries. He faintly overheard them asking about recently checked-in guests and whether anything strange or unusual had occurred nearby. Soma felt a quiet sense of relief that he had left early. If those men had come knocking, the abnormalities about him would have been easy to detect. After all, he had never once appeared at the inn during the daytime, something that would certainly draw suspicion. Once outside, Soma did not head straight for the city gate. Instead, he blended into the crowd like any other person strolling through the town at night. He even stopped at a food stall and bought 2 servings of fried oysters. Fresh oysters coated in flour, egg, and breadcrumbs, fried to a golden crisp, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, paired with lemon juice and tartar sauce. Their flavor was exquisite. He bought 2 portions, one for Kaneo and one for himself. The 2 of them walked and ate together, no different from other townsfolk enjoying the night. Of course, a demon's taste buds could not appreciate such delicacies. To him it was like chewing wax. Still, he pretended it was delicious. I end this way. They strolled casually without drawing much attention, slowly approaching the city gate. A tea stall near the gate, Furukawa Hiroshi sipped tea while observing those leaving the city at night. Soon he noticed what appeared to be a father and daughter pair walking toward the gate while eating fried oysters. He saw the man bending slightly, lowering his head as he gently fed part of his own portion to the girl. Because the man was bent over, his face and eyes were not visible. But Furukawa instinctively felt that such a person could not possibly be a demon. A demon would never treat what it saw as food with such tenderness. So he naturally dismissed the thought. The girl, however, was not bending down, allowing him to see her face clearly. For a fleeting moment, a sense of familiarity stirred within him. It reminded him of the girl he had once seen in Taro Town. But the girl in Taro Town had been dirty, expressionless, and pitiful. The girl before him now had delicate features, blinking pinkish-purple eyes, and clean clothes. At a glance it was clear she was well cared for. Same age, different fates. Furukawa Hiroshi shook his head slightly. One was a princess cherished and protected, the other, he sighed inwardly. Flowers may resemble each other, but people are different. The same kind of person can be born into entirely different destinies. He suddenly thought of himself. Others his age might already have found someone they loved, started families of their own, and lived happily, and he was walking a path of demon hunting and bloodshed, uncertain whether tomorrow or the day after he might fail to see the sun rise again. Chapter 39. The Fragrance of Wisteria. Furukawa. Hiroshi lifted his teacup and took a sip, watching the man and the girl walk away. A quiet sense of emotion rose within him at the thought of how different people's fates could be. If demons had not destroyed the happiness that once belonged to him, he might have grown up just like that cherished girl, surrounded by warmth and love. His father would work in the fields each day, his mother would sew clothes at home. There might have been hardships in life, but the family would have faced them together, striving toward a better tomorrow. A breeze passed by, and inexplicably the corners of Furukawa Hiroshi's eyes grew moist. Suddenly he felt an urge to drink until he was completely drunk, so he would not indulge in such thoughts. But he was currently on a mission. He could not drink. Alcohol dulled the mind, slowed reaction and blade speed, any of which could become a fatal mistake when facing a demon. The faint wind brushed his face again. Watching the man holding the girl's hand as they left, he lifted his head to gaze at the round moon hanging in the dark sky. His expression gradually hardened with resolve. Perhaps he could choose to leave the Demon Slayer Corps now. He could abandon this path of demon hunting, take the rewards he had earned over the years, move somewhere no one knew him, marry a woman, whether he loved her or not, and live an ordinary, peaceful life. But such thoughts, he had never truly considered them. From the night demons shattered his happiness in a spray of blood, he had never been able to forget it. The demons slaughtering his father, devouring his mother, for him. Once happiness was destroyed that night, there was no going back. He would kill every demon in this world, one by one. He would never again allow demons to trample upon human happiness. Silently tightening his grip on the sword at his waist, Furukawa Hiroshi watched the departing figures walking hand in hand toward the city gate, their backs radiating quiet happiness. Wasn't this the very reason he had joined the Demon Slayer Corps? Wasn't it to protect ordinary, simple, yet precious happiness like this? To ensure such happiness would not be destroyed, even knowing he might die on this path of demon hunting, not a single swordsman feared or shrank back. Wasn't that the very meaning of the Corps' existence? Soma held Kaneo's hand as they walked toward the city gate. He could clearly feel the gaze fixed on his back. His nerves were stretched taut. For a moment he almost believed the Demon Slayer swordsman had seen through his identity. He nearly scooped Kaneo up and fled at once, but he forced himself to suppress the impulse and continued walking calmly like any ordinary passerby. It wasn't until they passed through the gates and the weight of that gaze vanished that Soma finally let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Avoiding a life-threatening battle was always the preferred outcome. "I have you to thank for that, Kaneo." Lowering his head, he saw the girl looking up at him. He gently tapped the tip of her nose with his finger. It was precisely because Kaneo was by his side that people subconsciously overlooked him. After all, how could a human and a demon walk together in harmony? Kaneo blinked, not quite understanding how she had helped her uncle, but being able to help him made her truly happy. "The journey ahead is a long one. I'll carry you," Soma smiled, feeling somewhat more at ease. As he spoke, he crouched down in front of her. Kaneo obediently climbed onto his back, wrapping her small arms lightly around his neck, resting her head against his broad, warm back. Once she was secure, Soma stood and prepared to leave. Because they were still close to town, he refrained from running at full speed, worried that sudden movement might attract the demon slayer's attention. Instead, he walked at a normal pace. To any outsider, the scene appeared entirely ordinary, like a father carrying his daughter home after nightfall. Carrying Kaneo on his back and walking at an ordinary pace, Soma kept a careful watch on his surroundings. Quite a few people were leaving the city and no one seemed to be paying attention to him. This allowed his inner vigilance to ease slightly. From here on, all he needed to do was find where Tanjiro Kamadu lived. "I hope I can find it quickly and start the search for the blue spider lily," he thought silently to himself. Now that Kaneo was with him, even if the blue spider lily only bloomed during the daytime, he could have her pick it for him. As long as he consumed the blue spider lily, he would overcome a demon's only weakness. He would be able to stand beneath the sunlight without harm. This was the very thing Muzan Kibutsuji had sought for 1,000 years without success. If Muzan were to learn that the object he had yearned for over a millennium had been eaten by him instead, what kind of expression would he have? Would he explode with rage? Imagining Muzan's furious face, Soma, who had been tormented lately by his craving for flesh, felt a rare moment of happiness. He even let out a small, involuntary chuckle. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past his face, carrying a faint, sweet floral scent. It felt as if the warmth of sunlight itself had been distilled into a fragrance. Ugh! The mere scent made Soma gag. His entire body felt indescribably uncomfortable. Though it was a pleasant fragrance, to him it was like deadly poison. Wisteria, almost instinctively, Soma recognized the scent. Demons, it was lethally harmful. On Mount Fujikasane, the Demon Slayer Corps used wisteria trees to confine a group of demons at the summit, turning it into the final selection site for new swordsmen. He looked ahead. On either side of the road, 2 sticks of incense had been planted in the ground. They were burning and the wisteria-infused fragrance was emanating from them. Because tales of demons were widely circulated, some places commonly burned incense containing wisteria sent to ward off evil spirits. Driven by a demon's instinctive hatred and fear of wisteria, Soma almost reflexively stepped off the main road to avoid it, moving to the side. "Hey! Stop right there." Just as he had taken a couple of steps aside, someone came running up behind him, slightly out of breath. The man wore clothing marked with the wisteria crest. He carried no Nichiren sword. Judging by his appearance, he was likely one of the Demon Slayer Corps support personnel, a Kikuchi. Soma stopped in his tracks. Beneath his lowered brow, his eyes flashed a brilliant predatory crimson. "Turn around. Let me have a look at you." The man panted lightly, having jogged over. He muttered, "Why not walk on the main road?" He didn't actually suspect Soma of being a demon. After all, a swordsman was stationed at the city gate specifically to watch for demons. And this man was carrying a child on his back. It seemed unlikely he would be a demon. However, orders were orders. If anyone went out of their way to avoid the incense, they had to be checked. Who knew why this person had stepped aside? Earlier, several people had done the same simply because they needed to relieve themselves in the nearby fields. When he went to question them, he ended up getting thoroughly scolded for it. "There's no way I'm unlucky enough to actually run into a demon, right?" Chapter 40, Wind Breathing. "Turn around. Let me have a look." The man stood not far away, staring at Soma's back. Although he didn't really believe he would encounter a demon, it was the middle of the night, so he still remained somewhat cautious. "Is there something you want?" Soma did not turn around. He kept his head lowered, his voice sounding cold and indifferent. "It's nothing serious." Recently there have been bandits around, so we're cooperating with the Daishin of the town magistrate's office to inspect passers-by. It's for your own safety too. The man was a Kikuchi, a support member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Although he was actually helping the Corps search for demons, that couldn't be said openly. Instead, he claimed they were assisting the town's Daishin in inspecting travelers, essentially what Soma understood as cooperating with the local police to check people coming and going. As he spoke, the man looked Soma up and down. However, since Soma didn't turn around, he could only see his back. The girl on his back, however, seemed curious and turned her head. Under the gentle moonlight, the girl's delicate features and fluttering pink-violet eyes looked especially refined and beautiful. The man was momentarily stunned. His voice softened slightly. Just cooperate with us for a moment. It'll only take a second. Then he looked at Soma again. Let me see your eyes. It won't delay you for long. His tone relaxed considerably. After all, the girl on Soma's back clearly wasn't a demon. If the girl wasn't a demon, then the man carrying her was probably not one either. NS were usually humans who had transformed, so their appearance remained largely the same as humans. However, some special traits often appeared. For example, some demons' skin might turn bluish-purple, or certain parts of their bodies might mutate. Of course, some demons showed no such obvious changes, making them harder to distinguish. Even so, there was still a way to identify them. All demons shared one characteristic: their eyes usually bore special markings. For ordinary demons the markings were faint, but for powerful ones they were very obvious. For the 12 Kizuki, the markings in their eyes even formed clear numbers. Just now he had seen the girl's eyes. There was no marking, so he concluded she was not a demon. After realizing the girl wasn't a demon, he was already fairly certain Soma probably wasn't either. If not for the fact that the pair had suddenly changed direction when passing through the area where the wisteria incense was burning, forcing him to investigate according to protocol, he wouldn't have wanted to cause trouble. Hurry up and turn around. I just need to see your eyes. Seeing that Soma still wasn't cooperating, the man urged him again. I don't understand what you're trying to do. Why are you looking at my eyes? I have things to do. I don't have time to waste here with you. Soma said quietly while keeping his head lowered, then began walking forward quickly. Hey! What are you doing? I told you to cooperate with the inspection. Seeing Soma simply leave, the man panicked and hurried after him. But Soma suddenly sped up, making it difficult for the man to catch up. Hey! If you don't cooperate, I'll call someone over. The man grew irritated when Soma didn't stop and even walked faster than before. At a T once, Soma halted. You should have done that earlier, the man muttered as he approached, quickly stepping in front of Soma. Seeing that Soma still had his head lowered, he said, Lift your head. I just need to see your eyes. There's no need. Soma's voice was soft, almost sounding like a sigh. Please cooperate with my work. Otherwise I'll call someone. If the Daishin come, they won't be as easy to talk to as I am. The man's tone became stricter. Seeing that Soma still kept his head lowered, the man grew impatient and simply bent forward to take a look himself. But the moment he did, he froze, those crimson eyes, and the marking upon them was so clear that his heart trembled. At the same time, a faint sigh sounded beside the man's ear. Then his eyes caught the flash of a blade, the color of flickering flames, emerging from beneath the overcoat. The razor-sharp edge sliced through his neck in an instant. The man opened his mouth instinctively, trying to shout. But Soma had already stepped forward and tightly covered his mouth, preventing any sound from escaping, watching as the despair in the man's eyes gradually faded. Supporting the man's limp body, Soma dragged it into the nearby grass. Just then he saw someone approaching from afar. This person also bore the wisteria flower mark on his clothing, likely the dead man's companion, another Kikuchi. Hey! The companion called out from a distance, seemingly noticing something unusual, though he didn't come closer yet. Seeing that it would be impossible to silently kill this Kikuchi as well, there was no longer any need to stay hidden. Soma immediately turned and started running. The Kikuchi froze for a moment. Looking at the inhuman speed of the fleeing figure, then at his fallen companion on the ground, he instantly let out a shrill scream. A demon! The cry was filled with extreme terror and piercing volume, instantly shattering the silence of the surroundings. Almost the moment the shout rang out, several men dressed in tight black clothing rushed over at incredible speed. Leading them was the demon slayer swordsman Furukawa Hiroshi. looking at the Kikuchi lying dead on the ground, then at the familiar back of the man carrying a girl, Furukawa Hiroshi's face instantly turned extremely grim. Damn it. He gripped the hilt of his Nichiren sword tightly. That demon had slipped away right under his nose. If he hadn't been careless and overlooked him, this Kikuchi wouldn't have died. Damn you. I will kill you. Hiroshi hissed through gritted teeth. Now that he had been exposed, Soma naturally began fleeing without hesitation. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that the scenery on both sides seemed to slide backward as he ran. He kept running at such speed, ordinary people would never be able to catch him. Once he created enough distance, he could easily shake off the Demon Slayer swordsman. After all, although Demon Slayer swordsmen practiced breathing techniques, allowing them to briefly reach speeds comparable to demons, it clearly wasn't sustainable. They couldn't maintain high-speed pursuit for long periods. As long as they failed to catch him immediately, escape would basically be guaranteed. Under the gentle moonlight, everything was quiet. The only sound was the clear rhythm of Soma's footsteps striking the ground. Suddenly, it felt as though a gust of wind passed by. Grass swayed, leaves rustled, and at the same time, a deadly sense of danger descended from above. Without hesitation, he instantly drew his Nichiren sword. Clang! A Nichiren sword suddenly slashed down from above, colliding with his blade and sending sparks flying. The swordsman, finding his strike blocked, capitalized on the momentum. Even as they were locked in a mid-air struggle, he swung a leg out like a heavy mallet. The kick came with a whistling wind, carrying immense force as it slammed into Soma's chest. Thud! A dull thud sounded from his chest, as if he had been rammed by a ferocious beast. The impact forced Soma to stagger backward uncontrollably, leaving deep footprints in the ground before he finally managed to steady himself after several steps. Meanwhile, the swordsman used the momentum from his kick to push off. His body flipped lightly in the air like a nimble bird before landing gracefully. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he landed steadily not far away. This was a Demon Slayer swordsman who practiced wind breathing, a style known for its exceptional speed within the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 41: The Raised Nichiren Sword. Breathing techniques were originally created by Yoriichi Tsujikuni. They are a collective term for techniques developed so that humans could fight. Demons. Their main function is to strengthen the heart and lungs, allowing the blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short time. This dramatically boosts the body's physical abilities in an instant, enabling humans to temporarily possess stamina comparable to that of demons. After Yoriichi Tsujikuni taught the Demon Slayer swordsman the original breathing style he created, sun breathing, the Hashira-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps integrated it with their own swordsmanship. From this, they developed the 5 major foundational breathing styles: water, flame, stone, wind, thunder. From these also came other derivative and more specialized styles, such as flower breathing and insect breathing. Each breathing style derived from the original sun breathing has its own strengths and focus. Among them, wind breathing excels in speed and agility. Because of this, the swordsman who practiced wind breathing was able to catch up so quickly. Taniguchi Takashi landed lightly on the ground, standing in the distance with his sword in hand, but he did not continue attacking Darius's swordsman who practiced wind breathing. He was faster and more agile than most, but he lacked some strength and physical power. For example, the heavy kick he delivered earlier had only forced the demon before him to stagger backward. If that kick had come from a swordsman who practiced stone breathing, the result would not have been merely making the demon stumble. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. Hunting demons had never been a one-person battle, while demons themselves were usually solitary. For Taniguchi Takashi, the most important thing right now was to stall the opponent as long as he could hold the demon here until his companions arrived. Fighting together would be the safest and most effective way to end the battle, rather than risking everything alone and putting himself in danger. When possible, the best method for dealing with demons was always many against one. After forcing Soma to stop with a single strike, Taniguchi Takashi chose not to attack again. Instead, he stood at a distance, gripping his sword and coldly watching Soma. However, his heart soon tightened. He suddenly noticed that the demon had a little girl on his back, and the situation instantly became troublesome. If the demon used the girl as a threat. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, the demon indeed began lowering the girl from his back. Is he going to use the girl to threaten me? Or use her as a human shield? Almost instantly, Taniguchi Takashi's face darkened with anger. These cruel demons were always like this. Phew! Taking a deep breath, his eyes slowly became firm and resolute. Although it pained him deeply, sacrifices were sometimes unavoidable. If a moment of hesitation allowed the demon to escape, even more people would die because of it. There had been far too many such examples. Too many demon slayer swordsmen had watched demons escape using such despicable tactics. And too many swordsmen had hesitated because of these tricks, becoming restrained in battle and eventually falling into danger themselves. In the end, not only did the person they tried to save die, but the rescuer also died at the demon's hands. Gradually, an unspoken rule formed within the demon slayer core. Protecting humans is important. Hunting demons is also essential. But when the two goals conflict, hunting the demon must come first, and no matter how painful it is, one must harden their heart. Soma slowly lowered Kaneo from his back. But his eyes never left Taniguchi Takashi. In fact, he had been watching this wind-breathing swordsman the entire time. From the moment he realized the man practiced wind-breathing, he already knew today's battle was unavoidable. As long as the Slayer stood in his way, that specialized speed would act as an anchor, preventing Soma from fleeing. And killing the man would be difficult. A wind-breathing user who only wished to harass and delay could retreat and strike at will. Unless Soma could get close enough to use the explosive speed of the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu for a single decisive strike. You're planning to threaten me with the child in front of you, aren't you? Filthy monster. Taniguchi Takashi stared at the demon who had put the girl down, his expression cold. I will not compromise because of your despicable tricks. I will personally use my Nichiren sword to cut off your neck, even if it means sacrificing the child in front of us. Soma ignored him. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Kaneo. If I die here today, don't hold hatred for it. In the future, just live your life well. As he spoke, he gently patted Kaneo on the head and pointed toward Taniguchi Takashi. Go over to that uncle. Kaneo, usually so obedient, sensed that this departure might be permanent. For the first time, she did not immediately obey. She clutched his sleeve tightly, refusing to leave his side. Listen to me, Soma said again. Kaneo's body trembled slightly, but the obedient girl ultimately could not disobey her uncle's command. Reluctantly, she released her grip on Soma's sleeve and began walking toward Taniguchi Takashi. Taniguchi Takashi's pupils shrank slightly, and disbelief appeared on his face. The vile demon had actually given up using the girl as a threat. He hadn't used her as a shield or a hostage either. This was completely beyond his expectations. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Seeing the girl walking toward him and now some distance away from the demon, excitement appeared on Taniguchi Takashi's face. Quick! Come here! Hurry and get away from the demon. If he could both kill the demon and protect the child, that would naturally be the best outcome. While urging the girl to come quickly, Taniguchi Takashi kept a vigilant eye on the demon. Sure enough, at that moment, the demon had already raised the Nichiren sword horizontally before his forehead, as if preparing to aim the blade at the girl walking toward him. I knew it. I knew it. You demons are always despicable and shameless. Taniguchi Takashi gripped his Nichiren sword tightly. Anger filled his face, but there was also a trace of struggle. He knew that as a wind-breathing swordsman, speed was his greatest advantage. Once he took the girl with him, she would undoubtedly become a burden and might even put his own life in danger. He also knew that fighting one-on-one was disadvantageous for him. But to stand by and watch a girl be killed by a demon right in front of him, how could a demon slayer swordsman, whose duty was to protect humanity and eliminate demons, accept that? He clearly had the chance to save her. Yet if he abandoned her out of concern for his own safety, it would be completely unforgivable. At that same moment, Soma bent slightly, stepped forcefully on the ground, and suddenly dashed toward Kanero. At the same time, the Nichiren sword in his hand was raised high above. Her it looked so ruthless and so merciless. Chapter 42, Despicable and Noble. Seeing the demon mercilessly slash at the child with a cruel strike, Taniguchi Takashi rushed toward Kaneo almost without hesitation. A wind surged at that moment. As a practitioner of wind breathing, Taniguchi Takashi was extremely fast. In almost an instant, he arrived in front of Kaneo and reached out his hand, intending to pull her away to avoid the demon's vicious strike from behind. Get down! The demon's cold voice suddenly rang out. Taniguchi Takashi felt a bit puzzled, but his movement to rescue the child did not slow. Instead, it became even faster. However, just as his hand was about to grab the girl and pull Kaneo back quickly, he grabbed nothing but air. Only then did he suddenly realize that the moment the demon said "get down," the child had immediately dropped to the ground. Without any hesitation, she had obeyed the demon's command. Because of this, he failed to catch her. Instinctively, he looked up. Only then did he realize that he was now less than half a body length away from the demon. He could clearly see the killing intent flashing in the demon's crimson eyes. A sense of danger flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he tried to retreat, but to his horror, he discovered that the blade that had seemed aimed at the child was now slashing toward him. Die! With the demon's low roar, the blade came down on him mercilessly. So fast. His mind blanked for an instant, and almost instinctively he raised his sword to block. The demon's blade, powered by a fully charged strike, carried tremendous force. When it struck his Nichiren sword, that immense power instantly traveled through the blade and into his hands. Practitioners of wind breathing were already slightly weaker in terms of raw strength. Now facing a demon's fully powered attack, the force passing through the sword instantly made Taniguchi Takashi unable to hold it steady. His hands trembled violently. His body lost balance and he staggered backward. At that moment, the demon withdrew his blade and lowered his body again. Hiten Mitsurujiryu, Ryutsui-sen, Dragon Hammer Flash. Holding the sword with both hands, the demon, crouched low, suddenly leapt upward. Swish! The blade pierced up through Taniguchi Takashi's chin and burst out through the top of his head. Red and white liquid flowed along the sword and dripped down onto Taniguchi Takashi's hair. Taniguchi Takashi tried to scream in pain, but with the blade piercing through his chin, his mouth could neither close nor open any further. Only a gurgling sound came from his throat as it convulsed, accompanied by blood bubbling in his mouth. The scene looked extremely cold-blooded and brutal. Soma pulled out the Nichiren sword without hesitation. Taniguchi Takashi stretched out both hands, trying to grab him. But his arms lost strength halfway. His entire body instantly collapsed to the ground. Thud. Taniguchi Takashi's body slammed onto the ground. The battle ended in a single instant. His corpse lay there, his lifeless eyes staring blankly ahead, and in front of him Kaneo was still lying on the ground. Her pink-purple eyes happened to meet Taniguchi Takashi's lifeless gaze. The girl's beautiful pink-purple eyes froze for a moment. Having cut down the demon slayer, Soma immediately scooped up Kaneo and sprinted into the distance without a backward glance. Cradled in her uncle's arms, her small body jolting with the rhythm of his frantic pace, the girl rested her head on his shoulder. She stared distantly at the figure lying on the ground, the man who no longer moved. Soma ran silently. There was no joy in his heart from killing his enemy. Instead, he felt a heavy oppression, comparing himself to the demon slayer swordsman who had just died, and thinking about the despicable method he had used moments ago. Admittedly, if they had fought fairly one-on-one, the opponent might not necessarily have been his match, but with the speed of wind breathing, it would not have been so easy to kill him. There might even have been a chance for him to escape. The opponent clearly knew that choosing to rescue the child would slow him down, but he knew that doing so would put himself in great danger. Yet he still chose to do it, risking his life just to save the child, and Soma had chosen to use Kaneo as bait, using the life of a child as bait. Admittedly, even if that demon slayer swordsman had not gone to rescue her, Soma would not have actually cut her down, but compared to the other man's nobility, his own actions seemed so despicable. Only, the noble one had already fallen, and the despicable one was still standing. Soma ran in silence. The image of the corpse lying on the ground kept replaying in his mind. The blood staining his hands made the hand gripping the Nichiren sword feel as if it had been shocked by electricity. I don't want to die. Thinking of the look in the man's eyes before death, he slowly clenched his fist. I just don't want to die. That's all. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky, murmuring softly, I just don't want to die so. It can only be you who dies. If he hadn't killed the man and had allowed him to continue delaying him until his companions arrived, then once he was surrounded by a demon slayer squad, he would certainly die. Whether the method was righteous or despicable, staying alive was the most important thing. Torches hissed and sputtered, the fat in the wood popping with sharp cracks. The flickering orange light danced across their faces like a dying breath, casting deep, erratic shadows. Furukawa Hiroshi and the group of demon slayer swordsmen finally caught up, but all they saw was Taniguchi Takashi's body lying on the ground. Everyone fell silent. For the Demon Slayer Corps, whose duty is to protect humanity and eliminate demons, death was something very common. Every swordsman, and who joined had already prepared themselves to die on this path, yet every time they saw the death of a companion they still felt anger, still felt pain. Today another member of their squad had left them. Just the day before they had been chatting and laughing together. They had even talked about relaxing together after completing this mission. They had also planned to accompany their captain to meet the Flame Hashira and have a meal together. Taniguchi Takashi admired the Flame Hashira the most. He had even said that when he met the Flame Hashira, he wanted him to write some words on his uniform. He had already chosen what those words would be: destroy all evil demons. But before that day could arrive, Taniguchi Takashi had already left them. Compared to everyone else's grief and anger, their squad captain, Furukawa Hiroshi, felt even deeper guilt and pain that if not for his negligence, perhaps Taniguchi Takashi would not have died. At that moment, Furukawa Hiroshi's hand holding the sword trembled violently. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow as he almost knelt to the ground. Tears silently streamed down his cheeks as he slowly drew his Nichiren sword and cut a wound on his hand. Bright red blood dripped beside the corpse. Furukawa Hiroshi said nothing, but the killing intent in his eyes had already become almost tangible. The other swordsmen also silently cut their arms with their Nichiren swords. Blood dripped down. Each of them raised one hand holding their Nichiren swords, while with the other hand they let their blood fall in front of their fallen companion. The fire burned, the flickering light illuminated their faces. Reflected in their eyes were cold, fierce gazes, like wolves. Chapter 43. People always change. Running. Fleeing. No one knew how long he had been running. Only when Soma could no longer sense any dangerous presence behind him did he finally stop. He gently put down Kaneo, whose face had turned pale. The moment the girl touched the ground, her body staggered and she almost couldn't stand. Soma reached out and gently supported her. Only then did Kaneo manage to keep from falling. The girl's body was still too frail. After running for so long, Soma himself didn't feel any fatigue at all, but Kaneo, who had been carried on his back the entire time, was already struggling to endure it. "Are you okay?" Soma asked with concern as he looked at Kaneo's pale face. Although Kaneo felt very uncomfortable, she still shook her head. Seeing this, Soma found a relatively clean green stone and helped her sit down. Then he walked to a nearby tall tree and easily climbed to the top, looking into the distance. The distance was completely dark. There were no signs of their pursuers anymore. In truth, after he had killed the demon slayer swordsman who practiced wind breathing, no one remained to slow him down. The demon slayers who arrived afterward chased for a while, but due to time limits they had to withdraw from their breathing state. Once they exited the breathing state, they were basically just ordinary humans again. They could only watch helplessly as Soma ran farther and farther away from them until he completely escaped. After confirming once more that he had shaken off the demon slayer swordsman, Soma finally relaxed slightly. He jumped down from the tree and returned to Kaneo. After resting for a short while, the girl's complexion had improved a little. Soma reached out and gently rubbed the girl's head. Then he crouched down in front of her. "Climb on. I'll carry you. We need to keep moving." Kaneo was very obedient. She wrapped her arms around his neck and lightly climbed onto his back. This time, however, Soma did not run at full speed like before. Instead, he deliberately walked steadily so Kaneo wouldn't feel too much shaking. As he carried her through the mountains and wilderness, he looked around constantly, searching for a place where they could hide when daytime arrived. After all, there was still the risk that the demon slayers might catch up. The hiding place had to block sunlight well. Ideally, it would be a very deep cave. That way, even if demon slayer swordsmen found them during the day, they wouldn't easily be able to force him into sunlight. At the very least, he would still have the ability to fight. Because he was walking steadily now and no longer running violently, Kaneo gradually recovered some of her energy. The girl lay quietly on the demon's back, but in her mind she clearly remembered the look in the eyes of the man her uncle had knocked down. For some reason, her mood became a little gloomy. For Kaneo, her childhood experiences had caused her to close off her inner world very early, but after her uncle appeared she slowly began trying to reconnect with the world again, to feel its warmth and to try listening to her own heart. Perhaps because her heart had stayed in darkness for so long, every little bit of warmth from the outside world felt especially noticeable, and every bit of warmth felt especially precious. She could feel the faint warmth in the gaze of the man her uncle had knocked down, but because of her, not only had that warmth disappeared, even the flame of his life had gone out. "Uncle," the girl whispered, her face pressed against the demon's back. "What is it?" Soma asked while continuing to observe the surroundings for a suitable place to stay. Did the person you knocked down earlier die? Soma's footsteps paused slightly, then gradually resumed. Yes. He died. He answered calmly, though his emotions were not entirely calm. What happens when someone dies? Kaneo asked softly. When someone dies, nothing happens afterward. Death is just death. From then on, there is nothing left. No matter how much beauty someone once had, it will all be lost. Even the traces they left in this world will slowly fade away, until not a single trace remains, until no one remembers them anymore. Kaneo's beautiful pink-purple eyes dimmed slightly. Did that person die because of Kaneo? If it weren't for her, perhaps things wouldn't have ended this way. The flames on that person would not have gone out, they would still be burning brightly. Soma slowed his steps, turned his head, and looked at Kaneo resting on his shoulder. Then he shook his head, his voice gentle. It wasn't because of Kaneo. Then because of what? The dimness in Kaneo's eyes brightened a little. Because of me, he said flatly. Why? Because of Uncle? Yes, because of me. But why would someone die because of Uncle? Uncle feels so warm, and that person also seemed a little warm. You both give off warmth, so why? The girl trailed off, not knowing how to articulate her confusion. Because Uncle is a demon. What is a demon? Why would someone die just because Uncle is a demon? A demon is something very, very bad. If Kaneo ever sees a demon in the future, you must stay far away from it. But Uncle said he is a demon too. Does that mean Kaneo has to stay away from Uncle? I don't want that. I don't ever want to be away from Uncle. Kaneo immediately began shaking her head. Soma smiled. Regardless, Kaneo must stay away from demons in the future. Kaneo won't stay away from Uncle. You're still young. When you grow up, you'll understand. Then wouldn't it be fine if I just never grow up? Everyone grows up eventually. Soma looked up at the full moon hanging in the dark night sky. Just like the sun won't stay set forever, there will always be a time when it rises again. Kaneo tilted her head and looked at the round moon, blinking. Uncle, what if the sun sets and never rises again? Hearing this, Soma couldn't help but laugh. He patted the girl's head. That day will never come. Kaneo tilted her head and looked at him, not understanding why. Looking at the girl's confused pink-purple eyes, Soma smiled and gently pinched her little nose. She was still too young to understand. The rising and setting of the sun was almost an eternal truth of this world, just like how people inevitably grow up and gradually become mature. Right now, even though Kaneo knew he was a demon, she didn't care. But when she grew up, that might not be the case. As she matured and became more rational, the things she liked as a girl, the beliefs she once held firmly, might slowly change. Perhaps as Kaneo understands more and grows more sensible, you'll drift apart from me. You might even grow to hate me. There's no telling. He shrugged as if he didn't care. That won't happen. Kaneo clenched her fists, her eyes firm. Looking at the determined child, Soma burst into laughter and tapped her little head. There's no guarantee of that. People always change. He said softly. Just like himself, he lowered his head and looked at his own hands. It was as if crimson blood was flowing across them. Once upon a time, would he ever have imagined that his hands would be stained with such blood? Chapter 44, The Water Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki. Before the sun rose, Soma finally found a place to stay, a deep, secluded cave. He carried Kaneo on his back into the cave, walking deeper into the darkness until they reached a place where sunlight could not reach. Inside, he found a relatively clean spot. He spread some dry grass he had gathered along the way, then took off his coat and laid it over the top. Rest here, he said to Kaneo beside him. Kaneo obediently walked over and lay down on it. Compared to outside, the cave was clearly much colder. Fortunately, before leaving earlier, he had dressed Kaneo in many layers, which should be enough to keep her warm. Even so, Soma searched around the cave for branches and pieces of wood, preparing to light a campfire nearby. Kaneo lay quietly on the coat and dry grass. Her small hands were tucked into her sleeves, and her beautiful eyes watched her uncle as he walked around the cave collecting sticks. Actually, she wanted to help him too. But he wouldn't let her. He had said that demons don't feel tired, but she was different. Her body was too weak, so she should just rest quietly. If only I weren't so weak, if only I didn't get tired like Uncle. Watching her busy uncle, Kaneo thought silently. That way she could help him. After gathering more firewood, Soma began preparing to start a fire beside Kaneo. Since he didn't have a flint, he could only use the simplest method, rubbing wood together to start a fire. In truth, making fire this way wasn't easy. For ordinary people, rubbing sticks together with their hands long enough to create fire was difficult. People get tired, and repeating the same motion for too long makes the arms sore. But demons do not feel fatigue. Kaneo sat quietly nearby, watching her uncle work. She watched as smoke began to rise, followed by a tiny spark that blossomed into a flame, and she saw her uncle's sudden frantic movements as he tended to the fledgling fire. The girl's beautiful purple eyes reflected the man's figure. Even when the drifting smoke made her eyes sting in water, she refused to close them, but a moment later she felt a firm tap on her head. "The smoke is blowing right in your face and you don't even know to close your eyes? You're acting like a little ditz." Her uncle's voice reached her ears and she immediately lowered her head and shut her eyes. "The firewood is a bit damp. Once it starts burning properly there won't be much smoke. It'll be fine in a moment." After tapping Kaneo's head and seeing that she had closed her eyes, Soma explained before continuing his work that as more wood was added, the campfire grew larger. The warmth of the flames gradually spread, driving away the chill deep inside the cave. The comforting warmth made Kaneo increasingly drowsy. Sleepiness quietly crept over her, and her eyes slowly closed. While adding firewood to the flames, Soma turned his head. He had wanted to tell Kaneo that the smoke was almost gone, but he discovered that the girl had already fallen asleep. Her breathing was steady. The flickering firelight shone on her peaceful little face, and there seemed to be a faint, sweet smile on her lips. Soma watched for a moment before smiling faintly. He continued adding wood to the fire, though his movements became gentler. The flames burned brightly, reflecting in Soma's crimson eyes as he stared into the fire, lost in thought, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the events of the previous night. It was the first time he had truly meaningfully killed a person that it wasn't some irredeemable villain. When he struck, there was no urge to vomit. It felt mundane, much like using a Nicaran sword to sever the neck of a demon. In fact, a human's neck was far less sturdy than a demon's. The cut was even easier the moment he killed, he hadn't felt anything in particular. But after everything passed and things calmed down, the scene kept replaying in his mind that he remembered how the man desperately tried to protect the child in his final moments, that he remembered the ruthless slash of his own blade, he remembered that Kaneo had witnessed everything, he had personally cut down a hero who protected humans. And he himself had become the villain, the evil executioner. An indescribable feeling welled up in his chest that it was heavy. Oppressive. He did not regret what he had done. If he had to face the same situation again, he would still make the same choice, but even so, his heart still felt uncomfortable. Adding another piece of firewood to the campfire, Soma turned his head and looked at Kaneo sleeping peacefully. Thinking about how she had seen everything he did last night, he wondered whether it would have any effect on her. Meanwhile, Furukawa Hiroshi had not given up the pursuit. Leading the swordsman of his squad, he continued tracking the demon's traces. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere felt heavy. "What mountain is that up ahead?" Trying to break the tense mood, Furukawa Hiroshi pointed toward the mountain range ahead and asked, looking for a topic of conversation. "Mount Sajiri." One of the swordsmen thought for a moment before answering. "Isn't the water Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki, living in seclusion there?" "Yes. I heard one of Urokadaki-sama's disciples participated in this year's final selection at Mount Fujikase. Then he must have passed and become a swordsman like us, right?" Another swordsman remarked with a smile. "After all, that disciple was personally trained by Urokadaki-sama." "Not necessarily." Another swordsman beside him shook his head. "I haven't heard of a single disciple trained by Urokadaki-sama successfully passing the final selection in recent years. In fact, none of them even survive." "That can't be possible, right?" Some of the swordsmen didn't know much about this and found it hard to believe. After all, Urokadaki was a former Hashira. No matter how poor a student might be, it seemed impossible they wouldn't even be able to survive. "It's true." The swordsman who first mentioned the mountain name spoke quietly. "Although Urokadaki-sama is extremely powerful as a Hashira, as a trainer, perhaps he isn't particularly skilled at teaching others." "That makes sense. If he were as good at teaching as he is at fighting, his disciples wouldn't all be dying at Mount Fujikase." Another swordsman nodded. "But since we're already near Mount Sajiri, why don't we ask Urokadaki-sama for help?" He's very skilled at tracking demons. If he helps us, killing a normal demon would be easy. One of the swordsmen suddenly suggested. Everyone immediately turned to look at their leader, Furukawa Hiroshi. Although this mission belonged to their squad, and asking for help might be a slight blow to their pride, killing the demon was far more important than saving face. All right. Furukawa Hiroshi nodded almost immediately. That demon's hands were still stained with their companion's blood. No matter what, they would kill that demon first, and avenge their fallen comrade. Chapter 45, That Demon has appeared. Furukawa Hiroshi left his companions behind to continue searching for traces of the demon, while he headed alone toward Mount Sajiri. Mount Sajiri wasn't particularly tall, but some areas were quite steep. Combined with the year-round mist surrounding the mountain, it wasn't easy for ordinary people to climb. However, for Furukawa Hiroshi it wasn't too difficult. After some traveling, he soon reached a relatively gentle slope halfway up the mountain. A few simple houses came into view. Without hesitation, Furukawa Hiroshi walked forward. However, the doors were tightly shut, and there was no sign of Sakanji Urokadaki, which left him somewhat disappointed. "May I ask what this gentleman is looking for?" A light, ethereal, pleasant voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Furukawa Hiroshi was slightly startled. He quickly turned around and realized that, at some point, a girl had appeared behind him. The girl had medium-length black hair and wore a short kimono patterned with plum blossoms. She also wore a smiling fox mask decorated with blue flowers. Although her face was hidden by the mask, her voice alone made it easy to imagine how beautiful the girl beneath it might be. "I came to see Urokadaki-sama." Furukawa Hiroshi's expression became serious. "Oh, you're looking for sensei." The girl nodded. Behind the fox mask, her beautiful eyes showed a trace of curiosity as she looked at Furukawa Hiroshi. "Might I ask what business you have with him?" Furukawa Hiroshi hesitated for a moment. Since she was Urokadaki's disciple, he finally replied, "There are some matters we need to ask Urokadaki-sama to help with, matters related to demons." The girl looked at him carefully, especially glancing at the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps he wore. Then she nodded lightly. "Please wait a moment. I will go and ask sensei." "All right." Furukawa Hiroshi smiled in relief and was about to thank her when he suddenly realized she had already disappeared, leaving only a faint breeze behind. So fast. Furukawa Hiroshi was shocked. Wasn't it said that Urokadaki-sama wasn't particularly good at training disciples? That none of his students had passed the selection on Mount Fujikaisen? Then why did this disciple seem so powerful? He felt that even as an official swordsman, his speed wasn't as fast as hers. Could she be a wind-breathing user? No, that doesn't make sense. Urokadaki-sama teaches water breathing. How could he train a wind user? The girl wearing the smiling fox mask moved lightly through the forest like a graceful bird leaping between branches. Soon she arrived at the summit of Mount Sagiri.at. That moment, an old man wearing a tengu mask sat alone on a green stone at the mountaintop. His back looked lonely, like an old tree on the verge of withering. The girl landed silently, looking at her teacher's back. The girl under the mask bit her lips slightly. A few days ago, after her teacher received a letter delivered by a crow, he had been sitting at this mountaintop ever since. Did even my junior fail? The girl's eyes darkened. She didn't want to believe it. Her junior disciple Sabito had been almost better than her in every way except speed. No matter what, she couldn't believe that he would die at Mount Fujikaisen. But seeing her teacher's current state, and the fact that Sabito still hadn't returned to Mount Sajiri, she had no choice but to face reality. Lowering her head, she clenched her teeth. The teacher she regarded as a father had spent years training new recruits for the Demon Slayer Corps. Every year he watched his students set off toward Mount Fujikaisen full of confidence. Every year he personally crafted a fox mask for each of them, meant to ward off misfortune. Every year they departed with hope. And yet, every year all that returned were brief letters carried by crows bearing familiar names, and the realization that his beloved students would never come home again. That moment, Makomo felt her chest tighten painfully. "Makomo, why have you come here?" A slightly hoarse voice sounded beside her. At some point, the tengu-masked Sakanji Urokadaki had appeared in front of the girl. "A swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps has come to pay you a visit, sensei." Makomo lowered her head and spoke in a very soft voice. "And sensei, you haven't eaten for 2 days since receiving that letter. If this continues, your health will suffer." Sakanji Urokadaki fell silent for a moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to tell Makomo about the outcome of Sabito's trip to Mount Fujikase, but in the end he didn't have the courage to say it. I see, he spoke quietly and began walking down the mountain. At the same time he asked with some confusion, why would a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps personally come to visit an old man like me? Makomo replied, it seems to be about a demon. Another demon. Urokadaki sighed softly. In order to eradicate demons, countless swordsmen lost their lives to demons every year. Yet the number of demons never seemed to decrease. He had spent his entire life hunting demons. Only after growing old had he finally stopped and retired to live in seclusion on Mount Sagittarius. He originally thought that by becoming a trainer, he could continue contributing to the Demon Slayer Corps by cultivating new talent. But unexpectedly it seemed he truly had no talent as a trainer. One by one he had personally sent his disciples down a road of no return. Not even one of them could pass the most basic selection at Mount Fujikase. My disciples were so talented. Why does this keep happening? Soon, Urokadaki and Makomo arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. When Furukawa Hiroshi saw the old man wearing the Tengu mask, he immediately stepped forward respectfully. Greetings, Urokadaki-sama. Urokadaki nodded slightly. His attitude was gentle, though his voice was somewhat hoarse after experiencing grief. What is the matter? Without hesitation, Furukawa Hiroshi immediately explained everything. After listening, Urokadaki sighed thoughtfully. That's quite a peculiar demon. However, he didn't seem overly concerned. Because demons were once humans with different life experiences, they often developed various personalities. Things that might seem strange to younger swordsmen weren't particularly unusual to veterans like him. But since it appeared near Mount Sagittarius, I can deal with it along the way. Urokadaki smiled as he was about to agree. His sense of smell was extremely sharp when it came to detecting demons. Finding one wouldn't be troublesome. Hearing this, Furukawa Hiroshi breathed a huge sigh of relief. As long as Urokadaki-sama helped, that demon wouldn't be able to escape. However, before Urokadaki could finish speaking, a crow flapped its wings and flew toward them from afar. Urokadaki caught the crow and removed the letter it carried. After reading it, his expression immediately became serious. Instinctively, his hand moved to grip the hilt of the sword at his waist. Makomo, who had been standing behind him, tilted her head in confusion. It had been a long time since she had seen her teacher look as if he were facing a great enemy. Furukawa Hiroshi also looked at Urokadaki in confusion, not understanding what had happened to make him so serious. Urokadaki shook his head at him. I'm afraid I cannot help you this time. You'll have to rely on yourselves. It's all right. Your matter is clearly more important, sir. Furukawa Hiroshi hurriedly replied. Although he felt somewhat disappointed, he knew Urokadaki must have something far more urgent to deal with. He could only give up. After Furukawa Hiroshi left, the girl wearing the fox mask tilted her head and asked her teacher, "What happened that made you react so strongly, sensei?" Urokadaki glanced at Makomo, then looked up at the sky. His hand remained unconsciously gripping the hilt of his sword. A chilling, killing intent radiated from his aging body. That demon has appeared. Chapter 46, Makomo, that demon has appeared. Sakanji Urokadaki spoke in a low and heavy voice. Makomo was momentarily stunned, unable to react at first. Which demon could possibly make her teacher care this much? Stay on Mount Sagittarius and continue your training. When I return, I will keep guiding you. After turning back to give Makomo a few instructions, Urokadaki turned around and left. Sensei, remember to eat properly. You haven't eaten for several days. Your body will. The girl looked at her teacher's retreating back and wanted to continue reminding him to take care of himself, but his figure had already disappeared. The vast Mount Sagittarius suddenly felt empty, leaving only the girl's lonely silhouette. That demon. Which demon is it? Makomo wondered silently. Before she realized it, she had walked to a giant stone in the forest. The huge rock was covered with marks left by blades, some old, some new. Many seniors and even junior disciples had once left their traces here. Makomo gently touched the two newest marks. They had been left by Sabito and Ju Tomioka before they departed for the final selection at Mount Fujikase. But now, neither of them had returned. Her teacher hadn't told her the result, but she had already begun to guess. Her lips tightened unconsciously, shaking her head. She forced herself not to think about it anymore. For any swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps, death was an unavoidable reality. One could never remain trapped in grief forever. Instead, they had to keep moving forward. Even if tears fell, they had to wipe them away and continue walking. Even though she wasn't yet a swordsman, she would become one in the future. She wanted to cry, but she pressed her lips together, refusing to let herself shed tears. At the same time, she forced her mind to cool. Thinking so she wouldn't dwell on the sadness. A demon that even Sensei is concerned about. It can only be one of the 12 Kizuki. If it were merely an ordinary lower-rank demon, the higher-ups wouldn't need to summon her teacher out of retirement. Could it be one of the upper-rank demons? But even for an upper rank, other Hashira would normally handle it. There was no need to trouble her teacher. After all, although he was once a Hashira, he was already quite old and had lived in seclusion for a long time. Unless, suddenly, Makomo understood what could make the Demon Slayer Corps urgently call her teacher back. Only one being in this world, the origin of all demons, could cause such urgency. As one of the older generation of Hashira, her teacher possessed vast experience in fighting demons. Experience that many swordsmen, even Hashira, didn't have. In addition, his sense of smell was incredibly sharp. He could judge people's emotions through scent and even detect demons disguised as humans. There was only one possibility. Only that demon could cause such alarm. Yes, only the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji. At that moment, Makomo clenched her fists. For the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, there was no one who didn't know or remember that name. It was the ultimate target of the Demon Slayer Corps, and also the very reason the Corps existed. Only by killing Muzan Kibutsuji could the demons of this world be completely eradicated. But, killing Muzan Kibutsuji was extremely difficult. Not only was his power terrifyingly strong, he was also incredibly good at hiding. As far as Makomo knew, Muzan Kibutsuji could not only perfectly hide among humans, but could also freely change his appearance, even his gender. Moreover, since all demons were created from Muzan's blood, every demon was bound by his curse. If they spoke his name, they would be instantly destroyed by the curse. Because of this, the Demon Slayer Corps could never track down Muzan through other demons. On top of that, Muzan was extremely cautious, so cautious that in hundreds of years, the number of times he had appeared could almost be counted on one hand. The last time Muzan showed himself was when the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was exposed. It was the first time in centuries that Muzan truly made a move himself. He nearly killed the master of the Demon Slayer Corps. To protect the master, swordsmen who practiced sun-breathing fought desperately to hold him back, allowing the master to escape. But as a result, almost all the swordsmen who practiced sun-breathing died in that battle. Since then, the practice of sun-breathing had disappeared within the Demon Slayer Corps. Up to now, there were no swordsmen left who used sun-breathing. If only we could truly find Muzan Kibutsuji and kill him. Standing before the giant stone, Makomo thought silently that if Muzan could be slain, then countless people would no longer be killed by demons. Their happiness wouldn't be destroyed and so many lives wouldn't be lost on the path of hunting demons. She sighed softly. Her hand gently brushed over the blade marks on the stone. Then she turned and walked back to the house halfway up the mountain. Inside, she picked up the sword hanging on the wall, her own Nichiren sword. Normally, only those who passed the selection at Mount Fujikasane would receive a personalized Nichiren sword from the Demon Slayer Corps. But she was the disciple of the Water Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki. In addition, Urokadaki had a close friendship with a swordsmith from the swordsmith village. Because of this, she received special treatment. That swordsmith, her teacher's friend, personally forged a Nichiren sword specifically for her. In fact, not only she had one, Sabito also had his own, as did the other seniors who had gone to take the trial on Mount Fujikasane. Sensei has spent favors again and again, each time filled with hope, only to be disappointed again and again. Makomo opened the sheath and gently stroked the blade, feeling the coldness of the steel. Her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a thin, beautiful slit. Just how difficult is the final selection? Hard enough that even Sabito couldn't return? She bit her lip slightly. She remembered how her teacher had sat alone on the mountain peak after receiving the news. She also remembered the hunched figure of her teacher quietly touching the fox masks he had once crafted to ward off misfortune for his students. No matter what, I must pass the final selection next year. The girl gently ran her hand along the blade before sliding it back into the sheath. I absolutely cannot disappoint Sensei again. She closed the door and lifted her head, looking toward the direction where Furukawa Hiroshi had left. She murmured softly, "The Mount Fuji-Kaisane test requires surviving for 7 days on a mountain where demons exist." As she spoke, Makomo adjusted the fox mask on her face slightly. Her eyes narrowed into a dangerous slit. "Then let me see these so-called demons, and understand exactly how big the gap between them and me truly is. Only then can I ensure I pass the test next year." With a light step, the girl pushed off the ground and swiftly chased in the direction Furukawa Hiroshi had gone. Chapter 47. On the verge of losing control, the sun hung high in the center of the sky. It was noon. Inside the cave, Kaneo Tsuyuri slowly opened her eyes in a daze. Out of habit, she looked around. Only after seeing her uncle beside her, constantly running his fingers along the blade of his sword, did she finally relax. She took a few small steps and naturally walked over to him, then leaned against him like a cat. Soma, who had been gently stroking the blade of his Nichiren sword, turned his head and glanced at her. "Awake." The girl stretched out her small hand and quietly added a little piece of firewood to the campfire. The flame suddenly leapt upward, and her pink-purple eyes blinked softly as she watched. "When we left the city, we were in too much of a hurry and forgot to bring food. When the sun sets, I'll take you out to find something to eat." Seeing her toss another stick into the fire, he spoke gently. Kaneo looked at him and blinked. He lightly tapped the girl's small nose and said helplessly, "Even if you're hungry, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing to eat inside this cave." As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but look toward the mouth of the cave. To him, just looking at that warm sunlight made his eyes feel as if they were being pricked by needles, forcing him to lower his head. However, the moment he looked down, he saw a small hand placed in front of him. That tiny hand was holding a wrinkled, slightly squashed chicken drumstick. Soma froze for a moment, then looked up at Kaneo in surprise. The girl was holding the drumstick toward him like she was presenting a treasure. "You actually hid some food." Soma was stunned. Kaneo blinked and pushed the drumstick closer to his mouth, her eyes filled with expectation. In her mind, her uncle had never eaten anything before. He must be very hungry. "I don't eat this." Soma smiled and took the drumstick. Then he found a clean stick, skewered the drumstick onto it, and placed it over the campfire to roast. "Let's warm it up first before you eat it." Then he smiled at her and casually asked, "Do you have any other food?" He had only asked casually and didn't expect her to have anything else. The hidden drumstick alone had already surprised him, but then he watched as Kaneo began searching through her clothes. Soon a small pile of food appeared on the ground in front of Soma. A small steamed bun, a few squashed rice balls, a small chunk of meat, several pine cones, and a little orange. Looking at the small pile, Soma was astonished. "You're really like a little hamster, so good at hiding food." But after the initial surprise, when he thought about Kaneo's past, he understood. For someone like Kaneo, who had grown up never having enough to eat, food must have been incredibly precious. She lacked a sense of security, so it was only natural that she developed the habit of hoarding food. He reached out and gently rubbed the girl's head, his voice filled with pity. "From now on, you won't have to go hungry anymore." Kaneo looked at him with her beautiful blinking eyes. Soma said nothing more and continued roasting the drumstick. When it seemed ready, he handed it to her. "Go ahead and eat." Kaneo took the drumstick. Instinctively, she wanted to take a bite, but just as it reached her mouth, she stopped and handed it back to him again. "I can't eat those things." He patted her head. "Demons can't satisfy their hunger with normal food." Kaneo tilted her head and blinked thoughtfully. Then, very naturally, she stretched out her own arm toward his mouth. During their previous encounter, the demon that Uncle had killed said that she was Uncle's food. If he ate her, it should relieve his hunger. So if he just took a bite of her, her pale arm rested near his mouth. Faintly, he could smell a sweet scent from it, something irresistibly alluring. It made his throat move involuntarily, as if he might lose control and bite down at any moment. Inside him surged an endless craving for flesh and blood. His expression turned hideous in an instant. He roughly slapped the girl's hand away. "Don't ever do that again." He lowered his head, suppressing the sudden surge of desire for flesh and blood in his heart. His voice was no longer gentle, there was even a hint of anger in it. The girl's sudden action had almost caused him to lose control of himself. As time passed since becoming a demon, the craving for flesh and blood had only grown stronger. If he wasn't careful, he could easily fall into the instincts of a demon. Once he opened that door, he would become no different from the monsters that roamed this world. Ha! He took a long, shaky breath to settle the roiling hunger. Only then did he look back at Kaneo. Perhaps his sudden outburst had frightened her. The girl was curled up there, staring blankly. Her eyes seemed filled with fear. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to the girl curled up there. But although his mouth opened, he didn't know what to say to so he silently returned to sit beside the campfire. Kaneo remained curled up where she was. She felt that she had angered Uncle and made him dislike her. Perhaps he might even drive her away. Thinking about this made panic and fear rise uncontrollably inside her, as if she would soon be thrown back into that cold, damp darkness she once knew. Time passed second by second. Soma sat silently by the fire, while the girl stayed nearby, curled up in fear. Crackle! The burning wood in the campfire suddenly made a sharp sound. The sound seemed to startle Kaneo awake. She lifted her pink-purple eyes cautiously and saw Uncle sitting there silently. After hesitating for a moment, the girl took a small step. Seeing that Uncle didn't object, she took another careful step. Slowly she moved closer to him. She cautiously leaned near him. When he didn't stop her, she gently rested her small head against him. Immediately, the girl's eyes narrowed slightly in quiet comfort. Soma had actually seen all of Kaneo's movements. He felt some regret about his earlier anger. But what filled him more deeply was fear. The sudden surge of hunger earlier had almost made him lose control. He had nearly done something he could never accept. He had nearly treated Kaneo as food. He knew that her action had been completely innocent. Yet it made him realize clearly that he was no different from other demons. If things continued like this, sooner or later he would become a monster that devoured flesh and blood. His willpower might last 1 day, 10 days, even 100 days, but it would never last 1,000 days. Maybe even far less than that. If things continued, eventually he would fall into the endless hunger for flesh just like every other demon. Sigh! He took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions in his heart. Picking up the drumstick that had fallen earlier, he cleaned it off and handed it to Kaneo. Eat! Seeing that she looked somewhat nervous, he lowered his gaze slightly. Sorry, he wanted to say something more apologetic. But in the end, the words never came out, so he simply turned his head and stared silently at the campfire, watching the flames flicker and sway. Chapter 48, A Request. Sorry. He wanted to say something apologetic to Kaneo Tsuyuri, to explain his behavior just now. But when the words reached his lips, nothing came out. He simply turned his head and continued staring at the flickering flames of the campfire, lost in thought. Kaneo tilted her head and looked at her uncle in confusion. After watching him for a while and seeing that he was only staring at the fire, she lowered her head again and looked at the chicken drumstick he had given her. The roasted drumstick still gave off a warm scent. However, because it had fallen to the ground earlier, it had gotten quite dusty. Although her uncle had cleaned it a little, some dirt still remained, but Kaneo didn't mind. Instead, she was drawn to the aroma. The girl gently pinched a small piece from the surface of the drumstick. The outer layer had already been roasted to a golden brown, releasing a delicious smell. She placed the small crispy piece into her mouth. The taste made her pink-purple eyes curve slightly. It was delicious, very fragrant. After eating the small roasted piece, her moist tongue instinctively licked the corner of her lips. The good taste made her subconsciously want to share the drumstick with her hungry uncle. But just as she lifted it, she suddenly remembered how angry he looked earlier. Her hand withdrew again. Tilting her head, she glanced at him slightly, then looked down at the delicious drumstick. Not being able to share such tasty food with her uncle somehow made the drumstick feel less delicious. With a hint of dejection, she lowered her head and quietly ate the rest of it. The campfire burned steadily under the swaying flames. The demon sat silently staring at the fire, while the girl beside him took small bites of the drumstick. The drumstick wasn't very big, so it was quickly finished. Afterward, the demon roasted the rice balls, meat pieces, and steamed bun that the girl had secretly hidden, then told her to continue eating them. Seeing the small stash of food she had hidden being slowly used up made Kaneo reluctant. But once the food filled her stomach, the feeling of being full was comforting. After finishing, Kaneo leaned against the demon and watched the flames of the campfire together with him. Occasionally, if there was movement nearby, her pink-purple eyes would instinctively glance toward it. Aside from that, she remained mostly quiet, silent and somewhat blank. Crackle! Another piece of burning wood made a crisp sound, snapping Soma out of his thoughts. He turned his head. Kaneo was still beside him. quiet, obedient, and watching the fire without making a sound. After looking at the well-behaved girl, Soma glanced around the cave. Deep inside the mountain cave, aside from their campfire, everything around them was pitch black. Only faint light could be seen at the cave entrance, but it couldn't reach where they were. He gently patted Kaneo's head. The girl lifted her eyes and tilted her head, looking puzzled. "Don't stay here all the time. Go outside and get some sunlight." He spoke gently. Unlike demons who were suited to darkness, humans needed sunlight. Staying too long in dark, damp places could easily cause health problems, and Kaneo was still very young. Her body was fragile, so she needed sunlight even more. After hearing this, Kaneo nervously grabbed his sleeve, clearly reluctant to go outside into the sunlight. But humans were not creatures of darkness. "Go out and get some sun. If anything dangerous happens, run back immediately." He patted her head again. Kaneo was obedient. Although she still seemed reluctant to leave his side, she slowly walked toward the cave entrance. But as she walked, she kept looking back from time to time. Soma stood perfectly still, watching her walk toward the light, the beautiful, brilliant light that was, to him, a terrifying thing he could never touch, perhaps because she had stayed in darkness for so long while following the demon. When Kaneo Tsuyuri suddenly stepped out into the sunlight, the bright rays made her instinctively close her eyes. After a while, she slowly began to adapt and managed to open them slightly. The girl unconsciously stretched out her hand. The warm sunlight fell on it, that it felt warm. Without realizing it, Kaneo turned her head and looked back at the dark cave. Inside the cave, her uncle had somehow already picked up his Nichiren sword and begun practicing. From time to time, flashes of blade light burst through the darkness of the cave. Kaneo found a relatively clean spot at the cave entrance and sat down. While basking in the sunlight, her gaze occasionally drifted back toward the figure practicing swordsmanship inside the cave. Time quietly passed. Meanwhile, Furukawa Hiroshi came down from Mount Sajiri to regroup with his companions, looking somewhat disappointed. After hearing the news that Sakanji Urokadaki could not come to help, everyone fell silent. "Even if we can't get help from Urokadaki-sama, we can still do it ourselves," one swordsman said with a carefree smile. "Yes, it will just take a bit more time," another swordsman added with a grin. Furukawa Hiroshi looked at his companions, who seemed unconcerned, and forced a smile. There were things no one said aloud. The demon they were hunting didn't seem particularly strong, but it was far more cruel than other demons, more cunning and much better at hiding. None of them feared fighting demons in battle, nor did they fear sacrifice. But they feared letting the demon escape from their hands. That was something that absolutely could not be allowed. "All right, everyone keep searching. If we find any clues..." Furukawa Hiroshi began to speak, but halfway through his sentence he suddenly sensed something and sharply turned his head. A breeze blew through the forest, rustling the leaves. A girl wearing a smiling fox mask with blue flower patterns descended lightly along with the drifting leaves and landed on the ground. She wore a short kimono decorated with plum blossom patterns and had medium-length black hair. Her figure was light and graceful. The breeze gently lifted strands of her hair. Although the fox mask hid her face, one could easily imagine the delicate beauty beneath it. Such a masked girl, who looked beautiful even at a glance, appearing in the wild mountains made the swordsmen both surprised and curious. "It's you?" Furukawa Hiroshi immediately recognized the disciple of Sakanji Urokadaki. "Hello." The girl, Makomo, placed one hand lightly on her abdomen, lowered her head and bowed slightly. Her voice was soft and airy, clear and pleasant to hear. "I would like to join you seniors in the hunt for this demon." Smiling gently, she raised her head. Her delicate and beautiful eyes looked at everyone. "I look forward to your guidance." Everyone froze for a moment. They hadn't expected such a seemingly delicate and beautiful girl to request joining them in demon hunting. Instinctively, they all turned to look at their leader. Only then did Furukawa Hiroshi seem to react. Looking at the serious girl, he said with a helpless smile, "Hunting demons is very dangerous. And it seems you haven't yet passed the final selection at Mount Fujikasen. You probably don't yet have the ability to deal with those cruel demons." Makomo listened, then raised her head. From beneath the fox mask, her voice remained gentle. "It is precisely because I haven't passed the selection yet that I should see those cruel demons. I need to face them directly. That way, when I take the test at Mount Fujikasen and encounter demons, I won't panic." As she spoke, Makomo bowed once more. "Please, seniors, give me this opportunity." Chapter 49, Makomo joins the demon hunt. Please, senior, give me a chance. Makomo bowed slightly and made her request again. Under the tree, the girl, with her graceful figure and likely beautiful appearance, pleaded sincerely. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. Most people would probably find it hard to refuse help from a girl like her, but if it had been an ordinary request, Furukawa Hiroshi and his companions would likely have agreed without hesitation. But demon hunting was different. From the moment someone became a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, every swordsman understood that hunting demons meant more than just risking their own life. It also meant carrying the lives of their comrades, and the lives of the people they were trying to save. If a demon hunt failed, it wasn't just the hunter who would die, their companions could die, the people they were trying to rescue could die as well. I'm sorry. Furukawa Hiroshi shook his head. Hunting demons isn't as easy as you think. It's extremely dangerous, you could lose your life at any moment. You haven't even passed the final selection at Mount Fujikasen yet. It's not suitable for you. That's right. Demon hunting is dangerous, another swordsman beside him added. You should go back. Being rejected made Makomo feel a little disappointed, but she didn't give up. Instead, she raised her head and looked at Furukawa Hiroshi and the others. Then what would it take for you to allow me to join? You won't be allowed to join, one swordsman replied immediately. This is for the sake of your life. If you refuse to give me even a chance, the girl said while tilting her head slightly beneath the fox mask, then I'll just keep following behind you. I'm afraid there's nothing the seniors can do about that, right? The group fell silent. If Makomo truly decided to follow them, there wasn't much they could do. After all, the speed she had just shown was impressive. Under normal circumstances, if they weren't in the middle of tracking a demon, they might have had the time and energy to shake her off. But right now that clearly wasn't possible. Trying to track a demon while also shaking off Makomo would be extremely difficult. And if you happen to encounter a demon while I'm following you? Makomo narrowed her eyes slightly. That would be very dangerous too. Her voice was light and airy. Beneath the mask, a sly expression seemed to form. Furukawa Hiroshi's expression darkened slightly. He looked at the girl standing firmly beneath the tree, clearly determined. Finally, he nodded. All right. I'll give you a chance. He pointed to a swordsman standing behind him. If you can last 1 minute against my companion, I'll agree. But if you fail, you must go back immediately. How about it? No problem. Makomo clenched her fists slightly, looking excited. When it starts, go straight into your breathing state and defeat her, Furukawa Hiroshi instructed his companion. Don't worry, Captain. I won't give her any chance. The swordsman patted his chest confidently. Someone who hadn't even gone through the final selection, and who wasn't even an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps yet, stood no chance against him, especially if he entered his breathing state. He had no intention of holding back. Furukawa Hiroshi also believed there would be no problem. Once Makomo finished preparing, he signaled for the two to begin. Who? Makomo drew the Nichiren sword from her waist and looked at the swordsman standing opposite her while slowly breathing. This was the first time she had faced an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps, someone who had already experienced the brutal reality of demon hunting. She felt a little nervous. Her heart pounded heavily in her chest. Who? She exhaled again, forcing herself to calm down. If you feel nervous, turn the things you want to protect into your breath, she whispered to herself. Her gaze sharpened, and the tension seemed to melt away. At that moment, the swordsman placed his hand on the hilt of his Nichiren sword and looked at Makomo. Are you ready? Please guide me. The girl tightly gripped the hilt of her sword. Beneath the fox mask, her delicate face became serious. Ha! Almost instantly, the swordsman moved. His blade flashed like autumn water under the afternoon sunlight, gleaming with a cold light. In Makomo's eyes, the man who had seemed ordinary just moments ago, almost simple and honest, suddenly transformed into something like a demon of war. An overwhelming pressure like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood bore down on her, causing the girl's grip on her sword to tighten. How many brutal battles against demons has this senior experienced? She thought in shock, but she moved as well. Compared to the swordsman's terrifying killing intent, her sword felt like flowing water, soft and continuous. Bam! The swordsman's powerful Nichiren sword came crashing down as if it intended to cut through everything. But just as the blade was about to strike the girl, its force suddenly seemed to disappear. Even the oppressive aura of slaughter began to fade. Seeing this, Furukawa Hiroshi and the others revealed shocked expressions, the swordsman fighting. Makomo also felt his face change drastically. He clearly had unleashed an extremely powerful strike, yet it felt as though he had cut into cotton, into soft flowing water. The strength of his attack had been effortlessly weakened by more than half. The feeling was even more uncomfortable than when he fought veteran swordsmen who practiced water breathing. He couldn't understand it. How could someone who hadn't even taken tea? He tested Mount Fujikasen, someone who wasn't even officially a swordsman, possess such skill. At that same moment, after evading the swordsman's fierce attack, the girl's figure appeared lightly at his side. Before the swordsman could react, his expression changed dramatically. The Nichiren sword, with a lake blue guard and a handle decorated with pink flowers, had already stopped just in front of his neck. In an instant, the swordsman froze. "Thank you for the lesson." Makomo stepped back lightly, her voice soft and airy. Being defeated by a girl who wasn't even an official swordsman made the man's face flush with embarrassment. He quietly stepped aside. The other swordsman stood there in disbelief. Wasn't it said that Sakanji Urokadaki wasn't suited to be a trainer? Up until now, none of his disciples had even passed the final selection at Mount Fujikasen. So how could this girl be so strong? Ordinary demon slayer swordsmen probably weren't even her match. Under the tree, the fox-masked girl stood quietly looking at Furukawa Hiroshi and the others, but inside her heart a deep doubt began to form. Her strength didn't seem weaker than these swordsmen who were already performing demon hunting missions. With this level of ability, she should be able to pass the final selection. So why did my seniors, and even Sabito, fail? Is it because fighting a human is completely different from fighting a demon? Furukawa Hiroshi looked at the quietly standing girl and let out a soft sigh. "I agree to let you join us in hunting demons. But during the entire mission, you must follow our instructions and cannot act on your own." "Understood." The girl beneath the tree suppressed the doubts in her heart and nodded gently as she walked toward Furukawa Hiroshi and the others. Curiosity appeared in her voice. "By the way, what kind of demon are you hunting this time?" At the mention of the demon, everyone's expression darkened, their eyes filled with hatred. "A very cruel and cunning demon." Furukawa Hiroshi clenched his teeth as he recalled the night he saw the demon leaving the city. "And one that is extremely good at disguising itself." Chapter 50. Searching. When the sun sets and night falls, it becomes the time when demons roam. At this hour, demons come out to search for food. After hiding in a cave the entire day, the demon stepped out, took the hand of the human girl and headed toward a distant town. In the remote town at night there were almost no lights. Every household had its doors tightly shut. Soma held the hand of Kaneo Tsuyuri as they entered the town and walked toward a house that still had a faint light inside. Soon they arrived at the tightly closed door. In the past, if he wanted to ask the homeowner something at night, he would often have to break in and cause quite a disturbance before achieving his goal. But now, he looked at the obedient Kaneo standing beside him and gently patted her head. Kaneo took a small breath, then ran lightly to the door and knocked softly with her small hand. After the knocking sound, faint footsteps could be heard inside the house. Someone inside looked out through the small door opening. Seeing that it was a delicate and beautiful little girl, the person finally opened the door slightly. "What family are you from, little girl? Why are you knocking at this hour?" The homeowner was an elderly man. Although he still looked somewhat cautious, seeing that it was a child made him relax a little. "Grandpa, my uncle and I came to visit relatives, but we can't find their home. We wanted to ask you for directions." Kaneo spoke clearly, just as her uncle had instructed. The old man leaned out and saw Soma waiting not far away. When Soma noticed the old man looking at him, he nodded slightly. However, his pair of crimson eyes made the old man tighten his grip on the door a little. Still, when he looked back at the cute girl, he hesitated and didn't close the door. "Tell me the name, let's see if I know them." "Their surname is Kamadu. Their family sells charcoal. The father is named Tanjiro Kamadu. He has a son named Tanjiro Kamadu and a daughter named Nezuko Kamadu." Kaneo repeated everything exactly as her uncle had told her earlier. The old man thought for a moment, then shook his head. "There are a few families in town who sell charcoal, but none with the surname Kamadu. I've never heard of someone named Tanjiro Kamadu here either." Hearing that the man didn't know them, Soma felt a little disappointed, but he had already grown somewhat used to it. He waved to Kaneo. Following her uncle's instructions, Kaneo politely said, "I'm very sorry to bother you, Grandpa." After saying that, she ran back to her uncle. Soma took her hand and prepared to head to the next place. Watching the man and the girl walking through the night together, the old man hesitated before calling out to them. "It's very dark outside at night and it's dangerous. If you don't mind, you can rest at my house tonight. Tomorrow, no need." "Thank you very much." Soma nodded slightly and led Kaneo deeper into the darker night. So late at night and still walking around. Aren't they afraid something might happen? The old man shook his head and closed the doors and windows again. Walking through the night, Soma glanced at Kaneo. Having her by his side made asking questions much easier. Even if one household refused, asking a few more would eventually work. In the past, when he knocked on doors alone at night, he never received such treatment. Most of the time he had to resort to force, and without realizing it, things would often escalate, wasting a great deal of time. But now the thing that consumed the most time was simply traveling. Let's continue to the next place. After leaving the town and making sure no one was around, Soma lifted Kaneo onto his back. His speed immediately became much faster. "Uncle, was the way I asked just now okay?" "It was very good. If your uncle had asked, they probably wouldn't even have opened the door." "Did I help you, uncle?" "Yes. Then that's really great." In the pitch-black night, the girl's cheerful voice could be faintly heard. In the mountain wilderness, a campfire crackled. A simple wooden rack had been built over the flames, supporting a small hanging pot. The savory aroma of cooking food wafted from the pot. Under the flickering light of the fire, a girl wearing a short kimono with plum blo. Som patterns crouched beside the pot. Makomo lifted the lid slightly and checked inside. "It's almost ready. Everyone will be able to have a hot meal in just a moment," she spoke to the swordsmen gathered around the campfire. "Actually, we brought some dry rations. We could just eat those," one swordsman said with a smile. "There's really no need to go through all this trouble." "That won't do. Only if you eat well will you have the strength to work." Behind her fox mask, the girl shook her head. "Besides, back at Mount Sajiri, I'm also the one responsible for cooking for Sensei and everyone. Though, I'm not sure if it suits your taste." As she spoke, she turned her head. Her beautiful eyes looked at everyone through the mask. "But even if it doesn't taste good, you all still have to eat it." "Haha. Of course we'll eat it," one swordsman joked. "Even if Miss Makomo made poison, we'd drink every drop." "How could I poison everyone?" Seeing that the food was ready, Makomo began serving portions to everyone. On the cold night, after swallowing the steaming food, everyone felt warmth spread through their bodies. After distributing food to the group, Makomo packed the remaining portion into a small container and sat beside the fire, quietly eating small bites. Furukawa Hiroshi came over and sat beside her with his bowl. Luckily Miss Makomo helped cook tonight. Otherwise we'd all be chewing on cold, hard rations. "It's nothing. It was just a small thing," Makomo replied. "Besides, everyone worked very hard all day. I followed along but didn't really help with anything. Being able to cook for everyone is already good enough if you don't mind." "How could we mind? And your cooking is really delicious." Furukawa Hiroshi shook his head in admiration, but his expression soured as he thought of their progress. He sighed. "Unfortunately, we still haven't found that demon." Makomo tilted her head and looked at him. "Could you tell me more about that demon?" Because of the mask, Furukawa Hiroshi couldn't see her face, but those eyes, clear and beautiful like stars, made him momentarily dazed. He quickly turned his head away. "That demon is extremely hateful," he said. "Cruel and murderous, and especially good at disguising itself. In the hands of that demon, we've already lost one member of the Kikuchi and one official swordsman. These days we've been tracking it continuously. Then I hope we find it soon, so we can sever its head with a Nichiren sword." Makomo clenched her fist slightly. Furukawa Hiroshi couldn't help secretly glancing at the girl, her slender and graceful figure, her dark hair. For a moment, a pleasant fragrance drifted through the air and reached his nose, sending a strange tingling sensation through his heart. He hurriedly stood up and walked away to another spot. Makomo looked up, confused by Hiroshi's sudden departure. She had wanted to ask more questions about the demon. She wasn't sure if it was just an illusion under the moonlight, but she thought she saw the tips of his ears turn quite red. Chapter 51. Uncle is different in the wilderness. Soma had carried Kaneo Tsuyuri across several villages and towns. They had asked many households, but no one knew anything about Tanjiro Kamidude, so they could only keep moving toward the next place. The night was pitch black, and a cool breeze blew gently. Soma walked silently along the road with Kaneo on his back. Occasionally, the wind would catch the girl's hair as she rested on his shoulder, brushing it against his face like soft feathers. It felt light and ticklish against his skin as he puffed a breath of air, blowing away the strands that had drifted near his lips. The movement caught Kaneo's attention and her beautiful eyes curiously looked at him. Realizing his little action had been noticed, Soma smiled awkwardly. Kaneo stared at him with her big large for a while, then leaned her head against his cheek. "Uncle, why are you looking for that person named Tanjiro Kamado?" "Because I'm searching for a flower," he replied. "A flower that is very important to me." "A flower?" Kaneo's eyes blinked. She had seen many flowers along the way. In fact, she remembered seeing several just moments ago. The girl raised her head and looked around. Her pink-purple eyes brightened slightly. She tapped Soma's shoulder with her small hand. "Uncle, put me down." "All right." Soma nodded, thinking she had simply grown tired of being carried. As soon as Kaneo touched the ground, she ran quickly toward a patch of flowers nearby. "Uncle! Uncle! There are flowers here." She picked one and ran back, holding it out to him. "Uncle, is it a flower like this?" "This one is for you." A breeze swept past, causing a stray lock of hair to fall across the girl's nose, a single drop of dew clinging to it. Soma smiled warmly and reached out, gently tucking the strand of hair behind her ear. "It's not this kind of flower," he said softly. "It's a blue flower." "A blue flower?" "Yes. A flower that only blooms during the daytime." He sighed lightly. "You know Uncle can't stand in the sunlight. If we find that flower, I'll need Kaneo to pick it for me." "Okay." Kaneo nodded firmly, clenching her small fist. "Kaneo will definitely pick that blue flower for Uncle. Then, I'll look forward to the day you find it." He smiled and patted her head before crouching down to carry her again. "Uncle, yes? I want to walk for a while." Soma looked at her in surprise. The girl seemed to be starting to form her own thoughts and decisions, just like earlier when she said, "Put me down," and now when she said, "I want to walk." It seemed ordinary, but for a withdrawn girl like her it was actually a very good beginning to end the story of Demon Slayer. Kimetsu no Yaiba, Kaneo had been rescued from traffickers by Kane Kocho and raised for many years. Yet she still had no sense of her own will and only acted according to instructions. It wasn't until she met Tanjiro Kamado that her inner world slowly began to open. But Soma quickly realized something. To end the original story, Kaneo had already suffered many hardships before being rescued. Those experiences had likely sealed her heart even more tightly. However, Soma had encountered her much earlier. She had endured far fewer hardships. Her world might still be closed off, but it wasn't completely sealed. With just a gentle push, a small crack had already appeared. "All right." Soma nodded. He was happy. But why to see Kaneo starting to develop her own thoughts? Besides, they had already visited several villages today, and they were close to the area he expected to search. He felt that finding where Tanjiro Kamado lived would probably happen within the next few days. There was no need to rush. The wilderness at night was very dark, with only the gentle moonlight providing a faint glow, without torches to light the way. It would be very difficult for ordinary people to walk in such darkness, but for Soma, who had already become a demon, it was not a problem. So when he agreed to let Kaneo Tsuyuri walk on her own, he kept watching her carefully. He was worried she might step into a hole or trip over something. However, what surprised him was that Kaneo had no trouble walking in such dark conditions. She could even avoid the uneven pits along the road in advance. Soma was surprised. Then he remembered that in the original story, Kaneo actually possessed remarkable talent. She was one of the people who successfully passed the final selection at Mount Fujicasen together with Tanjiro Kamado. Later, she even fought in the Infinity Castle alongside Tanjiro. At that point, she had already reached a level where she could battle Doma, one of the upper-rank demons of the 12 Kizukai. Fact together. With Inasa Kashibara, she ultimately defeated and killed Doma in the Infinity Castle. Without a doubt, Kaneo's talent wasn't much lower than Tanjiro's. As he continued observing her, he realized that even at night, Kaneo's eyesight was excellent. If he remembered correctly, she possessed extraordinary eyesight. She could predict an opponent's next move simply by observing subtle motions, such as their shoulders, gaze, fingertips, elbows, and knees. All of these traits were extremely suitable for learning Hiten Mitsurugi-style swordsmanship. Once her body has recovered a bit more and returned to a healthy state, I'll begin teaching her, he thought silently while watching her. Kaneo walked slowly through the fields, looking around curiously. From time to time she would look up at Soma, her eyes filled with trust and dependence. "Uncle, what exactly does the flower you're looking for look like? Besides blooming during the day?" "I don't know either," Soma sighed. "I don't even know what the flower looks like. When the time comes, it will probably take a lot of effort to find it." "It's okay, Uncle. Kaneo will help you find it." Kaneo clenched her small fist. "All right." He nodded, but suddenly he looked up. In the darkness far away, flames suddenly appeared. Soon the fire grew larger and larger. Soma narrowed his eyes. What he saw were houses burning. Faintly, he could hear desperate cries, screams of pain and despair. At the same time, he sensed the presence of his own kind. Kaneo also looked up and saw the distant firelight. She turned to look at her uncle. Soma stood there for a long moment before finally turning to her. "Let's go another direction." "Okay." Kaneo nodded. Holding her hand, he led her around the area where the flames were rising and continued walking through the wilderness. "Uncle, what happened over there just now?" Soma was silent for a moment before speaking quietly. "Whenever the sun sets and darkness falls, demons come out to devour humans. What happened there just now was a demon hunting people." Kaneo couldn't help turning back. In the distant darkness, the firelight reflected in her pink-purple eyes. Through the flames, she vaguely saw a person desperately running, only to be quickly caught and knocked down. A scream of agony echoed out. Kaneo blinked her eyes, then she turned back and looked at her uncle. Soma looked at her and said softly, "That is why you must stay away from demons. They are cruel and terrifying monsters." Kaneo lowered her head and walked quietly. After a long while she finally spoke in a low, muffled voice, "But Uncle is different." Chapter 52, So sweet, Uncle is different. Kaneo Tsuyuri lowered her head as she spoke in a muffled voice. Soma paused for a moment and looked at her, but didn't say anything. He simply continued walking. Children were often like this, having very innocent ideas that could seem naive. But a demon was still a demon. And no matter how much he tried to explain, in the eyes of others he was still a man-eating demon. And in the eyes of the Demon Slayer Corps he was an absolute enemy. As for dreaming about peacefully coexisting with the Demon Slayer Corps, gaining their recognition, helping them fight demons, becoming some kind of hero, saving beautiful girls, and then living happily ever after. If he had been a teenager when he was transported to this world, he might have entertained such thoughts. But as a middle-aged man who had long passed the age of hot-blooded fantasies, it all felt incredibly childish, naive to the extreme. If he appeared before a demon slayer swordsman as a demon, what awaited him would be a Nichiren sword cutting off his head without hesitation. And trusting one's life to someone else's momentary decision was nothing more than a ridiculous gamble. From the moment he became a demon, he had never expected recognition from the Demon Slayer Corps. Nor did he believe that someone with his identity could ever coexist peacefully with them. That was why he had shown no hesitation when killing a member of the Kikuchi, and why he had also shown no hesitation when killing a swordsman. In his view, anyone who threatened his life was his enemy. If someone wanted to kill him, then they should be prepared to be killed by him, whether it was the Demon Slayer Corps or other demons. It made no difference to him. After walking for a while holding Kaneo's hand, he noticed the child seemed tired, so he carried her on his back and headed toward a nearby place to rest. It was a very deep cave. Inside the cave, he lit a campfire. Not long afterward, dawn arrived, when the first rays of sunlight appeared. The instinctive fear of sunlight within his body caused him to step deeper into the darkness of the cave. After retreating a few more steps into the shadows, his rational mind slowly returned. The sunlight couldn't reach this far inside anyway. "I really am afraid of sunlight from the bottom of my heart," he muttered with a self-mocking smile. Then he began busying himself beside the fire, preparing food for Kaneo. While he worked, Kaneo sat nearby with her head tilted toward, her pink-purple eyes quietly watching him. She simply watched him, purely and silently. "It might take a little longer today. I'm making chicken stew for you," Soma said softly. The chicken was a wild one he'd caught along the way. As for the other ingredients, mushrooms and some vegetables, he had either bought them while passing through towns or picked them from people's gardens. Kaneo nodded vigorously. After quietly watching her uncle for a while, she turned her gaze toward the cave entrance where warm sunlight shone in. "Go outside and play, but don't go too far. If something dangerous happens, run back into the cave." While continuing to prepare the chicken, Soma spoke gently. Kaneo stood up, walked behind him, and gave him a quick hug before running toward the cave entrance with small steps. "Walk slower, don't trip," he reminded her. After he said that, the girl's pace indeed slowed a little. Only then did he lower his head and continue cooking. Time passed unnoticed. The chicken stew over the campfire was finished, and the aroma of the food filled the cave, almost driving away the dampness inside. Soma raised his head and frowned toward the cave entrance at some point. Kaneo had left the entrance and disappeared from his sight. He hadn't seen her for quite some time. It seemed she had run far away. His heart tightened slightly. After all, this was the wilderness, steep terrain filled with dangers. There could be poisonous snakes or wild beasts. Whether she fell somewhere or encountered a dangerous animal, it would be extremely dangerous. His heart tightened slightly. He couldn't help but stand up and want to go out to look for her. But the moment he reached the cave entrance, the warm sunlight filled him with overwhelming fear, forcing him to stop. "Kaneo! Kaneo!" He stood on tiptoe, looking outside while calling out anxiously, tap, tap, tap. Soon the sound of light footsteps came, followed by the figure of a girl appearing at the cave entrance. However, her hair was messy, and her clothes were stained with mud in several places. A few spots were even torn open, probably scratched by branches or thorns. "Uncle! Uncle! I found a lot of flowers that bloom in the sunlight. I picked them all for you." The girl held a large bundle of flowers in both arms, white, red, yellow, and many other colors. She ran almost all the way to him. "Uncle, take a look. Are any of these the flower you're looking for?" As she spoke, she looked up at him. Her eyes were like a sparkling lake, brighter and warmer than sunlight. Taking the flowers, Soma gently tidied Kaneo Tsuyuri's messy hair and straightened her clothes. Then he lightly tapped her small nose with his finger. "The food's ready. Go eat. I'll check these flowers to see if any of them are the one I need." "Okay." Kaneo nodded emphatically. She walked to the campfire where, on a clean patch of ground, there was a simple meal, a small pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms and a bowl of rice. Looking at the food, she instinctively turned her head toward her uncle. Seeing him carefully examining the flowers she had gathered one by one, she lowered her head and happily began eating her rice from the small bowl. She didn't know whether she had found the flower her uncle needed, but being able to help him in some way already made her very happy. Soma held the bouquet and inspected each flower carefully. He didn't actually recognize the blue spider lily, but he still examined them one by one. After looking at them, he memorized their appearance, and then tasted each flower. Unfortunately, after tasting every type of flower she had gathered, he felt no change in his body. Clearly, none of them were the blue spider lily. He felt a little disappointed. Though it was within expectations. If the blue spider lily were so easy to find, Muzan Kibutsuji wouldn't have searched for it unsuccessfully for 1,000 years. It seems the only real hope is to search near where Tanjiro Kamadu lives. Otherwise, I'll end up with the same result as Muzan. Kaneo took a small bite of rice. Seeing that her uncle had tasted every flower she had picked, she looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Uncle, did you find the spider lily you're looking for?" Soma shook his head. Seeing the slight disappointment in the girl's eyes, he reached out and gently patted her small head. "We'll find it eventually." He smiled, then looked at the large bunch of flowers still in his hand. Normally, since these weren't the blue spider lily, they were useless and should just be thrown away. But after hesitating for a moment, he remembered there were vines growing in the cave. So he picked one and sat beside the campfire, slowly weaving. Beside the flickering firelight, the man-eating demon sat peacefully, gradually weaving a floral crown out of the vines and flowers. Soma looked at his handiwork. It wasn't made very well, but it could still pass as a flower crown. He gently placed the crown on Kaneo's head as she lowered her head and ate her food in small bites. Kaneo was naturally an exquisite girl, but her beauty had been hidden by the filth of her past. Now, after days of care and plenty of food, she was like a spring willow, budding with new, delicate life. With the flower crown on her head, she looked even more like a graceful young lady. Not bad. Soma was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Kaneo reached up and touched the flower crown on her head. She looked up at her uncle, then she lowered her head again and took small sips of chicken soup. Suddenly, she felt that the soup had become so sweet, so very sweet. Chapter 53, Ju Tomioka. Did we arrive too late? Hiroshi Furukawa and the other swordsmen stood silently in place, looking at the scene before them. What had once been a home filled with life and warmth was now nothing but the charred remains devoured by flames, silently smoldering beneath the hazy morning mist, white skeletons stripped clean of flesh, ribs twisted by fire, half of a hand stretched forward in desperate final motion. Everything here told the story of what had happened. A girl wearing a fox mask crouched down, staring at the skeleton. At her feet, where traces of flesh still remained, the small bones clearly showed that the owner had been a child. Imagining what had happened here, Makomo couldn't stop herself from trembling. She had heard about the cruelty of demons and knew that demons devoured humans, but it had always remained only in imagination. She had never actually witnessed how cruel they truly were. But now, seeing the destruction caused by demons with her own eyes, she realized that their cruelty was even more horrifying than she had imagined. This is what demons are like. Makomo stared blankly at the tragic scene. She could imagine how happy the family that once lived here must have been. But everything had been destroyed by the scent of blood, completely and mercilessly crushed. Yes, this is what demons are. Hiroshi Furukawa looked at Makomo, who was clearly shaken by the scene. He clenched his teeth slightly. What he had experienced in the past was far worse. He had personally witnessed a demon kill his father and devour his mother. He had faced it directly. Every time the memory surfaced in his mind, he heard his parents' agonized screams. Every recollection brought unbearable pain. But for Makomo, this was the first time seeing such a horrific scene, and she could hardly accept it. Do these demons possess no humanity at all? They were once human too. Even after becoming demons, do they still treat their own former kind like this? For Makomo, seeing such devastation for the first time was almost impossible to comprehend. Hiroshi Furukawa looked at the remains before him, then at the dazed Makomo, and sighed softly. This is what demons are. Cruel and terrifying demons. Even if they were once human, the moment they become demons, they are no longer human. They become monsters that eat people. As he spoke, Hiroshi Furukawa rested his hand on the hilt of the Nichiren sword at his waist. These demons deserve to die. Every single one of them. When you see them, just kill them swiftly. No reason is needed. They must be purged, these demons. Behind the fox mask, Makomo slowly closed her eyes, but the brutal scene before her refused to leave her mind. She suddenly thought of her senior disciples who had participated in the final selection at Mount Fuji-Kaisen. She thought of Sabito. Had they also died to demons like these? Had they been eaten as well? The thought alone caused Makomo's small hands to clench tightly. At this moment, only one thought remained in her mind: find that demon, cut off its head. For the first time, Makomo truly understood why, despite knowing how dangerous demon hunting was, so many people still chose this path every year. Why they continued walking it even knowing they might die along the way. Because these demons were too unforgivable. Search the surrounding area carefully, Hiroshi Furukawa instructed his companions. Try to find any clues the demon may have left behind. The swordsmen immediately began searching in all directions, trying their best to find traces left by the demon. Makomo also joined the search. If only I had Sensei's keen sense of smell. As she searched, Makomo sighed. As a disciple of Sakanji Urokadaki, she knew just how extraordinary her teacher's sense of smell was. For a massacre that had only recently occurred like this, the scent of the demon must still linger at the scene, and if her teacher were here, he would easily be able to track the demon using that scent. True, another swordsman agreed. If Lord Urokadaki were here, finding that demon would be very easy. Everyone knows how capable Lord Urokadaki is. Sensei is naturally the most amazing. Hearing her beloved teacher being praised, Makomo felt very proud. Speaking of which, Miss Makomo, I've always been a bit curious about something. Hiroshi Furukawa walked over and asked with interest. With Miss Makomo's abilities, it's obvious you're very skilled. Were you taught by Lord Sakanji Urokadaki? Of course I was taught by Sensei. Makomo answered without hesitation. Then that's strange. If your skills were taught by Lord Urokadaki, then as a trainer he must be very capable. So why is it that his disciples couldn't pass the final selection at Mount Fuji-Kaisen? Some of them couldn't even come out alive. Makomo wanted to argue back, but she didn't know how. After all, the facts were there. Honestly, with Miss Makomo's ability, you should have been the one participating in this year's final selection, Hiroshi Furukawa said with a sigh. We've seen your strength. Passing the test would have been no problem for you. My junior, Sabito, is no less skilled than I am. Makomo defended him quietly. In truth, she had intended to go to the final selection this year as well. But Sabito had told her that one of the 3 disciples should stay behind, and if none of them passed, then only Urokadaki-sensei would remain alone on the mountain. Someone had to stay behind to take care of him. So in the end, she stayed. Hiroshi Furukawa didn't quite believe that Sabito's strength could match Makomo's. If Sabito truly were that strong, then he should definitely have passed the final selection this year. Captain, the information you asked about regarding this year's final selection at Mount Fujikasen has arrived. A swordsman walked over. Beside him, Makomo's small hands clenched tightly. Her eyes still carried hope, but even more fear. In truth, their teacher had already received news about the final selection earlier. After receiving it, he had sat alone at the mountain peak for several days. At that time, she had already guessed the result. Even though she had guessed it, deep in her heart she still didn't want to believe it. There was still a little hope. What if, just what if, after all, she knew Sabito's strength? So what's the news? Hiroshi Furukawa asked. The swordsman glanced at Makomo and hesitated. From the moment we joined the Demon Slayer Corps, we already prepared ourselves to die on this path, Hiroshi Furukawa sighed. Along the way, we'll inevitably experience the pain of losing companions. If someone can't bear that, then there's no point walking the path of demon hunting. According to the information we received in this year's Mount Fujikasen final selection, Lord Urokadaki's disciple, Ju Tomioka, successfully passed the test. Not only did Ju Tomioka pass, but every swordsman who participated in the exam this year passed successfully. Everyone passed? Hiroshi Furukawa was stunned. The final selection at Mount Fujikasen had always been extremely strict. Every year only a few swordsmen usually passed. There had never been a case where everyone passed. What about Sabito? Makomo's eyes suddenly lit up. If Ju Tomioka had passed the exam, then Sabito should also have passed. After all, Sabito was much stronger than Ju. Sabito was teacher's most proud disciple. Their teacher had very high expectations for him. He had once said that Sabito would surely awaken the Demon Slayer mark in the future, something even many Hashira could not achieve. He would become an extremely powerful swordsman. He probably failed. The swordsman spoke quietly. After the exam ended, Sabito was never seen again. They only found a warding mask on the mountaintop. According to rumors from those who passed the exam, Sabito almost killed all the demons on Mount Fujikasen by himself. But in the end, it seems he collapsed from exhaustion. How could that be? For the first time during the entire journey, the normally gentle and calm Makomo lost her composure. Chapter 54. As the strong 1/5, upon hearing the definitive news, Makomo uncharacteristically lost her composure. Although she was happy that Ju Tomioka had passed the final selection, the failure of Sabito was something Makomo simply could not believe. If only one of them could pass the final selection at Mount Fujikasen, Makomo felt that no matter what, it should have been Sabito. After all, compared to Sabito, Ju Tomioka had always seemed far inferior in her memory when Ju first arrived. At Mount Fujikasen, the impression he gave her was that of someone timid, pessimistic, and constantly discouraged. His older sister had been killed by a demon while protecting him. Ju had survived only because she shielded him, allowing him to hide and escape. Because of this, Ju often blamed himself. He frequently said gloomy things like, "It would have been better if I had died instead." At one point, Sabito could no longer tolerate it and slapped him. Makomo still remembered that day. After slapping Ju, Sabito placed both hands on his shoulders and said, "Your life was preserved because your sister gave everything she had. You have the responsibility to carry on the future she entrusted to you. If you keep living with such pessimism, then you're disrespecting your sister's sacrifice." It was only after Sabito encouraged him like that that Ju slowly began to regain his spirit. In terms of mentality, Sabito had always been stronger than the timid Ju. And in terms of strength, he was also far superior to him. Makomo simply could not understand why the stronger Sabito failed to leave Mount Fujikasen alive, while Ju successfully passed the exam. Seeing Makomo's condition, Hiroshi Furukawa stepped forward. He originally wanted to place a hand on her shoulder to comfort her, but remembering she was a girl, he withdrew his hand. "You still can't accept it, can you?" "I know Sabito and Ju's abilities very well," Makomo said softly. "I just can't understand why Ju passed the exam. It's not that I think poorly of him. I'm happy he passed, but I can't understand why the stronger one. Actually, this kind of thing is quite common, Furukawa said that he looked at the charred ruins still burning before them. Although I've never met Sabito, I can imagine something. If my guess is correct, Sabito was probably like an older brother to Ju in daily life, and Ju likely depended on him a lot. Makomo looked up at him in surprise. Looks like I guessed correctly, Furukawa said. He turned his gaze back to the burning flames, as if picturing a man blazing like fire. In fact, this is probably the responsibility that comes with being strong. Sabito was strong, so naturally he carried the responsibility that a strong person should bear. He would take the most dangerous tasks upon himself. Lord Kyajiro Rengoku once told me that those who are stronger should take responsibility for the weak and strive to protect them. That is the mindset a true strong person should have. Sabito was probably exactly that kind of strong person. But strong people also face stronger enemies and greater risks. So death is also something that happens often. Makomo looked at Furukawa and fell silent. Furukawa rubbed his nose awkwardly. These were actually words spoken to me by the flame Hashira. I'm only repeating them to you. Then he looked at Makomo again. You must feel very sad about Sabito's death. You probably want to cry. But grit your teeth. Even if your grief is so heavy you can barely stand, you must endure it and keep moving forward. Time won't wait for you and it won't lean toward you to share your sorrow. As swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, all we can do is straighten our backs and continue forward. Makomo unconsciously tightened her grip on her Nichiren sword. These are the words Lord Rengoku once told me when I was drowning in pain after losing my companions, Furukawa continued. They helped me walk out of my grief. Now I'm passing Lord Rengoku's words on to you. I hope you can walk out of your sorrow as well. Under the fox mask, Makomo lowered her head. The flame Hashira, Kyajiro Rengoku? I have heard his name from Sensei. Yes, that's him, said Hiroshi Furukawa. Lord Rengoku is a very kind and passionate person. After this demon hunting mission is finished, I must invite Lord Rengoku to a meal. He once promised me he would come. Lord Rengoku wouldn't break his word, and I won't either. When Furukawa spoke about Rengoku, his eyes shone brightly. It was obvious that he deeply admired the flame Hashira. Makomo could clearly see it, just like how she admired her teacher, Sakanji Urokadaki. I understand what you said, Makomo replied softly. I'll remember it. She raised her head and looked at the slowly rising sun. Warm sunlight fell beneath the girl's fox mask, a faint glow outlining her pale chin. A gentle breeze blew, lifting strands of her black hair into the air. Furukawa happened to glance at that moment. He quickly turned his head away, suppressing the strange pounding in his chest, silently gripping the hilt of his Nichiren sword. From the moment they became swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, everyone understood what kind of life awaited them. Because of that, many swordsmen, even when they met a girl who stirred their hearts, would choose to suppress their feelings. As Demon Slayer. Swordsmen whose lives could end at any moment, they could not bring happiness to the girl they loved. The future they could offer would only bring pain. The campfire burned steadily, its warmth driving away the damp cold of the cave. After eating her fill, Kaneo Tsuyuri leaned against the demon beside her and unknowingly fell asleep. When she woke up, she realized she was lying on a bed of straw, covered with thick clothing. Opening her eyes, Kaneo saw her uncle sitting beside the campfire. The upper half of his clothes had been removed, revealing his strong and muscular torso. Looking down, the girl noticed that the clothes covering her included the ones her uncle had been wearing. Clearly, he had taken them off to keep her warm. In truth, the clothes she was already wearing were thick enough, and with 2 more layers over them she was already warm. But her uncle still took off his own clothes to cover her. As if he was always worried she might get cold, she sniffed lightly. There was a familiar scent, one that made her feel safe and that she liked very much. You're awake, said Soma as he sensed movement and turned around to look at the girl who had just opened her sleepy eyes. Kaneo rubbed her eyes, gave her uncle a sweet smile and softly answered, Then she slowly sat up, a little reluctantly. Perhaps everyone had the habit of wanting to stay in bed a little longer. For Kaneo, something she had never dared imagine before had now gradually become something she was beginning to get used to. After lingering a bit longer, she finally stood up from the straw bedding and looked outside. The sun had already set. Her pink-purple eyes sparkled with excitement. The sun has gone down. Kaneo turned back with a bright, energetic smile. Uncle, let's hurry. Let's go find where the Kamadu family lives and find that spider lily for you. Chapter 55. The Kamadu family, 2/5. The sun was setting, the world immersed in darkness. Soma carried Kaneo Tsuyuri on his back as they walked out of the cave. Gentle moonlight fell over them, and he couldn't help raising his head to look at the beautiful full moon hanging in the dark night sky. Kaneo did the same, tilting her head up to look at the moon and the family she had been born into long ago. She had also looked up at the night sky many times and seen the same moon. Back then she had felt nothing in particular, but now the moon somehow looked especially beautiful. Let's go, Uncle, Kaneo said softly. She lowered her gaze, leaned against Soma's back, and rested her head against his neck. Her breathing carried a faint warmth and moisture, brushing against his ear and making it itch slightly. All right, he replied as he stepped forward and quickly headed in a certain direction. With the powerful physical strength of a demon and extremely sharp night vision, Soma could move very quickly even across steep mountain terrain. The scenery on both sides rushed past them in the darkness. Kaneo's pink-purple eyes sparkled brightly. Uncle! Kaneo tapped his shoulder. Soma stopped and turned his head to look at her. There's a flower over there. Kaneo pointed to a blossom growing on a piece of blue-gray stone. It was a flower she hadn't picked earlier during the day. Although Soma felt it probably wasn't the blue spider lily, he still walked over, picked it, and tasted it. Just like the many flowers he had tried during the daylight hours, his body felt no special reaction. Clearly, it wasn't the flower he was looking for. Is it the flower Uncle is looking for? Kaneo stared at him, her eyes filled with expectation. No, he said, shaking his head. Hearing that answer, Kaneo lowered her head a little, looking somewhat discouraged. Seeing this, Soma reached out and lightly tapped her head, smiling gently. There's no rush. Kaneo responded quietly. The Nichiren sword flashed cleanly across the demon's neck. The girl's slender figure landed lightly on the ground. Crimson blood dripped from the blade of the Nichiren sword she held. She breathed heavily, but behind her fox mask, her eyes shone with exhilaration. Incredible, said Hiroshi Furukawa, panting as well that he looked at the demon's corpse lying on the ground with admiration. Their group had searched for a long time before finally finding this demon. After a fierce battle, Makomo delivered the final strike, cutting off its neck and completely killing it as its head was severed. The demon's body began rapidly disintegrating, releasing a foul stench into the air. Was this the demon that devoured that family last night? Makomo asked through gritted teeth. She looked at a small pellet drum hanging from the demon's waist, a child's toy. It reminded her of the tiny skeleton she had seen earlier that day. This toy had belonged to a child this monster had cruelly slaughtered. Yes, this should be the one responsible for yesterday's massacre. Hiroshi stepped on the disintegrating torso and picked up the small drum, nodding after a careful inspection. So everyone's mission is complete then? Makomo said, feeling a bit happy, but soon she felt a hint of reluctance. Fighting together with everyone and exterminating demons side by side had felt wonderful. Now that Furukawa had completed his demon hunting mission, he would probably be leaving soon. Furukawa looked at the demon's body slowly dissolving on the ground and shook his head slightly. It's good that we killed a demon, but this isn't the one we were originally hunting. It's not. Makomo asked in confusion. Yes. Although I never saw that demon's face, I did see its back once. This one is clearly much bulkier. And it's nowhere near as cunning as that one. As he spoke of that demon, Furukawa fell into thought. I have a strange feeling, that demon was a bit unusual. Under her fox mask, Makomo tilted her head slightly, puzzled. Ordinary demons can't resist the craving for human flesh. Eventually, they always emerge to attack people to satisfy their hunger. Once they commit murder, they leave a trail. By following those trails, we can always find and slay them. Hiroshi Furukawa tightened his grip slightly on the hilt of his Nichiren sword. But the demon we've been chasing, after tracking it for so long, we've never once seen it devour a human. As he spoke, frustration appeared in Furukawa's eyes. At first, we were still able to follow some of the traces it left behind and roughly determine its direction. But as time passed, those traces became harder and harder to find. And since it never devoured humans or revealed its whereabouts, we've now completely lost its trail. It has never eaten who? Mans? Under the fox mask, Makomo showed clear surprise. She knew very well that no demon could resist the urge to eat human flesh. Yes. It's hard to imagine, Furukawa said through clenched teeth. Or perhaps it did attack humans during this time, but we just never discovered it. Then he shook his head again. According to information passed through the Kikuchi, there have been no missing persons in the nearby areas, no unusual deaths, and no missing corpses either. So this demon likely hasn't attacked humans during this time. It's unimaginable that a demon could endure for so long. At this point Furukawa bit his teeth, clearly unwilling to accept it. This demon is obviously different from the demons I've encountered before. Under her fox mask, Makomo tilted her head slightly in confusion. If this demon truly never eats humans, wouldn't it be almost impossible for us to find it? We'd hardly ever know where it is. That's pretty much the case, Furukawa sighed. As long as these demons hide somewhere remote at night, who could possibly discover them? But he soon shook his head again. Still, it's impossible. No demon can resist the craving for human flesh forever. There's no way one could never attack humans. Then, could a demon like that really exist in this world? Makomo asked, her curiosity suddenly piqued. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Furukawa answered almost immediately, his tone extremely firm. In a quiet little town, Kaneo Tsuyuri knocked on the door of a house. Just like before, when the homeowner came to the door, the girl politely asked, "Excuse me, is there a charcoal-selling family nearby with the surname Kamadu?" Soma stood not far away, already accustomed to disappointment. "Are you trying to buy charcoal?" "Their charcoal is indeed very good quality," the elderly woman asked in confusion. Then she suddenly saw the man who had been standing some distance away appear right in front of her, startling her. Soma walked closer, trying to steady his emotions. His voice unconsciously carried a hint of excitement. "Where is the Kamadu family located?" Chapter 56, The Demon Slayer Mark 3/5. After searching for so long, Soma had finally obtained the address of the Kamadu family. Naturally, Soma was extremely excited. This meant he was one step closer to finding the legendary blue spider lily. As long as he could consume the blue spider lily, he could make up for the defects of being a demon, break free from the curse of Muzan Kibutsuji, no longer fear sunlight, and never again suffer the constant craving for flesh and blood. "Thank you for telling me." Soma suppressed his excitement as he bid farewell to the elderly woman. Then he took Kaneo Tsuyuri's hand and turned to leave. "Won't you stay here and rest for a while?" "It's so dark outside," the old woman kindly advised. "No, thank you." Soma turned back with a gentle smile. "I'll be careful on the road." After saying that, he carried Kaneo on his back, confirmed the direction, and stepped into the darkness where the lamplight could not reach. What a bold man, daring to travel at night like this. Watching Soma leave with the child, the old woman couldn't help but shake her head. She remembered how, years ago, Saburo, who lived near the Kamados, had traveled at night with his family. Saburo was the only one who made it back alive. No one knew what they had encountered. The official story was an attack by bandits, but Saburo had insisted it was a demon. No one believed him. However, not long after that, several people wearing very unusual clothing came to find Saburo. After speaking with them, Saburo changed his statement and said it had been bandits rather than demons. The old woman didn't believe demons truly existed, it was probably just violent criminals. But whether demons or bandits, traveling at night was never safe. "Once we reach the area near the Kamadu family, will Uncle be able to find the flower you're looking for?" Kaneo rested her small head on Soma's shoulder. Sensing his excitement, her own mood became light and cheerful. "We should be able to find it." A flicker of hope appeared in Soma's eyes. Although the original story never clearly stated that the blue spider lily grew there, there were indeed many hints. Later on, both Nezuko Kamadu and even Tanjiro Kamadu, who eventually became a demon after receiving a massive amount of blood from Muzan, were able to stand in sunlight. But if all of that were merely coincidence, it would be hard to explain. And claiming that Tanjiro and Nezuko simply had extraordinary talent was also difficult to believe. Over the past 1,000 years, countless humans had been turned into demons by Muzan, yet not a single one had ever been an exception. "We'll definitely find it." Kaneo clenched her small fists. "Kaneo will definitely help Uncle find the flower he needs." Soma turned his head and glanced at her, his crimson eyes softening with a rare warmth. "I believe in you, Kaneo." Carrying Kaneo, Soma moved with incredible speed, fueled by his inner drive. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he slowed his pace and looked up. In the sky, a Kasugai crow flapped its wings and landed in front of a house where a lamp was lit. An old man pushed open a window and removed a letter from the crow's leg. Soma stood in the darkness with Kaneo, silently watching the scene. He recognized the old man. This was the same person who had taken Tanjiro in on the night before his entire family was slaughtered. Because of the old man's kindness, Tanjiro avoided the same fate as his family and was not killed by Muzan. It was also this old man who told Tanjiro that demons existed in this world. Soma inhaled slightly, and a nauseating scent hit him almost instantly, the smell of wisteria, which all demons loathed. Clearly, the man had lit wisteria incense to ward off demons during the night. Hidden in the darkness, Soma silently watched the old man finish writing a letter and release the Kasugai crow back into the sky. His crimson eyes flickered in the darkness. Soma stared at the old man for quite a while before confirming that the man showed no signs of any physical training. That meant the old man was clearly not a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps responsible for hunting demons. If Soma's guess was correct, the man was likely one of the Kikuchi, people who provided logistical support to the Demon Slayer Corps. Kaneo remained. Perched on his back, obedient and silent. Just like him, she watched the flickering light from the distant house. Her beautiful pink-purple eyes were filled with curiosity. Soma watched for a while longer. Only after the old man closed the window and extinguished the candle did he continue on his journey with Kaneo on his back. They headed deeper into the mountains, and the farther they went, the more difficult the path became. However, a clear path had been opened through the forest, wide enough for people to walk through. In some places it was clear the road had been carved by humans. At one point beside the road, Soma stopped. In front of him stood a massive blue stone, as large as a house. Yet the enormous rock had been split perfectly in two. Between the halves ran a road wide enough for an ox cart to pass. Looking at the giant rock and the flawless surface of the cut, Soma felt that the stone had been split in a single strike. A rock the size of a house being cut into two was something ordinary people could almost never accomplish. Even swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, perhaps even the Hashira, would find it difficult. Soma walked up to the rock and struck it hard with his fist. With the strength of his demon body, the powerful blow only caused dirt on the stone to fall away with a rustling sound. The rock itself showed not the slightest sign of cracking. Considering how powerful his demon body was, most stones would shatter from a single punch. This showed just how hard the blue stone was. And yet such a massive rock seemed to have been cut apart by someone's blade. He then looked down at the ground. It seemed that the only reason this enormous rock had been split was simply to build a road. Who could have done this? Soma raised his head and looked into the darkness. Farther away, halfway up the mountain, a small light flickered, and the road appeared to lead straight toward that light. Could it be Kamado Tanjiro? Soma murmured the name. In the series, this character was barely mentioned, almost like a background figure. Yet in Tanjiro's memories during battles with demons, this man appeared several times. Moreover, some scenes in the anime showed that this man had distinct markings on his forehead. Combined with the fact that he died young due to illness, Soma suspected that he had awakened the Demon Slayer mark. The mark first appeared during the era of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. At that time, many swordsmen who used sun-breathing were able to awaken the mark. But as the inheritance of sun-breathing was lost and the Demon Slayer Corps went through many hardships, no one in the current era of the Corps had been able to awaken it. The conditions for awakening the mark were extreme. A person's pulse had to exceed 200 beats per minute. And their body temperature would rise above 39 degrees C. Ordinary people would fall into a life-threatening state under such conditions. If Soma remembered correctly, aside from Yoriichi Tsujikuni, all swordsmen who awakened the mark died before the age of 20-5. In the story, Kamado Tanjiro also died at a young age. Furthermore, the Hinakami Kagura, the dance of the fire god that Tanjiro performed every new year while praying for peace, actually contained the training method of sun-breathing. Soma looked at the cut in the boulder. He strongly suspected that this massive blue stone had been split by Tanjiro Kamado, with nothing more than a simple wood-chopping axe. Chapter 57. Those who follow the same path arrive at the same destination. Such an enormous blue stone was far larger than the one on Mount Sajiri that Tanjiro Kamado had once split. Yet this stone had also been cleaved apart, and the cut was so smooth, clearly showing the strength of the person who did it. Soma even suspected that Tanjiro Kamado might have already entered the legendary transparent world. If someone reached the transparent world, even if Tanjiro had never encountered demons before, he would still be able to see that Soma was different from ordinary humans. After all, in the transparent world, one could easily see the flow of blood inside another person's body, and even the slightest breath would be completely cleared. I still need to be careful. Thinking about Tanjiro Kamado made Soma somewhat cautious. Originally, he had planned to go directly to the house, but now that seemed too dangerous. Besides, he had only come here to search for the blue spider lily. There was no real need to visit the house. After casting a long look at the house where the lamp still flickered, Soma turned away, carrying Kaneo. They skirted the perimeter of the dwelling and headed toward the mountain slope behind it. Kaneo's pink-purple eyes were wide open as she searched the surrounding area under the gentle moonlight, trying to find flowers. Most of the flowers along the way had already been picked for her uncle earlier. Only those she hadn't collected before might possibly be the blue spider lily he was looking for. The blue spider lily is a flower that only blooms during the day. We likely won't find it tonight, Soma said softly, sensing Kaneo's intense focus. When daytime comes, I'll definitely help Uncle find it, Kaneo replied, her voice firm with resolve. All right, Soma nodded as he continued carrying her forward. Soon, rows of grave mounds appeared before them. Some of the graves were new, recently built, while others were old, their inscriptions gradually fading with time. Carrying Kaneo on his back, Soma walked quietly past the graves, observing them. Almost every gravestone bore the surname Kamado. Clearly, this was the burial ground for members of the Kamado family. One of the newest graves still had incense burning before it, suggesting that someone had recently come to pay respects. Kaneo also looked curiously at the grave mounds. Soon Soma stopped in front of a particular grave. This grave appeared very old but had clearly been well maintained. It stood roughly in the center of all the graves, suggesting it either held the highest status or was the most ancient. Soma placed Kaneo down from his back and walked up to the gravestone. The writing on the stone had faded with time, yet the name carved there was still barely recognizable. Yuta. The character seemed to have been carved stroke by stroke with a sword. Even after so many years, the simple carving still carried a sharp and powerful feeling. It was clear that the person who carved it had been a master swordsman, and if I recall correctly, the name of Yorichi Tsujikuni's wife was Yuta. Right next to Yuta's grave was another gravestone, but this one had no name at all. Still, since it was buried alongside with Yuta, it likely belonged to the legendary Yorichi Tsujikuni himself, the man whom Muzan Kibutsuji had feared for hundreds of years. Even now, Muzan Kibutsuji still feared the sword strike delivered by Yorichi Tsujikuni back then. Even after countless years, he had never been able to forget it. Soma carefully examined the gravestone here. On it he noticed several small lines of text, seemingly carved with a sword as well. Even at a glance, they carried a grand and majestic feeling. Those who follow the same path arrive at the same destination. These simple words seem to sum up the lifelong insights of the man known as Yorichi Tsujikuni. Looking at these words, Soma slowly closed his eyes. He felt that they contained the ultimate mastery of the sword, even a deep, almost unfathomable insight. Yet after pondering for a long time he gained nothing. Clearly, without reaching a certain level of swordsmanship and without standing at a certain height, it was impossible to truly understand the meaning behind this sentence. Opening his eyes again and looking at the inscription, Soma felt somewhat disappointed. After all, this was the man whose name alone still filled Muzan with fear even after hundreds of years. A being who had essentially broken through the limits of this world. If Soma could learn even a little from him, it would already be worthwhile. But that was clearly just wishful thinking. Still, thinking about it, such a powerful swordsman ultimately could not defeat the passage of time. Now he had merely become a handful of earth. In this world, very few traces of him remained. Once someone died, they were truly gone. And no matter how powerful a person had once been, once they died, the traces of their past gradually disappeared from the world until nothing remained. Meanwhile, the very demon who had been terrified by Yorichi, Muzan Kibutsuji, still ruled over the darkness of the world, plunging countless people into fear and despair. Beside him, Kaneo Tsuyuri tilted her head as she looked at the words on the stone. Then she looked up at her uncle. Imitating him, she quietly closed her eyes as well. After a moment she opened them again, tilted her head, and looked at him with a face full of confusion. Soma couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. He tweaked her nose, and then the two of them, the demon and the girl, began searching for flowers among the graves. under the heavy darkness of the night, their two silhouettes wandering through the graveyard coupled with the cold, dim moonlight created a scene that was undeniably eerie. Not far from the graveyard stood a house where the lights were still on. Inside, the room had been kept very clean. A woman wearing a purple outer robe and a long white-collared garment stood beside the bed. She looked gentle and beautiful, yet her face was full of worry and fear as she gazed at the man lying there. Beside her were a sensible young boy and a well-behaved little girl. Cough, cough, the man coughed violently. He looked at his wife with guilt and then at his well-behaved children, his eyes filled with concern. I'm afraid I won't make it, he spoke softly. He could feel his life force slowly draining away. His body felt like a leaking balloon, weakening rapidly. Tanjiro, you'll definitely get better. Tomorrow I'll go to the town again to find a doctor. The doctor will surely have a way. The woman stepped forward, tears already streaming down her face. You were so healthy before. You'll definitely recover. You will. Tanjiro Kamado shook his head. Feeling the changes in his body, he sighed with a trace of unwillingness. I won't get better. It's useless to see a doctor. Don't waste the money. Before the woman could say anything more, the man broke into another violent coughing fit. Their obedient daughter quickly stepped forward and gently patted her father's back. Cough, Tanjiro coughed again. Looking at his daughter who was patting his back, his eyes were full of tenderness. If I'm gone, Nezuko, as the eldest daughter, you must help take care of your younger brothers and sisters. I will, father. Cough, Tanjiro coughed again. With difficulty, he removed the earrings hanging from his ears and beckoned to his son. Tanjiro, these are the Hanafuda earrings passed down through generations of the Kamado family. Now I'm giving them to you. You are the eldest son of this family. From today on, you are no longer a child. You must act like a man and shoulder the responsibility for this family, and above all, do not forget the breathing. Father, I will, Tanjiro said, tears streaming down his face. Finally, the man looked at his wife. There were countless things he wanted to say and countless feelings of guilt in his heart, but in the end he only said softly, Ki. I'm so sorry for everything, for leaving you like this. Chapter 58, Being Cared For, 5/5. The man and the girl wandered through the graveyard, finding many flowers, but unfortunately not a single one was the blue spider lily he sought. Although he had expected this, Soma still felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Did you find what you were looking for, uncle? The girl was breathing lightly, wiping the sweat from her temple with her small hand. She tilted her head up toward him, her face full of hope. Soma shook his head. The spider lily only blooms during the day. We probably won't find it tonight. When morning comes, I'll have to rely on you, Kaneo. Once the sun rose, he, as a demon, would have to scurry into the darkness like a rat. He wouldn't be able to search for a flower that only bloomed under the sun. No problem, uncle. I'll definitely help you find it. Kaneo Tsuyuri clenched her small fists with determination. All right. It's getting late. Let's find somewhere nearby to rest. He gently patted her head. Kaneo nodded firmly. Soma was about to crouch down so she could climb onto his back again, but before he could, the girl stepped beside him and grabbed his large hand with both of hers. Why aren't you letting me carry you? He asked. I want to walk with uncle. You'll get tired. We've been searching for flowers for a long time already. Besides, I'm a demon, I don't get tired. I'm not tired. Kaneo continued walking with small steps. Walking with uncle isn't tiring. Soma glanced down at her. There were tiny beads of sweat glistening along her hairline, yet the smile on her face was bright and happy. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to let her have her way. If you get tired, tell me. I'll carry you. He said it softly as he slowed his pace considerably. Since the area was mountainous, caves were common. Before long, Soma found one where sunlight couldn't reach. He went inside first to check. It looked like a large animal had once used the cave as its den, but judging by the signs, it hadn't returned in a long time. Practicing a familiar routine, Soma gathered some dry grass and spread it over the cleaned ground. He laid his cloak on top as a blanket before calling Kaneo over to sit. After walking for so long, the girl was already out of breath. The moment she sat down on the bed of straw, Kaneo let out a long sigh of relief. I told you to let me know when you got tired. You kept saying nothing. Now look how worn out you are. Soma grumbled. He turned back, his crimson eyes shooting a mock glare at the girl while he began setting up a campfire to cook her dinner. "I'm not tired." Kaneo gave him a slightly bashful smile. Seeing the girl stubbornly insisting despite her obvious fatigue left him momentarily speechless. In the end, he could only glare at her again before letting the matter drop. Kaneo sat quietly on the straw pile, resting her chin on her hands as she watched her uncle busily working. Piece by piece, he finished building the campfire and began preparing the food. Before long, the delicious smell of cooking filled the cave. Even though she had been traveling everywhere with him, constantly on the move, it didn't feel unstable at all. Back in the place she once called home, she had never felt even a hint of warmth. But during the days she spent with her uncle, she had gradually begun to understand what the feeling of home was like. A warmth she had never experienced before. She had finally found it here with him. It was also the first time she had ever felt that someone truly cared about her. No, not someone. A demon. "I have to help Uncle find the spider lily," the girl thought, her beautiful eyes lowering as she watched him finish the meal. "I definitely will." Butterfly Mansion, the medical facility of the Demon Slayer Corps. Injured swordsmen were brought here to receive treatment, and once their wounds healed they would also undergo rehabilitation training to restore their physical strength. At the moment, the place was bustling with activity. Several small girls, barely reaching an adult's waist, ran back and forth, tending to the wounded, cleaning injuries and applying medicine, wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. A petite young woman with a delicate, beautiful face stood among them. A blue butterfly hairpin decorated her hair, and a sword hung at her waist. With a faint smile on her lips, she finished treating a swordsman's wounds and spoke to him in a gentle voice. It was Shinobu Kocho. "Once you get back, remember to change the bandages regularly and get plenty of rest, alright?" Her voice was gentle, soft enough to soothe anyone. Yet the injured swordsman instinctively took a step back, fear creeping into his voice. "Miss Shinobu, you really don't have to force yourself to smile like that. Everyone already knows your personality." Shinobu Kocho's brow twitched. She shot the swordsman a vicious glare. "Your wound is treated. Now get out." "Yes. Leaving now." The swordsman looked as if he'd just been pardoned from death row and scrambled out of the room in a panic. "Am I really that scary?" Watching him flee like his life depended on it, Shinobu felt a spark of irritation. She walked over to the mirror in the room and forced a smile at her reflection. Her lips curved upward, but the smile looked painfully artificial. Even the faint laugh that followed sounded strange and hollow. "I really can't mimic sister's gentleness at all," she sighed softly. Lately, several Demon Slayer swordsmen had complained to the higher-ups about her rough bedside manner. Ironically, her sister, who didn't even participate in medical treatment and knew little about medicine, was praised by everyone as being warm and gentle. "You don't need to be like me," a voice as warm as sunlight sounded from behind her. Kane Kocho stepped forward, tall and graceful. She gently patted her younger sister on the head. "You're already wonderful, Shinobu. Everyone knows who actually treated their wounds." "Humph. I'll never learn to smile like you or treat people with such softness, sister." Shinobu lightly tapped the sword at her waist. The gentleness in her eyes slowly hardened into something colder. Kane simply looked at her sister with warm, hopeful eyes. One day, when Shinobu finds someone she truly likes, she'll learn how to be gentle. "I will never be gentle to anyone else." Shinobu shook her head. She had almost said that she'd long accepted dying on the path of hunting demons. But seeing the warmth in her sister's eyes, the words stuck in her throat, so she changed the subject. "By the way, why did the master suddenly summon everyone so urgently this time?" She was extremely curious about the meeting that only the Hashira could attend. She had even heard that the retired water Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki, had been called in as well. Normally, Kane wouldn't reveal such information. But seeing the eager look in her sister's eyes, she hesitated before sharing a small piece of it. "It's because of Muzan Kibutsuji. A few Kino-ranked swordsmen accidentally discovered traces of him this time, but they were killed shortly afterward. By the time the Hashira arrived, there was no trace left. Damn it, we missed our chance again." Shinobu clenched her fists, murderous intent boiling in her eyes. Kane lowered her gaze slightly when she saw how deeply hatred had taken root in her sister's heart. Hidden within her eyes was a trace of guilt. "Oh right, sister," Shinobu said after a moment. "What happened with Furukawa Hiroshi's squad? Did they find out who killed that demon in the city?" "I received some news," Kane nodded. It appears the demon was slain by another demon using a Nichiren sword. What? Shinobu's eyes widened in surprise. Ordinary demons loathed Nichiren swords. She had never heard of a demon wielding one before. Emons killing each other, on the other hand, was fairly common. I was surprised too, Kane admitted. But that's the report Furukawa Hiroshi's squad sent back. Did they manage to kill that demon? Shinobu's expression suddenly lit up with interest. A demon that uses a Nichiren sword, that would make a fascinating research subject. No. Kane shook her head. The report says they lost track of it. They're still searching, but the chances of finding it again are slim. Shinobu narrowed her eyes slightly. In that case, there's still a chance that demon might end up as my research material. Chapter 59, Nezuko 1/5. What the blue spider lily actually looked like or where it bloomed remained a mystery. Perhaps the doctor who had once treated Muzan Kibutsuji knew, but unfortunately he had been murdered by Muzan himself 1,000 years ago. This had become one of Muzan's greatest regrets. Just as dawn broke with the first faint light appearing in the sky, Kaneo groggily opened her eyes. Curled up in her warm little nest of blankets, the girl wriggled slightly while hugging the thick clothes wrapped around her. Uncle, I don't want to get up yet. She turned her head and looked at the demon sitting beside the campfire. It's still early. Go back to sleep. Soma glanced toward the cave entrance. Outside, dawn had only just begun. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon, and a thin layer of mist still drifted through the forest. For a human, the day had only just begun. Kaneo buried her little head into the pile of clothes again, then poked it back out a moment later before tossing the covers aside. She knew that no matter how long she slept, her uncle would never scold her. In fact, he would probably encourage it, and truthfully she wanted nothing more than to stay curled up in the warm nest. But compared to that, helping him find the blue spider lily was far more important. I'm going to look for the spider lily for you, uncle. The girl walked over to the fire and spoke to the demon sitting there. Soma lifted his head. His crimson eyes rested on her for a moment before he gently patted her head and handed her a bowl of freshly made porridge. Kaneo took it with both hands and began eating quietly in small bites. Then, a peeled egg suddenly appeared in front of her. She looked up to see the demon's red eyes staring back at her. He was holding out the egg, a faint, gentle smile on his face. Kaneo blinked her pink-violet eyes. Eat up. 2 eggs every morning so you'll grow up tall and strong. Soma said it simply. Kaneo took the egg and took a small bite. Then she lowered her head again and continued sipping her hot porridge, warm porridge. A fragrant egg. As she ate, little by little, a gentle warmth began to flow through her heart. When she finished, Kaneo set the bowl down and patted her little belly in satisfaction. I'm so full. Soma glanced over at her. The girl looked up at him at that exact moment and gave him a bright, slightly silly grin. Seeing that expression made him chuckle. He reached over to straighten her clothes, wrapping bandages around her ankles and tying up her messy hair. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but Kaneo seemed to have grown a bit taller. He placed a hand on her head and measured it against his own body, only to find she hadn't actually grown, which made sense. No matter how well a child developed, they wouldn't shoot up that fast in such a short time. However, looking at her more closely, the once scrawny, frail little girl had changed. These days she ate well and no longer suffered beatings or scoldings. Though their journey had been rough at times, she had always been protected. Her cheeks now carried a healthy color, and her once thin frame had filled out slightly. That was probably why she seemed taller. Soma smiled. Seeing how well the girl was growing under his care filled him with a strange sense of accomplishment. It felt very much like he was raising someone precious. Uncle, I'm going out to find the spider lily for you. It's still early. It's not too early. I want to find it as soon as possible. Kaneo clenched her small fists. Her face was full of determination. Looking at the excitement shining in her eyes, Soma couldn't bring himself to refuse. Instead, he crouched down and carefully straightened her clothes again. If you run into danger, come straight back, he said seriously. Don't go near steep cliffs. Don't play in the streams. And don't, he kept listing instructions one after another, sounding more and more like an overprotective parent. Before he realized it, Soma had been lecturing for nearly half an hour. When he finally caught himself, he couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Looking down at Kaneo, who had listened patiently the entire time without the slightest hint of annoyance, he reached out and patted the girl on the head. All right, go on. Kaneo Tsuyuri nodded obediently. Carrying the small basket her uncle had prepared for her, she stepped happily out of the cave. The gentle morning sunlight spilled across the mountains. Standing in the warm light, she turned back and looked toward the dark cave entrance, where a pair of crimson eyes watched from the shadows. "Uncle, I'm going to look for flowers now." She waved to him, then slung the basket over her arm and headed down the mountain path. The road through the mountains was far from easy to walk. Heavy morning dew soaked the grass, and before long her clothes were damp, clinging lightly to her body. Kaneo didn't know what the blue spider lily looked like. All she knew was that it was a flower that bloomed during the daytime, and if I find the spider lily for Uncle, he'll definitely be happy. She leaned over to pluck a flower, the corners of her mouth curling into a small smile. She would definitely help him find it. Sob, sob. A low sound of crying reached Kaneo's ears. She blinked in surprise. Still holding the flowers she had gathered, she casually walked forward, hopped onto a small grave mound, and looked toward where the sound was coming from. Not far away, in front of a grave, a girl wearing a pink kimono sat kneeling before a tombstone. Her long, gentle hair fell over her shoulders as she murmured something softly to the grave. Every now and then, quiet sobs escaped her lips. Kaneo scratched her head, wondering why the girl was crying. As if sensing someone nearby, the girl in the pink kimono suddenly looked up. Her eyes immediately landed on Kaneo, standing right on top of the grave mound. The girl's beautiful face froze in shock. Tear marks still streaked her cheeks, but she didn't even bother wiping them away. She pointed at Kaneo with trembling fingers. You can't stand on top of a grave." Kaneo blinked her pink-violet eyes. She looked down at the tombstone beneath her feet, then looked back at the girl, confusion written all over her face. "That I'm not allowed to stand here. Please come down quickly. You shouldn't stand there." Nezuko Kamadu puffed out her cheeks. Her small face flushed slightly with anger. These graves belonged to the ancestors of the Kamadu family. Seeing some random girl standing right on top of them made her furious. Kaneo hesitated for a moment before jumping down from the grave. Nezuko hurried over, clearly upset. "How could you stand on someone's grave like that? Didn't your father and mother ever teach you that stepping on a grave is disrespectful to the dead? It's incredibly rude, a terrible thing to do." Kaneo blinked again, then tilted her head while glancing back at the tombstone she had stepped on earlier. Nezuko walked over to the grave and respectfully knelt down, bowing deeply toward it. Then she puffed her cheeks again and looked at Kaneo. "Come apologize too. If the ancestors get angry, that would be terrible." Kaneo just blinked. Nezuko knelt there in front of the stone Kaneo had stepped on and whispered, "Please forgive her for her unintentional offense." As she apologized to the person buried there, she turned to Kaneo again. "Didn't your father or mother ever tell you about these things?" Even now, the girl seemed completely indifferent. Didn't she realize how disrespectful that behavior was? Had her parents never educated her? "My father and mother died a long time ago." Kaneo tilted her head while looking at Nezuko. She genuinely didn't understand. Why would her parents tell her something like that? Nezuko fell silent. Just moments ago she had been angry, ready to scold the girl harshly, but now, her chest suddenly felt tight, and a deep sense of guilt rose inside her. Had I been too harsh? Chapter 60. Why cry over something like this? 2/5. Your father and mother, are they really gone? Nezuko Kamadu asked hesitantly. Is gone the same as being dead? Kaneo Tsuyuri tilted her head and looked at Nezuko. If that's what you mean, then yes. They're dead. She said it calmly. To Kaneo, that so-called home from the past held no warmth, no memories she wanted to cling to. But to Nezuko, who had just scolded her moments ago, the answer felt unbearably heavy. She had never expected that kind of response. Her chest tightened. I'm sorry. Nezuko immediately bent forward and bowed deeply in apology. At that moment, guilt flooded her heart. How could she have said something so harsh? Something that must have hurt so much. Just imagining how painful it must have been for Kaneo to hear those accusations made her feel even worse. Kaneo looked at the girl who kept apologizing to her, clearly puzzled. She didn't really understand why Nezuko was acting this way, but she didn't think about it too much either. Right now, the only thing that mattered to her was finding flowers. Preferably the blue spider lily her uncle needed. I'm really sorry. I didn't know. I shouldn't have said those things. Nezuko continued apologizing, her voice full of regret. Kaneo simply tilted her head at her once more, then ignored her and continued searching the area for flowers. Watching Kaneo walk farther away, constantly bending down to pick flowers, Nezuko hesitated before finally slinging her own small bamboo basket onto her back and following after her. Kaneo noticed her following and glanced at her briefly before returning her full attention to the flowers. A moment later, Kaneo climbed onto another grave mound and picked a small cluster of flowers. Nezuko opened her mouth as if to say something, but stopped. Are you picking flowers?" she asked quietly. When Kaneo turned her head to look at her, Nezuko immediately forced a smile. 2 cute dimples appeared on her cheeks, but Kaneo only glanced at her once before turning away again. In fact, she found Nezuko a bit annoying. She was interfering with the task of picking flowers for her uncle. Well, actually, watching Kaneo pick more flowers from another grave mound, Nezuko hesitated before continuing. Picking flowers here isn't really good. This is where people are buried. Taking flowers from a graveyard is, well, it's considered bad luck. If you want flowers, you could pick them somewhere else. Kaneo turned slightly and tilted her small head again. She didn't understand what bad luck meant. She only knew that Soma wanted her to pick them, that these were what her uncle needed. So she just looked at Nezuko once and continued her silent task. Seeing Kaneo continue to harvest the flowers, even climbing onto the grave of Nezuko's own grandmother to pluck a bunch, Nezuko didn't quite know what to say. Naturally, she didn't like seeing someone standing on her grandmother's grave. But then she thought about Kaneo's situation, about losing her parents, and she thought about her own father, who might leave her soon. Just imagining that kind of loss made it impossible for her to scold the girl again. "I'll help you pick some too." Nezuko bent down, picked a flower and walked over to Kaneo. She placed it gently into Kaneo's basket. "Don't be sad anymore. Even though your father and mother, why am I saying this?" Kaneo glanced at the flower in her basket, then looked up at Nezuko before continuing to search for more flowers. "Oh right. Why are you picking so many flowers?" Nezuko asked curiously as she walked beside her. Kaneo didn't answer. For someone her age who had lost both parents, Nezuko didn't feel annoyed by the silence. Instead, she felt sympathy, and a strange sense that they shared the same pain, because she was about to lose her father too. "Are you picking these flowers to visit your father and mother's grave?" Kaneo remained silent. "I can understand how you feel," Nezuko continued softly. "When your parents are gone, it must hurt a lot. I understand because my father is very sick and he might also," her voice faltered as she spoke. "You must really miss your father and mother," Nezuko Kamadu said softly. "That's why you're picking so many flowers to visit them, right?" She clasped her hands together behind her back as she walked beside the other girl. "I came here today to visit my grandmother too. She was always very kind to me. She used to bring me compito to eat. Do you know what those are? They're those shiny little candies that look like tiny stars." Perhaps because she was the eldest daughter in her family, Nezuko had long learned to shoulder responsibility. She had to take care of her younger siblings. She had to help with the housework. Even when she felt sad, she forced herself to smile. But now, standing here with someone her own age, someone who had suffered the same loss, she couldn't help letting her thoughts spill out. Nezuko kept talking, her beautiful eyes slowly filling with sadness. "Father's condition has been getting worse lately. Last night, he even told me he might not live much longer." All that sorrow had been buried deep in her heart. She had originally planned to confide it at her grandmother's grave, but now there was another girl here, a girl her age, someone who had already suffered the same fate. Without realizing it, Nezuko began pouring everything out. Kaneo Tsuyuri suddenly stopped walking. Tilting her head, she stared at Nezuko. The girl before her had a delicate, beautiful face. Her skin looked soft and pale, and the damp mist clung to her eyelashes as they trembled faintly with each breath. She looked beautiful yet cute, though she was currently shrouded in heavy sadness. Kaneo simply couldn't comprehend it. "Wouldn't it be better if your father died?" Her tone was calm, almost matter-of-fact at Tio Kaneo. The sadness in Nezuko's eyes made no sense at all. That wasn't that supposed to be a good thing? Nezuko, who had been rambling moments ago, froze. She slowly lifted her head, her delicate face filled with shock as she stared at Kaneo. For a moment she even wondered if she had misheard. What did you just say?" Kaneo tilted her head again. "Wouldn't it be better if your father died?" "Why?" Nezuko stared at the girl in front of her in disbelief. "It's clearly something to be happy about." Kaneo picked another flower as she spoke quietly. "It's clearly something to be happy about. Why are you so sad? She truly couldn't understand. Father, he's someone so important to us. So important, so important. Nezuko stammered, still stunned by Kaneo's words. She couldn't imagine how anyone could say something so heartless. Didn't she care at all? Didn't she feel even a little sad when they left? Could someone really feel happy about something like that? Someone important? Kaneo muttered to herself, glancing at Nezuko again. She still didn't get it. When her uncle had killed the man called Father, she hadn't felt sad at all. She had never thought that Father was someone important, and she had never once felt unhappy about his death. In fact, wasn't it a good thing? If there was someone truly important, wasn't that only her uncle? Seeing Nezuko looking more and more agitated as if she was about to argue fiercely with her, Kaneo suddenly felt like she didn't want to deal with her anymore. She picked another flower. Her basket was already completely full. Looking at it, she felt a little happy. She wondered if among all these flowers there might be the one her uncle was looking for. Tilting her head, she glanced at Nezuko, who was still muttering to herself in disbelief. Then Kaneo simply turned and walked away. Right now, all she wanted was to hurry back and give the flowers to her uncle. That if she could find the flower he needed, that would be the happiest thing. Helping him, that was what mattered most. As for a father dying, something that should be a happy thing, why be sad about that? Why shed tears over it? Chapter 61, Cutting Off Uncle's Head 3/5. Watching Kaneo Tsuyuri walk away, Nezuko Kamadu stood where she was, completely unable to understand at the same time. Kaneo couldn't understand where Nezuko's sadness came from either. The sorrow of one person could never truly be shared by another. With a basket filled to the brim with flowers hanging from her arm, Kaneo soon arrived at the cave entrance. Standing in the warm sunlight, she looked toward the interior of the cave, where the sunlight couldn't reach. Inside was pure darkness. Even with Kaneo's unusually sharp eyesight, she could only barely make out a vague silhouette illuminated by the flickering firelight. A figure standing quietly in the shadows. And those crimson eyes. To most people, such a sight would have been terrifying, but to Kaneo it felt warm. Uncle! The girl hurried into the cave, basket in hand. Coming from the sunlight into the darkness, her eyes took a moment to adjust. She closed them briefly, then opened them again, allowing them to adapt to the dim cave. Soma smiled and rubbed Kaneo's head. He brushed the dust from her clothes, then noticed something else. Her pants were completely damp. The morning dew had been heavy, and her small shoes were now caked with mud. He also noticed the beads of sweat at her temples. Seeing all this, Soma said nothing, but his crimson eyes softened. Uncle, look and see if any of these are the flowers you're looking for. Kaneo held up the basket full of flowers, her eyes shining with anticipation. All right. Soma took the basket and led her over to the campfire. He first handed her a cup of hot water before beginning to examine the flowers. The girl cupped the warm drink in both hands. Her pink-violet eyes remained fixed on her uncle as he inspected the flowers, filled with expectation. Soma began tasting them one by one. Flowers he had already tried before. Flowers he had never tasted. One after another. But none of them caused even the slightest change in his body. Slowly, disappointment began to creep into his heart. The negative emotions he had been suppressing for so long began rising uncontrollably, making him feel increasingly irritable. It's not the spider lily. Not this one either. Why are there so many flowers but not a single blue spider lily? Wasn't the blue spider lily supposed to grow on the mountain behind Tanjiro Kamado's home? Then why isn't it here? His frustration kept building. He knew it wasn't Kaneo's fault, but he couldn't stop the thought from surfacing. Why couldn't they find it? The cravings he had been suppressing, the urge to devour flesh, the emotions he had been holding down suddenly surged upward all at once. For a moment he nearly stood up. He felt an overwhelming urge to destroy everything in front of him. Uncle! A soft, childish voice suddenly sounded beside him. The violent restlessness in Soma's heart instantly calmed, as if someone had poured cool water over raging flames. He turned his head. By the campfire, the girl sat holding her cup, looking up at him with her small head tilted. Her bright eyes were fixed on him, full of hope. Hope that among the flowers she had gathered, there might be the blue spider lily he was searching for. That moment, Soma realized something. He didn't want to disappoint those eyes. He didn't want to shatter that hope. In fact, protecting that look in her eyes suddenly felt more important than even finding the blue spider lily. He lowered his head and forced his surging emotions back down. Returning to sit beside the fire, he found himself unable to look directly at her bright, expectant gaze. Uncle, did you find the blue spider lily? Kaneo tilted her head, confused by how quickly her uncle's mood had changed. No, he said, his voice heavy. Don't worry, Uncle. Before Soma could say anything to comfort her, Kaneo reached out with her small hand and gently grabbed his. I'll keep looking for you. I'll definitely find the flower Uncle needs. Her small fingers tightened around his hand, and I promise you, Kaneo will find it for you. Her voice was incredibly firm. All right. Soma didn't look at her, he simply stared at the campfire burning in front of him. Although Kaneo's words had calmed his heart, the restless darkness inside him was still there, lurking quietly beneath the surface. The faint unease still lingered deep within his heart. If he truly failed to find the blue spider lily, then sooner or later he would end up like every other demon, eventually sinking into the endless hunger that defined their kind. At best, he might become something like a Kaza or Rue. Demons who still clung to fragments of the emotions they once had as humans. At worst, he would forget everything. Completely. He would become nothing more than a monster that craved flesh and blood, a creature with no memory of ever being human. Perhaps only in the final moment, when a Nichiren sword cut through his neck, would those lost memories return. Soma quietly added another piece of firewood to the campfire. The rising flames reflected in his crimson eyes. A long silence passed. He finally turned back to Kaneo, who was watching him with a look of pure reliance. He reached for the Nichiren sword resting at his waist. Kaneo looked at him, puzzled. If one day I can't resist the urge to eat you anymore, Soma said quietly, then you must use this sword to cut off my head. Kaneo froze instantly. She began to shake her head violently. How could she possibly do something like that? Cut off her uncle's head? That was something she could never do, something she would never do. This is for my sake too. Soma looked at her, his voice firm and serious. If I lose myself to the hunger for human flesh, then living like that would be worse than death for me. Seeing her still shaking her head frantically, he knew this was too cruel to ask of a child, but it was still better than the alternative, better than the day he might lose control and devour her. This is the only thing Uncle will ever ask of you. Soma reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder, his tone resolute. I'm counting on you, Kaneo. He looked at her again, repeating the request with complete seriousness. The girl could only stare at him blankly. Her beautiful eyes were already misty with tears, silently pleading. She could never do something so heartless. Never. Soma couldn't bear to meet that gaze. He turned his head away and spoke as if it didn't matter. Of course, that day might never come. As long as I can suppress my hunger. As long as I can control the desire to eat human flesh. He repeated the words again as if trying to convince himself. But deep down he wasn't confident at all. In all these years, no demon had ever been an exception, except Tamayo. And even Tamayo had once consumed flesh and blood. Though she had gradually modified her body to free herself from the need to devour humans, she still hadn't found a way to rid other demons of that craving. As for the demon beside her, Yashiro, he could survive on only a tiny amount of human blood without ever devouring people. But that was because Yashiro had never become a demon through Muzan Kibutsuji. He had been turned by Tamayo's blood instead. Of course, there were two more exceptions in the future, Nezuko and Tanjiro. As for himself, he didn't believe he would be lucky enough to become one of those exceptions. Uncle, so all you need is to suppress the desire to eat flesh, right? Kaneo asked softly, her eyes still shimmering with unshed tears. Yes. Then, Uncle, can you eat this? The girl pulled out a small steamed bun she had been hiding inside her clothes. Seeing her pull something out from there left him genuinely surprised. He clearly remembered searching all the things she'd hidden before. Apparently he hadn't searched thoroughly enough. Kaneo had a habit of hoarding food like a little hamster, and it was a difficult habit to break. Not that he had ever truly wanted to correct it. Eating that won't help me, he said helplessly with a faint smile. It will help, Kaneo insisted firmly. If you eat until you're full, you won't feel hungry anymore. Ha! Soma almost laughed, but when he saw the serious look in her eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead, he took the bun she offered and slowly began eating. To him, it had no taste. His demon senses couldn't detect the aroma of food. It felt like chewing dirt, dry and difficult to swallow. As long as you eat meals on time, you'll get better. You won't be hungry anymore. I'll make sure Uncle eats every day. If you eat until you're full, then you won't be hungry again. The girl patted her small belly confidently. She understood hunger well. She had gone hungry many times before. But as long as she ate enough afterward, the hunger would disappear. Soma looked at her and sighed inwardly at her innocence. He wanted to explain that humans and demons weren't the same. But when he saw the naive yet unwavering belief in her eyes, somehow he found himself believing it too. Heh. Maybe I'm just as naive. He laughed quietly, then he took another large bite of the bun in his hand, chewing slowly, almost as if the gnawing hunger inside him was beginning to fade, little by little. Chapter 62. Humans and demons are ultimately different. For fifths, reality proved one thing very clearly. For demons, human food could not ease their hunger. The emptiness in Soma's stomach remained, gnawing at him constantly. That instinct, the urge to devour humans, continued to pound against his mind without pause. "Uncle, how is it?" Kaneo tilted her head up to look at him, patting her small belly proudly. "See? Once you eat something, you feel much better when you're hungry." "Yes. I feel much better now." Looking at the innocent girl, Soma smiled and gently patted her head. "I'm not nearly as hungry anymore." Kaneo immediately broke into a bright, delighted smile. Seeing her happy expression seemed to ease some of the tension Soma had been holding inside. He lightly tapped her head again. "Come here. Let me fix your hair. It's all messy." Kaneo obediently turned around. Soma picked up a comb and began carefully brushing through her hair. He always kept small things like combs with him. "Uncle, when I was outside picking flowers just now, I met someone." "Oh? What kind of person?" "Someone who talks a lot and cries a lot." Kaneo couldn't help thinking about the tearful face of Nezuko Kamadu. For Kaneo, crying felt like something from a very distant past. She didn't even know what it felt like to cry anymore. Even earlier, when her uncle had said something so heartbreaking, asking her to cut off his head if he lost control, she hadn't been able to shed a single tear. Is that so? Maybe she ran into something that made her unhappy. Is a father dying considered an unhappy thing? Kaneo muttered quietly. It's obviously something to be happy about. Soma's hand slowed as he brushed her hair. He looked down at the girl speaking so naturally, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Should he blame himself? Or blame the man she called her father? He carefully smoothed her hair, tying it neatly with a ribbon so it wouldn't fall loose again. Then he placed a butterfly hairpin at the side. In an instant, a bright, lively girl appeared before him. "The death of a father isn't something to be happy about," he said softly. Kaneo thinks that way because her father wasn't worthy of being called one. But it's still not something that should make you happy. Kaneo tilted her head deep in thought, but after a moment she shook it lightly. "I don't really understand," she admitted honestly. "But if Uncle says so, then it must be right." She believed him without hesitation. Without the slightest doubt, Soma lightly flicked her forehead. "You don't understand now. But when you grow up, you probably will." "Oh." Kaneo rubbed the spot on her forehead and looked up at him curiously. "Then when will I grow up?" "What happens when you grow up?" "When you grow up," Soma spoke quietly, "you'll become even more beautiful. You'll look even prettier than you do now. One day you'll meet someone you like. Then you'll get married, maybe have children." He paused. Beyond that, he couldn't really say anything more. That doesn't sound very interesting." Kaneo shook her head. "I'd rather stay with Uncle." "You can't stay by a demon's side forever." Humans and demons were ultimately different. Soma murmured the words quietly to himself as he finished smoothing the last strand of her hair. "All done." Kaneo turned around and touched her face. The strands that had been falling over her forehead and blocking her view had been brushed neatly back. Even though she couldn't see what it looked like, she was certain it must look nice. "I'm going to keep picking flowers now." She shook her head lightly, and the high ponytail he had tied for her swayed in a graceful arc. "No need to rush. Rest a bit more." "No way. It's more important to find the flowers Uncle needs as soon as possible." Kaneo clenched her little fists, her eyes full of determination. "Just wait, Uncle. I'll definitely bring it back for you." "All right." Kaneo took small, quick steps and left the dark cave again, heading toward the place where sunlight poured down. But once she reached a spot where her uncle could no longer see her, the girl's lips slowly pressed together, tightening without her noticing. For Kaneo, who had grown up enduring hunger, the feeling was something she knew all too well. She was extremely sensitive to it no matter how naturally her uncle tried to act. She could still sense the deep, gnawing hunger inside him. Ordinary food could never truly fill his stomach. The blue spider lily. Kaneo Tsuyuri looked toward the distant mountain range and slowly clenched her small fists. Meanwhile, Nezuko Kamadu returned from the mountains with a basket full of wild vegetables. She had even managed to find a few medicinal herbs that could be sold for some money. Morning dew from the forest had soaked through her patched clothes, and her clean little shoes were now covered in mud. Phew! Carrying the basket, Nezuko sat down on a flat blue stone to catch her breath. As she looked toward the nearby family graveyard, she noticed that strange girl again, the one who had been picking flowers there earlier. She still couldn't understand her. Nezuko couldn't comprehend how someone could say something so cruel like, "Isn't it better if your father dies?" Even when her father was away from home for a while, she would miss him terribly. The thought of him dying, even imagining it, made her chest tighten so much it felt hard to breathe. She glanced once more at the odd girl in the distance, still quietly picking flowers, then shook her head. Lifting her heavy basket again, Nezuko ran toward home. Soon she reached the front of the house, through the wooden fence. She saw a boy chopping firewood in the yard. It was her brother, Tanjiro Kamadu. He wore a green and black checkered haori with the traditional ikamatsu pattern. His hair was a deep crimson and his eyes matched it. A pair of sun-shaped earrings hung from his ears. Sweat dampened his forehead as he worked, breathing heavily. Seeing her brother still chopping wood despite how tired he looked, Nezuko lowered her gaze slightly. Ever since their father had suddenly fallen ill, the family had lost its pillar of support. With the added cost of medicine, their once modest life had visibly declined. Life as becoming harder and harder. But even so, her brother, her mother, and she herself were all doing everything they could for the family. Everyone believed that someday things would get better. Big brother. Nezuko looked up again, putting on a bright, adorable smile. All the sadness and worry in her heart were hidden deep inside, leaving only the cheerful sunshine she always showed others. Tanjiro stopped chopping wood. When he saw his sister pushing open the gate with a smile, the fatigue on his face softened into a warm grin. "Nezuko, you're back." He scratched his head and looked at the basket she was carrying. "You picked this many wild vegetables again? That's impressive. But you didn't go deep into the mountains, right? It's dangerous there. If you ran into wild animals..." "I didn't, big brother. I only gathered vegetables near the house." Nezuko placed the basket on the ground beside him. "I also found a few medicinal herbs. I noticed some of them are the same ones used in father's medicine. We could boil them for him or sell them in town." "Nezuko, you really are incredible." Tanjiro couldn't help but praise her, but inside his heart ached. Back when their father was healthy, his little sister had loved playing. She could even be a bit mischievous at times, but ever since their father fell sick, Nezuko had suddenly become incredibly mature. She stopped playing. Instead, she worked hard to help the family however she could. Her maturity lightened the burden on everyone, yet Tanjiro felt guilty because of it. Compared to his younger sister, he felt like he was the one who still wasn't doing enough. Their father had once told him that as a man he needed to shoulder the responsibility of the family, and yet, he was still letting them struggle like this. "By the way, big brother," Nezuko suddenly said, "do you think there are people in the world who would feel happy if their father died?" "Of course not." Tanjiro shook his head. "How could anyone feel that way? Most people would be too heartbroken to bear it." But as he said those words, the thought of their father's current condition crossed his mind. His eyes dimmed slightly. "I can't understand it either," Nezuko murmured softly. "Just thinking about it makes it hard to breathe. Do you think father will get better?" "Don't worry, Nezuko." Tanjiro lifted his head and gave her a confident smile. "Father's illness will definitely get better. It definitely will." Chapter 63. The snow is heavy this year. May 5th. Snowed at some point. It had begun to fall. At first it was sparse, only a few scattered flakes drifting through the air. But before anyone noticed, the snowfall thickened. Soon great feather-like flakes filled the entire sky. Makomo walked through the snow alongside a group of swordsmen led by Furukawa Hiroshi. No one spoke much. After searching for so long, they still hadn't found the demon they were tracking. "Are you sure the demon we killed the day before yesterday wasn't the one we were looking for?" Makomo rubbed her hands together, shrinking them into her sleeves to warm her chilled fingers as she looked toward Furukawa Hiroshi walking ahead. Over the past several days, they had been searching tirelessly for that demon. Along the way, they had even discovered and slain several others. demons that had been hiding deep within nearby villages and towns. No. Furukawa Hiroshi shook his head. The demon we killed yesterday definitely wasn't the one we're after. Makomo tilted her head and glanced at him. She had never actually seen the demon they were chasing. She didn't know what it looked like, nor did she understand why Furukawa was so certain. "Captain, are you sure you're not mistaken?" one of the swordsmen beside them asked quietly, his hands tucked inside his sleeves against the cold. "Yeah," another muttered. "You've never even seen that demon's face. How do we know what it looks like?" Over the past few months, they had searched the surrounding region non-stop. In that time, they had already killed 3 demons. It felt increasingly likely that one of those 3 had been the one they were originally hunting. It wasn't him. Furukawa Hiroshi's voice was resolute. He had seen that demon's back on that night long ago. The image of its silhouette had been burned into his memory. It was something he would never forget. The group fell silent again, but the exhaustion on their faces only grew more obvious. For months they had been running non-stop, investigating every possible lead and digging through clues across nearby villages and towns. After so much effort, they had uncovered 3 demons hiding among humans. Yet each time they finally killed one, their leader would say it wasn't the one they were searching for. Seeing the fatigue in everyone's eyes, Furukawa Hiroshi understood that continuing like this might be meaningless. Still, he couldn't suppress the unwillingness in his heart. Looking up at the distant mountains, he finally said, "Let's check this last lead. If we still don't find anything, we'll head back and hand over the mission." He paused before adding quietly, "Everyone is too tired." "All right," one of the swordsmen replied reluctantly. This latest clue came from something strange that had happened several months ago. Someone, an odd stranger whose identity no one knew, had been going around different villages at night asking about the address of a charcoal-selling family with the surname Kibuchuti. It was certainly strange to ask around in the middle of the night. But it didn't exactly sound like the behavior of a demon. After all, if it were a demon, why wouldn't it simply break into a house and satisfy its hunger? If this mysterious person truly were a demon, wandering through so many villages, how could it possibly have gone that long without devouring anyone? And besides, why would a demon care about asking for a charcoal seller's address? But their leader insisted on following the lead. According to recent reports, that strange person had been seen traveling with a child. And that detail reminded Furukawa of something. Back then, the demon he was chasing had also been seen leaving the city with a child. Because of that, he had briefly lowered his guard, allowing the demon to escape. Still, most of the group found the reasoning hard to accept. A demon traveling with a human child. Given a demon's hunger for human flesh, how could it possibly resist food? At was practically walking beside it. If that mysterious person were really a demon, the child should have been eaten long ago. And yet, during their investigation, witnesses repeatedly mentioned that the strange traveler treated the child very well. In several villages they visited, the child had still been alive and unharmed. There was no sign at all that the child had been eaten. "The mountains ahead should be where the Kibuchuti family lives," one of the swordsmen said, pointing toward the distant peaks. "That's right," another replied. "But the Kibuchuti family lives deep in the mountains. Should we head there tonight?" His voice carried clear fatigue. Furukawa Hiroshi thought for a moment before shaking his head. "No. If we go now, we'll probably arrive well past midnight." He glanced around at the snow-covered surroundings. "Let's find somewhere to rest first. I remember there's a member of the Kikuchi nearby." "Yes, there is," another swordsman spoke up. "A member of the Kikuchi named Saburo lives around here. Many years ago, Saburo was traveling at night with his family when they were attacked by a demon. Only he managed to escape. The Demon Slayer Corps arrived afterward, killed the demon, and avenged his family. After that, Saburo joined the Kikuchi and became one of our support members." He pointed toward the mountains ahead. "Saburo lives at the foot of that mountain." "All right," said Furukawa Hiroshi. "Let's head there. We'll rest for the night and ask him about the Kibuchuti family while we're at it." When Saburo learned that swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps had arrived, he immediately welcomed them in and arranged a place for everyone to stay. Makomo bent down and stepped into the house. The moment she saw the burning hearth inside, she hurried over with light steps and crouched beside it. "The snow today is really heavy, and it's freezing," she said while warming her hands. "I thought I was going to freeze to death out there." The warmth from the hearth made her sigh softly in relief. Beneath her fox mask, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Yes, the snow this year is unusually heavy, said the Kikuchi member. Saburo. He handed Makomo a cup of hot tea, then picked up another cup to pour one for Furukawa Hiroshi. In past years the snowfall was never this heavy. But with weather like this, charcoal should sell very well. Thank you, Mr. Saburo, Furukawa Hiroshi said politely as he stood and accepted the tea. Soon everyone gathered around the hearth, sitting in a circle as the warmth slowly drove the cold from their bodies. After Saburo sat down, Furukawa Hiroshi spoke again. We actually came here because we wanted to ask you a few questions. Of course, Saburo replied. It's about a family living deep in the mountains. Do you happen to know someone named Tanjiro Kamadu? Yes, I do. Saburo looked at him with mild confusion. The Kamadu family are actually relatives of mine. Did something happen? We're just hoping to understand more about their situation. Have there been any unusual events in their household recently? Saburo looked puzzled but didn't think too deeply about it. The Kamadu family has lived deep in these mountains for generations, making a living selling charcoal, he said. The current head of the family is Kamadu Tanjiro. His wife is Kamadu Ki. They have several children, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Takeo, Shigeru. Furukawa Hiroshi listened carefully, but didn't hear anything unusual. Has anything unusual happened to them recently? Saburo sighed. Actually, yes. Starting the year before last, Tanjiro suddenly fell ill. No one knows why. His condition has only gotten worse since then. They've invited several doctors to examine him, but none of them could find the cause. All they said was that his body temperature was slightly higher than normal. But aside from that, there's nothing wrong with him. In fact, physically he looks even healthier than most people. And yet, his body just keeps getting weaker. That's strange, Makomo said curiously, lifting her head while holding her teacup. Yes, Saburo nodded. Tanjiro used to be an incredibly strong man. Very capable too. Some time ago there was even a bear in the mountains that had killed people. It was Tanjiro who killed it, with a single swing of his axe. With one swing he killed a bear. Makomo was stunned. Even many swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps couldn't pull off something like that. Was Tanjiro once a warrior? Furukawa Hiroshi asked. In the old days, some martial artists possessed incredible abilities. A few of them were even stronger than the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, their strength was mostly meant for fighting humans. They might have been terrifying in battle against people, but when it came to slaying demons, they were far less effective. And with firearms gradually becoming more common, those old martial traditions had slowly declined. If it were someone else, I might not know, Saburo replied. But Tanjiro, I know him well. He has never left these mountains. He's never studied swordsmanship either. He's not a warrior. Saburo shook his head, a trace of sorrow appearing in his eyes. That whole family depends on him to survive. If he really can't hold on much longer, I can't imagine how they'll manage. Even the eldest child, Tanjiro, is still so young. How could he possibly shoulder the responsibility of the entire family? Will they have to rely on Ki alone? Chapter 64, A Terrifying Human and an Undying Demon. 1/5. Inside a small cabin deep in the mountains, the candlelight flickered softly. The room was thick with the smell of medicine. On the bed lay Kamadu Tanjiro, his body so thin it seemed little more than skin stretched over bone. His breathing was faint, so faint it was almost impossible to hear. Beside the bed, a gentle woman had fallen asleep from exhaustion. It was his wife, Ki Kamadu. Ha! Suddenly, a soft exhale broke the silence. Tanjiro, who had been lying motionless with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. The dim, weakening gaze he had carried for so long suddenly shone with startling clarity. And the body that had been too weak to even stand seemed, for a brief moment, to regain a little strength. Yet the sudden return of vitality brought him no joy. Instead, his eyes lowered. The thin skin clinging tightly to his gaunt face seemed filled with quiet sorrow. I am to die. He simply knew it. Perhaps his mind had become too clear. Everything in the world suddenly felt incredibly vivid, so vivid it was almost overwhelming. He could sense the moment each snowflake touched the ground outside. He could see the faint puffs of breath escaping his sleeping wife's lips. Even the tiny ants hidden in the cracks of the doors and windows seemed clear in his awareness. Tanjiro understood. This was the final flare of life before death, his last moment of clarity. Slowly, he struggled to Sit up and stand. He quietly looked down at his wife sleeping beside the bed. In the final moments of his life, he wanted to say goodbye. His hand lifted, moving toward her shoulder, but just before touching her, he stopped. Regret, reluctance, guilt, fear, and finally, helpless resignation that he couldn't bear to pass the pain of his approaching death on to her. Even if she could remain unaware for just one more day, that would be enough. He stood up quietly. After one last lingering look at his wife, he silently stepped into the next room. There, his children slept peacefully: Takeo, Shigeru, Rokuta, Tanjiro, and his daughters, Nezuko and Hanako. One by one, he gently pulled the blankets back over them where they had kicked them off in their sleep. I wish I could stay with them a little longer. I wish I could see my children grow up. Looking at their peaceful faces, Tanjiro's eyes filled with deep reluctance, but he could feel it clearly. The life within his body was fading. Time would not wait for him. And no matter how unwilling he was, no matter how much he wanted to stay, everything would slip away from him little by little. Quietly, he walked over to Tanjiro's side, seeing the fatigue etched across his sleeping eldest son's face. Tanjiro felt a deep ache in his chest that he knew that during his illness, this boy had silently taken on the responsibilities of the family. He's still so young. He wanted to cry but held back his sorrow. He reached out and gently patted his son's cheek. Tanjiro, startled awake, saw his father suddenly standing before him. His eyes filled with shock, then overwhelming joy. In that moment, Tanjiro wanted to wake the whole family, to share this happiness with everyone: his mother, his sisters, his brothers, everyone. Shoo! Tanjiro placed a finger gently against his lips. Seeing the excitement in his son's eyes only made the guilt in his heart heavier. But no matter how painful it was, there were things he had to pass on. This was the responsibility carried by the Kimetsu family, not only the burden of their household, but something their family had protected for generations. Tanjiro quickly closed the mouth he had been about to open. Put on your clothes, Tanjiro said softly. Come with me. Tanjiro nodded firmly. He dressed quickly, carefully stepping over his sleeping brothers before following his father outside. The snow outside was heavy. Large flakes drifted through the night like falling feathers, and thick layers of snow had already piled up across the ground. Weather like this, cold and snowy, was perfect for selling charcoal. If father had still been healthy, the family would have earned quite a lot by now. But Tanjiro was still young. He didn't have enough strength, even after working hard for a long time. The charcoal he could produce was limited, and he wasn't nearly as good at selling it as his father had been. Because of that, he hadn't been able to earn much money for the family. Tanjiro looked at his father's back as he walked ahead, his heart filled with joy. Father has gotten better. Everything will be all right now. Life will only get better from here. Follow me, said Tanjiro Kimetsu. Sensing his son's gaze from behind, Tanjiro's body trembled slightly, only for a moment, before he forced himself back into calm. Tanjiro wanted to remind his father to take it easy. After all, he had only just started recovering. But hearing his father's tone, he simply nodded and decided he would bring it up later. Soon, Tanjiro stepped directly into the deep snow. Tanjiro hurried after him. The moment his foot sank into the thick snow, his whole body dipped down slightly. Each step was difficult as he trudged forward, but as he looked ahead, surprise flashed across his face. Where Tanjiro's foot sank deep into the snow, leaving clear prints, his father left none, not a single trace. Tanjiro walked across the snow as if he weighed nothing at all. Tanjiro was astonished, yet the happiness in his heart was so overwhelming that he barely dwelled on it. What puzzled him far more was why his father had brought him out here in the middle of the night. Step by step, he struggled forward through the snow, but his father's pace kept growing faster. Just earlier, he had been so sick he could barely stand, yet now he was moving with incredible speed. Father really is getting better. Tanjiro clenched his fists, excitement swelling in his chest. Tanjiro. At some point, Tanjiro's figure appeared beside him, walking shoulder to shoulder. Tanjiro turned toward him. Remember the breathing? Tanjiro pointed lightly to his own nose. Remember the rhythm of the breathing I taught you. Don't forget it. I'll show you again. Follow me. Tanjiro wanted to ask what was going on, but the expression on his father's face had suddenly become extremely serious. In the end, he swallowed his questions. Still, at that moment, how could he focus on something like breathing? Remember the breathing, Tanjiro repeated. All right. Tanjiro replied, trying to pay attention. But he was simply too happy. It was truly difficult to focus. Seeing that his son was too overwhelmed with joy to notice the details, Tanjiro was flooded with guilt. How could he force his son to focus at a moment like this? He couldn't even bring himself to say the words that he was about to die. Yet no matter how reluctant he was, no matter how much he didn't want to shatter the joy his son was feeling, Tanjiro knew that time would not wait for him. He gently placed a hand on Tanjiro's shoulder. Tanjiro glanced down in confusion at the hand resting there. It was so thin it seemed like only skin clung to bone. The sight made Tanjiro's heart tremble. Tanjiro. Tanjiro's voice was gentle, calm, and soft. Remember my breathing. Never forget it. Tanjiro looked up at his father, and suddenly felt an immense force surge through the frail hand pressing on his shoulder. The next instant his entire body felt as if it had been lifted onto a galloping carriage. They shot forward across the snow. The trees on both sides blurred past them in an instant, falling far behind. Ah! Tanjiro nearly cried out in shock. Look at me, Tanjiro said again. Pay attention to my breathing. Still stunned, Tanjiro instinctively looked at his father. He noticed it then. His father's breathing. It was extremely light, barely audible, and yet it carried an indescribable power. This is the last time. I can teach you. Tanjiro spoke quietly. I regret not teaching you properly before. I thought I would wait until you were older. But now, there's no time left. His hand tightened on Tanjiro's shoulder. His fingers pressed so hard they dug into Tanjiro's flesh. In that moment, their breathing seemed to merge into one. Tanjiro's eyes widened. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Everything slowed. It was as if he had begun seeing the world from an entirely different side. Tanjiro felt as if he were seeing another world. Everything had become unbelievably clear. Each snowflake drifting through the sky seemed visible down to the exact moment it would land. He could see when the wind brushed against the trees, when it stirred the branches, and how the air itself moved. He could even see the flow of blood through his father's veins. And he could see his father's heart, a heart that was barely beating anymore. That moment, Tanjiro Kamado slowly lifted his head, staring blankly at Tanjiro Kamado. Remember this feeling. The brightness in Tanjiro's eyes slowly began to fade. Never forget it. This is breathing. Tanjiro continued staring at his father in silence. This strange state, where it felt as if the entire world was laid bare before him, he could clearly sense the fading life inside his father. You foolish child, Tanjiro said gently. I can't stay with you forever. From now on, the family will have to rely on you. His hand moved softly over Tanjiro's crimson hair. Tanjiro, it's time for you to grow up. Tanjiro seemed as if he wanted to say more, but suddenly his gaze lifted. Heavy snow drifted down from the sky. In the distance stood the cave where he had once slain a giant bear with a single swing of his axe. At some point, two figures had begun living there. One was a child. The other looked like something that was no longer human. At that moment, the figure stood at the entrance of the cave, watching silently with calm, crimson eyes. As if sensing Tanjiro's gaze, the figure gave a slight nod. Tanjiro's heart tightened sharply. In an instant, an old family legend surfaced in his mind. There were terrifying creatures in this world, creatures known as demons, beings that were nearly impossible to kill. He had never imagined that something so dangerous would appear so close to his home. A cold sharpness flashed through the old man's fading eyes. He patted Tanjiro's shoulder lightly and spoke in a quiet voice. Wait here. Still immersed in sorrow, Tanjiro looked up in confusion. But his father had already begun walking away, toward the deeper darkness of the mountains. Under the faintest sliver of moonlight, Tanjiro could just barely make out the shape of someone standing at the mouth of a cave, and the pair of crimson eyes staring from the shadows. Chapter 65. You should be able to cut off my head easily, right? 2/5. The frigid air swept across the mountains. A man dressed in a yellow and black patterned robe walked steadily through the deep snow. His body was so thin it seemed little more than skin clinging to bone. A faint scar rested on the left side of his forehead, and his long, dark red hair fell loosely over his shoulders. At last, Tanjiro Kamado stopped in front of a cave. He lifted his dim yet piercing eyes and looked ahead. This cave, where he had once slain a massive bear, now had new occupants. Standing at the entrance was a tall man with slightly pale skin and a pair of crimson eyes, quietly watching him. Tanjiro slowly clenched his fist. He could feel the life inside his body fading with every passing Second, there wasn't much time left. As a descendant of Sumiyoshi Kamado and a member of the Kamado family line, Tanjiro knew the responsibilities his bloodline carried. Their family had inherited the mission of preserving the Hanafuda earrings of Yorichi Tsujikuni along with the sacred Kagura dance. Through special breathing techniques, their lineage had sustained vitality across generations. Because of that legacy, the Kamado family knew that demons truly existed. But ever since their ancestors withdrew into these mountains, countless years had passed without anyone seeing one. Those stories of demons were passed down generation after generation. The family had lived peaceful lives. No one had ever encountered such creatures. Over time, it had begun to feel like those terrifying beings were nothing more than legends. Even Tanjiro himself had once believed that demons were merely stories, fabrications created by people long ago. Yet now, staring at the tall man before him, sensing the unnatural vitality within that body, he knew demons were real. Under the dim moonlight before the silent cave, a man and a demon faced each other across the snow. "I am Soma. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Tanjiro." Soma bowed slightly. Tanjiro's dull eyes narrowed slightly. This demon knew his name. Did that mean it had been secretly watching the Kamado family all this time? Had it waited until the day his life finally burned out? In that instant, countless thoughts raced through Tanjiro's mind. His gaze lowered, growing colder, yet somewhere within it lurked a trace of fear. It wasn't fear for himself. A dying man had little left to fear. What truly frightened him was his family. Were there other demons nearby? Was this the only one? With the little time he had left, could he eliminate every potential threat? His thoughts turned rapidly. "Please." Soma stepped slightly aside, opening the way into the cave. Tanjiro hesitated, but in the end he followed him inside. He was familiar with this cave. It was where he had once killed that bear. He had been here before, yet now the place looked completely different. Inside, sections of the cave had been carved out into a small living space. There was a bed layered with thick quilts. Nearby stood a simple shelf holding cooking supplies, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar. In the cente are burned a small campfire. Above it hung a pot suspended on a wooden rack, simmering something that gave off a rich, savory aroma. Beside the pot crouched a delicate-looking girl holding a small spoon. Her back was turned, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. Her hair was tied into a side ponytail, secured with a jade-green butterfly hairpin. She wore thick clothing, enough to keep warm even in the harsh winter cold. Tanjiro cast a glance back at the demon. This girl was not a demon, she was a human. And by all appearances she was being well cared for. The sound of their arrival seemed to catch the girl's attention. She turned around. Her face was delicate, with a slight softness of baby fat still lingering. Her long eyelashes framed a pair of unusual pinkish-purple eyes. "Uncle, the stewed chicken will be ready soon. It's going to be delicious. You have to eat a lot today, eat plenty so you won't be." Kaneo spoke happily as she turned, but seeing a stranger, she pressed her lips together. She tilted her head, her pretty eyes staring in confusion at this newcomer who looked as though he weren't breathing at all. "Ha, I'll definitely have plenty," Soma said with a grin. After all, Kaneo made it. He walked over to the campfire, then looked up at the man still standing near the entrance. He gestured toward the fire. "Please have a seat." Tanjiro Kamado swept his gaze across the cave, scanning every corner. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally stepped forward and silently sat beside the fire. He still couldn't tell what the demon was planning. "Kaneo, go get the sake," Soma said, lightly patting her head. "Okay." Kaneo Tsuyuri glanced at the old man who seemed almost devoid of breathing, then skipped lightly toward the back of the cave. Soma looked at Tanjiro and smiled. "You don't mind having a drink, do you? A demon that eats humans drinks alcohol too?" Tanjiro asked coldly, lifting his dull eyes. Soma shrugged casually. "I can't taste anything at all. But sometimes I still try. What if I could feel even the faintest trace of what it was like when I was human?" He sighed softly. "I'd really like to know what it feels like to get drunk, to completely lose myself in it." Tanjiro sneered inwardly. The creature in front of him, this monster that fed on human flesh, was pretending to talk about nostalgia. His gaze shifted toward the girl. "That girl," he said flatly, "is she the food you're keeping in storage?" Soma raised his eyes. Kaneo was already running back with a small jar of wine. He chuckled quietly. "Mr. Tanjiro, you're already dying. Why make the atmosphere so gloomy with such depressing topics? Then that must be it, Tanjiro said coldly. Your stored food. And if I said she wasn't, Soma replied with a faint smile, you wouldn't believe me anyway, would you? Tanjiro ignored him and scanned the cave again. Why is there only one of you? Call out the others. Soma acted as if he hadn't heard that he took the sake jar from Kaneo and poured 2 cups. You're an old man on the verge of death. A drink won't hurt, he said calmly. You're going to die anyway. Even if it were poison, it wouldn't make much difference. He held the cup out, but Tanjiro didn't take it. He simply asked again, his voice cold. So it's only you. Soma chuckled softly. I'm offering you a drink, yet all you can think about is killing me. He lifted his own cup and took a sip, speaking almost as if to himself. To humans, demons are terrifying creatures. After all, they're practically immortal. Ordinary people can't kill demons. The only reliable way is to use a Nichiren sword and cut off the demon's head. If you don't do that, the demon won't truly die. Tanjiro continued staring at him coldly. The words didn't stir the slightest reaction. He sat there like a lifeless tree, no audible breath, no outward emotion. But, Soma continued slowly, even without a Nichiren sword, there are still people in this world capable of killing demons. As he said this, he looked directly at the silent Kamado Tanjiro. Those who practice sun breathing. When someone reaches a certain level with that breathing, their attacks begin to carry the power of the sun itself. Hugh, the man who had shown almost no sign of breathing until now, suddenly drew in a sharp breath. Yes, someone who practiced sun breathing could inflict unusual burning damage on demons. Even without a Nichiren sword, that didn't necessarily mean they couldn't kill one. And yet, the demon in front of him clearly knew this, so why would he still dare to stand here? Mr. Tanjiro is wondering why I would dare show myself in front of you, isn't he? Soma took another sip of sake. At that moment, Kaneo Tsuyuri approached and placed a full bowl of food in front of him, freshly scooped from the pot. Soma lowered his crimson eyes slightly and gently patted the girl's head. What's there to be afraid of? He said softly. At worst, it's just death. He laughed lightly and drained another cup of sake. The liquid slid down his throat like plain water. He couldn't taste even a trace of alcohol. Then he looked back at the old man across the fire. Mr. Tanjiro isn't afraid of dying. So do you really think that I would be? As he spoke, he casually lifted the edge of a nearby cloth. Beneath it lay a sword. A long blade glowing faintly with a fiery crimson hue. A Nichiren sword. A weapon forged specifically to slay demons. A very fine one at that. Soma ran his fingers slowly along the edge of the sword. The faint warmth radiating from it, reminiscent of sunlight, made his skin crawl with instinctive disgust. After a moment, he lifted his head again and looked straight at Tanjiro Kamado. His voice was calm. I imagine that if Mr. Tanjiro picked up this sword, you could cut off my head quite easily. He seemed to be smiling, yet he wasn't. He simply watched the dying man who sat before him like a plant, devoid of breath and emotion. Chapter 66, You Have No Choice, 3/5. I think that if Mr. Tanjiro picked up this Nichiren sword, you could kill a demon like me quite easily. Soma glanced at Tanjiro Kamado, then lowered his eyes again, gently running his fingers along the edge of the blade. After a moment he lifted the sword. Holding it by the blade itself, he extended the hilt toward Tanjiro. Go on, Mr. Tanjiro, he said calmly. Take a look. Isn't this a perfect blade for cutting off my head? Tanjiro stared at the sword being offered to him, then at the demon holding it out so casually. His frail body, so thin it looked ready to collapse at any moment, suddenly began to tremble. This demon was openly handing him the very weapon that could kill him, which meant he had clearly prepared for this moment. That he wasn't afraid of dying. But even if Tanjiro killed him, how would he protect his family? How would he protect his wife, his children? Seeing that the old man didn't take the sword, Soma seemed mildly bored. He pinched the blade between his fingers and casually held it over the campfire. The flames licked at the steel, and at his hand, the fire slowly roasted his skin. Anyone could clearly see it, his hand turning red, then blistering, then charring under the heat. The flesh bubbled and split, and the faint smell of burnt meat drifted through the cave. Tanjiro's eyelid twitched. Before he could react, someone rushed forward. Kaneo Tsuyuri grabbed Soma's wrist and yanked his hand out of the flames. Her eyes were red, wide with anger and distress. She looked almost frightening like that. Soma only chuckled softly and patted her head. then he sat back down by the fire, speaking calmly. All demons crave human flesh. There are no exceptions. But in this world, surely there must be demons who don't want to eat humans, right? As he spoke, he turned his hand over and held it out to Kaneo. It's fine, Kaneo. Look. It was only burned by the fire. See? It's already healing. The hand that had just been charred black was already recovering. Within seconds, the blisters vanished, the burnt flesh knitting itself back together as if nothing had happened. Kaneo's eyes remained red. She held his large hand carefully in her small ones, inspecting it from every angle. Then, awkwardly, she began blowing on it.as if that childish gesture might somehow ease the pain from the burns. Tanjiro lowered his gaze. This child clearly cares about you very much, he said quietly. Could you really bring yourself to eat her? Soma looked down at Kaneo for a moment. That's why, he said softly, I want to be a demon who doesn't crave humans. But, it's very hard. He lifted his head and looked at Tanjiro. My stomach is always hungry. Terribly hungry. Do you know what that feels like? Tanjiro turned his head away. Outside the cave, he could see Tanjiro Kamado stumbling through the deep snow, struggling toward them step by step. He didn't care whether this demon was hungry or not, and he certainly didn't believe the demon wouldn't eat the girl who adored him. Soma didn't truly expect Tanjiro to understand the torment of that hunger anyway. That pain could only be endured alone. Anyone who hadn't experienced it would never understand even a fraction of it. Speaking about it would only sound ridiculous, so he simply poured himself another cup of sake and drank it quietly. Then he sighed. For humans, alcohol can drown sorrow. But for demons, it does absolutely nothing. As he spoke, he slid the untouched cup of sake back toward Tanjiro, but his gaze drifted outside the cave, toward the approaching boy. You're about to die, Soma said calmly. There must be people you can't bear to leave behind. It's frustrating, isn't it? But there's nothing you can do. That's just how humans are. He let out a quiet sigh. Humans get sick. They grow old. They grow weak. No matter how strong someone once was, illness can turn them into nothing. No matter how powerful you are, you're still made of flesh and blood. Tanjiro's dim eyes grew even darker. After a moment of hesitation, he finally reached out and took the cup. Don't worry, Soma said with a smile. There's no poison. You don't have long to live anyway. Why would I bother? Tanjiro paused, then slowly raised the cup and took a sip. The sharp, burning taste of the alcohol slid down his throat, and for a brief moment, it felt as if a spark of life returned to the old man's fading body. Speak, said Tanjiro Kamado quietly. What exactly do you want? At that moment, he wasn't looking at the demon. His gaze remained fixed on the cave entrance, where his son was slowly making his way through the snow toward them. It was as if he wanted to carve every detail of the boy's face into his memory, so that even after death he would never forget it. I'm looking for a flower, said Soma. A flower that blooms only during the daytime. It's called the blue spider lily. He leaned forward slightly, crimson eyes locked onto Tanjiro's face. For a long time now he had sent Kaneo Tsuyuri searching for it, but they hadn't found it anywhere. He had tasted countless flowers, all kinds, none of them were the one he was looking for. Beside him, Kaneo also looked toward Tanjiro with wide, curious eyes. Tanjiro frowned and thought for a long time. Finally, he slowly shook his head. I don't know any flower called the blue spider lily. His voice carried no emotion. It was quiet and steady. Soma leaned forward slightly, his crimson eyes staring straight into the old man's face, but no matter how carefully he watched, he couldn't tell whether Tanjiro was lying. You truly don't know? His eyes narrowed slightly. Tanjiro fell silent again, thinking carefully. After a while, he shook his head once more. I don't. Then have you ever seen a flower that seemed unusual? Tanjiro lifted his eyes toward the demon. He didn't understand why this creature cared so much about a single flower, but with a demon standing before him, threatening the safety of his family, he was afraid, terribly afraid that if he could, he would have killed the demon already to eliminate the danger forever. But he didn't dare. Killing this demon might be easy, yet if the demon was so fearless about being killed, then surely it had prepared something in advance, some kind of safeguard, some kind of trap. They were both adults, not naive children. Tanjiro wasn't foolish enough to ignore that possibility. He didn't dare gamble, and he didn't want to gamble. All he wanted was to send this demon away. All he wanted was for it to leave his family alone. At this moment, the way he looked at Soma even carried a faint trace of pleading. Think carefully, Soma said quietly. He glanced outside again at the boy approaching through the snow. It's just a flower. How could a flower possibly be more important than your family? More important than the people you're trying to protect? Tanjiro closed his eyes in pain. He truly didn't know anything about a blue spider lily, but the demon before him clearly didn't believe that. A special flower? Tanjiro forced himself to think harder. Then suddenly he remembered something. Once his wife had picked a flower he had never seen before. During the time when spring turns into summer, he said slowly, there's a flower that blooms for only a very short time. My wife Kikamadu once gathered some of them. Where? Soma suddenly stood up, staring at him intensely. Where did she find them? Tanjiro looked directly into the demon's crimson eyes, now only inches away. Will you spare my family? Soma answered honestly. I never intended to harm them. Tanjiro stared at him, but he couldn't see any trace of lies in the demon's eyes. Even so, that didn't mean he believed him. Who would believe a demon? Soma seemed to understand what he was thinking. I know you won't trust me, he said calmly. But you're dying. You have no other options. You have no choice but to believe me. He looked straight at Tanjiro Kamadu. Unless you kill me. But if you do, Soma continued calmly, it won't be long before another demon comes. His voice was soft, yet the crimson glow in his eyes carried a chilling cruelty. And when that demon arrives, it will walk into your home in the dead of night. It will destroy everything you're trying to protect. This time he wasn't lying. I in the future, Muzan Kibutsuji would indeed come here. He would slaughter the entire Kamadu family. Only Tanjiro Kamadu would survive by sheer luck, and Nezuko Kamadu would become a demon. Ha! Tanjiro's breathing suddenly grew uneven. His fist clenched tightly, then slowly loosened again. What could he do? What could a dying man possibly do? In the end, he could only let out a weary sigh. I don't know the exact location of the flower, he said slowly. I only remember that it was the day we went to pay respects to our ancestors. My wife had just returned from the family graveyard. It seemed to grow beside the grave of the ancestor our family has guarded for generations. The grave of Yorichi Tsujikuni. Soma's crimson gaze immediately shifted toward Kaneo Tsuyuri. Kaneo looked confused. She had gathered flowers from that graveyard many times, every single one she saw. There was no way she could have missed any flower growing there. Soma trusted her completely, which meant the reason she hadn't found it could only be because the timing was wrong. Spring turning into summer. A flower that blooms only at a specific time, he muttered to himself. Then suddenly he burst into laughter. No wonder. No wonder I searched for so long. No wonder even knowing the location didn't help. He laughed loudly, unable to hide his excitement. No wonder Muzan Kibutsuji had spent centuries searching in vain. A flower that bloomed only during the day. A flower that appeared only at a specific time. Perhaps a flower that didn't even exist anywhere else in the world. How could Muzan ever have found something like that? Soma laughed again and casually clapped Tanjiro on the shoulder. But as he laughed, his laughter slowly faded. He fell silent and looked at the old man. Tanjiro was staring at him, with eyes full of pleading. As if Soma truly were the monster who would harm his family at any moment. Of course, from a human's perspective, he was a demon, and more importantly, he truly was a demon. Even if he had never once intended to hurt the Kamadu family, no one would believe him. Who would ever trust a demon? Ha! Soma chuckled quietly. Looking at the desperate plea in Tanjiro's eyes, he said softly, I won't harm your family. The old man still looked unconvinced. Soma lowered his gaze. Believe it or not, what difference does it make to you now? You're dying. You can only trust me. Trust a demon you will never truly believe. You don't have a choice. You never had a choice. His voice was quiet. It sounded as though he was speaking to Tanjiro, but perhaps he was also speaking to himself. Chapter 67, The Road Ahead 4/5. You have no choice. You have no other choice. Soma patted Tanjiro Kamadu on the shoulder and spoke softly. It sounded like he was talking to Tanjiro, but in truth he was also talking to himself. He was already a demon. There was no turning back now. Whether he was a good demon or a bad one didn't matter. In the eyes of humans, a demon was still a demon. Perhaps there were kind-hearted people in this world who believed demons and humans could coexist, but most people wouldn't think that way. A demon was simply a demon. Have another drink. Soma poured another cup of sake and handed it over to Tanjiro. Alcohol is a wonderful thing. Once you drink it, you can forget a lot of things, at least for a little while. Tanjiro took the cup and downed it in one gulp. Cough, cough. Maybe it was his illness acting up, or maybe the liquor went down the wrong way. Either way, Tanjiro suddenly began coughing violently. Perhaps some of the drink had splashed into his eyes because they quickly filled with tears. Soma returned to his seat by the campfire, sipping his own cup as he watched him. At least you can still drink, Soma said. You can taste it. You can get drunk and forget things. He paused for a moment. But me? I can't taste anything anymore. And no matter how much I drink, I can never get drunk. Are you really not going to harm my family? After another sip, Tanjiro asked the same question again. I won't. Soma answered calmly. When he saw Tanjiro about to ask again, he raised a hand to stop him. No matter what I say, you won't truly believe me. So why keep asking? If I don't ask, I won't feel at ease. Soma let out a faint breath. And if you do ask, you won't feel at ease either. Just then, Kaneo brought over a large bowl filled to the brim with stewed chicken. Soma took it and silently ate a big bite. Even though it tasted like nothing to him, he still kept eating. Seeing her uncle start eating, Kaneo sat down beside him with her own small bowl and began nibbling quietly. Tanjiro watched the scene in silence. Then he suddenly grabbed the sake jug straight out of Soma's hand and began drinking from it directly. His tears mixed with the liquor as he swallowed it down, leaving only bitterness behind. Maybe I should trust you. After taking a long swig, he lowered the jug. Soma looked up at him with an AMU. Said smile. Trusting a demon, that's pretty funny. Ha ha, Tanjiro burst out laughing. Like you said, what other choice do I have? He replied. What am I supposed to do, kill you? And even if I did, would that really protect my family? It wouldn't. Soma said it simply. He opened his mouth and swallowed the chicken drumstick Kaneo had just held up to him. Even though he couldn't taste a thing, seeing the girl's eyes curve into a crescent-shaped smile when he ate it made the moment feel oddly satisfying. Exactly. Tanjiro quietly watched the peaceful scene in front of him. A human and a demon sitting together like family. It was nothing like the cruel demons described in the stories passed down through his family. After another sip of chicken soup, Soma gently patted Kaneo on the shoulder. Go and bring the person at the cave entrance inside to warm up by the fire. It's too cold out there. Kaneo immediately took another bite of the drumstick, stuffing her cheeks full before heading toward the cave entrance. Sure enough, someone was standing outside. A boy with dark crimson hair and red eyes. There was a very noticeable scar on his forehead. He looked bright and warm, someone who naturally put people at ease. Tanjiro had just stopped walking when he saw the girl step out of the cave. Growing up deep in the mountains, he rarely saw girls from outside, let alone one this beautiful and delicate. Tanjiro scratched the back of his head awkwardly, clearly a little embarrassed. Uncle says you should come inside. Kaneo only glanced at Tanjiro once before turning away without hesitation. Whenever she was even a step away from her uncle, she felt a lingering sense of unease. Your uncle is? Tanjiro had wanted to ask something, but Kaneo had already turned around. All he could see now was the girl's graceful back as she walked away, the butterfly hairpin in her black hair fluttering lightly as if it might take flight at any moment. He scratched the back of his head, hesitated for a moment, and then followed her inside. Once he entered the cave, the flickering firelight revealed the interior clearly. Tanjiro blinked in surprise. The cave had been renovated remarkably well. It didn't look like a natural shelter at all. It felt more like someone had carefully turned it into a proper dwelling. He had never expected something like this to exist so close to his home. Before long, Tanjiro noticed his father sitting by the campfire. Seeing his father drinking alcohol, Tanjiro's face immediately changed. Alarmed, he hurried forward, ready to stop him. Let your father drink, a voice said suddenly. He's about to die anyway. After that, he won't be able to drink anymore. The abrupt words froze Tanjiro mid-step. Slowly, he turned around, his eyes already reddening. My father is fine. He's not going to die. His voice trembled, almost breaking into tears. You already know the truth yourself, don't you? Soma said calmly. Why keep lying to yourself? He looked at the boy in front of him, just like the boy he remembered from the story, but this Tanjiro was still far from the person he would become in the future. He lacked that steady weight, that unyielding resilience. Right now he was just a green, inexperienced kid, emotional, unsteady. No, he won't die. Tanjiro shook his head wildly. Soma didn't argue further. Instead, he simply pointed at the campfire. Come warm yourself. Even with tears in his eyes, Tanjiro walked over and sat down beside his father, watching him drink. Have a drink with your father, Soma said as he poured another cup and handed it to Tanjiro. It might be the last chance you get. Tanjiro accepted the cup blankly. He stared down at the clear liquid inside it, then slowly looked up at his father, hoping, desperately hoping, to hear him say that none of this was real. That the illness would pass. That everything would be fine. Tanjiro Kamado lifted his head. His eyes had already grown dim, the life in them fading more with every passing moment. His gaze fell on the Hanafuda earrings hanging from Tanjiro's ears, the symbol passed down to the head of their family. Slowly he raised his cup. Drink. Father. I've never had alcohol before, Tanjiro said quietly. Drink, Tanjiro replied softly. It's all right. You're grown up now. Tanjiro lifted the cup. Before he even realized it, tears had already begun streaming down his face. Tanjiro watched him silently. There were so many things he wanted to say, but what could he possibly say? In the end, he simply lifted his own cup and drained it in one gulp. Tanjiro had no choice but to do the same. He tilted his head back and swallowed the drink. Cough. Cough. It was his first time drinking, and the moment the liquor went down, Tanjiro burst into a fit of coughing. Tanjiro watched his son quietly as he struggled to catch his breath. After a moment, he slowly reached out and gently patted Tanjiro on the shoulder. The road ahead, he said softly. You'll have to walk it on your own. The boy didn't dare lift his head. His body trembled. Tanjiro turned to glance at the demon sitting by the fire. Then he lowered his gaze again to his son, still sitting there with his head bowed. He could feel it clearly now, his life slipping away, growing weaker with every breath. He sank back slightly, grabbed the sake jug, and took another deep swig. Then he filled his cup again and raised it toward the demon across the fire. He drained it once more. Then he laughed loudly. I've had my fill of sake, it's time to rest. The dying man laughed and laughed, until his breathing slowly came to a stop. Chapter 68. Uncle doesn't need to care about me, just let Kaneo care about Uncle. 5/5. Cough, cough, cough. Tanjiro kept coughing as he looked at his father, who seemed to have simply fallen asleep. Maybe some of the alcohol had gotten into his eyes. Or maybe he was truly grieving. Tears streamed down his face without stopping. At first there were only quiet sobs, but soon the sound grew into anguished wails. Inside the small cave, the boy's sorrow echoed again and again. Soma watched the crying boy silently. Seeing her uncle looking at Tanjiro, Kaneo also turned to look. She stared at the tears running down Tanjiro's face, at the pain twisted across his expression. Then she tilted her head and looked back at Soma. Uncle, look, he's crying so sadly. There was no empathy in her voice, only curiosity. Confusion. Tanjiro wiped at his eyes with his sleeve. Being asked something like that by a girl instinctively made him feel embarrassed, like he had lost face as a man. But when he looked at his father again, the tears began flowing uncontrollably once more. My condolences, Soma said softly with a sigh. People die eventually. My father is just sleeping. Tanjiro shouted loudly. Kaneo frowned, her delicate brows knitting together. Don't yell at my uncle like that. Tanjiro pressed his lips together. He knew he shouldn't be venting his emotions like this. He also knew it was rude to shout at someone else, but hearing someone say his father had died, he simply couldn't hold himself back. People eventually die. Soma looked at the lifeless body of Tanjiro Kamado and gently patted Kaneo on the head. No matter how sad you are, it won't change anything. Tanjiro collapsed back onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. Soma poured another cup of sake and handed it to him. Drink a little more. It might make you feel better. Tanjiro stared at the cup for a moment. After hesitating, he took it and drank it in one gulp. The burning liquor rushed down his throat, making him cough violently again, and as he coughed, the crying started all over. Kaneo tilted her head as she watched the boy bury his face in his knees. Then she looked up at her uncle. Is losing a father really something to be this sad about? Why don't I feel that way? Tanjiro couldn't help but lift his head and look at her. The girl stared back at him with innocent confusion, her head still tilted. Tanjiro quickly wiped the tears from his face again. He didn't want anyone to see him looking weak, especially not a girl. While wiping his face, he spoke with anger mixed into his voice. If your father died, how could you not be sad? How could you possibly not be sad? Kaneo tilted her head again and looked at Soma. Uncle, do I have to be sad? Soma gently patted her head, his tone soft. For most people, yes. They would be sad. But for Kaneo, it's different. Why is it different? She asked immediately. Children always had endless questions. For most people, their father is someone very important in their life, Soma said calmly. But for Kaneo, her father isn't important. As he spoke, the image of Kaneo's so-called father flashed through his mind. At a man like that, how could he possibly deserve her grief? Tanjiro looked at Soma in disbelief. How can you say something like that? Soma looked at the boy quietly. Why can't I? Tanjiro opened his mouth, ready to argue, but Soma raised a hand, stopping him. That he had no interest in debating this with Tanjiro. Different people live different lives. Without experiencing someone else's suffering firsthand, how could anyone truly understand it? People always stood from their own perspective. If he had never seen what Kaneo had gone through with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that parents capable of such cruelty even existed in this world. Seeing that Soma wouldn't argue further, Tanjiro slowly sat back down. He stared at his father's body lying there. Silent tears continuing to fall, but this time he didn't make a sound. The campfire crackled softly, its flickering light illuminated the faces of the humans and the demon inside the cave. After a long while, Soma finally lifted his head and looked out toward the heavy snowfall beyond the cave entrance. Do you want me to help carry your father back home? Soma asked after a while. You two have probably been out here for quite some time. If you don't return soon, your family will start to worry. Tanjiro seemed to snap out of his daze. He looked at his father lying beside the campfire, eyes already closed. The boy walked over slowly and knelt beside him in silence. His father's body had already grown cold. There was no breath left. Tanjiro pressed his lips tightly together. Then he turned his head and looked at Soma. My father is just sleeping, he said stubbornly. He's only sleeping. All right, Soma replied with a small shrug. He's just sleeping. I can carry him back myself, Tanjiro said through clenched teeth. I don't need your help. Perhaps somewhere deep down, Tanjiro believed that if he refused to acknowledge the truth, if he simply denied the man's words, then his father would still be alive. Even though Tanjiro said he didn't need help, Soma still stepped forward and helped lift Tanjiro's body onto the boy's back so he could carry him properly. My father is just sleeping. Standing at the cave entrance with his father on his back, Tanjiro turned around and repeated it once more to Soma. Yes, Soma answered. He's just sleeping. Tomorrow he'll wake up, Tanjiro continued quietly. Tomorrow he'll be better. Then the boy turned and walked away, carrying his father's body. Step by step he stumbled through the snow, sometimes sinking deep, sometimes nearly losing his balance. The wind howled through the trees. Faintly, the sound of the boy's crying drifted through the snowy forest. Soma stood there watching his unsteady figure fade into the distance. After a moment he reached out and patted Kaneo's head. Don't stay outside. The snow's falling hard, you'll freeze. I'm not cold, uncle, the girl said with a sweet, innocent smile. Even if you're not cold, you should still go inside. Soma lightly knocked on her head. Listen to your uncle. The girl wrapped her arms around his arm. I'll go in with uncle, she said cheerfully. That way uncle won't feel cold either. Soma glanced down at her. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and lead Kaneo back toward the cave. Uncle, You said earlier that everyone dies eventually. Yeah. Kaneo walked beside him quietly before asking, if one day I die, what would uncle do? Soma's footsteps suddenly stopped. Kaneo continued softly. Uncle said that for most people, their father is someone very important. That's why they feel sad when their father dies. So I hope that for uncle, Kaneo won't become someone very important. That way, even if Kaneo dies someday, uncle won't have to feel sad. What are you saying? Soma smacked her lightly on the head. This time, the hit was a little heavier than he intended. The moment he realized it, he quickly rubbed the girl's head in concern. Did that hurt? It didn't, Kaneo said, blinking her pinkish-purple eyes. In those bright eyes, the reflection of the demon standing before her shimmered softly. No matter how uncle hits me, it won't hurt. Soma sighed. He wanted to say something, but in the end he only let out another quiet sigh. Turning his head away, he avoided looking at the girl as he pulled her gently toward the cave. Uncle, Kaneo murmured as she followed him. In the future, you're not allowed to care about me. She lowered her voice. It's enough if Kaneo is the only one who cares about Uncle. Chapter 69. Perhaps. This is what growing up means. 1/4, no matter how unwilling he was. And no matter how much he refused to believe it, when someone dies they are truly gone. Feeling the coldness of the body on his back, Tanjiro gradually began to understand the truth. He staggered through the snow carrying his father, crying the entire way. But as he drew closer to home, the sound of his sobbing slowly faded, unconsciously. He lifted his head and looked up at the dim night sky, the endless stars, the heavy snowflakes drifting down like goose feathers. Maybe, if he kept his head raised like this, the tears wouldn't fall. He wiped his face with his sleeve and forced a smile. He was the eldest son of the family, and now he was the one who had to carry the family forward. How could he allow himself to keep breaking down like this? He gently pushed the door open, letting the cold wind and snow blow into the house. Inside, a gentle-looking woman placed down the firewood she had been preparing for the hearth. She raised her head and looked at her husband on her son's back. Her lips tightened. Your father. Kamiduki had woken up long ago. When she realized her husband was missing, she had searched the house, and then noticed that Tanjiro was gone as well. By then, she had already guessed what had happened. Father is just sleeping. Tanjiro forced a smile, but the expression looked even more painful than crying. Seeing her son like this, Ki unconsciously placed a hand on the nearby table to steady herself as her legs weakened. She had already prepared herself for the possibility that her husband might not live much longer. But no matter how much one prepared, when the day truly arrived, the grief, confusion, and pain still crashed down all at once. Yet as the only adult left in the house, she could only grit her teeth and endure. Yes, he's just sleeping. Ki lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Tanjiro didn't dare look at his mother's grief. Still carrying his father, he walked toward the inner room. Just then, the door to the neighboring room opened. Nezuko stepped out, wrapped in a thick coat, and immediately froze when she saw the scene. Her lips tightened instantly. Her eyes reddened. The sorrow rose so strongly that she wanted to cry out, but her younger siblings were still asleep. Afraid of waking them, she could only let the tears fall silently. Tanjiro saw the tears slipping down his sister's face. His heart felt unbearably heavy. He had told her countless times that their father would definitely recover. He had reassured her again and again, giving her hope. But in the end, father had still fallen asleep. And he would never wake up again. The winter wind continued to howl outside. Early the next morning, as the first rays of dawn spread across the ground, Makomo had already gotten up. She put on her fox mask, picked up her Nichiren sword, and pushed open the door. Not long after, Furukawa Hiroshi and the other swordsmen also stepped out of their rooms, greeting each other as they gathered. Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll prepare breakfast for you, Saburo said as he came out and headed toward the kitchen. Grandpa Saburo, I'll help you. Makomo smiled and followed after him. Oh no, how could we trouble you like that? Saburo said quickly. Fighting demons is dangerous enough. These things are supposed to be our responsibility. It's nothing, the masked girl replied softly. When I'm at Mount Sagiri, I often cook for my teacher and junior disciples. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, like the sudden song of a lark breaking through the cold silence of winter. Ah, then I really must apologize, Saburo sighed. As the caretaker here, I should have arranged everything for you. It's my fault for sleeping too late last night. It's because we disturbed your rest, Grandpa Saburo, Makomo said with a smile. We should be the ones apologizing. She worked skillfully in the kitchen, and before long the aroma of food began drifting out. The swordsman outside couldn't help sniffing the air. Ever since Miss Makomo started traveling with us, our lives have improved quite a bit, one swordsman said, patting his stomach. Yeah. Miss Makomo is such a good girl, another added with a sigh of admiration. Then, almost at the same time, everyone turned to look at Furukawa Hiroshi, who was standing on his toes and peeking into the kitchen. Captain, what are you doing? One of them teased with a chuckle. Furukawa Hiroshi turned around and saw everyone staring at him. His face immediately flushed red. I was just checking to see when breakfast would be ready. Captain is probably trying to see when Miss Makomo will come out, one of the swordsmen said teasingly. Don't talk nonsense. Furukawa Hiroshi snapped back, a little annoyed, stepping forward to clamp a hand over his companion's mouth. He didn't mind the teasing himself, but if Makomo overheard something like that it would be far too embarrassing. The food's ready, a soft, pleasant voice drifted out from beneath the smiling fox mask. Furukawa Hiroshi instantly straightened his posture, putting on his most serious expression while directing everyone to start handing out the bowls. The meal wasn't luxurious. In fact, it was quite simple, but in the middle of winter being able to eat something hot and freshly cooked was enough to make everyone happy. Furukawa Hiroshi ate in big, hearty bites. The steam from the food rose up and brushed against his face. Perhaps because he was eating too roughly, a bit of broth splashed near the corner of his eye. He was about to wipe it away with his sleeve when a small towel was suddenly held out beside him. Startled, he looked up. There stood Makomo, slightly bending forward, her smiling fox mask tilted toward him. Beneath the mask, her eyes were bright and gentle. "Thank you," he muttered quietly. "It's nothing." The girl's voice was airy, causing Hiroshi's hand to tremble slightly as he held his bowl. Behind the mask, Makomo tilted her head, watching him with curiosity. Hiroshi immediately buried his face back into his bowl, as if that would hide the redness of his cheeks. Makomo, however, didn't notice his embarrassment at all. She simply watched everyone enjoying the meal she had cooked. Beneath the mask, her beautiful eyes curved happily. Lowering her head, she took a small bite of her own food. For a cook, seeing everyone eat with such enthusiasm was a deeply satisfying feeling. Just as everyone was happily finishing their breakfast, the door suddenly burst open. A boy rushed inside. He had dark crimson hair, red eyes, and wore a haori patterned with green and black checkered squares. The moment he saw the room full of people, he froze. Then he instinctively stepped back a little, clearly not expecting guests to be at Grandpa Saburo's house. "Tanjiro? What brings you here?" Saburo set down what he was holding and stood up, walking over with a kindly smile. Tanjiro knew it wasn't polite to interrupt when guests were present, but there were things he and his mother simply didn't know how to handle. Some matters required an elder's guidance, someone experienced enough to take charge. "Grandpa Saburo? Father, he wanted to say the words "he's dead," but those words refused to come out, his voice choked instead. Saburo sighed softly. "I understand," he said gently. "I'll come to your house and help take care of things." Saburo looked at the boy and more or less understood what had happened. He stepped forward and gently patted Tanjiro on the shoulder, offering what comfort he could. As for words of encouragement, he wasn't sure what to say. "Let me go inside and gather a few things first. Then I'll head back with you." "Grandpa Saburo, what about your guests?" "These guests," Saburo said with a faint smile, "were planning to visit your house today anyway." Tanjiro glanced at the group of people behind him. Each of them carried swords and every single one gave off a heavy, intimidating aura. Aside from the woman wearing the smiling fox mask, the rest all looked like people you wouldn't want to provoke. Tanjiro couldn't help but tense up. "They're all good people," Saburo added with a reassuring smile. "No need to feel nervous around them, Tanjiro." Hearing his words, Tanjiro felt a little more at ease. While Saburo went inside to prepare his tools, Makomo stepped forward with light, graceful steps. Tanjiro looked up, puzzled, at the girl wearing a fox mask with a closed-eye smile and straight-cut bangs. "Here," she said softly, extending her hand. "Have a piece of candy." In her palm was a small piece of candy that sparkled like a tiny star. Tanjiro immediately recognized it was Konpito, Nezuko's favorite sweet. Back when their father was still healthy, every time he returned from town after selling charcoal, he would bring some back for Nezuko. But ever since his father fell ill, it had been a long, long time since Nezuko had tasted Konpito. Tanjiro hesitated for a moment before finally reaching out and accepting it. "Candy is sweet," Makomo said gently. "If you eat something sweet, the bitterness in your heart will feel a little lighter." Tanjiro looked up. Behind the mask, the girl's eyes were bright and gentle that he lowered his gaze again, murmuring quietly, "Thank you." "I've felt this kind of sadness before too," Makomo continued softly. "But eventually you have to move forward." She looked up at the rising sun climbing slowly into the winter sky, as if she could see Sabito's bright, cheerful smile there. Her beautiful eyes lowered slightly. By then, Saburo had come out of the house carrying the tools he needed. Furukawa Hiroshi and the other swordsmen had also finished eating. They set down their bowls and followed outside together. Tanjiro glanced at the group again, puzzled. They all wore similar clothing and their presence carried a faint killing intent. He had no idea who they were or why they wanted to go to his house. "Your name's Tanjiro, right?" While they walked through the snowy mountain path, Furukawa Hiroshi caught up to him and casually patted his shoulder. Tanjiro looked at him in confusion. "I just want to ask you a few things." "Go ahead." "Recently, has anyone come to your house at night?" Furukawa Hiroshi asked. "Or have there been any missing people nearby?" "No," Tanjiro said, shaking his head. "Then have you noticed anything unusual around your home? Something out of the ordinary?" "Something unusual?" Tanjiro immediately thought of Soma and Kaneo from the night before. They had somehow appeared in the cave near his house and seemed to have been living there for a while. They looked a little like refugees fleeing from something. Meanwhile, the people walking beside him were armed with swords and carried an aggressive air. "What do you people do?" Tanjiro asked cautiously. He might still be a kid, but he wasn't foolish. What if the two people in the cave really were refugees? Even though his impression of that man from last night wasn't very good, exposing their whereabouts carelessly could bring them danger. "What do we do?" Furukawa Hiroshi blinked, then answered jokingly, "You know about demons? We hunt them." Tanjiro's eyes widened. "You mean, demons actually exist in this world?" Furukawa Hiroshi stared into the boy's eyes, searching his expression. Seeing no sign of deception, he felt a hint of disappointment as though the boy really hadn't seen a demon before. "Haha. I'm just kidding," he said with a laugh, patting Tanjiro's shoulder. "How could demons possibly exist in this world?" He shook his head toward the swordsman walking beside him. The others looked a little discouraged. Tanjiro scratched his head, watching their strange behavior. Now he was even less willing to tell them about the two people living in the cave. Grandpa Saburo had said they were good people, but the smell coming from them told a different story. Tanjiro had always had a sharp sense of smell. From these swordsmen he could smell thick traces of blood, the lingering scent of death, and something sharp and dangerous that made him uneasy. But then again, the man in the cave had an unsettling scent too. Neither side seemed like people you'd want to mess with. Tanjiro continued walking through the snow. The heavy burden of his family now rested on his shoulders. He could no longer afford to act like a child who didn't need to think about anything. Perhaps this was what his father had meant by growing up. Chapter 70. A familiar figure, 2/4 Kamiduki, stood at the doorway, her red-rimmed eyes filled with confusion as she looked at the group Tanjiro had brought home. Aside from the girl wearing the mask, every one of them looked fierce and intimidating. Inside the house, Hanako and Shigeru, who had been crying moments ago, had even stopped, frightened by the oppressive presence of these strangers. Only little Rokuta, cradled in Nezuko's arms and still too young to understand anything, let out cheerful little giggles. "These are my friends. They just came by to pay their respects and have a look around." "Don't pay them any mind and don't worry," Saburo said as he stepped forward to explain. Furukawa Hiroshi nodded as well. "We apologize for showing up so suddenly. We don't mean to intrude, but there are a few things we'd like to ask." "Go ahead." Ki clutched her clothes tightly, unable to hide the tension and worry on her face. Furukawa Hiroshi noticed it but didn't know what to do about it. People like them, demon slayers, lived constantly on the edge of life and death. The fierce aura they carried was simply part of the job.in fact. This was one of the reasons many members of the Demon Slayer Corps could never return to normal lives. After spending so long walking the thin line between survival and death, they could no longer live like ordinary people. Almost every swordsman carried some kind of psychological scar. That was why so many of them ended up with rather strange personalities. "Recently," Furukawa Hiroshi asked, trying to soften his tone, "has anyone come to your house at night? Or have you noticed anything unusual happening nearby?" Even though he had already asked Tanjiro earlier, he still needed to confirm it with the family. "No one has come to our house at night these past few days," Ki replied nervously. "And nothing unusual has happened nearby." While he questioned her, several of the swordsmen had already spread out, quietly inspecting the surroundings in hopes of finding some kind of clue. But before long they all returned, shaking their heads. Watching their movements, worry flickered in Ki's eyes. Tanjiro had quietly moved to stand beside his family at some point, his hand almost brushing against the handle of the axe leaning beside the stacked firewood. "Please don't worry, ma'am," Makomo said gently from the side. "Everyone here is a good person." Ki looked at the fox mask covering Makomo's face and could only manage a strained smile in response. "Does your home have a cellar?" Furukawa Hiroshi asked. "Or any particularly dark places?" "Yes, we have a cellar for storing food," Ki replied anxiously. "And there's also the place where we burn wood to make charcoal. Could you show us?" Furukawa Hiroshi tried his best to keep his voice calm and reassuring. "Of course." After she led them to the cellar, one of the swordsmen gripped the hilt of his Nichiren sword and walked toward the darkness with a serious expression. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Under that heavy silence, Ki instinctively pulled the children behind her. Tanjiro tightened his grip around the handle of his axe. Even though Grandpa Saburo had said these people weren't bad, with the way they looked now, so fierce and imposing. Were they really not dangerous? Soon, the swordsman who had gone into the cellar came back out. He shook his head at Hiroshi. After that, they checked several other dark corners of the house. Still, they found nothing. No bones from human victims. No traces of demons feeding. Everything appeared completely normal. There was no sign that a demon had been active here. "I'm very sorry for the disturbance." Furukawa Hiroshi bowed slightly to Ki. Then he took out some money from his pocket and placed it on the table. "We heard about what happened to your family. Please accept our condolences. We couldn't offer much help, but this is a small gesture. Please take it." The other swordsmen also began taking out money from their pockets. As demon slayers who constantly risk their lives, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were paid quite generously by the Ubuyashiki family. Most of them weren't lacking in money. Before long, quite a large sum had been placed on the table. This really isn't necessary." Ki hurried forward, trying to return the money to them. "We've already disturbed you long enough," Furukawa Hiroshi said with a slight bow. "We still have other matters to attend to, so we won't stay any longer." Before Kamado Ki could return the money, he had already called for his companions and turned to leave. Watching Furukawa Hiroshi and the others walk away, Ki turned toward Saburo. "Who exactly are those people?" "They're all friends of mine," Saburo replied with a wry smile. "They're not bad people. They just look a little fierce." He sighed softly. It was clear that their presence had made Ki uneasy. But that was only natural. The family had just lost the pillar that supported their household. Without a man in the house, how could she possibly feel secure? "Grandpa Saburo," Tanjiro asked as he set down the axe and walked over, "what do they actually do?" Saburo scratched his head slightly. "Well, how should I put it? They're people who walk the night roads and protect others. They're good people." His aged face carried a trace of respect and admiration. Tanjiro raised his head, watching the group disappear down the snowy path. Then he turned back to Saburo. "Are they really demon slayers?" Maybe," Saburo replied vaguely. Seeing Ki glance over as well, he shook his head and sighed. "Let's focus on taking care of Tanjiro's matters first. Have you prepared the coffin yet?" Tanjiro had still been a little curious about the strangers, but the moment Saburo mentioned his father again, that curiosity quickly faded. Meanwhile, Makomo and Furukawa Hiroshi's group were walking along a mountain path deep in the forest. When they reached the top of a slope, everyone finally stopped. "Although we still haven't found that last demon," Furukawa Hiroshi said with a sigh, turning back toward the others, "which is regrettable and frankly frustrating, this mission has to end here." He looked at the exhausted faces around him. "Everyone can finally get some proper rest." The swordsmen all showed relieved expressions. This demon-hunting mission had been the longest one they'd ever taken on and the most exhausting as well. Altogether, they had killed 4 demons. Even with one still unaccounted for, it was already the highest number they had ever slain in a single operation. Now that it was over, everyone could finally relax. "In a few days," Furukawa Hiroshi added with a hearty grin, "I'll contact Lord Kayajiro. When the time comes, we'll all get together for a meal." The group perked up immediately, excitement appearing on their tired faces. Seeing that reaction made Furukawa Hiroshi smile as well. But when his gaze shifted to the masked girl standing quietly nearby, his expression softened slightly. "Our mission here is finished," he said to her. "What are your plans? Going back to Mount Sajiri?" "Yes," Makomo replied, brushing a strand of hair away from her ear. I've already been away for quite some time. Furukawa Hiroshi fell silent for a moment, then he forced a cheerful smile. When I settle on a date for that dinner with Lord Kaijiro, I'll let you know. If you're free, you can come join us. All right. Makomo nodded beneath the mask. Furukawa Hiroshi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something else, but before he could, Makomo turned toward him. The bright eyes behind the mask caught him off guard. These past days, thank you for taking care of me, the girl said softly, bowing slightly. I've learned a lot from all of you. What are you saying? One of the swordsmen immediately replied with a laugh. It's Miss Makomo who helped us the most. Yes, exactly. If it weren't for Miss Makomo, this demon hunting trip would have been far more difficult. The swordsmen all waved their hands modestly. After chatting for a few more moments, the atmosphere gradually turned a little heavy. Though none of them said it outright, everyone knew it was time to part ways. A gentle breeze passed through the mountains, stirring strands of hair in the air. Makomo bowed slightly to the group. I'll be going now. I wish you all victory in your battles. And we wish Miss Makomo success in passing the final selection at Mount Fujikase next year. Thank you. Makomo nodded. With a light step of her toes, her figure drifted away like a falling leaf, quickly disappearing down the mountain path. Furukawa Hiroshi stood atop a slab of green stone, silently watching the slender figure fade into the distance. Even after she was gone, he remained standing there for a long time. Captain, why didn't you say it just now? One of the swordsmen asked as he walked over. You might have had a chance. They had been hunting demons together for quite a while. As companions who had fought side by side day and night, it was impossible not to notice that their leader treated Miss Makomo a little differently. People like us, Furukawa Hiroshi said quietly, shaking his head. We're not really in a position to think about things like that. But Miss Makomo is a swordsman too, another one muttered. How is she any different from us? Furukawa Hiroshi lifted his eyes slightly. For a moment, a spark of hope flashed across his expression, only to dim again just as quickly. But who knows what she thinks? Captain, if you don't say anything, how will you ever know? Another swordsman said, rolling his eyes. Girls have to be pursued, you know. If you sit around waiting for them to make the first move, the opportunity will be long gone. He snorted. Their leader could cut down demons without hesitation, but when it came to matters of the heart, he suddenly became as indecisive as a nervous rookie. Furukawa Hiroshi opened his mouth about to respond, but then his gaze suddenly froze. On the distant mountainside, a girl's figure was bending down among the flowers, holding a small basket as she picked blossoms one by one. And that silhouette felt strangely familiar. Chapter 71, Demon. I found you, 3/4. Once she had walked far enough that Furukawa Hiroshi and the others could no longer see her, the girl wearing the smiling fox mask finally stopped. She raised a hand and lightly patted her chest, then stuck out her tongue a little. To be honest, she had been a bit nervous just now. She had the faint feeling that Furukawa Hiroshi might say something, even though she had never experienced such things before. She could vaguely sense what it might be about. He was a very good person, but she simply didn't have those kinds of feelings. If he really had said something, she honestly wouldn't have known how to respond. Luckily, he didn't. That was close, that was close. Makomo let out a quiet sigh of relief. Now her thoughts drifted elsewhere. If he really did invite her to that dinner with Kaijiro, should she go? To be honest, she was a little curious about the famous flame Hashira. Captain, I'm telling you, when we invite Miss Makomo to that dinner with Lord Kaijiro, that'll be the perfect chance. One of the swordsmen leaned close to Furukawa Hiroshi, enthusiastically offering advice. Yeah, and if Lord Kaijiro helps say a few good things for you, another swordsman added before the first one could finish, your chances would be even better. I'm sure Lord Kaijiro would be happy to help. Captain? Captain? But Furukawa Hiroshi didn't seem to hear a word they were saying. His eyes were fixed on something in the distance. The swordsman followed his gaze in confusion. Halfway up the mountainside, a young girl with a flower basket in hand was quietly picking flowers. In the middle of winter, flowers that could still bloom were extremely rare, practically non-existent. That's strange, one swordsman muttered. Picking flowers deep in the mountains in the middle of winter? She's just a kid too, another added. And there's no adult with her. Isn't she afraid of running into danger? By now, Furukawa Hiroshi's hand had already moved to rest on the hilt of his Nichiren sword. His voice was hoarse with excitement. I've seen that girl before. The other swordsman immediately turned toward him. She's the girl who was with that demon that night. Furukawa Hiroshi spoke through clenched teeth. For a moment everyone froze, then realization dawned, excitement erupted across their faces. They had already believed the demon had escaped them, that the hunt had ended in failure, yet now fate had handed them a new lead. Follow her quietly, Furukawa Hiroshi said, gently stroking the blade at his side. A faint bloodthirst gleamed in his eyes. Let's see where this chill D goes. Got it. One of the swordsmen replied in a low voice filled with hatred. We have to kill that demon. I want to cut his head off myself. I'll cut off his limbs. I'm going to poke his eyes out with my blade. The winter wind howled through the mountains, its icy breath brushed against Kaneo's face, making her instinctively tuck her head down. Originally, Uncle hadn't wanted her to come out, but she wanted to pick flowers. Even though he didn't seem very happy about it, he hadn't stopped her in the end. Even if I can't find the flowers Uncle wants right now, I should still pick some. Maybe I can find a pretty one to give him. The girl stood on tiptoe, looking around. Everything was covered in white. In the dead of winter, almost no flowers bloomed at all. Finding even a single one was incredibly difficult. I have to find one. The girl clenched her small fists, quietly cheering herself on. So she really is looking for flowers. One of the hidden swordsmen murmured, watching her closely. Captain, another swordsman whispered, turning toward Furukawa Hiroshi, if this girl really stays with that demon, why hasn't the demon eaten her? She's probably just stored food. Furukawa Hiroshi lowered his eyes and spoke calmly. Don't let her notice us. That child has likely been bewitched by the demon. Yeah, another swordsman sighed. Some demons are very good at pretending. And sometimes, another added coldly, their relatives stubbornly refuse to accept the truth. They still believe in the demon. In the end, though, they all meet the same fate, getting eaten. Creatures like demons, the swordsman continued with icy contempt, are cruel and vicious. Furukawa Hiroshi narrowed his eyes. These demons, these disgusting things, they should be completely erased from this world. Captain, that girl is moving further ahead, one of the swordsmen whispered. Follow her. Furukawa Hiroshi lowered his body and quietly pursued her along with the others. Right now it's winter, after winter comes spring, and when spring ends in summer, Kaneo walked through the snow with a flower basket in her hands, counting the days on her fingers. When that day finally came, she would pick the flower immediately and give it to Uncle. He would definitely be very happy. Just imagining the look on his face made the corners of the girl's lips curl upward. She lightly hopped onto a rock and stood on her toes, looking around. Then suddenly, her pink-violet eyes trembled slightly. Those people, they were the same people who had chased Uncle that night. The ones who forced him to keep running, they had found him. Kaneo jumped down from the rock and quickly started walking in another direction. Captain, do you think we've been discovered? One of the swordsmen whispered, glancing at Furukawa Hiroshi. It's just a child, Furukawa replied coldly. Do you think she could notice us? But when he lifted his eyes to watch the girl, he saw her suddenly throw away the flower basket in her hands and break into ARUN.AT the same time. She shouted at the top of her lungs. Uncle, run! Her childish voice echoed clearly through the mountains. Not far ahead of her was a cliff. Damn it, catch her! Furukawa Hiroshi barked. The swordsman closest to her burst out of the snow and sprinted forward. In the blink of an eye, he tackled the girl to the ground. Holding the struggling child tightly, he dragged her back while cursing. Damn brat. She was trying to jump off the cliff. I have no idea what she was thinking. She almost made it over the edge. Where is the demon? Furukawa Hiroshi asked coldly, staring down at the girl who was still struggling. Kaneo pressed her lips together and said nothing. Furukawa frowned deeply. Don't let the demon fool you. Demons are cruel creatures. No matter how nicely they treat you, they're only keeping you as food for later. Kaneo remained silent. Damn it. Do I need to beat the answer out of you? One of the swordsmen growled as he stepped forward. Stupid kid. We're trying to save you. Don't be foolish. Still, Kaneo said nothing. The swordsman raised his hand without hesitation, but the girl simply looked up at him calmly. Forget it. Furukawa Hiroshi shook his head and stopped his companion. Then he pointed toward the mountains on the left. The demon is that way, right? Kaneo immediately nodded. Good. Furukawa turned without hesitation. Let's go right. The group of swordsmen moved in the opposite direction. The moment she saw this, Kaneo began struggling violently. "Captain, I found footprints," one of the swordsmen suddenly called out not long after he had crouched down in the snow. Good. Furukawa hurried over, then glanced at the girl's feet. They match this child's footprints. Follow them. Uncle, run. Unable to break free, Kaneo could only shout again. Her anxious, childish voice echoed repeatedly through the mountains, but after only 2 cries, a swordsman struck her with a chop to the neck, knocking her unconscious. Following the footprints, they advanced deeper into the mountains. Soon, the trail ended in front of a cave. Furukawa Hiroshi gripped the hilt of his Nichiren sword and narrowed his eyes at the dark entrance. From the bright snow outside, he looked into the shadowy depths. Within, there, faintly, he could make out a silhouette, and a pair of crimson eyes. The owner of those eyes stood quietly in the darkness, watching them. Furukawa Hiroshi slowly bared his teeth in a cruel grin as he tightened his grip on his sword. "Demon, I've finally found you." His smile widened, cold and merciless. "This time, let's see where you run." Chapter 72, If You Want Me Dead. Does that mean I must die? For fourths inside the dim, winding cave, the air was cold and heavy. Soma stood quietly in the darkness, a blade gripped firmly in his hand. His crimson eyes stared toward the distant entrance, toward the light he instinctively feared. Opposite him stood a group of swordsmen whose duty was to protect humanity and purge demons like him. One of them had already taken out a small bundle of incense and lit it. Soon the faint scent of wisteria flowers began to drift through the air. The moment the smell reached him, Soma felt a surge of nausea. His stomach churned violently, and a creeping weakness began to spread through his limbs. He pressed his lips together and forced the discomfort down, suppressing the urge to vomit. Even so, he didn't move. He simply stood there, holding his sword, silently watching the demon slayer swordsman. And watching the unconscious child they carried. His gaze lingered on Kaneo for a long moment. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and walked deeper into the darkness of the cave. Seeing the demon retreat into the depths, Furukawa Hiroshi glanced at the swordsman holding the girl. "You stay here." "Aye." The man looked reluctant to remain behind, but Furukawa waved his hand decisively. "The rest of you follow me." Without another word, he charged straight into the cave. Moving suddenly from bright daylight into darkness made his vision blur for a moment. Instinctively, he raised his Nichiren sword before his chest, body tense and ready for an ambush, but the attack he expected never came. Narrowing his eyes as they slowly adjusted to the darkness, he surveyed the cave by the faint glow of a small campfire burning inside. The place looked lived in. Blankets, utensils, a few scattered belongings. It was clear the demon had been residing here for quite some time. As Furukawa advanced, the other 6 swordsmen followed closely behind, scanning their surroundings with held breath, yet the demon was nowhere to be seen. "Stay sharp," Furukawa warned quietly as he stepped forward. Tap. His foot stepped on something, producing a hollow, drum-like sound. While still keeping watch of the surroundings, Furukawa Hiroshi glanced downward. On the ground lay a small toy drum, a den-den daiko, the kind children played with. Painted on its surface was a cute little girl's face. It looked vaguely similar to the child they had knocked unconscious outside. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. A demon making toys for a child? Before he could think further, clatter. A faint noise echoed from deeper inside the cave. Furukawa reacted instantly, rushing forward with blade raised. The other swordsman followed closely behind. But just as the last swordsman rounded the fork in the tunnel, the demon dropped silently from the rock wall above. A blazing red blade flashed through the air as it slashed toward the man's back. The swordsman reacted quickly. In a split second, he spun around and raised his weapon, activating his breathing technique. Clang. Steel collided with steel, sending sparks flying in every direction. But the demon's strength was overwhelming. Even with his breathing technique active, the swordsman let out a muffled grunt as the force pushed him backward several steps, before he could regain his footing, and before the other swordsman could rush to help. The demon was already upon him like a shadow, gripping the sword with both hands. Soma thrust forward like lightning. Shinkai. The blade pierced through the man's chest as easily as if it were paper. The tip burst out from his right side before being pulled free in one smooth motion. The dying swordsman's eyes widened in shock. Blood spilled from his lips. Yet even as life rapidly drained from his body, his gaze hardened with desperate resolve. I end the final seconds before death. He lunged forward and wrapped his arms tightly around the demon. Even if it cost him his life, he would restrain it, if only for a moment, to give his comrades the chance to strike. Now, he cried hoarsely. At the same instant, the nearest swordsman roared in fury, ignoring his own safety as he swung his blade toward the demon's neck. The demon wrenched himself free from the dying swordsman's grasp while raising his blade to block the incoming strike. At that same moment, two more swordsmen rushed back to assist, closing in from both sides. Steel flashed. One of them swung his blade down onto the demon's right leg, severing it almost instantly. The other struck at the demon's left arm, cutting it clean off in a single blow. The cave passage was narrow. Because of the cramped space, Furukawa Hiroshi and another swordsman were blocked behind their comrades and couldn't join the attack immediately. The demon used his remaining arm to deflect the blade aimed at his throat. At the same time, with only one leg left, he tore himself free from the dying swordsman's grip. As he fell, his remaining right hand swept down, grabbing his severed leg and arm. With a powerful push from his remaining foot, he kicked off the ground. The force sent his body sliding across the stone floor toward another tunnel in the cave. Whoosh! The swordsman who had just swung at the demon's neck immediately hurled his Nichiren sword. The sword shot forward like an arrow, plunging into the demon's back and piercing straight through his chest. Yet the demon barely seemed to notice that he pressed the severed limb and leg back against the wounds. The flesh at the cuts began writhing and reconnecting almost instantly. The reattached limbs still looked stiff and unnatural, but they were already functional enough for him to move again. The swordsman who had thrown his blade crouched down to check on their fallen comrade. Meanwhile, the two who had severed the demon's limbs immediately rushed forward in pursuit. With the space now cleared, Furukawa Hiroshi sprang forward as well, overtaking them in a heartbeat. He rushed ahead and brought his blade down in a savage strike. The final swordsman followed closely behind, weapon ready to assist at any moment. The demon narrowed his eyes as he raised his sword to block. Then, with a powerful counterstrike, he forced Furukawa Hiroshi backward, but at that same moment, two blades thrust forward from both sides. Both pierced through the demon's chest, one on each side. Cough! Blood spilled from the demon's mouth as he coughed violently. His body staggered backward, retreating rapidly. As he moved, the two swords were ripped free from his body and crimson blood sprayed from the wounds left behind. Finally, he retreated into a narrow mountain passage, so tight that it could barely fit a single person. There, the demon stopped. Furukawa Hiroshi halted as well, staring at the figure standing within the cramped tunnel. He didn't attack immediately. The two swordsmen beside him lowered their blades as well, glaring at the demon with murderous fury radiating from their bodies. For a moment, both sides stood there, breathing heavily. Furukawa Hiroshi had stopped not out of mercy, but because the passage was too narrow. Only one person could fight at a time there, making coordinated attacks impossible. For the Demon Slayer Corps, demon hunting was are meant to be fought alone. Ha! Soma, now breathing heavily, let out a long breath. Sword in hand, he stared coldly at the group of swordsmen before him. Pain tore through his body from the many wounds he had suffered. Yet he remained silent, standing calmly in the cramped tunnel. His crimson eyes simply watched the demon slayers who wished to sever his neck. Captain, Ryota is dead. A voice filled with grief came from behind Furukawa Hiroshi. The words made Furukawa's eyes turn bloodshot. Ryota was the companion who had been ambushed first. You deserve to die. Furukawa ground his teeth, glaring at the demon with pure hatred. Soma simply lifted his crimson eyes and looked quietly at the swordsman before him. His fingers gently brushed along the edge of his blade. Can you decide whether I live or die? The demon's voice was soft, his eyes lowered slightly. You want me dead, so does that mean I must die? Chapter 73, A Pair of Crimson Eyes in the Darkness, 5/4. You want me dead, does that mean I must die? Soma gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, leaning against the cold, narrow walls of the mountain passage. He kept his gaze lowered, his voice a low rasp. There's no such logic. The only answer he received was Furukawa Hiroshi stepping forward with his blade drawn. No one here intended to reason with a demon. There was no reasoning with demons. If there was any logic in this world, it was only one thing: to sever a demon's neck with a Nichiren sword and end its sinful existence. That was the only truth the Demon Slayer Corps recognized. Because the cave was too narrow for coordinated attacks, Furukawa Hiroshi, the leader of the group, took the lead. His footsteps echoed clearly against the stone floor as he advanced. Soma held his sword and slowly stepped backward, watching them. "My existence isn't the same as other demons," he said quietly, and no one answered him. The silence of the swordsman was colder than steel. Furukawa Hiroshi continued forward step by step, blade raised. His eyes were sharp as a hawk's, locked onto the demon with unrelenting focus. Suddenly, Soma let out a faint laugh. From the moment he became a demon, he had never placed any hope in the demon slayer core. This was merely a small test, and the result, exactly what he expected, pointless. "Do you know how your teammate died earlier?" His voice dropped lowered at a T the same time, his body lowered slightly. The sword in his hand tightened, his center of gravity sinking as his knees bent at a perfect Ayajutsu stance. "He kept begging me," Soma said calmly, each word cutting deep. "He said he didn't want to die. He said he wanted to keep living." His eyes lowered. "But I still killed him. My blade went up through his chin, pierced through the bone, and out the top of his head. He died miserably. He said it hurt. He said he missed his family. He missed his mother. And he missed all of you, his comrades." Soma paused, as if recalling the moment. Furukawa Hiroshi had been advancing calmly until now, but his face began to twist, flames ignited within his eyes. The calm composure shattered under the weight of fury, transforming into blazing rage. "Kill!" The roar tore from his chest like something ripping free from his lungs, as if he intended to pour every ounce of hatred into his blade. Flame-breathing, third form, blazing universe. In that instant, Furukawa Hiroshi moved. His Nichiren sword swept downward like a falling meteor, carrying scorching air with it as it descended toward the demon. The blade hadn't even arrived yet, but the burning heat had already surged forward like fire itself. Soma remained in his draw stance. Facing this strike, he did not intend to dodge. He drew his own blade, a strike fueled by his own built-up momentum, and slashed forward with grim resolve. He ten Mitsurugi style, draw slash. The strike was blindingly fast, far exceeding the ability of the human eye to track. The two figures collided violently in the narrow tunnel and instantly crossed paths. Two arcs of sword light flashed across each other's necks in the exact same heartbeat. Both blades found their mark. The sharp edges sliced through flesh and warm blood began to coat the steel. After the clash, their bodies separated almost instantly. Soma's figure moved forward before dropping to one knee on the ground. A cut marked his neck, blood slowly flowing from the wound at a T the same time. Furukawa Hiroshi stood facing away from the demon. He too fell to one knee. A thin line appeared across his neck. But no blood flowed. Both men had aimed for the other's neck. Neither had defended themselves. Both had gambled everything on a single strike. It was a contest of speed. Whoever struck first would live, whoever was slower would die. The captain won. Seeing the demon kneeling close by, the remaining three swordsmen couldn't help but shout in relief. Blood poured from the demon's neck as he lost the strength to support himself. His body tilted forward and collapsed to the ground without another movement. Another swordsman who had been tending to the fallen Ryota rushed over as well, excitement burning in his eyes. "Captain," one of them called out cautiously, concern creeping into his voice. Furukawa Hiroshi seemed to hear the call behind him. He tried to turn his head, but with a wet SHK his head slid cleanly off his neck. It dropped to the ground. From the severed stump, a torrent of crimson blood erupted, spraying across the dim tunnel until the entire cave seemed drowned in red. For a brief second, the remaining swordsmen froze. Then grief and rage drowned out their reason. Two of them rushed forward almost instinctively, running toward their fallen leader. But as they passed the demon lying motionless on the ground, the corpse suddenly moved. Soma shot upright in an instant. The Nichiren sword that had never left his hand drove forward in a vicious thrust straight into one swordsman's back. The blade pierced through him as easily as tofu, punching straight through the man's heart. The other swordsman recoiled in shock, but Soma was already upon him. His free hand shot out and seized the man by the throat. The swordsman drove his blade into Soma's abdomen in desperation, but Soma didn't even flinch. His fingers tightened. Crack. The sound of bone shattering echoed through the tunnel. In the span of a heartbeat, two more men were dead. Soma ripped the blade free the first corpse and lunged toward the final swordsman who still held his weapon. His sword came crashing down from above. The man had finally regained his senses and raised his blade to block, grief twisting his face. "You damned demon!" Steel collided with steel, sparks bursting outward. The moment the strike was stopped, Soma's feet hit the ground. Without hesitation, he drove his leg forward. His kick slammed brutally into the swordsman's lower abdomen. The sickening impact crushed the man's most vulnerable spot. The swordsman's face twisted instantly in agony, his grip on the sword faltering. Soma seized the opening. His leg swept out again, smashing into the man's thigh, already crippled by the devastating blow to his most vulnerable spot. The swordsman lost his balance and collapsed toward the ground at the same time. Soma continued moving forward without slowing. His blade reversed in his hand, the edge flashing across the man's throat. The sword sliced cleanly through the neck. The man's tortured expression froze for an instant, then the pain vanished along with his life. By now, Soma's entire body was soaked in blood. His clothes clung tightly to him, heavy with thick crimson that dripped steadily to the ground. It was impossible to tell which blood belonged to him and which belonged to the others. The wound on his neck no longer sprayed blood, but it continued to seep slowly. Two Nicaran swords were still lodged deep in his chest at the far end of the cave. The final surviving swordsman, the one who had earlier stayed behind to guard their fallen comrade and who had already lost his own blade, had witnessed everything. Without a word, he turned and ran. He sprinted toward the cave entrance, toward the sunlight pouring in from outside, toward the place demons feared most. Soma silently placed a hand on the hilt of his sword and gave chase. Just as the man was about to cross the threshold and step into the light, a blade descended. The wind of the strike arrived first. The sword followed immediately after. The blade plunged through the man's back, piercing straight through his heart. His fleeing steps faltered instantly. He stumbled forward and collapsed onto the ground. His trembling hand stretched desperately toward the sunlight just outside the cave, only a few inches away, but in the end his fingers fell limply to the ground. Soma stopped at the edge of the cave's shadow. He slowly lowered his sword. Thick blood dripped from the tip, splattering onto the stone and staining the ground dark red. From the moment he crossed blades with Furukawa Hiroshi, to pretending to be killed, to suddenly rising and slaughtering two men, to pressing the attack and killing another, to the final strike that pierced the fleeing swordsman's heart, all of it had happened in a matter of seconds. He stood inside the cave, unable to step forward. One hand pressed against his neck. Blood still seeped from the wound, though it had begun to slowly knit itself together. The slash had torn through the flesh of his throat and severed most of his windpipe. More than half of his neck had nearly been cut apart. If he were human, he would have died from that single strike long ago. But demons were different. As long as the neck was not completely severed, they would not die. That was one of the most terrifying things about them. Even so, the pain of his neck nearly being cut apart, the pain of swords piercing his chest, the pain of losing an arm, the pain of having his thigh severed, how could it not hurt? Yet Soma only stood there in silence, gripping his sword tightly. In the darkness of the cave, he stared toward the sunlight outside, the place he feared, outside the cave. The swordsman who had remained behind was still staring toward the entrance. He had just watched his final companion die before his eyes, and there, standing in the darkness, he saw them. A pair of eyes, crimson, cold, watching him from the shadows. Chapter 74. The last ray of sunlight in heaven and earth. 1/4 warm sunlight fell across the ground, yet the swordsman standing beneath it felt cold all over. He knew perfectly well that the demon could not step into the sunlight, and yet a trace of fear still crept into his heart. The swordsman tightened his grip on the hilt of his Nicaran sword, as if that alone could give him a little warmth. Soma stood in the darkness of the cave, silently watching the swordsman, and the girl being held captive in the man's grasp. His crimson eyes lowered slightly. Slowly, he crouched down and knelt where he was. From his tattered clothes he tore off a strip of cloth. Then he began wiping the blood from his Nicaran sword, again and again. The blade gradually regained its sharp gleam, reflecting the demon's crimson eyes, cold and expressionless. After experiencing this life-and-death battle, Soma felt that his understanding of the sword had deepened. Ever since learning the Hiten Mitsurugi style, he had practiced every day. Yet something had always felt missing. Only now did he realize what it was: combat, true life-or-death combat. Swordsmanship, whether it was ordinary techniques or the Hiten Mitsurugi style, at its core was nothing more than a craft meant to kill. If one never killed, how could they truly understand them? He continued wiping the blood from the blade over and over. Occasionally he would lift his head and glance toward the outside, toward the swordsman standing in the sunlight he feared. The man was hesitating. At times, rage filled his face. At others, fear. Sometimes he gathered the courage to step forward, but then he would retreat again, dread overtaking him. Soma continued silently polishing his blade. Part of him hoped the swordsman would charge in and fight him to the death. But unfortunately, the man was neither foolish enough nor brave enough. After glaring at him with hatred, the swordsman raised a whistle and blew. A moment later, a Kasugai crow flapped down and landed on his shoulder. A call for reinforcements. Soma lowered his gaze slightly. He wasn't surprised. The Demon Slayer Corps never hunted demons alone, and demons were usually alone. With very few exceptions, most demons wandered the world by themselves. No friends, no family, nothing. All they possessed was power, endless lifespan, an eternal craving for flesh, and slowly the loss of themselves. The fact that he had lasted this long had already surprised even him. He had never thought of himself as particularly strong-willed. More than once he had been ready to end his own life, yet step by step, he had endured until now. Even now, he still hadn't fallen into the bloodthirst that consumed other demons. Perhaps it was because he still held onto a hope that other demons lacked. Or perhaps, Soma raised his head. His gaze fell on the girl restrained by the swordsman. His crimson eyes softened slightly before lowering again. His fingers brushed along the blade as he felt the hateful sunlight outside and watched the Kasugai crow fly away into the distance. He wondered when the next group of demon hunters, stronger ones, would arrive. What is meant to come will come eventually. He continued wiping the blade slowly, but suddenly he stopped. The swordsman shot one last hateful glance toward the cave, then he grabbed the girl and hurried away. Soma, who had been sitting quietly until now, suddenly sprang to his feet. Almost instinctively, he chased after them. But just as he reached the edge where sunlight touched the ground, his body froze. The instinctive fear of sunlight forced him to stop. All he could do was watch as the girl's figure gradually disappeared from view. His fingers tapped restlessly against the sword hilt, just like the agitation inside his heart. No matter how anxious he felt, no matter how badly he wanted to act, he could only stand here. He could not step into the sunlight. That was a place demons could never reach. His thoughts grew chaotic. Somewhere along the way, while he had become the demon that Kaneo relied on, Kaneo had also become the one tie binding this demon. He knew perfectly well that, at this moment, the smartest thing to do would be to retreat deeper into the cave. Escaped find a new hiding place before stronger demon slayers arrived to cut off his head. But he simply couldn't do it. Just as he didn't want to kill people or be an enemy of the Demon Slayer Corps, these things weren't dictated by what he wanted. If he didn't kill them, they would kill him. When his own life was threatened, he still struck without mercy, without even a moment of hesitation, even though he knew that, as a demon, he should remain alone. A solitary existence. Lonely perhaps, but without attachments. And without attachments there would be nothing to care about. No one to worry about. No weaknesses. But once you gained something to protect, it became a burden. A vulnerability. Soma stood silently in the darkness of the cave, staring toward the direction where the figures had long since disappeared. His hand slowly tightened around the hilt of his sword. At some point, dark clouds drifted overhead, and the sky began to grow heavy and dim. A storm was coming. Drip. Without warning, cold raindrops began to fall, striking the snow gathered on the trees and washing over the land. The wind howled. A sharp gust blew through the cave entrance and struck Soma across the face. Winter rain was far colder than rain in any other season. Even with the powerful body of a demon, he could still feel the chill, yet he remained standing at the cave entrance, silently waiting for the sun to set. For the first time, he found himself hating the sunlight even more deeply. The sun could have set earlier, so why did it insist on hanging there in the sky? But no matter how anxious he felt, no matter how desperately he waited, time would not move faster because of his urgency. Nor would it slow because of his impatience. It advanced at its own steady pace, and so he could only stand there at the cave entrance, gripping his sword in silence. The rain grew heavier, the world grew darker. At last, when the final sliver of sunlight vanished from the sky, Soma burst out of the cave. The rain poured over him, washing his body clean. The dried blood covering him, once dark brown, turned crimson again as the water ran over it. Clutching his Nichiren sword, he looked around in confusion. He didn't know where to search. He didn't know where Kaneo had been taken. He ran wildly in the direction the swordsman had fled, but found nothing. The rain had washed away every trace. Water streamed down his face, cold and merciless. Ruhar! He, who usually maintained a stoic silence, finally let out a thunderous howl. His Nicaran sword slashed wildly through the curtain of rain, a futile, desperate vent of his rage. Crack. A bolt of lightning split the black sky, striking a tree nearby and snapping it in half. For a brief instant, the flash illuminated the scene and revealed the demon's dark, grim face. Grr! With another hoarse growl, Soma spotted a tall tree and leapt upward. He climbed swiftly to the top. Standing among the branches, he looked out across the mountains. Endless ridges stretched in every direction, swallowed by the storm and darkness, until he saw it. A faint light. A small flicker of fire trembling in the rain, as though it might be extinguished at any moment. Chapter 75. The demon that broke through the door. Heavy winter rain poured down relentlessly. It hammered against the roof with a constant pitter-patter, while the cold mist carried by the wind made the already harsh winter feel even more biting. The small house trembled beneath the storm, swaying as if it might collapse at any moment. For the Kamadu family living inside such a fragile home, this winter felt especially unbearable. With their father gone, the family had lost the pillar that once held everything together, and with so many young children, the household felt as though it might fall apart at any second. Life would be difficult from now on. Tanjiro knew that he himself was still young, but he believed that as long as everyone worked hard together, their lives would slowly improve. His mother, his sisters, his little brothers. They would all move forward in the same direction. He would shoulder the responsibilities his father once carried. As the eldest son, he would hold this family up, make it strong, make it stable. He would never allow it to collapse. I won't disappoint you. Tanjiro raised his head and looked at his father, who lay inside the coffin. He spoke softly, almost like a promise. Ah. Tanjiro, Saburo sighed, burning a small bundle of funeral paper for Kamadu. Tanjiro. Then he walked over and gently patted the boy on the shoulder. From now on, this family will depend on you. Tanjiro nodded firmly. He said at his mother beside him, then at his younger sister Nezuko, whose eyes were red from crying. Further inside the house, the younger children had already fallen asleep near the doorway of their room, exhausted from the long day. Grandpa Saburo, I'll work hard to support this family. Tanjiro clenched his fists tightly. What a good child. Saburo rubbed the boy's head with a faint smile. We also have to thank you for helping us today, Tanjiro said gratefully. If you hadn't been here, there were so many things we wouldn't have known how to handle. That's nothing, Saburo waved his hand. Our families are relatives after all. Still, I really appreciate it. Ah. Tanjiro, Saburo sighed again. You're too polite. Too mature for your age. You don't need to keep thanking me. Okay. Tanjiro nodded again, then he looked back toward his father lying quietly in the coffin. For a long moment he stared in silence before asking softly, Grandpa Saburo, where do you think people go after they die? Who knows? Saburo shrugged. I've heard that in Western countries, when people die, they go to a place called heaven and become angels. And in the mysterious eastern lands across the sea, people believe the dead can become immortals or gods. As for us here, Tanjiro hesitated before asking another question. Grandpa Saburo, do you think someone might become a demon after they die? Ha. No, Saburo shook his head. People don't become demons after they die. Tanjiro looked up again, curiosity filling his eyes. Then, do demons really exist? Demons? Saburo's expression suddenly stiffened, as though a terrible memory had surfaced. A hint of fear crept into his voice. Demons, yes. They do exist. Tanjiro's heart tightened slightly. What are they like? They're horrifying monsters, Saburo said quietly. Creatures that feed on humans. They come out at night hunting people. As he spoke, his fists unconsciously clenched. Tanjiro glanced at him before lowering his head again. Then, if we stay inside our house at night, we'll be safe, right? No. Saburo slowly shook his head. A demon will break down the door, burst into the house, and devour everyone inside. A gust of wind suddenly blew through the room. The flame of the oil lamp flickered violently. Tanjiro instinctively glanced toward the door, his nerves tightening. But you don't need to worry, Saburo continued, patting Tanjiro on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. Whenever demons come out at night to prey on people, demon hunters descend to protect humanity. They're incredibly strong, he added. No matter how terrifying the demons are, the hunters will cut off their heads, bang, Before Saburo could finish his sentence, the door was violently smashed open. A figure burst into the room. It was a demon. Its entire body was drenched in blood, and beneath the swaying firelight, a pair of crimson eyes glowed with chilling coldness. A demon! Saburo looked as though he had just seen the most horrifying thing in the world. He scrambled backward and dove beneath a nearby table, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Kamiduki may have been terrified, but she still forced herself to step forward. With shaking arms, she spread them wide and shielded Nezuko behind her. Tanjiro instinctively backed toward the corner where the family axe was kept. His trembling hand grabbed the handle. He recognized the man. This was the same person his father had spoken with the previous night, but back then he hadn't looked like this. He hadn't been so terrifying. There hadn't been such a violent, murderous aura about him, as if he had just slaughtered countless people moments ago. Now he looked like a blood-soaked demon from hell. Is he really a demon? Even though fear gripped his heart, Tanjiro still forced himself to stand. His legs shook, but he stepped forward, gripping the axe tightly and positioning himself in front of his mother. The demon, Soma, rushed into the house without hesitation. He ran straight toward Tanjiro. Tanjiro assumed the demon had come for his family. His fear was overwhelming, but he clenched his teeth and tightened his grip on the axe. "I won't let you hurt my family. Never." He shouted the words as if to encourage himself, like saying them out loud might chase away his fear. Behind him, Ki trembled violently, but as a mother, she gathered every ounce of courage she had. Suddenly, she lunged forward and wrapped her arms around the demon's leg. "Tanjiro! Nezuko! Take your brothers and sisters and run." Tanjiro's heart was pounding with fear. Every instinct in his body screamed for him to run, but how could he abandon his beloved mother? Seeing her risking her life to hold back the demon, Tanjiro roared and charged forward. He leapt into the air. The axe came crashing down toward the demon's skull. The demon didn't dodge. The blade struck. It buried itself deep into the demon's head, splitting flesh across his face as blood poured down like rain. Did it work? Tanjiro stood in front of the demon, panting heavily. "Tanjiro, the demon isn't dead. They don't die like that." Saburo's terrified voice came from beneath the table. At some point he had crawled out again, his face pale with despair. "Axes can't kill demons. Run now. We're all going to die. Take your brothers and sisters and run. Run as many of you as you can." But I already... Tanjiro couldn't believe it. He had clearly struck the demon's skull. The axe had nearly split it open. "Ah!" A terrified cry came from Nezuko. Tanjiro whipped his head toward her. She was pointing behind him, her face filled with terror. Slowly, Tanjiro lifted his head. Behind him, the blood-covered demon had raised a hand, calmly. Slowly, he gripped the axe embedded in his skull and began pulling it out. The blade slid free from flesh and bone. Thick crimson blood ran down the handle, several drops splattering onto Tanjiro's face. Tanjiro's face turned pale. His entire body began trembling uncontrollably. The axe had been buried in the demon's skull. How could it possibly still be alive? Chapter 76. Knowing I am a demon, would you still help me? 3/4. Soma slowly pulled the axe out of the crushed flesh and bone, then casually flung it aside. Thud. The axe hit the floor with a heavy, dull sound. Hanako and Shigeru, who had just peeked out from their room because of the commotion, let out terrified screams. Nezuko rushed forward at once, grabbing her younger siblings and pulling them behind her, shielding them with a face full of fear. Soma looked at the terror filling the room. Silently, he raised a hand and brushed his face. The torn wound there twitched and squirmed, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Tanjiro, getting hit in the face with an axe hurts." He sounded like he was making a joke, but no one laughed. Aside from the children's frightened sobs and the old man's panicked breathing, the room was filled only with trembling bodies. Tanjiro's face had gone deathly pale. Soma looked down at Ki Kamidu, who was still clutching his leg tightly, and spoke in a very low voice. "Madame, please let go." Ki's body trembled, yet her grip only tightened. At the same time, she urged Tanjiro and Nezuko to take the younger children and run. Tanjiro told Nezuko to go with the others, but he himself stepped forward, trembling all over, even his breathing unsteady. Seeing that Ki refused to loosen her hold, Soma's patience ran out. He raised his hand and struck the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious in a single blow. "Mom!" Tanjiro and Nezuko instinctively moved to rush forward. "Stop!" Soma lifted his head and looked at them. Then he crouched down, prying Ki's arms off him one finger at a time. Even unconscious, she had held on tightly. I just knocked her out. She's not dead. Tanjiro and Nezuko froze, their eyes filled with worry as they looked at their mother lying on the floor. Once free, Soma stepped forward and walked up to Tanjiro, leaning down slightly. The stench of blood hit Tanjiro full force, making his heart tremble and his limbs shake. Still, he forced himself to stand firm, forced himself to be strong. Please don't hurt my brother. Nezuko picked up the axe from the ground. Her delicate face was filled with fear, yet she gripped the weapon bravely, standing between the demon and her family. Soma only glanced at her before lowering his head again, leaning close to Tanjiro and whispering, "Do something for me." Tanjiro's body still trembled, confusion flickering in his eyes. He couldn't help but look up, but the moment he met those crimson eyes, he immediately lowered his gaze again. "Why you say it? If you can't do it, you'll die. Your mother will die. Your sister will die. Your entire family will die." His voice was soft, almost gentle, but to Tanjiro it felt like a crushing weight, like a mountain pressing down on him, stealing the air from his lungs. The boy clenched his teeth, pressing his lips together as his fists tightened. "Tell your sister to put down the axe and go back inside to rest. Tell her you're coming out with me. You have 3 seconds." With that, Soma turned and walked out the door, stopping just outside. He stood there silently, letting the wind and rain lash against his body. Nezuko watched in confusion as the demon suddenly turned his back and walked outside. She didn't know what the creature had said to her brother, but then she saw Tanjiro running toward her in a panic. The cold rain struck his face, soaking his hair. Standing beneath the downpour, Soma gripped the Nichiren sword tightly, silent and unmoving. He stood there quietly, gazing up at the dark, overcast sky. Before the 3 seconds were even up, Tanjiro came running out, his face full of panic. Inside the house, Nezuko stood frozen, her expression a mix of fear and worry. Soma said nothing. He simply grabbed Tanjiro, swung him onto his back in one motion, then casually tossed him a comb wrapped in cloth. Tanjiro caught it in a fluster, completely bewildered. He had no idea why Soma had given him a comb. "Smell it. Find the person this scent belongs to." Soma's voice was calm. That's impossible." As the demon sprinted forward at high speed, Tanjiro clung to his neck with one hand while holding the comb to his nose, inhaling deeply. Even speaking was difficult in the rushing wind. "If you can't, your whole family dies." Soma suddenly stopped, his tone still even. "If you fail, I'll go back and kill them myself." The boy's face turned deathly pale. Ever since he was young, his sense of smell had been unusually sharp, sharp enough to pick up countless subtle scents. But tracking someone down using nothing but the lingering smell on a comb, he had never done anything like that before. But the price of failure, no matter what, Tanjiro couldn't accept it. And how does he know my sense of smell is so strong? "Can you do it?" Soma asked calmly, already gripping the Nichiren sword in his hand, and a bolt of lightning tore through the black night, its flash reflecting off the blade's cold edge. Tanjiro had no doubt. If he said he couldn't, this demon would turn back without hesitation and slaughter his entire family. "I can." Gritting his teeth, Tanjiro forced himself to take a deep breath, pressing the comb to his nose. Since childhood, his sense of smell had been extraordinary, so keen he could even read a person's emotions through scent alone. Though he had never tried to track someone this way, and certainly not in a downpour like this, he had no choice. For his family, he had to do it. He cleared his mind, he memorized the scent on the comb, then lifted his head, sniffing the air. Countless smells flooded into his senses, layering over one another in his mind. But that particular scent was hard to pick out. Soma simply stood there, silent, his hand idly brushing along the blade. The rain only seemed to intensify the thick, suffocating smell of blood clinging to him. That silence, that presence, it pressed down on Tanjiro like a weight. "Ha!" He took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. To separate the scents. To find it, and then, finally, a faint trace of that same scent emerged from the chaos of smells. "That way." Tanjiro pointed in a direction. Without a word, Soma took off again, carrying Tanjiro as he sprinted through the rain. Still, his low voice cut through the storm. "If we don't find them before dawn, I'll still go back and kill your family." Tanjiro flinched, his fists clenching tight. Never before had he hated his own weakness as much as he did at this moment. Soma didn't care what the boy was thinking. He simply followed the direction Tanjiro pointed, running in silence through the storm. Each step splashed water high into the air. Clinging to his back, Tanjiro kept sniffing, chasing that faint thread of scent, guiding the demon forward. Time passed, Tanjiro didn't know how long, and his face and body felt frozen and stiff from the lashing rain. Finally, he caught the scent from the comb again, but this time it was much stronger. Up ahead, a house stood in the darkness. The owner of the scent was likely inside. It should be in that house. Tanjiro spoke in a low voice. Good. Soma set him down. Now that he was no longer being carried, and realizing the demon hadn't harmed him, Tanjiro's fear eased slightly, and only then did something occur to him. He looked at Soma and spoke softly. If you were just trying to find someone, you didn't have to do all this. I would have helped you if you'd just asked. You didn't have to threaten me like that. Soma turned back, lifting his gaze to look at the boy. Knowing I am a demon, would you still have helped me? Chapter 77, No One Will Care for Fourths. Knowing I am a demon, would you still have helped me? Soma turned back, looking at the boy standing in the rain. The boy froze. He didn't know how to answer. Would he help? The truth was, he didn't know. The being in front of him was a demon, cruel, terrifying, drenched in blood. For a moment he couldn't even find the words. Soma said nothing more. He simply turned away, gripping his blade tightly as he walked toward the lone house ahead, step by step. His pace was slow. Rain soaked his hair, plastering it against his forehead. Droplets slid down his face, tracing past his eyes as those crimson irises narrowed slightly. When he reached the door, he kicked it open without hesitation. Bang! From the doorway, the room looked empty. No one in sight. Soma licked his lips. A faint sweetness lingered there, the metallic tang of blood stirring something deep within him, making his flesh almost tremble with hunger. Hand tightening around the hilt, he stepped inside. Slash! The moment his foot crossed the threshold, a blade came tearing toward his neck, sharp and merciless, filled with killing intent. The swordsman had already been alerted by the disturbance outside. He had hidden himself beside the door, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, but Soma had been on guard from the very start. Almost instinctively, he raised his blade to block. Steel collided with steel, sparks bursting into the air. It was a fully committed strike, powered, precise, and launched from an ambush. Even though Soma was prepared, the force still drove him a step back. Seizing the opening, the swordsman closed in instantly, his blade flashing again toward Soma's neck. Soma bent low, narrowly avoiding the strike. In the same motion, he swung upward in a counterattack, but the swordsman slipped aside with practiced agility. Using that brief moment, Soma stepped fully into the room. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her. Kaneo, bound tightly to the bed. A flicker of joy flashed through his crimson eyes. Slash! Taking advantage of that instant of distraction, the swordsman struck from behind, aiming once again for Soma's neck. Soma didn't see it, but his body sensed the danger. He twisted aside at the last second. It was too slow. The blade carved into his shoulder, slicing deep into the bone, nearly severing his entire arm in one clean stroke. Pain surged through him, but he endured it. Spinning around, he retaliated with a slash of his own. The swordsman had already withdrawn, evading the counter with a quick step back. Soma said nothing. He tightened his grip and unleashed 3 consecutive strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of steel clashing rang out, sharp enough to make one's ears ring. All 3 strikes were blocked. Without pause, Soma shifted his momentum, turning the heavy downward blows into a swift horizontal slash, fast, almost too fast to follow. The swordsman raised his blade again to defend, but under the relentless assault of the demon, his strength began to falter. From the moment his ambush had failed, the gap between them had become clear. He had already fallen behind. That brief opening earlier, his only chance, had slipped through his fingers. Now he was completely overwhelmed, and then, just a fraction of a second too slow, the blade flashed out a clean cut across the neck. Blood sprayed into the air. The swordsman's head fell, rolling across the ground and out the door, tumbling several times before coming to a stop in the rain. Raindrops fell, one after another. With a flash of lightning, Tanjiro, standing outside in the downpour, caught sight of the swordsman's lifeless face, his eyes wide open in death. The boy froze. Slowly, he turned his gaze toward the house, the shattered door, the darkness within. The demon had already gone deeper inside, out of sight, and suddenly he remembered what old Saburo had told him. When night falls, demons appear. They break into homes. but now the one who was supposed to slay demons and protect people had died at a demon's hands. The rain soaked through Tanjiro's clothes, the cold seeping into his bones. But what chilled him even more was his heart. Only now did he truly realize something, that he had brought the demon here, he had led it straight to the swordsman's door, and because of that, the swordsman had died, which meant he himself was no different from an accomplice to murder. The thought was unbearable. How could he? Splash. Footsteps landed in the pooled rainwater, sending droplets scattering. Soma walked out from the house. Kaneo slung across his back. The girl's arms were wrapped tightly around his neck, her small head resting against his. She didn't seem to mind the sticky blood covering him at all. Her delicate face even carried a faint smile. As he passed by Tanjiro, Soma stopped. Looking at the boy, who seemed unable to accept reality, he spoke in a low voice. "If someone ever asks you to use your sense of smell to find me, don't help them." Tanjiro, still dazed, looked up, those crimson eyes locked onto him again. "You can help if you want," Soma continued quietly. "But you'd better make sure you can kill me. Otherwise, pray your family's lives are hard enough to survive what comes next." Tanjiro's body trembled. Under that gaze, he instinctively lowered his head. Soma looked at him for a long moment, then turned and walked away with Kaneo on his back. After a few steps, he paused again, and he glanced back at the boy standing lost in the rain and added, "Move away as soon as you can. A demon has already set its sights on your home. If you keep living there, it won't be long before one breaks down your door and kills your family." This was his repayment. A warning in return for Tanjiro's help today. Compared to the terror he had brought upon that family, this advice, if Tanjiro chose to heed it, might be enough to save their lives. Tanjiro suddenly lifted his head, staring at the demon. But Soma had already turned away, ready to leave. Gritting his teeth, still afraid, Tanjiro clenched his fists and forced himself to speak. Why do you kill people? If you just wanted to take her, you didn't have to kill anyone." He pointed at Kaneo on Soma's back. It was obvious to him now. This demon had come here for her. Soma had no intention of responding, but seeing the anger on the boy's face, he paused, and after a brief silence, asked softly, "What do you think I am?" Tanjiro hesitated. "I'm a demon," Soma answered for him. "But, even if you're a demon, does that mean you can just take lives like this?" Tanjiro said, fists clenched tightly. "And what about humans killing demons?" Soma asked, looking straight at him. Tanjiro shook his head, trying to explain. "That's because demons break into people's homes, they destroy families. And if there's a demon who's never done any of that..." Soma cut in calmly. "Yet humans still hunt it down with blades, still end its life without hesitation?" He looked at Tanjiro as if waiting for an answer. For a moment, Tanjiro had no words. Soma said nothing more. He gave the boy one last, long look, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the depths of the dark, rain-soaked night with Kaneo on his back. Humans only ever stand on their own side. They don't care about a demon. No one cares, whether it's good or evil, because in the end, he is a demon. Chapter 78. Someone will care, 5/4. No one will ever care about a demon. From the moment he became one, that was a truth he had come to accept. Carrying Kaneo on his back, Soma moved through the curtain of rain. The girl's arms were wrapped tightly around his neck, her small body pressed close, her warm breath brushing faintly against his skin. "If it gets too much, tell me." His voice was low, running like this through a storm, especially in winter. Even with thick clothes and a raincoat, it wasn't something a young girl could easily endure. "I'm okay, uncle." Kaneo's soft voice sounded by his ear. Soma didn't reply. He simply continued on in silence, moving through the dark, rain-soaked night. He didn't know how long he ran, nor how many places he searched. Only when the sky began to pale with the first hint of dawn did he finally stop, carrying Kaneo into a mountain cave. The cave had once belonged to a mountain bear. Now the bear lay dead inside. Soma lit a fire. He arranged a simple resting spot beside it for Kaneo, while the girl herself struggled nearby, gripping a blade and trying to hack apart one of the bear's paws. That was going to be their meal. Kaneo was still too small. Even gripping the Nichiren sword with both hands, cutting through the thick limb took considerable effort. But she didn't ask for help. She simply pressed her lips together, her expression serious and focused. "I'll do it." After finishing the resting area, Soma walked over, took the blade from her hands, and in a few swift strikes split the bear's paw apart. Carrying the prepared meat, he returned to the fire and began cleaning it in silence. Kaneo followed and knelt beside him, helping remove the coarse fur from the meat. From time to time her pink-violet eyes drifted to his tattered clothes, soaked and stained a deep dark red, or to the jagged wounds covering his body. Every time she looked, her eyes trembled slightly. Tilting her head, she watched his profile in the firelight. Almost unconsciously, her small hand reached out and touched the scar on his face, the one left by the axe. For a normal human it would have been fatal, but for an immortal demon it was nothing. The flesh had already begun to close, though the jagged scar remained, not yet fully faded. Her hand was warm. The touch made Soma pause. He glanced up at her. "It's just a few small scars. They'll heal soon enough." His tone was indifferent as he gently pulled her hand away from his face. "It's because of me," Kaneo murmured, lowering her head. "If I hadn't been found, you wouldn't have had to go through that, you wouldn't be hurt like this." Just looking at the wounds covering him, she could imagine how many times he had been struck, and every blow, how much would it have hurt? Thwack, he flicked her forehead, not lightly. The sudden sting snapped her out of her guilt. She looked up at him, a little dazed, not understanding what she had done wrong. "It's not because of you," Soma said calmly. "If you start blaming yourself, I'll be upset." He tapped her head again with his finger. "You wouldn't make me angry, would you?" The girl immediately shook her head hard, so fast it was like a rattling drum. Seeing that, Soma let out a small laugh. Lowering his head, he continued preparing the meat. "This is all we've got for today. There's nothing else here, so we'll have to roast it and hope it tastes decent. Once it gets dark, we'll see if we can find a village or a house nearby and get something better to eat. It's okay. I like bear meat. I wouldn't mind eating it every day." "Ha, that won't do. I can't exactly hunt a bear for you every single day." He chuckled, skewering the meat on a stick and holding it over the fire, slowly roasting it. "Uncle," the girl leaned closer, pressing herself gently against his side. Soma kept his attention on the roasting bear paw, replying absent-mindedly. "Back in that house I saw him cut your arm with his sword." "Ha, it's nothing." He waved it off casually. "I'm a demon. A cut like that doesn't matter. It'll heal before long." He truly didn't care. As a demon, he was practically immortal. So long as his neck wasn't severed by a Nicaran sword, nothing else really counted. Kaneo tilted her head slightly, watching him in silence, her lips pressed together. "What is it?" Noticing her staring at him, Soma touched his face in confusion. "Uncle, when the sword hits you, does it hurt?" "For a demon, it's nothing." He patted her head, trying to brush it off, then added with a small smile, "The bear paw's almost ready. It probably won't taste great though, we don't have any seasoning." But Kaneo reached out instead, her small hand wrapping around his much larger one. "It must hurt." "Ha, for a demon it's nothing. Don't worry about it." Seeing her biting her lip, he suddenly felt a little flustered. "It's really nothing. I'm a demon, these kinds of wounds don't mean anything." "Why do you always say for a demon, always for a demon?" He hesitated, then tried to explain. "That's because demons are different from humans. For humans, if your leg gets cut off, it's almost impossible to reattach it. Lose too much blood and you die. Get badly injured and you die. But for demons, those things are just minor issues." "Because they're minor issues, does that mean you don't have to care?" Kaneo bit her lip, her pink-violet eyes fixed on him. There was something there, something unfamiliar, almost like anger. She didn't even know why she felt it, but suddenly she was angry. "Because you're a demon, it doesn't matter." "I guess you could say that." Seeing her eyes turn red at the edges, Soma hurriedly added, "It's just, humans and demons are different. What's serious for a human really isn't a big deal for a demon." He had never seen her like this before. Most of the time she was quiet, calm, almost expressionless. "Uncle." Kaneo looked at him, those soft pink-violet eyes shining like fading sunlight. For some reason, he found himself instinctively looking away. "You don't care because you're a demon and no one else cares either. But someone does." Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Soma didn't quite catch it. "Someone cares." She tightened her grip on his hand, her lips pressed together. "Someone cares. Someone worries." Kaneo lifted her head and looked straight at him. "I care. I'm afraid that you'll feel pain." For a moment, Soma didn't know what to do. He almost raised his hand to flick her forehead again, out of habit, out of awkwardness, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. In the end, he simply turned his head aside. It's fine. It doesn't hurt. Kaneo didn't respond. She just looked at him seriously for a moment, then suddenly turned away. Soma blinked, confused, and followed her movement with his eyes. The girl bent down and picked up the Nichiren sword from the ground. It was heavy, so heavy she had to grip it with both hands just to lift it. And then, holding the sword, Kaneo began walking toward the demon, step by step. Chapter 79, Uncle, teach me how to cut people, 1/4. Kaneo gripped the Nichiren sword and stepped in front of Soma, lifting her delicate face toward him. Uncle, teach me how to cut people. Soma froze for a moment. I want to help Uncle cut people. Kaneo pressed her lips together, her expression utterly serious. Ha! It took him a while, but eventually Soma let out a laugh. He reached out and took the blade from her hands. A girl your age shouldn't be playing with swords. I want to be of help to Uncle. There's no need. He shook his head. Kaneo clenched her fists, her voice resolute. There is. Do you really want to train? Yes. I want to train. All right. Soma didn't argue further. He handed the blade back to her. The girl gripped it with both hands, clearly struggling under its weight. First, strike that dead tree in front of you 100 times. He pointed toward a withered tree inside the cave. Kaneo nodded slightly, lips still pressed tight. She tightened her grip on the sword and walked over. Soon the sound of steel striking would echo through the cave. Thud. 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 Soma glanced up. She was practicing seriously. Every swing carried her full strength. No hesitation, no complaints. He watched for a while. Then he turned back and continued roasting the bare paw. Butterfly Mansion, a place where injured demon slayer swordsmen received treatment and recovered their strength. A young man with his arm wrapped in bandages stepped into the dining room where breakfast was being served. He had long golden hair, with flame-like red streaks at the tips. His eyebrows were thick and bold, his eyes bright with energy. He wore the standard brown demon slayer uniform, draped with a haori patterned like flickering flames. Kayajiro-sama, what would you like to eat today? A petite staff member asked. Anything will do, but make it quick. I'm starving. Rengoku Kayajiro patted his stomach with a grin. Right away. Kayajiro nodded and took a seat by the window, waiting for his meal. Light footsteps approached. A girl with short black hair, its tips fading into purple, walked in, carrying a tray. Her expression was composed, almost stern, her delicate face giving off an air of quiet sharpness. She sat down across from him. Rengoku-san, you seem to have recovered very well, she said. Thanks to your skill, Shinobu-san, he replied with a broad, cheerful smile. It's because Rengoku-san himself is powerful. However, what kind of demon did you encounter last time that managed to injure a Hashira like yourself? It wasn't that the demon was particularly strong, I was simply caught in an ambush while protecting several civilians. I see. Shinobu Kocho nodded. An ordinary demon would never be able to leave a mark on a Hashira such as yourself. Ha, Rengoku chuckled, then glanced at Shinobu. There was a sharpness in her gaze that could almost cut like a blade, yet in the same moment, he was reminded of her gentle older sister, Kane Shinobu. Come to think of it, Rengoku said with a grin, you and your sister are nothing alike. If Shinobu-san were as gentle as Kane-san, I might actually be tempted to stay at the Butterfly Mansion a few extra days. Heh. Shinobu let out a faint laugh, but it was hollow, almost forced, so hollow that anyone could see straight through it. That moment, Rengoku's breakfast was brought to the table. I'll dig in then, Shinobu-san. Seeing the food set before him, Rengoku's face lit up with delight. He picked up his chopsticks and immediately began eating with enthusiasm. Eat slowly, Shinobu said, lifting her gaze slightly. If you tear your wounds open again, I'll be the one who has to deal with it. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Besides, he said with a cheerful smile between bites, nothing's more important than filling your stomach. Shinobu's eyes drifted toward the dishes on the table. Speaking of which, why isn't there any salt-baked loach today? I remember last time when you were recovering here, you specifically asked for it. Should I have them prepare some for you? No need. Rengoku set down his chopsticks and patted his stomach. I'm saving room for a feast someone's treating me to. Oh. Shinobu nodded knowingly. Which junior is it this time? A swordsman named Furukawa Hiroshi. He should be finishing his mission soon. I'm already looking forward to eating my fill. You're quite ruthless, aren't you? Planning to empty your junior's wallet like that. Haha. Sounds like Shinobu-san is jealous, Rengoku laughed heartily. If you were more like your sister Kane, you'd probably be quite popular with the younger members too. Heh. Is being popular more important than killing demons? Shinobu bit down hard on the chicken leg in her hand, so hard the bone cracked audibly. Truth be told, she did envy how loved her sister and Rengoku were among the younger slayers. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't imitate even a fraction of Kane's gentleness. They're just as important, Rengoku said, shaking his head. Those juniors, they're the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. Fresh buds waiting to bloom. And yet you're still planning to fleece them? Shinobu shot back, her violet eyes glinting with faint disdain. Ha! Of course I am. If I don't empty their wallets, how will they learn how harsh the world can be? Rengoku patted his stomach again, laughing loudly, already imagining the horrified looks on Furukawa Hiroshi and the others' faces when he devoured everything in sight. Caw! Caw! A chorus of bird cries suddenly rang out overhead. The injured swordsman resting in the butterfly mansion all looked up at once. Above the building, several Kasugai crows circled restlessly. The room fell into silence. Every demon slayer who passed the final selection on Mount Fujikasen was assigned their own Kasugai crow, companions used to relay information and orders. And now, so many crows circling like this. Without settling, it could only mean one thing: their masters were gone. Rengoku looked up. Just like everyone else, but soon his gaze sharpened. Among the flock, one crow bore a distinctive marking on its wings, like flames etched into its feathers. Rengoku recognized it immediately. That crow belonged to the very junior who had promised to treat him to salt-baked loach. I wonder which squad lost so many this time, Shinobu murmured softly, watching the sky with a faint sigh. Shinobu-san, Rengoku said suddenly, his voice losing its usual brightness. Please have the kitchen prepare a large batch of salt-baked loach. Shinobu turned to him, slightly puzzled. Didn't you say you were going to have your junior treat you? He can't anymore. Rengoku's hand clenched into a fist, then slowly relaxed. He picked up his chopsticks again and began eating, faster than before, almost burying his face in the food. His voice dropped, quieter than usual. I'll treat them instead. Chapter 80 Uncle. I'm scared 2/4. Rengoku Kyojuro shoveled mouthful after mouthful of rice into his mouth, stuffing it full, as if doing so could choke back the emotions surging inside him. Was it grief, pain, loss? All of it, and yet, what could he do? No matter how much it hurt, no matter how much he grieved, what would change? What could he, Rengoku Kyojuro, possibly change? In the end, it was simply because he, as a senior, as a Hashira, wasn't strong enough. If there were a place he could hide, somewhere he could escape everything, he might have crawled into it without hesitation, but he couldn't. No matter how much it hurt, no matter how hard the blow, he had to grit his teeth and endure. Rengoku understood that even if he cried his heart out, even if he cursed the world at the top of his lungs, time wouldn't stop for him. As a Hashira, as someone others looked up to, he had to be strong, even if being strong was unbearably difficult. As he continued eating, a gentle figure seemed to appear in his mind. Someone who had once looked at him with warmth, who had stroked his head when he was a child, when he felt lost, when he felt hurt. Mother, can I really do this? Can I truly carry this responsibility? Can I really do everything that's expected of me? Another mouthful of rice, then another. Only after finishing every last grain did Rengoku stand up. There was another mission waiting for him. And no matter how much he grieved, no matter how much it hurt, he could not fall. As a Hashira, as a senior, he had to shoulder that responsibility. My injuries, they're fine now, right? He looked at Shinobu Kocho, a bright sun-like smile already returning to his face, as if he had once again become that blazing, passionate man. If the death of a junior hadn't dimmed the flames within him at all. As long as you avoid strenuous activity for a few days, you should recover soon, Shinobu replied softly. I see. Rengoku said no more. He picked up the Nichiren sword resting on the table and walked out. Shinobu remained seated, watching his figure disappear into the distance. She poured herself a small cup of sake and murmured under her breath, I really want to kill every last demon. Come eat. Soma called out as he finished roasting the bear paw, glancing toward Kaneo, who was still methodically swinging her blade at the dead tree. You, uncle, just a little longer. The girl gripped the Nichiren sword with both hands, teeth clenched. She raised it again and brought it down with all her strength. Wood chips flew. 3 more strikes. After the swing, Kaneo lowered the sword and looked back at her uncle by the fire, gasping for air. Just a little more. She took a deep breath, tightened her grip and swung again with everything she had. 2, 1. Huff. Finally, she finished. After completing all 100 strikes, Kaneo collapsed onto the ground, her strength completely spent. By the fire, Soma watched in silence, making no move to help her up. A moment later, Kaneo forced herself back to her feet. Even though every step was heavy, she still made her way over and sat down beside him. Soma handed her a portion of the cut bear meat, along with a cup of hot water. Though she felt like she might collapse at any moment, Kaneo still accepted it, lowering her head as she took small bites. I did it. She spoke softly between bites. Uncle. I finished all 100 strikes. Soma gave a quiet acknowledgement, and nothing more. When can I go and cut people with Uncle? Kaneo lifted her head. King straight at Soma. That's a long way off. His answer was vague, almost dismissive. In truth, he didn't want her to continue down this path at all. Is it still a long way off? Kaneo lowered her gaze, her pink-violet eyes dimming slightly. When will it be enough? 1,000 strikes. 10,000? How many do I need before it's enough? Soma glanced at her but said nothing. Finish eating. Then rest. After a moment, he reached out and patted her head. I still want to practice, Kaneo murmured. Do as you like. He withdrew his hand. If you insist on making things hard for yourself, I'm not going to stop you. It's not hard. Kaneo pressed her lips together, her gaze unwavering. Soma didn't reply. He picked up a piece of firewood and tossed it into the flames. The fire flared brighter at once. After finishing her meal, Kaneo picked up the Nichiren sword again and resumed training Tea first. Soma thought she would stop after a while, once she got tired, but she didn't. She kept going, for a long time, far longer than he expected, until she could barely stand, until her arms trembled so badly she could hardly grip the sword, and finally, she collapsed, sitting there weakly, completely drained. Rest. At some point, Soma had already walked up behind her. He placed a hand on her back, gently patting it. His lips pressed into a thin line. Kaneo looked up at him. Uncle Am I useless? I can't even train properly. No, you're not. Then, when will I be able to go cut people with you? There is no need for that. There is a need. She looked at him stubbornly. You don't need to get involved in this. He let out a quiet sigh. Why? Because I'm a demon and you're human. If you stand on my side, you'll be against everyone else. He paused. It's not worth it. I don't understand. You don't need to. It's enough that I understand. Soma ruffled her hair. Rest now. You're completely worn out. Kaneo wanted to keep going, but she truly had no strength left. Soma bent down and gently picked her up, carrying her to the resting spot he had prepared. It wasn't much, just a layer of soft, dried grass spread across the ground. For warmth, only some clothes he had dried by the fire. The best he could do was keep the fire burning strong so the cold wouldn't bite as much. After laying her down, he turned, intending to add more wood to the fire. Uncle, before he could take a step, her soft voice stopped him again. He turned back. Kaneo was looking at him, her pink-violet eyes clear and open. What is it? Can you hold me? Soma hesitated for a moment, then bent down and gave her a gentle embrace. After a brief pause, he started to pull away. Please, hold me a little longer. Her small arms wrapped around his neck, her voice barely above a whisper. I never want to be separated from Uncle like I was today ever again. I was so scared. Soma opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but at some point the girl had already closed her eyes. Only her long lashes trembled softly with each quiet breath. He fell silent, simply watching her.